The dim light of the flickering candle casts a warm glow. The sorceress languidly reclines upon the cold jade couch, her delicate, lancet-like feet submerged in the medicinal concoction, creating shimmering ripples. The intricate, spiderweb-like seals around her ankles shimmer with a deep violet luminescence, forged from the life essence of the seven sect leader swords. The dark red incantations writhe beneath her pale skin as if they were living entities. Mu Qing's Adam's apple rolls in rhythm with the gentle movement of her toes. Her legs extend from beneath the sheer fabric of her dress, their lines sharp and fierce like a drawn blade, yet her skin appears as if sculpted from Kunlun's snow spirit, the moonlight flowing over it, casting a soft, pearl-like glow. Suddenly, he recalls how, last night, these very legs had crushed the spines of three traitors, beauty and lethality seamlessly intertwined within her, like the crimson spider lily blooming atop a throne of bones. Plop, that a drop of sweat falls into the gilded basin, the water reflecting the sorceress' suddenly cold gaze. Mu Qing's knees are instantaneously pressed into the azure bricks, the mingling scent of blood and the ethereal fragrance of her snow spirit flowers filling his nostrils. Do my feet look exquisite? Her fingertip glides over the throbbing pulse at his neck, her breath brushing against his ear. Your little paws are rather warm. The aroma of medicine mingles with the scent of blood, overwhelming his senses. In Mu Qing's pupils, her visage is vividly reflected, brows like distant mountains shrouded in mist, the corners of her eyes adorned with gilded butterfly patterns. And within her amber irises swirls a galaxy of crimson stars. Her nose is as sharp as a snow-capped peak, while her lips bear the hue of mandrake juice, appearing as if they are on the brink of decay. When she smiles, her small canine tooth glimmers with a chilling light. Most striking is the vermilion mole between her brows, resembling the most vibrant snow spirit flower nestled deep within a sword tomb, exuding a sinister glow as her brows arch slightly. Mu Qing's breath quickens, the icy threads suddenly tightening around his wrist. What are you trembling for? Her toes press against his quaking Adam's apple, and Bai Yuling leans in, the poisonous thorns of the crimson spider lily brushing against his eyelids. Back in the snowy grounds of Tianlan's sect, your pitiful form clinging to the hem of my dress for mercy was far more amusing than this. The candlelight crackles, bursting into a flower of flame. Mu Qing's cold sweat soaks the back of his robe. From his current angle, he can fully behold her elegant neck. Upon her jade-like skin dangles a blood-stained emblem of the Medicine King's Valley. The dark patterns of the chaotic toxin beneath her collarbone flicker with each breath, as though alive and wandering across a snowy expanse. As his gaze involuntarily drifts towards the seam of her garment, the gilded armor suddenly pierces his shoulder. In the throes of pain, Bai Yuling's face looms larger before him. Her lashes quiver like the wings of a poisoned butterfly, casting eerie shadows beneath her eyes. The smile at the corners of her lips is like a blade wrapped in honey, and the mingling scent of snow spirit flowers and blood weaves a suffocating net around him. If given a chance to start anew, her fingers, stained with vermilion, press into the old wound on his shoulder. How would you choose? In the back mountains of Tianlan's sect, he kneels in the snow, cradling the bloodied seven stars grass. In that moment when she lifts his chin, 38 corpses behind him bloom with ice flowers. Little pup, willing to brave fire and water for your master. Blood seeps between his teeth, and Mu Qing's forehead strikes heavily against her foot. As the medicinal potion splashes about, he tastes the sweet and bloody essence of the snow spirit flower, a loyal dog brand bestowed upon him by her. The sorceress suddenly bursts into laughter, her foot arching against his collarbone, sending him sprawling to the ground. Revealing the dark patterns of chaotic toxin at her waist, she declares, "Then let me see." The icy threads constricting Mu Qing's wrists press against her soul, the patterns of the toxin glowing brightly upon contact with his living blood. He trembles, bowing his head, and as his lips brush against the scar on her foot, he hears the soul-stirring bells of the dome ringing madly. From the depths of the cold pond comes the wail of a sword, akin to the lament of a sword spirit sacrificed 300 years ago. The sheer fabric slips from her shoulder, revealing skin as white as jade. She stands barefoot upon Mu Qing's chest, her toes lightly grinding against the scar of his heart. Little pup, Do you know why I spared your life? Mu Qing's breath catches his Adam's apple rolling, that I do not. Because your blood. She leans closer, her red lips almost brushing against his ear, is sweeter than that of those useless beings. Her fingertip trails along his neck, the icy threads entwining around his wrist, drawing him nearer. Mu Qing can feel the chill emanating from her, yet it is laced with a strange warmth. Lick, she commands, her toes pressing against his lips. Trembling, Mu Qing bows his head the moment his tongue touches the center of her foot. A sweet and bloody flavor spreads within his mouth. It is her blood, mingled with the fragrance of snow spirit flowers, nearly ensnaring him in this deadly temptation. Good boy. The sorceress abruptly withdraws her foot, the gilded armor gently patting his cheek. Today, I am in a good mood. I shall grant you a kiss. Her lips press against his forehead, the icy sensation causing him to tremble throughout. Yet in the next instant, her nails pierce his shoulder, blood trickling down her fingertips. Remember, you'll forever be my dog. Her voice is soft as water, yet carries an undeniable authority. Should you dare betray me, I will make your life a living hell. Mu Qing's pupils constrict, the taste of sweetness and blood rising in his throat. I daren't. His Adam's apple is crushed beneath her toes, the remaining words fragmenting into broken gasps. The moonlight climbs onto her bare shoulder, illuminating the delicate bite marks upon her collarbone, remnants of the trials from 300 years past. When the white saint tested the medicine, the sheer fabric slips down to her waist, revealing a chain of bones entwined around her waist, each strand adorned with the phalanges of cultivators. As she turns, shadows of the Qing Wan's skeletal wings flicker amidst her flowing ink-black hair, the tips of the feathers dangling with 72 soul-stirring bells. Tomorrow, at the Sword Tomb, if I do not hear the wailing of 100,000 broken swords. Her soft lips utter words colder than the depths of the pond. I shall use your spine to forge a new sword tassel. In Mu Qing's pupils is reflected her current form, her ink-black hair billowing without wind, crimson spider lilies blooming at her temples, and the clashing bones on her waist chain producing a soul-snatching melody. Most terrifying are the three indistinct phantoms lurking behind Hera, 7-year-old girl curled up in tears, a 16-year-old healer with shattered wrists, and the present-day sorceress holding a blood-stained marriage contract, all three specters swirling around her. As she steps barefoot onto the scorched earth of the Sword Tomb, the 100,000 broken swords let out mournful cries. Beneath the overwhelming moonlight, the gilded sheer fabric dissipates into flowing flames, the chaotic toxin patterns on her heart extending to her waist. Every curve resembling a blade, sculpted with intent. The Medicine King's cauldron pendant at her waist jingling softly. Little pup. She glances back with a light laugh, vines of crimson spider lilies suddenly sprouting amidst her azure tresses. Do you know why I have a particular fondness for being barefoot? Mu Qing's gaze is fixated upon her toes. Those seemingly fragile jade digits are crushing the remnants of the Sword Tomb, producing delightful tremors amidst the blood mist. When her foot arches to lift his chin, he glimpses the sword patterns winding across her soul, precisely the lost deity slaying formation from the white jade pharmacopoeia. Suddenly, the sorceress caresses his cheek, her touch as gentle as a lover's whisper. Yet Mu Qing is utterly frozen. On that armor are remnants of the traitor's eyes, crushed from the previous night. What are you trembling for? The sorceress suddenly takes her blood-stained fingertip in her mouth, her amber eyes shimmering with a tender light. The sight of you risking your life to steal medicine back then was 100 times cuter than this. I shall grant you a sound, as the sound of metal scraping against flesh fills the air. A silver coin rolls into his garment, the chill piercing through his skin, her skirt brushing against the bloodied corner of his mouth. Chapter 2. The white saint. The morning mist had yet to dissipate, yet Mu Qing's straw sandals were already soaked with dew. He deliberately circumnavigated the desolate grave for 3 miles, ensuring that no familiar crimson shadow trailed behind him. The bronze bell of the stone lion at the city lord's mansion chimed softly in the wind, reminiscent of the jingling anklets often worn by sorceresses. That I seek an audience with the esteemed white saint. He raised the gilded dagger he had pilfered from the sorceress's cosmetic case, its blade reflecting the sudden pallor in the guard's face. As the bronze door creaked ominously, Mu Qing felt an uncanny resemblance between that sound and the soft laughter of the sorceress as she toyed with his throat at night. As he traversed the winding corridor, he counted his steps to dispel his fear. 237 steps, precisely the distance from the sorceress's chamber to his mother's sickbed. The gray-robed monk leading the way abruptly halted before a stone door adorned with a Taiji diagram, causing Mu Qing to bump into him. Inhaling the same dragon's saliva fragrance that wafted from the sorceress's incense burner. "Who do you wish to report?" The voice of the white saint emerged from behind the draped curtains. And amidst the delicate chime of jade beads, Mu Qing glimpsed hands delicately handling divination sticks. This revelation sent a chill through him, for last night the sorceress had similarly caressed his collarbone to divine his fate. "It is the sorceress." He knelt before the ground, concealing a silver hairpin soaked in crane-top red within his sleeve, knowing she was currently at the rouge shop in the west of the city. Before he could finish, a familiar jingling sound suddenly resonated from outside the window, causing Mu Qing's blood to run cold. He stared wide-eyed at the girl who leaned in, her visage mirroring that of the sorceress to a fault. Even the vermilion mole between her brows positioned identically. The fragrance of pure-hearted orchids entwined in her white jade hair made him dizzy. Last night, when the sorceress had pinned him to the bed, the air around him was thick with the seductive scent of dragon's blood. "Young master, have you fallen into a trance?" Bai Yuling's fingertips brushed against his wrist, the pale blue veins beneath her snow-white skin faintly visible. Mu Qing's gaze was fixated on the jade bracelet upon her wrist. Such translucent mutton-fat jade should have reflected a figure, yet it shimmered with an eerie murk, as if it harbored a mass of black fog within. He suddenly recalled that the sorceress also wore a similar jade bracelet on her left wrist, but hers was laced with crimson veins, moving like a living entity with her breaths. When the shadow of the white saint loomed over him, Mu Qing realized that this sword cultivator was graced with a head full of frost and snow. 3,000 silver strands fell loosely behind him, their tips glistening with the unique azure radiance of sword energy, cascading like the Milky Way. Strangely, his visage, undeniably youthful and handsome, was overshadowed by the depths of his eyes, which seemed to have witnessed the cycles of life and death across millennia. "Step aside." The white saint spoke. A wisp of sword energy slipped from his lips, severing 3 strands of Bai Yuling's hair. The girl hastily retreated, her embroidered shoe inadvertently stepping on her own skirt, causing her to stumble and reveal her ankle, smooth and unblemished, devoid of the golden bell anklet that the sorceress wore. Round. Mu Qing's pupils constricted sharply. Last night, the sorceress had suspended him from the beam of the room using that very string of bells. The sensation of the clapper striking his skin more searing than a branding iron. The city lord dared to approach only then, beads of cold sweat staining the front of his official robe. He cast furtive glances at the white saint, as if beholding a drawn sword, his voice trembling as he swallowed. "Shall I summon a physician? No need." The white saint gestured with his fingers, conjuring a translucent water mirror in the eye in the mirror. Mu Qing saw dark red markings emerging on his neck, the very curse that the sorceress had etched into his skin with her nails the previous night. Suddenly, the water mirror shattered into a myriad of ice crystals, one of which grazed the back of Bai Yuling's hand, drawing forth a bead of blood. The girl gasped, yet before her exclamation could escape, that droplet of blood morphed mid-air into the shape of a moth, fluttering towards the window, mirroring the sorceress's method of manipulating blood curses. Bai Yuling, panic-stricken, pressed a handkerchief against her wound, the corner of which, adorned with white plum blossoms, began to fade. Mu Qing felt a chill coursing through him. That very handkerchief was the one the sorceress had used to blindfold him, the aroma at that time not of medicinal herbs, but of a heavy sanguine scent. Yet the trembling eyelashes of the girl before him hung with tears, and even the small gesture of biting her lip in distress revealed the timid demeanor of an innocent maiden. "From where did you contract the demonic aura?" The white saint's sword sheath pressed against Mu Qing's throat, the carvings of gluttonous beasts seemingly coming to life. Mu Qing felt a cold sensation slither down his throat and into his chest. A sensation starkly different from the sorceress's blood curse. It was not the fiery torment of a heart ablaze, but rather the piercing chill of an ice spear in the west of the city. His lie was strangled by the surging sword energy at his throat. He saw Bai Yuling arranging a medicine box, her delicate fingers grasping silver needles and roasting them over the candlelight. The flickering flames reflecting a smile at the corner of her lips, identical to the sorceress's smile when preparing to inflict punishment. That a sudden gust of wind swept through the window, and Bai Yuling's jade bracelet shattered in response. As the black fog surged forth, the entire hall became suffused with the sickly sweet scent of mandrake. Mu Qing watched as the girl's pupils flickered with gold, only to be swiftly obscured by the mist in her eyes. "Father, my ailment has flared up again." The white saint appeared in an instant, inscribing an icy blue rune upon her forehead. Mu Qing noted that the essence congealed at the tip of the sword cultivator's fingers was, astonishingly, the sorceress's own lifeblood, and the rune's pattern was unmistakably the dragon-binding seal that the sorceress had engraved upon his back. Bai Yuling's last glance before falling into slumber was directed at Mu Qing. "Take him to receive the reward." The white saint scooped his daughter into his arms, the hem of his moon-white brocade robe brushing against Mu Qing's cheek. The silver cloud patterns embroidered upon the fabric suddenly transformed into sharp teeth, leaving delicate pinpricks of blood upon his face. This pain jolted Mu Qing back to full awareness. The sorceress had once mentioned that when she required a mark on her prey, she would infuse her garments with bone-eating sand. The city lord bowed his head to comply, nearly losing his official hat in the process. He guided Mu Qing through the long corridor, the sound of jade pendants clashing against a keyring resonating eerily, echoing the tune of the pipa that the sorceress played before claiming a life. As Mu Qing received his reward and was about to take his leave, he caught sight of Bai Yuling's close attendant carrying a medicine jar. Steam billowed from the jar's mouth, coalescing into a ghostly face, resembling the wraith that the sorceress kept. After running for 3 miles from the city lord's mansion, Mu Qing discovered bloodstains at the bottom of the reward. As he vigorously wiped it, tiny curse inscriptions emerged, the very same incantation that the sorceress had taught him to dispel blood curses. Suddenly, a fragrant pouch tumbled from his grasp, containing remnants of Bai Yuling's prescription. The reverse side inscribed with rouge, "Tomorrow at dawn," in the courtyard of the city lord's mansion. The script was elegant, yet the final stroke trailed into a blood smear, reminiscent of the whip marks the sorceress had left upon his back. Chapter 3. Bai Yuling. Mu Qing knelt upon the cool stone tiles, his forehead pressed against the damp crevices of the bricks. The morning mist, entwined with the fragrance of locust flowers, wafted through the courtyard. Yet it could not dispel the lingering scent of blood in his throat. The sweet and metallic aroma, mingled with the essence of the sorceress's bite upon his tongue, haunted him still. "Look up." A voice as clear as spring water cascaded from above. Mu Qing raised his eyes to see the morning light filtering through the wind chimes, casting delicate patterns upon the hem of the girl's moon-white skirt. Bai Yuling's posture as she extended a handkerchief resembled that of a celestial maiden scattering flowers. If one were to disregard the jade bracelet upon her wrist, the mutton-fat jade bracelet was as translucent as water. Yet within it swirled tendrils of black fog that Mu Qing's pupils dilated. Last night, when the sorceress had pinned him before her vanity, she had worn a similar bracelet on her wrist, stained with the deep red of cinnabar. The sorceress's bracelet, however, contained crimson threads that pulsed like a living creature with each breath she took. "Young master, your pulse is weak. Have you suffered a fright?" Bai Yuling's fingertips grazed his wrist, the faint blue veins beneath her alabaster skin barely visible. The silver ornaments in her hair swayed gently, the strands of pearls brushing against Mu Qing's hand, the cold sensation reminiscent of the sorceress's waist chain, adorned with human teeth. Mu Qing hastily withdrew his hand, causing the silver hairpin concealed within his sleeve to clatter to the ground. This was a reward from the sorceress, the pinhead shaped like the wings of a phoenix, still bearing the blood of the leader of the Tianlan sect. What a delicate hairpin! Bai Yuling picked up the silver pin, her fingers caressing the phoenix's eye. Mu Qing tensed. Hidden within was the heart-seeking curse planted by the sorceress, yet the girl merely replaced the pin in his hair, her warm fingertips inadvertently brushing against his earlobe. "A phoenix should come in pairs. I shall gift you another one tomorrow." She turned to retrieve the medicine box. Mu Qing caught a glimpse of 3 vermilion moles on the back of her neck, forming a pattern akin to the Big Dipper. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back, for last night, when the sorceress had inscribed a curse upon his spine with a silver needle, the final 3 punctures had landed precisely there. Yet the clarity in the girl's gaze as she looked back at him stood in stark contrast to the sorceress's bloodthirsty eyes. "This medicine must be taken with the morning dew." Bai Yuling handed him a celadone bowl, faint golden patterns barely visible at the bottom. Mu Qing's hand trembled as he accepted the bowl. This was undeniably the vessel the sorceress used to administer the heart curse to him. Yet now, the contents drifted with a bitter herbal fragrance, rather than the alluring crimson of lustful insects. As the medicine slid down his throat, the courtyard's golden bells rang sharply. Bai Yuling's jade bracelet suddenly glowed ominously, causing her to accidentally topple the bowl, the brown liquid splattering upon the blue bricks and corroding them into the semblance of a human face. Mu Qing's heart raced in terror as he recognized the distorted visage of an elder from a minor sect, flayed by the sorceress 3 days prior. "Please excuse me, young master." Bai Yuling covered her mouth with a handkerchief embroidered with snow plums, the corner bled crimson. As she wiped, the inner side of her forearm revealed a pattern identical to the sorceress's Adumbra flower design. Suddenly, Mu Qing recalled the sorceress's drunken words from last night. "Beneath this skin, I nurture a fool with the heart of a bodhisattva. You must be cautious." Actually, Bai Yuling leaned closer, the mingled aroma of medicine and blood invading his nostrils. "Do you know why the sorceress never kills you?" Her fingertip pressed against Mu Qing's heart, where the chaotic curse lay dormant, suddenly quieted. "Because of the blood that resides within your heart." At that moment, a violent gust blew open the window, fragmenting her words amidst the discordant ringing of the golden bells. Footsteps echoed from the corridor, and Bai Yuling swiftly pressed something into his palm. It was a jade tablet entwined with ice silk, inscribed with Yao Wang Valley on the front. Yet the reverse bore the mandala often drawn by the sorceress. When she stepped back, the hem of her skirt flipped, revealing the intricate patterns on the tips of her embroidered shoes. Identical to the shape of the sword wound upon the sorceress's heart, the linger is misbehaving again. The white saint's voice, laced with sword energy, pierced through the AI. Mu Qing looked up to see a cascade of silver hair, shimmering like the Milky Way, the azure glow at the tips reminiscent of the sword light the sorceress wielded when she decimated cities. Bai Yuling suddenly staggered, propping herself against the medicine cabinet. As a porcelain vial slipped from her sleeve and shattered into fragments, Mu Qing observed the pills that rolled away, inscribed with delicate runes, the very soul-locking pills that the witch forced him to swallow each night. The girl's fingers trembled slightly as she bent to retrieve the medicine, at this angle revealing the nape of her neck. 3 overlapping whip marks, old and new, identical to the scars on the witch's back. "Father." When she lifted her gaze, her demeanor was once again gentle, as if the momentary lapse had merely been an illusion. "This young master possesses a peculiar pulse. Might I trouble linger? No need." The white holy sword sheath struck the ground, and the blue bricks were instantly covered in frost. The city lord had already prepared a private chamber. His glance toward Mu Qing resembled that of an alchemist assessing boiling herbs in a cauldron. As Mu Qing exited the courtyard, he cast one last look back. Bai Yuling was busy arranging the mortar and pestle, sunlight streaming through the window, gilding her figure. Yet when she raised her hand to wipe her brow, the crimson marks revealed at her wrist, clearly the marks left by the witch's binding cord. More terrifying was the pestle, its ebony handle carved with the visage of a malevolent spirit, precisely the same as the witch's furious countenance. At the stroke of midnight, Mu Qing was jolted awake by the agonizing pain of the chaos goo. Moonlight wove a web across the floor through the paper window, and he fished out the jade token that Bai Yuling had pressed into his hand, discovering that the ice silkworm thread revealed inscriptions under the moonlight. At the 3rd quarter of the hour, the 3rd begonia in the east wing. He stealthily approached the begonia tree. Blood suddenly oozed from its roots. Bai Yuling emerged from the shadows, her plain garment stained with blood, holding a still dripping cloth bag. "This is the apothecary my father captured today." She unfastened the bag, and a severed head rolled out, its hollow eyes staring blankly. It was the servant who had delivered medicine during the day. "Oh, you know what the Chaos Dao body is?" She dipped her fingers in blood to draw runes on the ground. As the moonlight was suddenly devoured by dark clouds, 300 virgin souls as bait, 900 maidens' hearts' blood as medicine. The instant the incantation was completed, Mu Qing saw her pupils flash crimson, her voice abruptly laced with the witch's madness. "It is merely the sin created by the white holy sword to resurrect his deceased wife." As thunder rumbled, Bai Yuling resumed her gentle guise. As if the preceding transformation had been but a figment of the imagination, she pressed the blood-stained handkerchief into Mu Qing's palm, the embroidered twin lotus absorbing the blood. The witch is unaware that she, too, is a medicinal catalyst. "Take this." The next time she erupts, her words were abruptly interrupted by the call of a night owl. Bai Yuling suddenly shoved him into the bushes, while she approached the lantern-bearing guard. Mu Qing huddled in the shadows, watching as moonlight cast a compassionate halo around her, while the embroidered shoes peeking from her skirt crushed the blood rune into the earth. He clutched the bloodied handkerchief tightly, hiding in the grass as he observed Bai Yuling parley with the guard. Under the moonlight, her figure appeared exceptionally fragile, as if a mere gust of wind could scatter her. The guard, holding a lantern painted with the incantation of the dead, bowed respectfully. "Miss, the city lord requests your presence." Bai Yuling inclined her head slightly, her skirt fluttering as she turned, revealing the dark pattern on the tips of her embroidered shoes. Mu Qing's pupils constricted. The pattern was identical to the brand left by the witch during the city massacre. He held his breath, waiting until the footsteps faded away before emerging from the bushes. The handkerchief in his grasp was still dripping blood, the twin lotus pattern glistening with an eerie sheen in the moonlight. He recalled Bai Yuling's words. The witch is unaware that she too is a medicinal catalyst. A wave of inexplicable chill surged within him, as if some dreadful truth was drawing near. He quietly returned to his chamber, concealing the handkerchief beneath his pillow. The excruciating pain of the chaos goo gradually subsided, yet his heart remained restless. Outside, the moonlight was shrouded by dark clouds, enveloping the entire city lord's residence in a veil of silence. Suddenly, a piercing scream pierced the air from afar. Mu Qing bolted upright, throwing open the window to see flames leaping toward the heavens in the east wing. His heart tightened as he recalled Bai Yuling mentioning the third begonia in the east wing. He stealthily slipped from his room, making his way toward the fire through the shadows. The air was thick with the stench of charred flesh, mingled with the metallic tang of blood. As he neared the east wing, the sight before him made him gasp in horror. Beneath the begonia tree, Bai Yuling knelt in a pool of blood, holding a bloody dagger. Her plain garment was soaked with crimson, the silver hairpin in her hair askew. Several guard corpses lay on the ground, their chests sliced open, hearts missing. "That you've arrived." Bai Yuling raised her head, a glimmer of crimson flashing in her eyes. Her voice remained gentle, yet carried a chilling resonance. "The hearts of these individuals are the catalysts for the resurrection ritual." Mu Qing took a step back, his foot slipping onto something. He looked down to find a still beating heart. He suppressed the urge to vomit, trembling as he asked, Who are you?" Bai Yuling slowly stood, the dagger in her hand dripping blood. "Who am I?" She let out a soft laugh, her voice suddenly sultry. "Haven't you already guessed?" Her pupils turned a deep crimson, the corners of her mouth curling into a familiar arc. Mu Qing's entire body stiffened, the figure of the girl before him melding with that of the witch. "Little dog, we meet again." Her voice turned dangerous and seductive. "Did you think Bai Yuling was your savior?" She advanced step by step, the dagger glinting menacingly in the moonlight. "She is merely a bait I used to deceive the white holy sword." With nowhere left to retreat, Mu Qing's back pressed against the tree trunk. He felt the jade token in his pocket, the ice silkworm thread glowing faintly in the moonlight. Bai Yuling, or rather, the witch, suddenly halted, a flicker of struggle passing through her eyes. "Hurry, run." Her voice grew weak, the crimson fading from her gaze. "While I can still control." Before her words could finish, her body trembled violently, and the dagger clattered to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Qing turned and fled, the witch's maniacal laughter ringing in his ears. "Did you think you could escape? You bear my blood curse. No matter where you flee, I shall find you." Chapter 4. Blood red as scarlet. The moonlight turned suddenly a deep crimson. Mu Qing collapsed onto the shattered tiles, the ice silkworm thread at his wrist shimmering with a sinister purple glow. The witch hung inverted from the eaves, her ink-black hair cascading like a spider's web, the soul-soothing bell entangled in the ends emitting a sharp, buzzing sound. "Little dog has learned to bite its master." She glided across the frost-covered ground, the blue stones beneath her feet crumbling to dust. Abruptly, she seized Mu Qing by the throat, yet upon touching his skin, her grip slackened. Her trembling fingertips caressed his brow as the blood receded from her pupils. "Do not fear that I will take you." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly hurled Mu Qing aside, crashing into a pillar. The moment her back collided with the shattered glass screen, blood burst forth from the Adumbra flower ornament on her forehead. "Wretched girl, dare to cause chaos." Her left hand formed an icy blade, stabbing into her right wrist, but as the wound blossomed, Bai Yuling's persona seized control. "Run." The girl staggered as she tossed out a pouch of medicine, her delicate hands forming seals that erupted into a sky full of golden lotuses. However, in the next instant, her fingers twisted into claws, ruthlessly shredding the falling petals. "Where does my little dog think it's going?" The witch licked her blood-stained nails, the human teeth on her waist chain clashing to create a soul-stirring melody. Mu Qing was dragged back to the courtyard by the ice silkworm thread, helplessly watching as the girl's visage morphed under the moonlight. Her left eye was filled with a blood-red galaxy. Yet her right eye shone with a compassionate light, her smile a blend of allure and sorrow. See, how well-matched we are. Suddenly, she grasped her own neck, her nails digging into her collarbone, drawing forth a bloodied marriage contract. Reminiscent of what is father and mother, the gilded gauze dress erupted into azure flames, revealing the crisscrossing seals on her back. The witch, barefoot, stepped across the burning satin, her arch pressing against Mu Qing's chin to force him to look up. This is how the white holy sword wants. She conjured an icy blade to her heart, her voice suddenly shifting to that of a child. Nail mother to the pillar of the afterlife. 3 phantoms emerged around her. A 7-year-old girl curled in a pool of blood. A 16-year-old healer pierced by ice silkworm thread. In the present day, which grasping a broken heart, not I in the instant the phantoms overlapped, she abruptly tore open her garment to reveal a sword wound in her heart, from which twin Adumbra flowers bloomed. This body should have perished long ago. The witch cackled madly, driving the icy blade toward the Adumbra flower-s stamen, but by Yuling's persona reclaimed control of her right hand at the last moment. Her bloodied fingertips trembled as they brushed against Mu Qing's cheek, the girl shedding blood tears from her left eye. The stone of 3 lives stuck and reflect. The sound of sword chi cleaving through the air split the night. The white holy sword approached, stepping on the burning heart knot, the tassel entwined with the very half that pierced the witch's heart. As the sword tip aimed at the Adumbra flower, the witch unexpectedly pulled Mu Qing into her embrace, her red lips pressing against the curse mark on his neck. Remember this feeling. Agony surged in tandem with a fragrant aroma enveloping his body, and Mu Qing saw golden goo worms coursing through his bloodline. The witch bit her tongue, feeding him her blood, yet a specter of Bai Yuling emerged behind her. The plain-clad girl was using a golden needle to pierce her Baihui point, severing the transmission of the blood curse. Go. Seizing the moment when the witch was distracted, Bai Yuling waved her sleeve to shatter the pouch at her waist. In the swirling fog of the soul-soothing powder, her silver hairpin transformed into a spiritual serpent, pulling Mu Qing down into the hidden passage beneath the lotus pond. In the final flicker of light before the water closed, Mu Qing witnessed a heart-stopping scene. The witch's left hand grasped the tip of the white holy sword, while her right hand formed the healing incantation of the Medicine King's Valley. The bloodied petals parted and closed, clearly urging him to flee, while her eyes, filled with blood tears, turned into ice crystals that shot toward the pond's surface. At the end of the hidden passage, the water's surface reflected the blood-red moonlight. When Mu Qing resurfaced, Bai Yuling was kneeling by the pond, coughing blood, her moon-white garment soaked in crimson. Her trembling fingertips clutched half a jade pendant, which could perfectly fit with the remaining jade on the witch's neck to form the emblem of the Medicine King's Valley. This is Mother-est. Suddenly, she grasped her wrist, her nails drawing forth the blood curse on her flawless skin. Silence. You worthless thing. Her voice abruptly took on the witch's madness, yet her left hand pressed firmly on her right arm's endpoint. Mu Qing gazed in horror as the young girl split beneath the moonlight. The right half of her body shimmered with golden needle patterns, while the left was covered in crimson marks of curses. The 2 forces collided at her brow. The pool of water suddenly boiled like molten lava. Catch! Bai Yuling hurled a jade pendant into Mu Qing's embrace, her right eye instantaneously consumed by blood. With her left hand, she conjured an ice blade to pierce her own heart, while her right hand formed a lotus seal. Rebirth stream. Suppressing. The persona of the sorceress gained the upper hand amidst the excruciating pain, her toes curling to send pebbles from the pond's edge flying towards Mu Qing. Yet, as the stones touched the jade pendant on his chest, they disintegrated into powder, revealing what lay within. Astonishingly, it was the finger bone of the Valley Lord from the Apothecary Valley, lost 3 centuries ago. Seizing the moment, Bai Yuling reclaimed a fleeting clarity, her bloodied fingertips tracing a teleportation array upon the water's surface. Father intends to use your chaotic body. Before she could finish, she suddenly sealed her mute points, tears of blood mingling with clear tears as they fell into the pond. A bronze cauldron surged up from the depths, its body entwined with the same ice silkworm threads that adorned the sorceress's waist. The instant the lid was lifted, Bai Yuling's silver hairpins shattered, her 3,000 strands transforming into blades that ensnared Mu Qing within the cauldron. No. The sorceress's shriek and the sound of Bai Sheng's sword rang out simultaneously. As the rebirth sword pierced the cauldron, Bai Yuling cast one last glance at Mu Qing, her gaze as clear as morning dew upon their first meeting, her lips silently forming the words, "Survive." The azure light erupting from the cauldron engulfed the heavens and the earth. Just before his consciousness faded, Mu Qing beheld the astonishing truth inscribed within the cauldron. The name Bai Yuling was centrally embedded in the sacrificial list of the Apothecary Valley massacre from 3 centuries past. Chapter 5. The empty courtyard moon. As Mu Qing pushed open the door to his home, the wind chime tinkled softly beneath the eaves. His mother was drying herbs in the courtyard, while his father polished the ancestral bronze sword under the corridor. Everything seemed as usual, as if those harrowing nights had never transpired. "Dachau, you're back?" His mother's gaze lifted, brimming with tenderness. "Where have you been these past few days?" Mu Qing opened his mouth, yet the sweet metallic taste of blood from the sorceress feeding him surged in his throat. Instinctively, he touched the nape of his neck, where the curse patterns should have been. Now replaced by a faint pink scar that went to gather herbs, he averted his mother's probing gaze. Hastening into the house, as night descended, Mu Qing lay in bed, staring vacantly at the full moon outside. In days gone by, at this hour, the sorceress would always arrive bathed in moonlight, either reeking of blood or enveloped in the fragrance of blooming flowers. Her laughter oscillated between madness and allure. The ice silkworm threads binding his wrist, leaving intricate red marks upon his skin. Yet tonight, the courtyard was eerily silent. Tossing and turning, he found it hard to sleep. He rose and pushed open the window. The moonlight spilling into the desolate courtyard, where only a few fallen leaves danced with the wind. He suddenly recalled Bai Yuling's final gaze, clear as morning dew, yet imbued with resolute sorrow. "Are you thinking of her?" A familiar voice echoed in his ear, and Mu Qing whirled around, but only saw the empty wall illuminated by moonlight. He chuckled bitterly, thinking perhaps he had lost his mind. The following morning, Mu Qing practiced swordplay in the courtyard. The bronze sword sliced through the air, emitting a faint hum. He suddenly remembered how the sorceress had descended like a remnant sword that night. Her golden attire transforming into flowing flames, the wondrous flower blooming at her heart under the moonlight. "Qing'er, your swordsmanship." His father, standing in the corridor, furrowed his brows slightly. "Why does it seem tinged with hostility?" Mu Qing sheathed his sword, the hilt having carved crimson lines into his palm. Only then did he realize that, unbeknownst to him, he had employed the very technique the sorceress used to crush a traitor's spine that night. As night fell once more, Mu Qing sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, gazing at the crescent moon on the horizon. Suddenly, he heard a faint sound of bells, leaping to his feet, but only spotted a black cat leaping over the wall. "What are you truly waiting for?" he scoffed to himself. Turning back inside on the third day, a rumor began to circulate in town. The sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, Bai Sheng, had entered seclusion, and his daughter, Bai Yuling, was managing sect affairs in his stead. It was said that this young mistress was gentle and virtuous, with exceptional medical skills, yet she never revealed her true face, donning a white jade mask all day long. When Mu Qing heard this news in the tea house, he nearly dropped his teacup. He recalled that night, when Bai Yuling was struck by sword energy and by Sheng's anxious cry for Ling. Perhaps that cold-hearted sword cultivator truly cared for his daughter after all. That night, Mu Qing once again lay awake. He donned his robe and paced in the courtyard. The moonlight flowed like water, elongating his shadow. Suddenly, he heard a faint rustling from the wall. Looking up to see a white figure flash by. "Bai Yuling?" He instinctively called out, and no answer came. Only a white feather floated down from the wall. Landing in his palm, the quill was stained with a hint of vermilion, exuding a faint medicinal aroma. Clenching the feather tightly, Mu Qing suddenly understood something. He hurried back inside, retrieving the ice silkworm jade pendant. Under the moonlight, the pendant glimmered softly, as if blood were flowing within. He recalled Bai Yuling's last words. Rebirth stream. Suppressing. Perhaps all was far from over. As he pondered, a light laugh suddenly echoed from outside the window. That laugh was laced with allure and madness, one he knew all too well. "Little dog, have you missed me?" Chapter 6. The pharmacopoeia. The moonlight was shrouded by dark clouds, plunging the courtyard into profound darkness. Mu Qing clutched the ice silkworm jade pendant, warily peering out the window. The light laugh lingered in his ears, yet fell silent. Suddenly, a shadow darted past the courtyard wall. Mu Qing chased after it. He only found scattered black feathers on the ground, the quills emanating an eerie purple glow. He bent down to pick one up, a burning sensation coursing through his fingertips. "This is a feather of the demonic crow?" He recalled Bai Yuling mentioning that the demonic crow was a sacred item of the demonic sect, preying exclusively on the blood of cultivators that eye in the distance. The sounds of a struggle reached his ears. Following the noise, he beheld a startling scene in the bamboo grove outside town. Dozens of figures clad in black were assaulting a woman in white. The woman, adorned with a white jade mask, wielded flying golden needles. Bai Yuling herself, hand over the pharmacopoeia, and we may spare your life. The leader of the black-clad figure sneered, brandishing a demonic blade that glimmered ominously. Bai Yuling remained silent, merely accelerating the speed of her golden needles. However, the assailants were evidently prepared, each one bearing a pouch of demonic crow feathers at their waist, capable of countering her needles, just as Mu Qing prepared to intervene. He saw Bai Yuling suddenly stagger. Blood seeped from beneath her mask, and her right hand uncontrollably grasped at her own neck. The sorceress's persona was battling for control. Now's your chance. The black-clad figures seized the moment. Their demonic blades aimed straight for Bai Yuling's heart. At that critical juncture, a sword energy sliced through the air. Bai Sheng descended like the moon, the rebirth sword sweeping across, forcing the black-clad figures back. Yet his complexion was as pale as paper, his chest soaked with blood. Father, Bai Yuling's voice turned faint. You're injured. Bai Sheng shielded her behind him, and Mu Qing realized that Bai Sheng's sword energy was no longer as fierce as before. He was evidently gravely wounded. The black-clad figures erupted in laughter. Bai Sheng, you sacrificed your own blood to suppress the demonic nature within your daughter, and now you're at your last gasp. Hand over the pharmacopoeia, and we might spare you and your daughter. Bai Sheng sneered. Just because of you. He suddenly bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the rebirth sword. The sword immediately glowed with crimson light, its energy surging. The black-clad figure's expressions changed dramatically. Retreat. Yet it was too late. The bloodlight swept across, and the black-clad figures fell one by one. However, Bai Sheng too could not withstand it, kneeling on one knee. The rebirth sword plunged into the earth. Father, Bai Yuling supported him, tears pouring down from beneath her mask, but Bai Sheng pushed her away, his gaze fierce. Go. Take the pharmacopoeia and escape. They will not let you go. Before he finished speaking, the sound of breaking air echoed from afar. More black-clad figures were approaching. Bai Yuling gritted her teeth and suddenly removed her mask. Under the moonlight, her right eye had completely turned crimson. Since you seek death. Her voice transformed into a bewitching madness. Then let them all die. Her golden attire fluttered without wind, her 3,000 strands of hair morphing into blades. The sorceress's persona fully seized control, the wondrous flower at her heart blooming in a sinister fashion. Mu Qing was alarmed and rushed forward to stop her, but Bai Sheng held him back. Let her be. This is the only way. The sorceress cackled as she plunged into the enemy ranks, leaving carnage in her wake. Yet Mu Qing noticed that her left eye remained glistening with tears. Bai Yuling's persona was still struggling. When the last black-clad figure fell, the sorceress suddenly knelt, spewing blood. Her body trembled violently, her left eye losing its crimson hue, but her right eye grew even more scarlet. Quick, seal me. Bai Yuling's voice was intermittent. I can't control it. Mu Qing gritted his teeth, stepping forward to press the ice silkworm jade pendant against the sorceress's brow. The pendant glowed with azure light, and the sorceress let out a piercing scream. You will all die. Her body erupted with a terrifying aura. Shattering the pendant, Mu Qing was thrown back by the shockwave, landing heavily on the ground. He beheld the sorceress soaring into the air, her golden attire transforming into flowing flames, her 3,000 strands of hair writhing like venomous snakes. Since this world cannot accommodate me. Her voice oscillated between male and female, old and young. Then let this world accompany me to the grave. Bai Sheng struggled to rise, pointing the rebirth sword at his daughter, yet hesitating to strike. For the first time, pain and conflict flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, Mu Qing comprehended. He forced himself to stand, advancing towards the sorceress. Bai Yuling, you promised me. You said you would take me to see the 3 lives stone. The sorceress halted abruptly. The blood in her right eye faded slightly, while the clarity in her left eye brightened. Mu Qing. Just then, the distant sound of bells rang out. The eastern skies lightened, heralding the dawn of a new day. The sorceress's body suddenly collapsed, her golden attire transforming into ordinary white robes. Bai Yuling's persona regained dominance, yet she was utterly weakened. Mu Qing lifted the unconscious Bai Yuling, casting a glance at the chaos surrounding them. a foreboding sense rising within his heart. This tumult, it seems, has only just begun. Chapter 7. The arrival of the 1,000 demons 3 days later. At the ruins of Yaowang Valley, Mu Qing traversed the dilapidated remnants with the unconscious Bai Yuling on his back, followed closely by the faltering Bai Sheng. Once flourishing fields of spiritual herbs were now ensnared by crimson vines, the valley heavy with a decaying sweetness. The rebirth gorge lies just ahead. Bai Sheng suddenly halted, brandishing the rebirth sword across his chest. The ground trembled as 72 stone pillars, etched with demonic runes, erupted from the earth, encircling the trio. Master Bai, have you been well? Came 4 overlapping voices from the heavens. The clouds parted to reveal 4 demonic sovereigns descending upon a sea of corpses and blood. An elderly man from the east wielded a skull-shaped pestle, exuding toxic mists with each step. A beautiful woman from the west bore a giant emerald-scaled python draped over her shoulders, its eyes reflecting countless vengeful spirits. A gnome from the south trod upon 100 specters carrying a coffin, skeletal claws reaching out from within, while a youth from the north carried a bronze sword box, golden blood dripping from its seams. The poison sorcerer, the serpent matron, the ghostly coffin, the sword puppet. Bai Sheng's grip on his sword tightened as veins bulged from his hand. Had the 4 demon halls truly allied? The poison sorcerer cackled wickedly, pointing the pestle at Bai Yuling. Surrender the medicinal manual and the chaotic body, and we shall leave your corpses intact. As he spoke, 200 transformation realm cultivators materialized in the clouds, forming a net of golden elixirs and nascent souls. Bai Yuling suddenly opened her right eye, her blood-red pupils reflecting a maniacal glee. Is that all you have, you rabble? She conjured an icy blade at her fingertips and stabbed it into her left arm, the excruciating pain awakening her demonic persona entirely. The golden gauze gown billowed without wind, her 3,000 strands of hair transforming into a cascading waterfall of crimson. The demoness soared into the air, a mystical purple light blooming from the flower upon her heart. 300 years ago, you annihilated my Yaowang Valley. Her voice morphed into the wails of countless vengeful spirits. Today, I shall use the blood of the 4 demon halls to commemorate. Bai Sheng suddenly coughed up golden blood, the rebirth sword emitting a mournful CRY. Mu Qing then realized that a strange black mist was seeping from the wound on his chest. He had been afflicted by the poison sorcerer's heart-eating poison. Father, be careful. Bai Yuling's persona suddenly wrested control of her left side, her left hand forming the secret seal of Yaowang Valley. Golden light clashed violently with blood light within her body, forming a yin-yang diagram beneath her feet. The sword puppet abruptly drew its sword, unleashing a torrent of 10,000 remnants from the bronze sword box. This child possesses the chaotic Tao body. He is the perfect catalyst for refining the human pill. Just as Mu Qing prepared to retreat, blood-red runes began to emerge from the ground. It turned out that the 4 demon halls had laid down a soul-refining grand formation with the blood of 200 transformation realm cultivators long before they entered Yaowang Valley. Countless golden elixir cultivators outside the formation recited incantations, while nascent soul cultivators cast their life treasures into the formation's core. The demoness suddenly let out a piercing shriek, her soul-stealing bells exploding into shards. She tore open her chest, revealing the mystical flower upon her heart. Bai Sheng, if you dare to suppress me again. Her fingertip pierced a petal, and blood transformed into a rain of crimson blades. I shall slay this little beast first. Yet at that moment, Bai Yuling's persona erupted, tears of blood streaming from her right eye. Mu Qing, run. What they seek is not the medicinal manual. But, before she could finish her thought, the poison sorcerer hurled the skull pestle. The toxic mist coalesced into a ghostly visage, hurtling toward Bai Yuling's brow. Bai Sheng swung his sword to shatter the toxic fog, only to expose a vulnerability at his back. The serpent matron's massive python seized the opportunity to strike, its venomous fangs sinking into his right shoulder. The skeletal claws from the ghostly coffin reached out, tearing 3 of his ribs from his body. Now's our chance. The sword puppet pointed its sword toward the heavens, the 10,000 remnants transforming into a sword dragon. Within Mu Qing, the chaotic insect suddenly surged forth, golden blood trickling from his 7 orifices. The soul-refining grand formation began to extract the essence of his Tao body. The demoness suddenly grinned wickedly, allowing the sword dragon to pierce her chest. To the astonishment of all present, she seized the embedded remnants and, in a swift motion, drove them into her own brow. You desire the chaotic body? I shall destroy it. The world fell into a profound silence. only to erupt in a blinding crimson light. When the brilliance dissipated, everyone was horrified to discover the shard embedded in the demonist's brow was none other than a fragment of the rebirth sword. And Bai Yuling's persona had separated into two distinct entities. The black mist coalesced into chains around Bai Sheng's chest, binding Mu Qing and the two Bai Yulings into a triangular formation. This was the true resurrection, grand formation. 300 years ago, Bai Sheng wiped the golden blood from the corner of his mouth, a crazed glint igniting in his eyes for the first time. Did you truly believe that the annihilation of Yawang Valley was the doing of the demon sect? The faces of the four demonic sovereigns paled drastically as they realized their life treasures were uncontrollably flying toward the center of the grand formation. The poison sorcerer's pestle exploded into a fine powder, revealing within it the sealed remnant soul of the Yawang Valley Master. Chapter 8. The Rebirth Calamity. At the center of the formation, Bai Sheng's golden blood transformed into myriad flowing runes, each one containing the entirety of a transformation realm's swordsman's cultivation. His silver hair cascaded like a waterfall, his sword-like brows and starry eyes set against a backdrop of pure white robes now stained with blood. The remnant soul of the Yawang Valley Master broke free from the skull pestle, morphing into a blue light that entered Mu Qing's body. No, Bai Yuling and the demonist screamed simultaneously. Yet they were bound by the grand formation, unable to move. Bai Yuling, clad in a moon-white gown, her visage as delicate as a painting, tears welling in her eyes. The demoness, barefoot and suspended in the air, her golden gauze gown transforming into flowing flames, her 3,000 strands of hair dancing like venomous serpents. Though their personas had separated, they still shared the same memories of that blood-soaked night 300 years ago. Qing Air, Bai Sheng's voice suddenly softened. Forgive me, my child. His form began to disintegrate, transforming into specks of golden light that merged into the grand formation. That it turned out he had long since become the heart of the formation. Waiting for this day, the four demonic sovereigns unleashed frenzied attacks upon the formation, only to be repelled by its power. The poison sorcerer's toxic mist recoiled, the serpent matron's serpent turned against her. The skeletal claws from the ghostly coffin reached for their master, and the 10,000 remnants of the sword puppet redirected their blades. Bai Sheng, have you lost your mind? The sword puppet howled, its bronze sword box exploding, 10,000 remnants transforming into sword dragons hurtling toward the formation. If you resurrect the Yawang Valley Master, the entire cultivation world will not be obliterated. Bai Sheng's spectral form chuckled lightly, sweeping the rebirth sword before him, sword energy transforming into a golden dragon that collided with the sword dragon. That one strike was breathtaking, the sword light cascading like a suspended galaxy, the sword energy crackling like thunder from the heavens, shattering the 10,000 remnants entirely. And so what? His gaze swept over by Yu Ling and the demoness. As long as I can save Linger. Mu Qing's consciousness began to blur, the chaotic insect within him ravenously consuming the remnant soul of the Yawang Valley Master. He glimpsed countless fragments of memories, the Yawang Valley Master cradling the swaddled Bai Yuling, Bai Sheng kneeling before the rebirth pillar, pledging a blood oath, the demon sect's armies breaching the mountain gates. Suddenly, a clear light shot forth from Mu Qing's brow. Bai Yuling broke free from the formation's restraints, lunging toward Bai Sheng's vanishing form. Father, stop! Yet the next moment, she grinned wickedly as she formed a seal. Too late. She tore open her chest, revealing the mystical flower upon her heart. Petals began to wither, transforming into blood-red runes that merged into the grand formation. Her eyes sparkled with a frenzied light, her crimson lips curling into a beguiling smile. Did you think I was unaware of your plan? For 300 years, I have awaited this moment. She suddenly turned to Mu Qing. Little pup, I shall borrow your chaotic body for a moment. The chaotic insect within Mu Qing erupted forth, forcing the remnant soul of the Yawang Valley Master out of his body. The demoness seized the opportunity to devour the remnant soul, her aura surging dramatically as she broke through the confines of the transformation realm. Her golden gauze gown morphed into flowing flames, her 3,000 strands of hair cascading like a blood-red waterfall. Each step she took fracturing the very fabric of space. No, Bai Yuling's persona erupted, forcibly merging with the demoness. The two bodies transformed into luminous points, intertwining in midair to form a twin-flowering Adumbra. Bai Sheng's spectral form finally shattered. Linger, his voice brimmed with regret. It was I who erred. His body entirely dissipated, yet in the final moment, The rebirth sword transformed into a beam of golden light that entered Mu Qing's body. The grand formation exploded with a resounding roar. The four demonic sovereigns seizing the chance to escape with a trace of true essence. Mu Qing fell to the ground, the chaotic insect within him calming. Eye in the air, the twin-flowering Adumbra began to unfold slowly. Bai Yuling and the demoness voices resonated simultaneously. Mu Qing. Live on for us. Petals withered one by one, transforming into a deluge of luminous rain. When the final petal fell, only an ice silkworm jade pendant remained. Mu Qing picked up the pendant, discovering a blood-red line within. Suddenly, he understood that Bai Yuling and the demoness had not truly vanished. Instead, they coexisted in another form. Eye in the distance. Bai Sheng's spectral form flickered amid the clouds, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Linger. Father will find a way to bring you and your mother back. Chapter 9. Rebirth. 3 months later, at the Tianjin sect, Mu Qing stood before the mountain gate, gazing in a daze at the towering sword peak. Since that night, the chaotic insect within him had fallen into slumber, replaced by a gentle yet powerful force. The sect master requests your presence. A disciple rushed over. Within the council hall, the new sect master was attending to sect affairs. To his surprise, the sect master was not one of the Tianjin sect's elders, but rather a surviving medicinal boy from Yawang Valley, now a transformation realm cultivator. Mu Qing, the sect master set down the jade tablet in hand. Do you wish to join my ranks? As Mu Qing was about to respond, the ice silkworm jade pendant in his embrace suddenly radiated warmth. He extracted the pendant, noticing the blood-red lines were slowly flowing. As if alive, the sect master's expression shifted. This is the aura of the twin-flowering Adumbra. He hurried forward, his fingertips glowing with azure light as he examined the pendant. Remarkable, Bai Yuling and the demoness have actually been reborn in this manner. It turned out that after Bai Yuling and the demoness fused that night, they had not truly dissipated. Their essences merged into the ice silkworm jade pendant, nurtured by the chaotic power within Mu Qing, and were gradually reviving. However, the sect master furrowed his brow. To fully resurrect them, one more catalyst is required. What catalyst? Mu Qing asked urgently. The sect master gazed into the distance, the 3 live stone from the rebirth gorge. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the hall. A disciple rushed in, panic-stricken. Sect master, the 4 demon halls, they have come knocking. Before the words could finish, the sky suddenly darkened. The 4 demon sovereigns descended upon the realm, treading upon clouds of malevolence, accompanied by an unfathomable army of demonic cultivators. Surrender the chaos body, the medicine demon sneered. Or else what? A cool voice suddenly interjected. The assembly turned toward the source of the voice, and there appeared a woman clad in white, stepping gracefully as if upon the moonlight, adorned with a white jade mask. Her hands deftly wielded golden needles, unmistakably resembling Bai Yuling. As the woman removed her mask, she revealed a face identical to Bai Yuling's, yet her gaze bore the enchanting allure characteristic of a sorceress. Little pup, have you missed me? The faces of the 4 demon sovereigns paled in shock. Impossible. You were clearly reduced to ashes. The woman chuckled lightly, conjuring icy blades from her fingertips. That was merely your wishful thinking. Before her words could settle, she abruptly formed a hand sign, unleashing a terrifying aura. The ghostly flower of the night bloomed with an eerie violet glow upon her chest, while her 3,000 strands of hair cascaded like a crimson waterfall. Today, I shall use the blood of the 4 demon hall. Her voice transformed into the wails of countless vengeful spirits to honor the souls lost in my Medicine King Valley. Meanwhile, the blood-red vortex began to swirl ominously. Master Bai, your calculations are admirable, the medicine demon stated, his withered fingers shattering a jade vial. Green mist coalesced into a skull, with our essence nourishing the grand formation. Today we shall reclaim our investment. How noisy. Master Bai flicked his finger, unleashing a sword chi that pierced through the toxic mist. Blood erupted from the medicine demon's left shoulder, yet from the wound emerged countless venomous insects, rapidly mending his body. The mother serpent's emerald-scaled python suddenly grew in size, its head morphing into that of a beautiful woman. The essence of sword cultivators is most nourishing. Let me savor you, impudence. Bai Yuling's voice shattered the air as she tossed the Medicine King's cauldron. Golden needles pierced the serpent's eyes, causing the massive python to writhe in agony, collapsing half a mountain in the process. The sorceress, barefoot and treading on the void, adorned in a gown of gilded flames, declared, The serpent's gall of that old hag serves as a splendid medicinal catalyst. 3,000 strands of her hair ensnared the serpent's body. Lifting the colossal creature into the air, the mother serpent attempted to counteract, yet was thwarted by the sword chi emanating from Master Bai's. The ghostly coffin exploded. Countless skeletal claws reached for the formation's core. Master Bai discarded his sword, forming a seal with his hands, releasing a golden sword barrier. Formation, arise. The earth trembled as 72 sword pillars erupted from the ground, pinning the skeletal claws in midair. Seizing the opportunity, the sword puppets launched a surprise attack, transforming into a dragon of swords. Master Bai, you lured us with your daughter as bait. Did you ever consider? Suddenly, the sword dragon altered its course, aiming directly at the sorceress. She cackled madly, the flower blooming upon her chest glowing ominously. Just in time, unflinching, she allowed the sword dragon to pierce through her. Blood splattered, and where it fell, toxic mandrakes sprouted. Spirit. Master Bai's eyes widened in horror. Sensing his daughter's peril, the rebirth sword transformed into a golden rainbow, soaring through the air. This strike was nothing short of breathtaking. Before the light arrived, the sword chi had already leveled 3 mountain peaks. The sorceress seized the moment to grasp the sword rainbow, thrusting it into her own dantian. Old man, you ultimately cannot bear to. Bai Yuling's persona manifested amidst the crimson light, her delicate hands forming the rebirth seal. Father, please stop. The golden needles sealed her major acupoints, forcibly extricating the sorceress's persona. Master Bai trembled violently, golden blood streaming from his 7 orifices that linger. You can actually. Before he could finish, the 4 demon sovereigns merged, transforming into a colossal demon image. The sorceress's ethereal form emerged from the flowers, her gilded armor shattering piece by piece. Little do you think? Before she could conclude, Bai Yuling's phantom stepped forth from another flower, sealing the sorceress's acupoints with golden needles. Just as the giant demon's enormous hands descended, the twin flowers unexpectedly fused together. Time and space stilled, as a sword chi spanning 300 years erupted from the remnants of the rebirth sword. This was the ultimate sword intent sealed within. Where the sword light passed, the demon image disintegrated. The 4 demon sovereigns' true forms fell to the ground, entwined with golden sword patterns. No, it cannot be. The medicine demon struggled, crushing his life force poison pill, my myriad of insects. Bai Yuling's phantom sighed lightly, and the medicine king's cauldron inverted. Within its golden glow, the toxic mist coalesced into a divine elixir. Master Medicine Demon, the white insect tome you stole long ago, is ultimately missing its final page. Seizing the opportunity, the sorceress broke free from her bonds, shattering the sword puppet's dantian with her bare feet. The essence of sword cultivators, quite delightful. Blood stained her crimson lips as 3,000 strands of hair pierced the heavenly crowns of the remaining 3 demons. Master Bai suddenly materialized, the shards of the rebirth sword transforming into a cage. Linga. Cease this, cease. The sorceress licked the blood from her fingertips, the flower patterns spreading to her right cheek. Did you ever consider stopping when you planted the insects in mother? Abruptly, she tore open her garments, revealing tiny chains emerging from her heart. These were manifestations of Master Bai's life force sword intent. Bai Yuling suddenly seized control of her body, driving the golden needles into her divine palace, Mu Qing. The stone of 3 lives. Before she could finish, the sorceress's persona retaliated, binding Mu Qing with icy silk. Little pup, but let us merge as one. Chapter 10. The end of the flower beneath the blood moon. The waterfall of the rebirth abyss cascaded down like a curtain of crimson as the sorceress stood barefoot upon the mountain of corpses formed by the 4 demon sovereigns, her gilded garment soaked in dark red. The flower on her chest sprouted strange vines, reducing the remnants of the sword puppet into dust. 300 years. She traced her fingers across the charred visage of the medicine demon. Master, are you aware that the heart-eating insects you reared have long been replaced with the spiritual seeds of the Medicine King Valley? Courtesy of my father? Master Bai's silver hair whipped wildly in the gale, the rebirth sword thrumming amidst the scattered golden insects. Gazing at his fully demonized daughter, the sword techniques in his hands coalesced and dissipated. Linger. Please stop, stop. The sorceress suddenly laughed maniacally as her 3,000 strands pierced the mother serpent's 7 orifices. Did you ever think to stop when you turned mother into the rebirth insect? the serpent's golden core erupted in her palm. Reflecting the blood tears at the corners of her eyes, "You taught me. If you desire something, you must seize it at any cost." The corpses of the 4 demon sovereigns suddenly exploded, the essences of the cultivators they had devoured over the past 300 years coalescing into a river of light. The roots of the flower upon the sorceress's chest surged, absorbing the entire river of light. "Old man, that you actually used them as fodder." "Not fodder, master," by coughed up golden blood, the rebirth sword fracturing inch by inch. "But a catalyst." The shards of the sword transformed into golden powder, coalescing into the phantom of a woman in the air. The ice silkworm jade pendant cradled by Mu Qing suddenly soared towards the stone of 3 lives. The inscription transforming into a luminous veil upon contact. The truth erupted like thunder. 300 years ago, Bai Yingxue knelt before the ice coffin, her twin children each adorned with half a blooming flower upon their hearts. Master Bai's trembling hand gripped his sword tightly. "Only by dividing the rebirth insect into twin forms can I ensure Shue's soul remains intact. I ask my husband truly to do this." The woman in the ice coffin suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze ablaze with purple light. "Using our children." Before she could finish, the flower upon her heart surged violently, revealing that it had long been corrupted by demonic seeds. That day, Master Bai severed the ice coffin with his sword, inadvertently sealing the demonic seed within his eldest daughter's spirit platform. At that moment, the phantom of Bai Yingxue gently caressed her daughter's cheek. "Ling, your mother never intended to use you." The sorceress's surrounding demonic energy abruptly stilled, as the roots of the flower pierced Bai Yingxue's lingering soul. "False, all of it is false." She frantically clawed at the phantom, only to see golden powder form chains binding her heart. "It seems I am the superfluous one." That the sorceress suddenly erupted into manic laughter. She tore open her chest, extracting a pulsating golden heart insect. "Father, I shall return this to you." Master Bai thrust the lingering soul into Mu Qing's body. "Take Shue and flee." He turned, embracing his demonized daughter, radiating the final brilliance of a tribulation stage cultivator. "Father will teach you one last lesson. Some sins must be repaid by the parent." In the instant the heart insect detonated, the rebirth abyss began to collapse. Mu Qing was hurled away by the shockwave. He beheld the sorceress transform into a flurry of blooming flowers. The ice silkworm jade pendant sank to the bottom of the pool, and the phantom of Bai Yuling gently waved. "Go tell the world that the Medicine King Valley has never possessed a remedy for salvation." Amidst the cataclysmic explosion, Mu Qing was propelled 100 miles away, cradling the lingering soul of Bai Yingxue, who sighed softly. "He has never understood that I would rather my soul scatter than." Half a year later, in the desolate northern wilderness, Mu Qing pushed open the wooden door of the medicine pavilion, and a gust of wind and snow ushered in a dark figure. A barefoot woman leaned against the doorframe, the flower upon her heart reduced to withered twigs, her gilded armor encrusted with frost. "Little pup, that have you found the herb to ease my worries?" Outside the window, a figure of a silver-haired sword cultivator flickered amidst the snow and fog. In his hand, the rebirth sword was but a fragment, and at the tassel hung 2 ice silkworm jade pendants, one inscribed with Yingxue, and the other stained with dried golden blood. Chapter 11. A cry for help as dusk permeated the window panes. Mu Qing awoke from a chaotic dream. In the dream, a girl in red was watering wisteria, silver bells jingling with her movements. That was the Bai Yuling devoid of demonic energy, her brows and eyes clear as the thawing mountain springs of early spring. Yet in the next moment, he saw the barefoot sorceress approaching him with a smile. Since returning from the northern realm, this dream had recurred incessantly. Qing, the heart-wrenching call of his mother pierced through the illusion. Under the old locust tree in the courtyard, his father lay reclined on a bamboo couch, his right leg twisted at a grotesque angle from the knee, the stark white bone jutting through the flesh. Dark red blood meandered across the bluestone slab like a stream, and several withered leaves carried droplets of blood toward the corner of the courtyard where the daylilies grew. Mu Qing stumbled forward, reaching for his father's icy wrist. His mind blank, he was at a loss for how to confront the situation before him. His hands clenched tightly, betraying a sense of helplessness. An overwhelming wave of oppressive pain surged within him, filling his entire being. In an instant that he suddenly recalled the scene he had witnessed at the city lord's manor. By Yuling sealing the orifice, the gates of the lord's mansion were firmly shut, and a servant slipped a piece of osmanthus cake into his palm. It is young Master Mooching. Alas, it is unfortunate that the White Sect Master and his daughter departed at the hour of the tiger. Claiming to seek the 3-life stone to as the oiled paper unraveled, the sweet, cloying aroma mingled with a trace of the cold fragrance of snow spirit flowers. The night enveloped the world like a vast, profound black curtain, gradually cloaking the earth in silence, while the once bustling crowd by the roadside dissipated with the passage of time, leaving only a desolate stillness behind. When Mooching encountered the witch at the end of the long street, the sky rumbled with distant thunder. She sat barefoot on the eaves of the tavern, her gilded skirts cascading like a waterfall of blood, her toes adorned with silver bells entwined around a severed finger of someone. "What is the little dog searching for?" The witch leaned down with a soft laugh, as the stamens of the manjusaka flowers in her hair dripped with venom, etching a 7-star formation into the bluestone pavement. Mooching gazed into her amber eyes, where the blood-red sunset and his own reflection danced, as if he were drowning in a pool of melted honey. "Can the master save my father?" For the first time, Mooching felt a desperate yearning for assistance. Disregarding the humiliation and mockery he might face from the witch as he made his plea, the witch narrowed her eyes slightly, descending into a momentary contemplation. Time seemed to freeze, surrounding them in silence, save for the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze. After a moment, her gaze returned to Mooching. A faint smile graced her lips as she said, "You are but my little dog. How could I possibly stand by and watch you perish?" As the witch's fingertips coaxed forth granulations from his father's festering wound, Mooching noticed golden threads seeping from the cracks of her jade bracelet. These golden threads, like living creatures, slithered toward the wound, consuming the rotten flesh before retracting back into the bracelet. This was the long-lost secret technique of the Medicine King Valley. "Devour the goo. I never make a loss in business." The witch suddenly grasped his chin, a mandrake root piercing his flesh. "I require 3 drops of your heart's blood." Her breath bore the sweet, sickly scent of the mandrake, while the dying sun behind her stirred a flock of crows. As the ethereal blue light from her fingertips touched the wound, it transformed into countless golden threads of goo insects. The sound of Mooching's father's broken leg bone crackled with a painful crunch, while rotten flesh flaked away like petals, revealing a skeletal structure as white as jade. Such a grotesque wound. The witch licked the blood droplets that splattered onto her lips, her gilded armor scraping against the newly formed tender flesh, as though it ought to be adorned with beautiful embellishments. Suddenly, she tore off a string of human teeth from her waist, pressing one marked with the Medicine King's rune into the wound. Thunder roared outside, and torrential rain poured down. Mooching, amidst his father's stabilizing pulse, recalled that night when Bai Yuling had excised the rotten flesh, her icy silk gloves also entwined with the same golden threads. At that moment, the position of the vermilion mole on the witch's nape aligned perfectly with the fragmentary totem on the tassel of the white sacred sword. As the bones began to heal with a brittle sound, the witch suddenly turned to Mooching. "Do you know, little dog, that I despise being used?" Blood-red whirlpools swirled in her amber pupils. The excruciating pain struck unexpectedly. The moment Mooching's knees crashed against the bluestone pavement, he heard the chilling sound of his bones shattering. The witch pressed her bare foot onto his trembling fingertips, the patterns of the Adumbra flowers searing into his flesh. "Do you think offering 3 drops of heart's blood suffices as repayment?" As she leaned down, manjusaka flowers cascaded from her hair, their petals piercing Mooching's eye sockets. "I want you to endure the pain of having your heart gouged daily, and suffer the torment of bone gnawing every night." Chapter 12. Torment. As the midnight bell tolled, chains suspended Mooching from the rafters. Ice silks penetrated his ribcage, weaving a blood-red web beneath the moonlight. "Oh, you know the taste of betrayal, little dog?" She trod barefoot upon the swaying shadows cast by the candles, her gilded armor scraping against the corners of Mooching's bloodied lips, leaving a poisonous purple mark. The ice silks hanging from the rafters suddenly tightened. Mooching heard the brittle sound of his ribs fracturing. Before the pain could fully spread, the witch grasped his chin and forced mandrake juice into his mouth. The viscous poison congealed in his chest, refining every ounce of pain into a blade that would erupt after 100 days. This was the terrifying nature of the Medicine King's Valley's forbidden technique, the congealed pain goo. The witch spun and seated herself upon a diamond-patterned mirror stand. Her fractured visage reflected within. Her left eye was as clear as glass, while her right burned with a molten crimson. Her fingers, stained with mandrake, lifted a jade comb, its teeth morphing into icy crystalline needles. Thus was how the white sacred sword had once been. She laughed as the ice needle pierced Muqing's ankle, each inch of penetration accompanied by a soft incantation. Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, until all 28 constellations were nailed into his meridians. As the third crow struck the hour, the witch suddenly tore open her garment. The remnant soul of Baiying Xue, within the ice crystal heart, opened her eyes, and at the moment their gazes met. Memories from 300 years ago slithered into Muqing's consciousness like a venomous serpent. The master of the Medicine King Valley kneeling under the pillar of rebirth, cradling the twins, while the tip of the white sacred sword pierced the heart of his eldest daughter, Linga. Dear, father will give you a beautiful heart, be silent. All of you, be silent. The witch, amidst the lightning, tore away her own flesh, draping it over Muqing's face, her hair piercing into his ears. Listen closely. The wails of countless wronged souls erupted from his scalp. As the final ice needle pierced his brow, Muqing's scream resonated with the witch's maniacal laughter. Golden goo insects emerged from the shattered bones in that instant. He felt as though a colossal hammer had struck him. His entire skeletal structure unable to withstand the overwhelming force, emitting a series of crisp and terrifying cracks that a wave of heart-wrenching agony surged forth, instantly engulfing Muqing's entire consciousness. The pain bored deep into his marrow, nearly rendering him unconscious. Every bone in his body had shattered into innumerable fragments, scattered across the ground. He felt as if he were on the brink of death, the flame of life within him flickering and dwindling. Like a candle struggling against the wind, this all came so absurdly easy, as if he were merely a stray dog, neglected and bullied, effortlessly kicked to death by the ruthless witch. As time ticked away, he could not discern how long had passed before Muqing finally emerged from that profound stupor, groggily awakening. When he struggled to open his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was the witch's exquisitely beautiful, yet malevolent and mocking visage. She rested her chin on her hand, tilting her head, gazing at him with keen interest. Upon noticing Muqing's revival, the witch's smile blossomed with even more abandon. She leaned closer to Muqing's ear, her tone imbued with a sultry chill as she whispered, "The punishment has ended, little dog. You shall be fine. However, this was rather disappointing for me. I hope next time you will allow me to truly indulge myself." With that, she extended her tongue to gently lick Muqing's earlobe, then burst into a peal of laughter that was both crystalline and chilling. Following this, the witch disdainfully removed her delicate foot that had been pressing down on Muqing, turning effortlessly to leave. Chapter 13. Beg for me. Muqing stood rooted in place, his gaze fixed intently on the witch's retreating figure until it faded from view, his heart gradually settling back into his belly. However, just as he thought everything had come to an end, that familiar silhouette reappeared before him like a specter. "Oh, you hate me, my little dog?" The witch gazed at Muqing, her tone icy enough to freeze the very air around them. "Because you are weak, you must bear the burden." Upon hearing these words, Muqing was momentarily taken aback, a complex wave of emotions surging within him. "Can I say goodbye to my family?" The witch let out a cold laugh, her frigid aura freezing all in its wake. When Muqing regained consciousness amidst the agony, the first scent that reached him was the bittersweet aroma of the heavy incense mingled with the scent of blood. The cold iron shackles had worn his wrists raw, and through the crimson gauze hanging from the torture rack, he could see Bai Yuling at the vanity, meticulously applying her brows. Awake, she ignited a flicker of glass fire at her fingertips, illuminating her gilded armor with a cold gleam. "Today is a trial for a new medicine in a jade bowl." A verdant concoction bubbled, while an invisible force clutched Muqing's jaws. The bitter liquid slid down his throat. He suddenly caught sight of a reflection in the bronze mirror, behind the which stood a little girl with twin buns, inserting snow spirit flowers into her hair. "Coughed up behind you." Muqing barely began to speak before he was flung against the wall. Bai Yuling's hand coiled around his neck. "If you do not want these eyes, I can remove them for you." In his struggle for breath, Muqing inadvertently grasped the jade pendant at her waist, and a flood of images surged into his mind. A girl gathering herbs under the moonlight, a woman locked upon an altar, having her heart gouged out, and a rain of swords. When he touched the icy silk at his neck, he realized the threads were burrowing into his veins toward his heart. The stroke of midnight. The sound of chains roused Muqing. Bai Yuling danced barefoot under the moonlight, the silver bells at her feet producing a bewitching sound. Even more bizarre, She was enveloped in two types of spiritual energy. Her left hand wielded the spring wind and rain technique for healing, while her right hand conjured the soul-extinguishing curse. Muqing sought to break free from his bindings, but when he reached for the elixir furnace, he was thrown back. Within the furnace were hundreds of soul-locking nails, each inscribed with the name of the white sacred sword. He suddenly noticed a half-scroll of the white jade pharmacopoeia hidden within a dark recess of the wall, its tattered pages detailing the remedy for the snow spirit heart-melting technique. Who permitted you to touch that? Bai Yuling appeared in an instant, and the snow spirit flowers in her hair suddenly bloomed violently, their petals slicing across Muqing's cheek. Yet, as the flower stems touched his wounds, they inexplicably blossomed into blood-colored lotus flowers. Both of them froze in place. The purple light in Bai Yuling's eyes flickered ominously as she suddenly seized his wrist and pressed it against her heart. Do you feel it? Heard is missing a medicinal catalyst. The ice silks entwined with her fingers glowed with an ethereal blue light as she abruptly yanked the threads, drawing Muqing close. The snow spirit flowers tumbled from her hair onto the young man's shoulder, transforming into blood-red incantations upon contact with his skin. The little dog's pulse quickens. She whispered softly against Muqing's ear, her breath forming frost flowers in the air. Was it fear or anticipation? The resplendent gilded armor glimmered like a shooting star, racing across his heart. As the armor moved, exquisite patterns of intertwined lotus flowers miraculously appeared in its wake, as if these beautiful blossoms had long been hidden beneath his skin, waiting for this moment to bloom. Simultaneously, the once tranquil pool began to boil violently, reflecting the intertwined figures of the two that behind the witch. A colossal phantom of a nine-tailed fox slowly emerged, its nine tails swirling in the air, exuding an unsettling aura, while Muqing's shadow transformed in an instant into a soaring azure phoenix, its wings shimmering with a cerulean glow, confronting the fox's apparition, clad in a flawlessly white jade garment and barefoot. The white jade spirit gracefully traversed the starry sands beneath her feet. With every step she took, the starry grains crumbled effortlessly beneath her, emitting a crisp and melodious sound. The anklets adorning her ankles chimed rhythmically with her movements. Each chime sent ripples through Muqing's consciousness. She approached him slowly, extending her blood-stained fingertips gently to his lips, whispering, "Taste it. This is the essence of the 7th Yuan Ing cultivator's blood today." A slight smirk curled at the corners of her mouth, revealing a blend of cruelty and allure. Yet, in the next moment, the white jade meanwhile, within the body of Muqing, the blood began to miraculously coalesce in the water into strands of golden silk. These golden threads, as if imbued with a spirit of their own, swiftly entwined around the fraying soul-lock chain, as though exerting every ounce of strength to protect something precious. Through the hazy aquatic light, Muqing vaguely discerned the shattered figure of the sorceress gradually vanishing into the endless abyss of darkness. A fit of maniacal laughter erupted from the sorceress amidst her agonizing torment, a sound so chilling it seemed capable of piercing the very soul. As her laughter echoed, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted around her, akin to a torrential flood, instantly shattering all surrounding ice coffins into fragments. At that moment, the sorceress resembled a descending demon god, her grip tightening around Muqing's throat as she forcefully pressed him against the cold, bone-chilling altar at the bottom of the pool. Simultaneously, behind the sorceress, a spectral manifestation of a full 72 shimmering immortal-slaying swords began to slowly materialize. These sword phantoms crisscrossed and radiated an endless aura of slaughter, instilling a sense of dread. Now you understand, do you not? This existence is destined to plunge into the boundless, unending hell. Her eyes revealed a blend of despair and madness. Yet, at that moment, the once tranquil altar suddenly underwent a bizarre transformation. The entire altar erupted into a colossal blood-red star map, emanating an eerie glow, as if concealing boundless secrets and terrifying powers. Following this, the sorceress unhesitatingly thrust Muqing away, directly propelling him into the central formation of the star map. Just as the teleportation array was about to activate, Muqing's eyes widened in terror as he beheld a scene forever etched in his memory. The true Bai Yuling was enduring unprecedented torment at that very moment. Countless pale, bone-like hands reached out from the void, gripping her frail body tightly, desperately tearing at her spiritual essence. Each hand bore a green ring symbolizing the elder status of Yawang Valley. With the tips of these fingers stained with fresh, crimson blood, Clearly the blood of by Yuling's mother. Chapter 15. 300 years ago in an instant, the blood-red star map dissolved into nothingness, and the anomaly vanished. The 9-turn golden bell on by Yuling's wrist began to resonate without wind, its 72 bell tongues transforming into ice silkworm silk. She leaned against the Xianbing couch, her bare feet gliding over the Yuden pattern on Muqing's heart. The vermilion birthmark on the sole of her foot emanating a devilish glow, scorching frost flowers into the shape of paired lotus blossoms. The heartbeat of the little dog grew erratic. The gilded armor sliced through his robe, revealing the chaotic goo nestled in his chest. 300 years ago, when your master passed away. Her fingertips suddenly pierced the flesh where the goo resided, the heartbeat resonating like a haunting melody. In excruciating pain, Muqing beheld an illusion. Bai Yuling was suspended by iron chains in the burning heaven furnace, while outside, the white saint cast the remnants of the pharmaceutical codex into the sea of flames. Each of her anguished cries transformed into the crimson flames of a red lotus, and those flames now coursed through his meridians. The cold pool suddenly boiled, countless ice silkworms surfacing. Bai Yuling seized Muqing's hair, compelling him to look up, pressing the ice silkworm king against his lips. Swallow it. This is the only thing that can withstand my primordial lean. The moment the ice silkworm entered his body, Muqing glimpsed the secret deep within her consciousness. Every night at midnight, the sorceress would use ice silkworm silk to mend the heart veins gnawed upon by the love goo. The other end of those bloodied threads was entangled with the longevity lock gifted by his father in his childhood. It must hurt, right? She suddenly bit her tongue, pouring her blood mixed with chaotic energy into his mouth. When my father severed my spiritual roots, the tingling of her nail, stained with danko, grazed her abdomen, causing similar pain. The mandala flower's stamen exuded golden fragrant mist, and the snow-white flower in Bai Yuling's hair ignited upon contact with the fog. She straddled Muqing's waist, the ashes of the burning flower falling onto their clasped hands, scorching them with the shape of the Big Dipper. Oh, you know what this is. She smeared the burning ashes on his eyelids, reminiscent of the time you knelt before the elders of Yawang Valley. Suddenly, she grasped his wrist and pressed it against her lower back, dripping blood onto her birthmark. Muqing's palm brushed against the uneven scar, the word sin inscribed in Sanskrit. His fingertips trembled. Bai Yuling abruptly tore the silk garment from her shoulder, revealing the cursed totem that spread across her body. Understand this well. This body has been. The gilded armor pierced his heart, serving as bait for the righteous path you belong to. The ice silkworm silk suddenly tightened, causing Muqing's wrist bones to crack. Bai Yuling's blood-stained fingertips were poised against his throat, while the gilded armor trembled eerily, tracing fragmented blood lines upon his skin. The mandala flower sea unfurled in the absence of wind, countless Yuden flowers blooming simultaneously, and the fragrant essence solidified into golden powder cascading down. Dio not gaze. Her left eye shed blood tears upon Muqing's heart, branding it with charred symbols, destined for misfortune. Yet the snow-white flower in her right eye grew wildly, delicate roots piercing the skin at the corner of her eye, blossoming into crystalline clusters on her cheek. Muqing was abruptly pulled into a tripartite consciousness. 7-year-old Bai Yuling curled up within an ice coffin, desperately clawing at her heart. Father said if I dig out my spiritual roots, it won't hurt anymore. With each claw, the gilded armor of the current sorceress sank deeper into Muqing's flesh. The 16-year-old medical sage was bound to the altar with red silk, while 3,000 cultivators below brandished their gathering instruments. She abruptly turned her head, smiling at the Muqing in the void. Hurry and leave. Before she could finish, she was forced to drink poison, the blood spilling from her lips transforming into the red spider lily in the hair. The ice silkworm threads erupted from her very marrow, entwining the two into a cocoon. Within the husk resonated 3 distinct voices, a young girl humming a requiem, a healer reciting the pharmacopoeia, and a sorceress whispering sweet nothings as she licked his earlobe. Behold, we are becoming a new legend. As the first rays of dawn pierced the cocoon shell, Muqing suddenly realized that the white jade spirit in her arms was crystallizing. The snow-white petals of her snow spirit flower merged with the manjasaka, transforming into a hue of amber, the last glimmer of clarity in her eyes reflecting his silhouette. So this is the most potent poison. The unfinished words solidified within the sanguine amber, while the ice silkworm threads around her wrist continued to quiver, like a lamentation. Chapter 16. The crying within the cocoon. The ice silkworm's heart devoured. The ice silkworm cocoon exploded at dawn, fissures spreading like a spider's web. each crevice oozing golden-red mist. The snow-colored hair of the white jade spirit slithered like a living serpent, the threads of ice silkworm entwining Mu Qing's soul into the chaotic goo. Her fingertips traced the 365 incantations inscribed upon the cocoon's wall, as golden patterns suddenly flowed backward into a crimson stream, coalescing in the void into the spectral figure of a white saint. What he held was not a sword, but a longevity lock woven from ice silkworm threads. Father teaches you to comb your hair. The spectral hand loosely grasped a comb. Droplets of blood mingled with snow spirit petals falling between its teeth. Suddenly, the white jade spirit erupted, her gilded armor tearing through the apparition. Yet amidst the scattering of light dust, she glimpsed the scene of her 5th birthday, the white saint trembling as he tied an ice silkworm ribbon in her hair, the tail adorned with a silver bell engraved with the words peace. Now, that very silver bell hung from the tip of the Hades spear, chiming in time with her sweeping motion. With a chime, at the moment the silver bell trembled. The heart-binding chain around Mu Qing's wrist suddenly constricted into his marrow. He beheld the roots of the chaotic goo creeping through his veins, each tip blooming with a miniature manjasaka. The blood-stained fingertip of the white jade spirit pressed against his heart. Do you feel it? These flowers are feasting upon your guilt. The melody of the Rebirth Sutra pierced through the glass coffins, each sarcophagus exploding in response. The memory poison coalesced into an inky serpent, entwining the surviving disciples of Tianji Pavilion. Their pupils fractured into crystalline patterns, suddenly collapsing to the ground, clawing at their chests to excavate the decaying remnants of sugar figurines. Sweet. Little Lingo's candy was the sweetest. The fragments fell to the ground, taking root, pale arms extending from the blossoming manji. In the moment a disciple was devoured by the flower's heart. Laughter of a 7-year-old girl echoed from within the bud. Brother, let us play hide and seek. His corporeal form melted within the bud, bones crystallizing into a new sugar figurine, springing forth into the palm of the white jade spirit. Taste Father's love. She pressed the sugar figurine into Mu Qing's mouth. As the sugar coating melted, the bitter core of the life-extending pill seared his tongue. Visions from 300 years past erupted upon his taste buds, the white saint shattering sugar figurines to obtain the pill, while the ice silkworm thread stealthily ensnared his daughter's wrist, transferring spiritual energy. In reality, the white jade spirit suddenly vomited black blood, the droplets falling to the ground coalescing into a small ethereal figure of the white saint. Kneeling as he bandaged the wound she suffered at the age of 7. When the bones of the blue phoenix wings pierced through the thunderclouds, the manifestation of the heavenly path revealed a glass chessboard. Each piece was a skull of the elder from the cave heavens, the board inscribed with remnants of the Nirvana scroll. As the white jade spirit flapped her bone wings, feathers transformed into a rain of fire, igniting the sanguine chess score. General, she bit through the tip of her tongue, chaotic blood spraying onto the Hades spear. The spear's surface cracked with weeping patterns, 300 lost souls swooping down like black crows to devour the heavenly manifestation. Mu Qing's heart blossomed with crystalline flowers, petals piercing the manifestation's eyes. Deep within those pupils lay the confessional phantasm of the white saint. He knelt before the medicine king's cauldron, threading his lifetime of cultivation into the lining of his daughter's wedding gown. As the golden threads flowed, protective heart patterns emerged, only to be violently torn away by the present white jade spirit, wrapping around Mu Qing's neck. The old foolish tricks. Her bone wings pierced the throat of the heavenly manifestation, extracting not a throat bone, but the atonement letter carved from the white saint's ribs. The moment the silk cloth unfurled, the blue phoenix's lament ignited. On the frostfall of the year of the Jiazi. Take Linger's heart blood, place the ice silkworm crystal core in the sword tomb, and wish to protect my daughter for the rest of her life. The ink was blurred by bloodstains. The last line trembling. On this birthday, Linger did not call for father. Amidst the thunderous collapse of the heavenly manifestation, Mu Qing caught the falling sorceress. The crystalline flowers at his heart swelled, their roots piercing his internal organs. The mingled blood solidified into golden red threads, stitching the remnants of the white jade pharmacopoeia into a massive cocoon. Time and space reversed within the cocoon, the Medicine King Valley blooming with snow spirit flowers. The 7-year-old white jade spirit chased after butterflies, while the white saint stealthily mixed the life-extending pill into osmanthus cakes. Suddenly, Mu Qing's chaotic goo throbbed with pain. He recalled the past life where he hid behind a tree. The ice silkworm butterfly still ungifted, only to be transformed into a puppet alchemist. Alchemist brother, the girl turned, her pupils swirling like amber whirlpools, the butterfly net transformed into the Hades spear, sweetly piercing his heart. Do you wish to feed me medicine as well? In reality, the ice silkworm cocoon exploded with a deafening roar, the threads solidifying into new heavenly laws, each thread adorned with fragmented memories. The silver bell at 5, the sugar figurine at 7, the earrings at 16, but the snow hair of the white jade spirit ensnared Mu Qing, whispering in the morning sun. Now, we are the rules. The transformed white jade pharmacopoeia levitated atop the 3 realms. Its covered totem morphing into a living entity. The white family's pestle pierced Mu Qing's spine, while the blue phoenix wings encircled the waist of the white jade spirit. She bit through her fingertip to inscribe the front page. Blood letters generating a heavenly prohibition. Those who break the realm, carve kin's bones as bait. Those who refine pills, feed souls as fuel. Those who are emotional, suffer the heart-devouring punishment of the ice silkworm. The heart-binding chain around Mu Qing's wrist tightened, the other end burrowing into the core of the pharmacopoeia. The sound of cracking bones erupted from the pages. 300 disciples of the Medicine King Valley were sewn within, with each turn of the page prompting someone to vomit sugar figurine fragments. The white jade spirit licked his earlobe. Do you smell that? This is the true fragrance of medicine. The blue phoenix wings spread one last time, carrying the 2 into the pharmacopoeia. At that moment, practitioners across the 3 realms simultaneously heard the cries of an infant, a newborn swaddled in ice silkworm threads, its heart pulsating with chaotic goo. On the ruins of the Medicine King Valley, the roots of the paired snow spirits burrowed deep into the underworld, the left petal redeeming and absorbing the remnant soul of the white saint, while the right petal consumed the greedy thoughts of all beings. Every newly refined pill core was wrapped in miniature sugar figurines. The consumer would inherit the heart-excising memories of the white jade spirit at 7. The sugar remnants took root within the practitioners, blooming manjusaka from their eye sockets, with the flower's heart hiding the remnants of the past alchemist's soul. Amidst the ashes of the burned bone wings lay remnants of the Rebirth Sutra. And those who touched it would experience the tactile cycle of 12 forms of death. Each fragment of feather bore the last words of the Medicine King Valley disciples. When morning dew brushed over their inscriptions, their dying screams would reemerge. The pharmacopoeia would autonomously generate pill formulas, with herbal materials marked by the 3rd rib of kin and the blood of admirers from their tongues. The pages concealed letters from the white saint, which upon being burned would reveal the different ages of his daughter's palm prints and tear stains. When the left petal redeemed and absorbed the confessions of practitioners, it would bloom with the white saint's voice reading to his daughter during her first lessons. When the right petal consumed the sins of killings, the flower's core would exude a blood-red nectar mingled with the bitterness of life-extending pills. Practitioners were compelled to swallow the atonement pill, first tasting the sweetness of osmanthus honey, only to be overwhelmed by the bitterness of heart-excising gall. The blood of the white jade spirit carried the fragrance of snow spirit flowers, entering their throats, transforming into 100 kinds of poisonous flavors in succession, ultimately congealing at the root of the tongue into the sickly sweetness of sugar remnants. The weeping patterns released by the Hades spear did not echo wails of sorrow, but rather the happiest laughter of the souls in life. The sound of the ice silkworm cocoon cracking resonated in harmony with the sound of the 7-year-old white jade spirit's wrist bone fracturing, solidifying into eternal tinnitus in the ears of the practitioners. Touching the blue phoenix's remaining feathers would evoke the suffocation of drowning and the burning pain of being consumed. When the chaotic goo acted up, Mu Qing's skin bore the palm prints of his daughter at 5, and the nail imprints of 16, each line seeping blood. When the first practitioner carved out the heart blood from their kin according to the pharmacopoeia, amidst the blood mist that erupted from the alchemical furnace, the smiling face of the white jade spirit appeared, ice silkworm threads ensnaring the neck of the alchemist. Their pupils reflected the curled silhouette of the 7-year-old girl, while the white saint's sigh echoed in their ears. This sin shall endure through eternity. At that moment, the paired snow spirits of the Medicine King Valley withered, the left petal ascending to the 9th heaven, transforming into a new heavenly path, while the right petal sank into the underworld, coalescing into the 900th weeping pattern of the Hades spear. Deep within the flower's core, the chaotic goo awakened, quietly creeping into the newborn's dantian 1,000 miles away, amidst the ruins of the sword tomb. The roots of a newly birthed Manjusaka entwined with the remnant soul of the white saint and Mu Qing's ice silkworm cocoon. Within the bud, the cries of an infant intertwined with the soft laughter of the sorceress. Look, is this hell without end? Beautiful? Chapter 17. The heart-burning melody, the white jade spirit, barefoot, traversed the mirror of dreams, each step stirring ripples of different hues. Within the crimson ripples, the sorceress grinned as she excavated the golden core of the practitioner. Within the inky ripples, the healer trembled as she stitched wounds, and beneath the amber ripples, the 7-year-old girl curled in the corner of the medicine cabinet. Her soft whip swept across the mirror's surface. The sound of the ice silkworm bell piercing the eardrums, only to suddenly soften at the end, transforming into the bubbling sound of a boiling medicine furnace. Mu Qing was pinned to the torture platform by gilded armor. Watching as her pupils shifted from gold to amber, her fierce golden eyes, molten like liquid iron, suddenly cooled upon touching his wound, merging into the timid amber of a child. Alchemist brother, the gilded armor upon her fingertips lost its edge, transforming into the soft pads of a child's fingers, gently brushing against the blood-seeping puncture on his shoulder. Does it hurt? Linger will blow it for you. Before her words could finish, the golden pupils surged like magma breaking through ice. The armor re-solidifying. Why should I feel sorry for you? The blood of the little puppy was still so hot. Yet, when droplets splattered onto her cheek, she abruptly fell silent, her fingertips hovering half an inch above the wound. As if touching the fragile petals of the snow spirit flower, the chill of the pool's vapor crystallized at her brow, then evaporated into mist with each breath. Does it hurt? Her voice suddenly lowered to that of a healer who burned the midnight oil beside the medicine furnace. As the ice silkworm threads instinctively coiled around Mu Qing's wrist to staunch the bleeding. This wound needs a 7-leaf lotus. Before she could finish, she violently seized his throat, her nails carving Manjusaka patterns into his skin. I loathe you most for this submissive appearance. As the heart-wrenching melody of the zither pierced the air, it stirred a tempest of anguish, the strings entwining with the remnants of a cultivator's soul, eliciting a mournful wail. Bai Yuling reclined against the instrument, her delicate foot arching to graze the chin of Mu Qing. Listen to this piece. Lihuanine, it is your most cherished tune. Her fingertips glided over the strings, yet the sound that emerged was a jarring, discordant rip'd in the midst of the crimson mist. She suddenly leaned closer, her hair cascading to conceal her fierce countenance. Do you remember when you played the leaf flute to lull me to sleep? Her tone softened abruptly, akin to spring's gentle whispers. Yet when Mu Qing dared to reach out, it morphed into a furious retort. How dare you touch me? The strings constricted around his wrist, yanking him back with a bone-cracking force, the echoes of frenzied laughter reverberating through the hall. The cold pool stirred with ripples, her gaze fixated on the water's reflection, her fingers unconsciously mimicking the childhood act of braiding hair, twisting the icy silkworm threads into the shape of a peace knot. Only when Mu Qing emitted a muffled groan did she snap back to reality, furiously tearing the knot apart. Foolish child's play. Yet the remnants of the silk instinctively coiled back around his bloodied wrist. As she sank into the frigid depths, her fingers traversed Mu Qing's spine, at times carving incantations like a blade, at times resembling a healer's pulse check. When the gilded armor pierced his chest, it suddenly transformed into the force of a pestle grinding herbs, pressing acupoints around the wound. This is the Shaolin meridian. Her voice abruptly halted, nails digging fiercely into the freshly clotted wound. What pretense of compassion? I shall revel in your pain. The rusted cauldron at the bottom of the pool roared to life, causing her to retract her hand as if struck by lightning, curling up like a child. Father's cauldron brewing medicine again. When she looked up once more, her eyes blazed with a crimson ferocity, seizing Mu Qing and thrusting him towards the cauldron. You shall join them, disintegrate alongside those medicinal remnants. Yet at the moment of impact, she cushioned the back of his head with her palm, allowing her own hand to be bloodied and mangled by the rust. The remnants of herbs within the cauldron released a sweet, metallic scent, and the bound ice silkworm threads suddenly softened, gently nudging Mu Qing towards the surface. Breathe in. On a nuptial bed woven from star sand, the Bayou Pharmacopoeia hovered like a blood-red crescent moon. She bit her fingertip, tracing symbols on Mu Qing's heart, the fierce strokes abruptly transforming into delicate calligraphy. Here, 3 chin of vermilion must be used. Then, she violently tore away a piece of flesh and hurled it into the air. The blood droplets, glistening like rubies, gradually coalesced into a charming, exquisite sugar figurine. They began to descend. At that instant, her previously indifferent expression morphed into that of an innocent child, jubilantly exclaiming, "Brother Yao Dong." Linga finally learned the art of sugar making, however, just as Mu Qing extended his hands in eager anticipation to catch the confection. Her smile vanished, replaced by a chilling cruelty. Without hesitation, she crushed the newly formed sugar figurine, the razor-sharp shards mingling with blood, forcefully shoved into Mu Qing's mouth. Then, with a fierce glare, she spat out, "How does it taste?" "Sweet, is it? This was concocted using your poor junior brother's heart's blood." At this moment, her once resplendent wedding attire lay in tatters, the waist ribbon reduced to countless fragile fragments scattered upon the ground. Unfazed by appearances, she straddled Mu Qing's waist, her slender fingers, stained with blood, gliding like a demon's talons from his collarbone to his throat. As she leaned down, her raven tresses cascaded like a waterfall. Veiling their faces in a shroud of intimacy, she parted her luscious crimson lips, exhaling a warm breath, akin to whispers shared between lovers. They all say that through mutual cultivation, we can dispel all toxins of the world. Yet as Mu Qing obediently closed his eyes, bracing for what was to come, she suddenly opened her mouth wide, sinking her teeth into his lower lip, only releasing him once the metallic taste of blood graced her palate. Then, she coldly mocked, "Humph, you dare believe such nonsense? Today, I shall infect you with love's poison and relish watching you disintegrate in agony." As time passed, the once pristine ice crystal flower gradually darkened to an abyssal black. As though stripped of life's radiance this moment, Bai Yuling clasped Mu Qing's right hand tightly, driving the blade he wielded straight into her heart. The sword tip embedded itself 3 inches deep into flesh. Yet abruptly halted as if ensnared by a binding spell. She trembled violently, laboriously lifting her gaze to meet Mu Qing's, her eyes brimming with despair and sorrow, trembling as she traced her brow with his fingertips. After what felt like an eternity, her once melodious voice became gratingly hoarse. "Look here, there should be a deep scar. Do you remember that year, when the alchemical furnace erupted, and you recklessly dashed in to shield me from that deadly peril?" The bones of the phoenix unfurled behind her with a thunderous roar, each feather inscribed with forbidden techniques from the pharmacopoeia. She guided Mu Qing's hand to tear at the wings, but, in the instant of excruciating pain, pushed him away. "Flee." The fractured wings morphed into chains that yanked him back. "Do you wish to escape?" "Only by reducing my soul to lamp oil." The cold pool began to devour the starlight as she knelt upon the increasingly frozen surface, violently tearing her hairpin from her hair and gently tucking the bloodied ornament into his garment. When the lightning of the demon-slaying formation split the heavens, onlookers beheld her pressing her forehead against Mu Qing's blood-stained palm, reminiscent of a devotee touching a divine statue, while behind her lay a blood-soaked inferno of wailing spirits. Chapter 18. The sword tomb. The cold pool suddenly froze, the 72 caverns splitting open into an abyss. At the sight of the witch's spine, invisible to Mu Qing, the snow spirit flower seeds buried 3 centuries ago thrived uncontrollably, their roots entwining with the sealing sword of the sword tomb. In the next moment, Bai Yuling clasped his neck with a sinister grin. "Did you think this trick could redeem me?" Cracks spread across the ice like a spider's web, each fissure exuding a bloody sword intent. Bai Yuling knelt at the center of the icy expanse, the remnants of the phoenix wings coalescing into 72 blood-red small swords, their blades inscribed with the forbidden techniques of the pharmacopoeia. Her fingertips, stained with cinnabar, glided across the ice, and beneath the surface, the reflection of the sword tomb emerged. 10,000 broken swords thrust into the earth, with the slashing sword at the summit devouring blood-red lightning. Looked as she suddenly seized Mu Qing's hand, pressing it against the ice, icy silkworm threads entwining their clasped fingers, the cause and effect you buried 3 centuries ago. The illusion of the sword tomb beneath the ice twisted, revealing phantoms of the two clad in wedding garments, stepping upon a bridal carpet woven from the skulls of cultivators. As the first sword's howl erupted from the depths of the pool, the snow spirit flowers in her hair withered abruptly. The phantoms of 10,000 broken swords burst forth from the ice, forming a slaughtering sword formation around her. The gilded armor peeled away, revealing skin marred with icy fissures, each crack housing a fragment of the sword tomb's remnants. Mu Qing suddenly grasped her wrist, his palm brushing against the chaotic worm pulsating deep within the sword marks. "Do not activate the sword formation." Her pupils swirled with gold, ink, and amber, the phoenix wings behind her bursting forth, their feathers transforming into a flurry of wedding invitations. "Today, 10,000 swords serve as my betrothal gifts. Blood droplets splattered as the remnants pierced the brows of cultivators, coalescing into a joyful character in the air. I invite all to my wedding feast. The howling winds of the sword tomb carried the stench of decaying sword energy, unleashing a cacophony of cries from the remnants atop the 72 sword peaks. Bai Yuling stood barefoot atop the peak of the broken heart, the icy silkworm waist chain beneath her bridal gown shimmering with an eerie blue light, resonating with the heart-binding silk around Mu Qing's wrist. After slaying the demon, this woman shall be dealt with by you all. The voice of the Tianji Pavilion master rang like iron striking iron. Bai Yuling suddenly tore open her left sleeve, revealing a pristine white arm marred with bite marks, each a testament to the trials endured during her father's medicinal tests. The gilded armor traced along her arm, and as blood droplets fell into the formation's center, they transformed into 300 blood butterflies. Little dog, watch closely. The blood butterflies surged towards the remnants atop the sword peak, revitalizing the rusted blades along their path. Mu Qing observed as every sword's tassel bore an icy silkworm knot, the ends tethered to the chaotic worm within Bai Yuling's heart. The specter of the white sage rose from the depths of the sword tomb, his white hair entwined with the snow spirit flower hairpin of his deceased wife. He raised his hand. The sealing nail meant for his own heart shifted direction, piercing through Bai Yuling's limbs with the oppressive force of the tribulation stage. Father taught well. Bai Yuling coughed up black blood, laughing maniacally as the sealing nail pinned her to her father's destined sword. The blade of heartbreaking .3 phantoms emerged behind her, a 7-year-old girl suspended in chains above the alchemical furnace, a 16-year-old healer bound to an altar by red silk, and the present day, which piercing both the Shinong Ding and Mu Qing's embrace, suddenly let out a mournful wail, its body reflecting the star chart of the Yaowang Valley from 3 centuries past. As he smeared his essence across the position of the Yuhing star, 10,000 broken swords surged forth like a torrent of bronze into the cauldron. The images that materialized within the cauldron left him breathless. The 7-year-old Bai Yuling curled within the medicinal cauldron, while outside, the white sage trembled as he cast the Nirvana scroll into the fiery abyss. Linger, endure a little longer. This is for your own good. Old fool, look at what truly embodies the chaotic path. Bai Yuling shattered the sealing nail, the obliterating incantations entwining around the sword spirit of Bai Wuyo. She tore apart her wedding dress, revealing the chaotic worm totem coiled around her waist by the icy silkworm threads. For 300 years, I have rehearsed the act of filicide. Amidst the explosive clamor of the formation's core fracturing, the remains of Bai Yuling's mother tumbled from the white sage's embrace. Mu Qing's pupils constricted. Embedded in the corpse's chest was a half-buried pestle, perfectly matching the deadly weapon that had pierced the white sage's emotional core 3 centuries ago. The blood inscription Nirvana scroll upon the inner wall of the joint coffin glowed with a demonic light. By the blood of kin, one can reverse life and death. It turned out that you spared my life to serve as the medicinal catalyst for my mother. Bai Yuling caressed the cinnabar mole on her mother's neck, suddenly striking the pharmacopoeia into Mu Qing's brow. In that moment of inheritance and empowerment, Mu Qing beheld the most gruesome truth. Bai Sheng nightly carved out his daughter's heart's blood to nourish his wife's corpse, and the scars from the soul-locking chains on Bai Yuling's back were precisely 365 marks of bloodletting. The blood-stained silk of ice silkworms was woven into the lining of her wedding gown, which now surged with sword energy, revealing its crimson interior. The man's Ishua in the witch's hair surged, as the vines crushed by Wuyo's primordial spirit. Black blood spilled from her lips. Now, we each possess a half of the chaotic curse. With blood-stained fingertips, she pointed at Mu Qing's heart, where a parasite pulsated, merging the essence of the ice silkworm king and the witch's blood, coexisting in life and death. Or would they perish together? As the sword formation of the 72 cave masters tore through the void, the earth beneath the sword tomb collapsed with a thunderous roar. The scarlet moonlight poured over Bai Yuling's blood-stained wedding gown. As the obliteration spell had yet to take form, the 72 sword energies of tribulation had already pierced through her vital points. The man's Ishua vines shattered inch by inch, its nectar mingling with blood, etching the words patricide into the scorched earth. Ultimately, they had arrived at this juncture. Bai Sheng's shattered primordial spirit was wrapped in the snow flower on his wife's corpse, each petal inscribed with the words Yuling. In the rifts of the void, hundreds of days and nights emerged. 7-year-old Bai Yuling cried out from within a cauldron, while Bai Sheng outside crushed a jade slip for help. The 16-year-old medical fairy was taken for her essence. while he recited scriptures atop the clouds, yet clutched her broken earring in his hand. Father was wrong. Bai Sheng's primordial spirit suddenly ignited, the snowflower transforming into chains that bound the rampaging Bai Yuling. Memories of the secret chamber surfaced in the flames, a crystal coffin sealed with his daughter's complete soul, as Bai Sheng stitched together his wife's rotting essence. Wait a moment, my love. Until I find a pure vessel for Linger, the sword energy of the 72 cave masters converged into a galaxy, yet halted the moment it touched Bai Sheng. He tore open his chest, extracting the bloody chaotic curse. This was indeed the mother curse planted in Bai Yuling during her childhood. The parasite shrieked as it devoured his primordial spirit. The ninefold purple sky thunder cleaved the heavens. With my soul as a sacrifice, summon the 300 souls of Yawang Valley. Bai Sheng's corporeal form crystallized in the thunder, a reversed version of the Nirvana array appearing beneath his feet. At the focal point of the array, Bai Yuling's mother's remains suddenly opened their eyes, and the medicinal pestle flew into Bai Sheng's hand. Linger, this is the true forbidden technique of the pharmacopoeia. The moment the pestle pierced his heart, 100,000 remnants coalesced into a colossal sword traversing the heavens. Bai Sheng's crystalline body was riddled with cracks, yet his voice was gentle enough to stir the heart. This sword severs cause and effect, breaks the cycle, and buries all lives. But it shall not harm you. The moment the giant sword fell, the 72 cave masters transformed into mist of blood. The ice silkworm silk around Bai Yuling's wrist suddenly snapped, and the mansashawa from her hair surged towards Bai Sheng. Who gave you permission to save me? Yet the petals crystallized into ice upon touching him, each reflecting the past. A wooden puppet carved by her father on her 3rd birthday. A hand delivering spiritual energy throughout her high fever at 7. The life-extending pill by her bedside after being taken for her essence at 16. Father, no. The fury in the witch's pupils cracked inch by inch, revealing a childhood phantom. Bai Sheng's crystalline fingertip brushed against her eye's edge, the blood tears he wiped away crystallizing into amber that fell into Mu Qing's palm. Take good care of her. As the giant sword shattered, Bai Sheng's primordial spirit transformed into a flurry of snow flowers. Within each flower's core curled the young Bai Yuling, humming the lullaby her father taught her. The witch's heart-wrenching scream shattered mountains and rivers for 1,000 miles. She grasped the blood-stained fragments of her wedding gown and stuffed them into her mouth, as if swallowing 300 years of love and hatred. Old fool, do you think this can redeem you? The amber in Mu Qing's palm suddenly burned, revealing the last fragment of Bai Sheng's consciousness. Within the secret chamber, he tied ice silkworm threads to his daughter's soul. Linger, your father will surely find you a clean life. It turned out that I am merely the vessel for my mother's resurrection. Bai Yuling laughed maniacally, the chaotic energy consuming all the snow flowers. She seized a shard of crystal and pierced her heart, her blood transforming into the long-lost crossing disaster fragrance of Yawang Valley. I will drag your sins into the abyss forever. Mu Qing's wrist throbbed with pain, the ice silkworm silk automatically reweaving. The thread's other end plunged into Bai Yuling's heart, intertwining with the chaotic curse into a lotus of intertwined stems. Bai Sheng's forbidden technique, exhausting his spirit, ultimately locked their fates in death amidst the ruins of the sword tomb. Bai Yuling knelt where her father had dissipated, the remnants of her wedding gown fluttering like butterflies. She suddenly grasped Mu Qing's hand and pressed it onto the intertwined lotus, her amber pupils fracturing into double whirlpools. Now, you are my accomplice. A rumble erupted from beneath, the blood-soaked Bayou pharmacopoeia breaking through the earth, its cover emblazoned with a totem intertwining their surnames, the Bai family's pestle piercing the character for wood. While the wings of the Qinghuan entwined the spiritual patterns, the witch's blood-stained fingertips glided over the cover, chuckling softly in the dawn's first light. This play has only just begun to reach its climax. Chapter 19. Almond Blossom Candy. Bai Yuling stepped barefoot across the staircase of 10,000 bones, and with each chime of the bells, a corpse of a cultivator below was ground into powder. Her toes crushed the white bones, and the powdered remains coalesced into blood-colored talismans, faintly echoing the wails of lost souls. Mu Qing was bound by ice silkworm threads, dragged behind her, his back lacerated by the bones. Little dog, she abruptly turned, the gilded armor grazing his chin. Do these bones resemble the almond blossoms of Yawang Valley? A blade of ice formed at her fingertip, and as its edge pressed against his heart, her pupils suddenly split. Her left eye reflected the spring colors of the medicinal garden, while her right swirled with the karmic flames of burning Moon Cliff. The altar was inscribed with ancient talismans, each rune glimmering with the eerie light of ice silkworms. The witch pinned Mu Qing at the altar's center. The instant the ice blade sliced open his heart, droplets of blood hung suspended like rubies in the air. She bent down to capture that drop of essence, her lips instantly turning as red as cinnabar, exhaling the cold fragrance of snowflowers. Be why your blood as a guide. Her voice fluctuated, now gentle as a healer, now frenzied as a demon, binding their fates in life and death. 72 soul lamps suddenly ignited, their wicks made from the remnants of cultivators' souls. In excruciating pain, Mu Qing beheld an illusion. A 7-year-old girl curled in the corner of a medicinal cabinet. A 16-year-old medical fairy bound on the altar by red silk, while the present witch plunged her blade into the foreheads of the first two phantoms. The man's Hishua in the witch's hair grew wildly, the petals slicing across Mu Qing's cheek, yet blossoming into blood-colored intertwined lotuses upon touching his wound. She suddenly kissed his lips, the snow flowers turning to ashes in their entwined breaths, revealing a scene from 300 years past, a medicine boy kneeling in ruins. Planting the life-extending curse into the girl's heart. Linger, live on, little dog. She whispered close to his ear, the gilded armor scraping against his back. From now on, your life is mine. Ice silkworm threads surged from the altar's talismans, cocooning the two of them. Within the cocoon echoed three voices, the witch's manic laughter, the medical fairy's gentle whispers, and the girl's sobbing pleas. When the purple sky thunder struck, Bai Yuling condensed the 3 souls and 7 spirits into a canopy above his head. The canopy woven from ice silkworm threads, each strand entwined with the remnants of cultivator souls. Little dog. Her dissipating fingertips traced his brow. You always ask me why I spare your life. I am the thunder. Her soft laughter rang out. Because in this filthy world, only you look at me without fear. The faint light from Bai Yuling's fingertips transformed into fireflies, and the gilded armor melted into droplets of crimson gold in the lightning's glow. Her shattered soul roamed the canopy. The remnants entwined within the ice silkworm threads suddenly erupted in a chorus of wails, the morning bell of Yaowang Valley from 300 years ago. The song sung by the 16-year-old girl while grinding medicine, the rustling of the cursed insects breaking their cocoons at the cliff of Burning Moon, all transformed into fine snow, gently falling onto Mu Qing's shoulders. Do you hear? She whispered, now only a silhouette, her lips brushing against his ear. Those fools always say I love to hear the screams of lost souls. The ice silkworm threads wrapping around the canopy suddenly tightened, and from the 72 soul lamps flew glowing specks like fireflies. What I collect are their warmest memories from before death. Mu Qing's wound suddenly burned, the blood droplet hovering over his heart splitting in two. One half reflected the witch's crimson-eyed edge, while the other mirrored the 7-year-old Linger curled in the medicine boy's embrace, counting stars on a moonlit night. The moment the thunder pierced the canopy, he saw that each ice silkworm thread was entwined with an icy almond blossom, the very one the medicine boy had pinned to her hair when the life-extending curse was planted. Back then, you shielded me from the first divine punishment. The ashes of the snow flowers in Bai Yuling's hair suddenly reformed, blossoming into a blood-colored tree amidst the thunder. What fell from its branches were not petals, but the most cherished memories of the cultivators she had consumed over 300 years, the candy given to his disciple by the white-haired old Taoist before his death, the peachwood comb exchanged between dual cultivation partners. Even the sensation of the medicine boy's palm's warmth that she herself had crumbled in karmic flames. The canopy suddenly whirled violently, those memory fragments raining down like a torrential storm. I in the chaotic scenes. Mu Qing grasped a piece of burning memory, a 16-year-old medical fairy Bai Yuling grinding medicine under the moonlight, a red cord tied to a piece of jade inscribed with the character for wood. Meanwhile, the witch in reality suddenly emitted a kitten-like whimper, her dissipating fingertips gripping Mu Qing's nape tightly, injecting the last 3 strands of her soul into the wounds carved by bones on his back. Does it hurt? Her cinnabar-stained lips brushed against his trembling eyelids. Planting the curse was 1,000 times more painful than this. The blood droplet suspended in the air suddenly exploded, each drop reflecting different periods of her. The 7-year-old girl tiptoeing to steal medicinal wine, the 16-year-old medical fairy cutting her wrist to feed the cursed insects. When the purple sky thunderstruck for the second time, Bai Yuling suddenly hummed the nursery rhyme of Yaowang Valley. The skeletons embedded in the altar began to tremble in tune, countless glimmers pouring from their bones, piecing together a gigantic shadow of an almond blossom tree in the AIR.AT. The roots of the tree curled a transparent figure, the very residual soul of the medicine boy that had dissipated 300 years ago. As she reached out to touch the ethereal shadow, the infernal flames of the burning moon cliff transformed into a flowing river of stars. Mu Qin was astounded to discover that the so-called malevolent sorcery that devoured cultivators merely encapsulated the lingering obsessions of the deceased within the silken threads of ice silkworms, preventing their remnants from being consumed by the underworld. The fabric of her parasol began to peel away, and the body of Bai Yuling gradually became transparent. She suddenly pressed her forehead against the blood-stained chest of Mu Qing, and the life-sustaining curse, planted 3 centuries prior, emitted a ghostly blue glow. Countless strands of ice silk surged from their wounds, weaving a celestial tapestry in the air. Each star represented a calamity she had deflected on Mu Qing's behalf. "Did you think I kept you here to ward off disaster?" she asked, laughing as she coughed up blood flecked with ice crystals. When the burning moon cliff demands a living sacrifice, her fractured fingertip traced the location of the life-sustaining curse upon his heart. "This little thing has saved you from death 19 times. As the thunder struck for the 3rd time, 72 soul lanterns erupted in unison. Bai Yuling's finally solidified right hand suddenly pierced through Mu Qing's chest, not to extract his heart, but to plant the snow spirit flower, forged from his 3 souls and 7 spirits, within his heart's meridian. The ashes drifting down suddenly coalesced into the medicinal garden from 3 centuries ago, where the 16-year-old Bai Yuling extended her hand through the illusion. "Little dog, apricot blossoms are sweetest when dipped in morning dew." When the last shred of soul dissipated, the entire altar bloomed with blood-red lotus flowers. Mu Qing knelt amidst the floral sea, gazing at the snow spirit flower seed pulsating in his palm, each petal a silhouette of Bai Yuling at different moments in time. In the distance, ethereal humming echoed as 7-year-old Ling Er sat on the branch of an illusory apricot tree, swinging her legs and smiling at him. Rain began to fall. In the long drought of the burning moon cliff, each drop of water reflected the smile of Bai Yuling before her shattering. Mu Qing suddenly comprehended her final gesture. It was not an incantation, but rather the familiar words of the young apothecary coaxing her to take her medicine. "Good girl. Finish this, and I'll give you apricot candy." Chapter 20. White frost and apricot shadows. The eaves of the heavenly machine pavilion pierced the twilight as 72 soul bells wept in the wind, their sounds sorrowful and plaintive. Perched on the corners, 3,000 copper-clad boys bore frozen expressions of sorrow. Some opened their mouths to howl, while others buried their faces in tears. Occasionally, black blood seeped from their hollow eye sockets. Remnants of souls devoured by a witch struggling for release. Mu Qing stood atop the star-plucking tower, surrounded by swirling clouds and mist, as black snow fell incessantly. Each flake transformed from the ashes of the burning medicinal valley's texts, revealing scorched characters upon landing. Life-sustaining curse requires 3 sheng of living blood. The ice silkworm threads cascaded from his wrist, the end tied to a half-piece of jade. This was the only relic left behind by the witch. The cracks on the jade resembled tear stains, oozing scarlet dew on full moon nights, which he carefully collected in a glass vial, accumulating into half a cup of blood wine over 9 centuries. "Elder Mu, it is time for the medicine." A new disciple knelt at the end of the cloud steps, the snow spirit flower juice in the glass cup shimmering in ghostly blue. Mu Qing accepted it. His fingertips grazed the frost flowers on the cup's surface. His fingers curled spasmodically. The wrist bone crushed by ice silkworms 9 centuries ago still ached with every rainy day. The cinnabar mole at his throat burned amidst the rising medicinal vapor, a mark seared by half of Bai Yuling's demon core within him. As he tilted his head to drink it all, he suddenly froze. Floating in the flower juice was a piece of ice crystal, reflecting the silhouette of a woman stepping barefoot through the snow. This was the 1007th illusion in 9 centuries, yet it was clearer than ever. Bai Yuling turned back, her gilded armor clinking, blood-stained toes crushing the bones of fallen cultivators, extending her hand toward him. "Little dog, apricot blossoms are sweetest when dipped in morning dew." The glass cup shattered upon the ground. The new disciple stumbled back, watching Mu Qing grasp the shards with bare hands. Blood dripped along the lines of his palm, greedily absorbed by the ice silkworms. These threads were no longer lifeless. They had become living curses, saturated with 9 centuries of his heart's blood, now emitting a wailing akin to a newborn's cries. "Get out!" He crushed the last piece of ice crystal, the shards piercing his palm. This was the method Bai Yuling had taught him, to suppress the demon core's turmoil with pain. When she had been scattered by heavenly thunder, she had laughed as she pierced the ice crystal into her heart. "Does it hurt?" You must remember me through the pain. The moment the blood droplets fell, the copper boys on the eaves wailed in unison. The ice silkworms wove the illusion of the burning moon. Bai Yuling stepped barefoot across the staircase of countless bones, her foot bells ringing amidst the sound of shattering bones. She suddenly turned back, lifting Mu Qing's chin. Little dog, do you smell the fragrance of apricots? Her blood-stained fingertip crushed the petals. This was watered with the essence of your senior brother's primordial infants. The tower trembled, the soul-locking pillars cracked with fine lines. Mu Qing waved his sleeve to shatter the illusion, only to see 72 blood shadows climbing towards his heart through the ice silkworms, where the festering sword wound was seeping golden-red threads, staining the black snow with blood-colored apricot petals. That he crushed the ice crystal in his palm, the shards piercing into the festering wound. This was the pain-suppressing method Bai Yuling had taught him. And now it had turned into the poison of life. As the black snow blanketed his shoulders, the soul bells suddenly rang wildly. The ice silkworms instinctively twisted into the framework of an umbrella, pulling him towards that pale figure amidst the tide of refugees. The jade pendant collided with the sword tassel, golden threads bursting forth from the crack. It was the same life-sharing curse that Bai Yuling had planted within him all those years ago. The girl's jade pendant. Mu Qing's voice was hoarse. When Bai Shuang looked up, apricot blossoms cascaded from her hair, her eyes reflecting the blood tears of the copper boys, a family heirloom. I apologize for the inconvenience, Elder. Her fingers traced circles on the rim of the cup as she poured tea, ripples forming in the liquid, reminiscent of Bai Yuling's actions when testing poison 9 centuries ago. The scars from Mu Qing's sword throbbed painfully as he saw Bai Shuang crouched beside the withered apricot tree. Tender shoots emerged from beneath the charred bark, while a dying butterfly trembled in her palm, its wings broken. This was undoubtedly the lost technique of the medicinal valley, the green sack method. The girl tilted her head and chuckled. Elder also loves apricot blossoms. She dipped her fingertip in sugar frosting, offering apricot candy to the coughing sick child, the blood tears of the copper boys congealing into amber amongst the sweetness. Spring snow crushed the last charred apricot tree in the medicinal garden. Bai Shuang crouched beside the withered branches, her skirt spreading like snow, her delicate hands brushing against the charred bark. Tender shoots sprouted from her fingertips, the pale green vitality coursing through the meridians. Wherever it passed, the scorched earth sprouted moss, and the dead phoenix-tail butterfly trembled in her palm. Hold on. She hummed a nursery rhyme, applying medicinal salve to the butterfly's wing fractures. Snowflakes fell gently from her hair, the fragrant remnants of the medicinal scent drifting toward the copper boys, softening their grotesque expressions by a third. Suddenly, the ice silkworm sword tassel surged, entangling her wrist adorned with jade. The jade bore a missing stroke in the character for wood, and from the crack, golden curse insects seeped forth. Elder understands medicine as well. Bai Shuang looked up, her fingers stained with the crimson of the apricot blossoms. This gesture ignited a painful memory from Mu Qing. 9 centuries ago, Bai Yuling had similarly gripped the throat of an enemy, squeezing the life out of them beneath the apricot blossom rain. A torrential rainstorm suddenly descended, and Bai Shuang hurried to gather medicinal herbs. Her wooden slippers splashed through puddles, sending ripples across the bluestone slabs. The demon core within Mu Qing's throat burned, and in a daze, he saw Bai Yuling dancing in the rain, her wet hair flinging droplets of blood. Little dog, do I look beautiful when I kill? Be careful. Bai Shuang slipped in the mud, yet she cradled the newly sprouted apricot seedlings in her arms. The ice silkworms instinctively coiled around her waist, but upon touching her skin, recoiled in pain. This body was too warm, so warm that it filled him with dread. The bandages around her wrist unraveled, revealing yesterday's scrapes from rescuing a fledgling, the faint scent of medicine mingling with the sweetness of apricot blossoms, causing the copper boys to shed blood tears. The flickering candlelight in the medicinal chamber cast shadows. As Bai Shuang's silver needles danced like butterflies in the candlelight, Mu Qing concealed himself in the beams, watching her tuck the blankets tightly around the feverish child, her fingertips forming a calming incense shaped like apricot blossoms. The trajectory of the fragrant mist bore an uncanny resemblance to Bai Yuling's fire-controlling technique when refining elixirs. Good girl, it won't hurt once you eat the candy. She transformed the medicinal juice into amber-hued apricot candy. And as the child swallowed it, golden curse patterns emerged in his throat. Mu Qing's pupils constricted, and the ice silkworms seeped from the scar on his palm. This was both a warning and a yearning. In the secret chamber, Mu Qing opened the remnants of the burning moon. Charred apricot petals fell from the yellowed pages, inscribed with forbidden techniques of the silkworm, feeding good souls to evil spirits. Outside the window, a nursery rhyme echoed, as Bai Shuang passed by with the injured spirit fox, the moonlight stretching her shadow into that of a parasol-wielding witch. The blood seeping from the spirit fox's wound painted a fragmented pattern of the burning moon on the ground. At the hour of the night, Mu Qing stealthily entered the medicinal chamber. The jade hue around Bai Shuang's neck glimmered under the moonlight, the ice crystal apricot blossom at her heart flickering with her breath. He materialized the phantom of the demon core above her, a warm current like golden threads seeping into her meridians, yet upon reaching her heart, it met with fierce resistance. There resided the last strand of Bai Yuling's malevolent soul. Silently mocking him, "This time that will it be you?" His fingertips brushed over the brow of the departed, and the ice silkworm suddenly coiled around his wrist. Bai Shuang murmured in her dreams, "Little dog." Outside the window, the black snow abruptly turned red, transforming into the blood rain of the burning moon cliff from that year. Chapter 21, Bloodstained Golden Platform. Another you. The 3,000 copper boys in the ancestor hall suddenly wailed in unison, black blood streaming from their hollow eye sockets. Bai Shuang knelt at the center of the golden platform, 72 soul-locking chains spewing forth from the boys' mouths, coiling around her delicate neck like serpents. Elder Xian Ming's eye glimmered with blood in the shadows. The soul-testing nail pierces the bone. If you endure 3 sticks of incense without revealing your true form, you may become my disciple. Mu Qing sat in a high seat of cold jade, his fingers whitening from exertion. He had witnessed the power of the soul-testing nails firsthand. 9 centuries ago, Bai Yuling had been pierced by 7 nails through her spiritual platform. Yet she had still laughed as she tore out the tongue of her tormentor. But now, Bai Shuang's fragile back trembled beneath the chains, resembling the witch before she was shattered by heavenly lightning. "Begin," Xian Ming grinned malevolently, as the bronze nails enveloped in ghostly flames pierced toward Bai Shuang's nape. The moment the first nail embedded itself in her flesh, blood droplets splattered from her bitten lip. The blood fell upon the patterns of the golden platform, causing the 3,000 copper boys to emit sharp cries. Suddenly, golden threads erupted from Mu Qing's sword scar, the ice silkworms uncontrollably shredding the armrest. Xian Ming, "Have you replaced the forgetting river water with the nails?" Elder Mu is jesting. Xian Ming caressed the bloodied corners of the copper boys' mouths. "It's merely a touch of the apricot blossom due from the medicinal valley." Bai Shuang suddenly let out a muffled groan as the second nail pierced her shoulder blade, and golden patterns emerged on her back. These were the unique formations of the burning moon devised by Bai Yuling. The gilded platform began to tremble, as 72 soul lamps ignited spontaneously without a breath of wind, their tongues of flame caressing the silken strands scattered by the white frost. "Master," her bloodied fingers dug into the crevices of the earth. "I can't endure." Mu Qing suddenly rose, the phantom of gilded armor coalescing into substance behind him. However, Xian Ming was quicker, pressing down on the third nail, the final one to enter the spirit platform. Whether it be human or demon shall soon be revealed. As the bronze nail hovered 3 inches above Bai Shuang's brow, an unexpected change occurred. The jade bracelet on her wrist shattered into powder, and the icy silkworm silk erupted from her bloodline, weaving a crimson canopy in the air. Indeed, it was the moon-burning umbrella used during the white jade spirit slaughter in the city. "Remnants of the demoness," Xian Ming exclaimed joyously, the soul-calming bell echoing through the heavens. The cloud garment fairy presented a gilded box, within which lay half a demon core of the white jade spirit. Sensing a familiar aura and emitting a bloodthirsty hum, that Mu Qing's sword energy cleaved through the soul-testing nail, while the icy silkworm silk ensnared Bai Shuang's swaying form. The golden patterns on her back had spread into ice crystal apricot blossoms. But the edges of the petals emanated a dark aura. "Master," He crushed the chain tainted with the waters of oblivion with his bare hands, allowing the toxic blood to corrode his palm. "You are merely my disciple." Xian Ming's prosthetic eye reflected the swirling trajectory of the demon core. According to the rules of the pavilion, demon path spies must be exterminated, unless that he deliberately elongated his tone. Elder Mu is willing to surrender half of the demon core, sealing it within the demon suppression tower as collateral. Suddenly, 3,000 bronze youths stepped forward in unison, encircling the master and disciple duo. Bai Shuang struggled to speak, only to be silenced by Mu Qing with icy silkworm silk. He tore open his garment, revealing the rotting sword wound on his chest, fragments of the demon core flickering within the flesh. Want it? Come and take it yourself. Just as Xianming's fingertips brushed against the golden light, his entire arm suddenly transformed into jade. Mu Qing chuckled softly. I forgot to mention, this demon core recognizes its master. He wrapped his arms around Bai Shuang's waist, stepping onto the moon-burning umbrella, where the cries of 900 lost souls resonated from its ribs. From this day forth, she shall be my one and only direct disciple. On the scorched earth of the back mountain, Bai Shuang knelt amidst the newly sprouted snow soul flowers. The moment the silver needle pierced her heart's apricot blossom pattern, black blood surged forth, enveloped in golden threads, igniting into a ghostly blue flame upon hitting the ground. She poured her blood at the base of the charred apricot, watching as tender shoots broke through the ashes. Those buds glimmered with a gilded sheen, identical to the demonic flowers atop the moon-burning cliff. Does it hurt? Mu Qing's voice startled her, causing her to shatter the medicine vial. Leaning against a withered tree, he tossed her a new white jade bottle. This is a hemostatic powder. Suddenly, the moonlight was obscured by dark clouds, and golden blood seeped from Mu Qing's sword wound. As he turned to leave, the snow soul flowers grew wildly, ensnaring the blood-stained hem of his garment, much like the icy silkworm silk from 900 years ago. Clinging desperately to the dying demonist, Bai Shuang carved out the third toxic petal. A thunderclap erupted from the heavenly machine pavilion. Mu Qing was in the punishment hall deliberating, when his chest wound suddenly erupted, golden blood saturating 3 layers of clothing. Xianming's prosthetic eye gleamed with avarice. Elder Mu's injury. Could it be a backlash from practicing dark arts? No need to fret. He crushed the blood scab in his palm, allowing the icy silkworm silk to absorb the overflowing power of the demon core. Upon returning to the medicine hut, Bai Shuang was tending to her wounds before a bronze mirror, her discarded plain attire soaked in black blood. If you carve once more, you shan't survive the full moon. He snatched the knife from her hand. I save you, not to let you seek death. Bai Shuang suddenly tore open his garment, her bloodied fingertips pressing against the rotting apricot blossom pattern. What did the master teach me? To avoid pain. The icy silkworm silk spiraled out of control, ensnaring both of them, as Mu Qing, amidst suffocating pain, discerned. Her heart's apricot blossom had sprouted the gilded flower stamen unique to the demoness. Bai Shuang lay across the cold jade couch, her back almost entirely covered by the ice crystal apricot blossoms. Mu Qing pierced the toxic pus beneath the petals with a silver needle. She trembled in pain, yet resolutely bit down on her sleeve, refusing to speak. If it hurts, cry out. He dipped into the demon core's golden blood to treat her wounds. Did you also hurt like this back then? Bai Shuang suddenly grasped his wrist, revealing the wound on his palm corroded by chains. The phantom of the gilded armor erupted violently. As icy silkworm silk tightened around Bai Shuang's neck, Mu Qing's pupils tinged crimson, and he fiercely pulled her into his embrace. Do not emulate her. Do not emulate the demoness. Trembling fingers traced the apricot blossom pattern, which was slowly consuming his demon core. Outside the window, the hem of the cloud garment fairy's gown flashed by, within her sleeve. A thread of stolen golden blood from Bai Shuang was coalescing into human form. As the cloud garment entered the secret chamber, 72 human skin lanterns ignited one after another. She submerged the gilded box into the blood pool, where 300 infant corpses floated, each one a survivor of the annihilation of the Medicine King Valley, not yet a month old. The phantom of Bai Shuang within the box slowly stood, her heart's apricot blossom resonating with the fragments of the demon core in the blood pool. Golden red threads emerging from the petals, entwining those curled-up infant souls. Master, your pieces are in place. She smiled softly at the water mirror, where the blurred figure of Qiu Qiansha was reflected. The blood pool suddenly boiled, and a puppet resembling the white jade spirit burst forth from the water, its fingertips still stained with Mu Qing's heart's blood. Nurture this human cocoon well. I shall personally extract his demon core. The lanterns reflected the distorted smile of the cloud garment. She sliced open her wrist, letting her blood drip into the puppet's brow, where the same ice crystal patterns as Bai Shuang's gradually formed, thanks to Elder Mu's heart's blood. This counterfeit resembles the demoness even more than the original. Every time Bai Shuang carved out a toxic petal, golden blood would seep from Mu Qing's chest wound. The cold jade secret chamber was encrusted with frost during the hour of the rat. As Mu Qing hung upside down, ensnared by icy silkworm silk from the dome, silk threads constricted around his wrist bones, blood dripping along the silver strands, pooling on the ground to spell out the words White Jade Spirit. Little pup, you've grown soft-hearted. The phantom of the gilded armor emerged from the pool of blood, the fingers of the White Jade Spirit lightly caressing his rotting sword wound that Mu Qing struggled against the icy silkworm silk, allowing it to slice through his neck. Silence. The apparition of the demoness suddenly grasped his chin, her grip unchanged from years past. The way you heal her wounds truly resembles a dog begging for scraps. As the icy silkworm's silk tightened, Mu Qing, in suffocation, saw Bai Shuang's face overlapping with that of the White Jade Spirit. When dawn broke, the floor of the secret chamber was covered in bloodied claw marks. He staggered to pick up the calming incense Bai Shuang had given him. The ash mixed with the black blood left from her carving petals. Am I raising a disciple or nurturing another you? Chapter 22. Wait for me to become her. Then kill me. The cold pool was encrusted with ice spikes during the hour of the rat, as Mu Qing stood upon a solitary rock. Sword in hand, moonlight fragmented the icy surface into a web-like pattern as Bai Shuang's sword tip etched the seventh scratch upon the ice. Suddenly, Mu Qing seized her wrist, the force so great that the icy silkworm silk dug into her skin. This move, cloud flowing after the moon, must be drawn back 3 inches. Bai Shuang stumbled, her ironwood sword slipping from her grasp and falling into the icy abyss. The sound of clashing swords resonated from the bottom of the pool as 300 rusted sword phantoms surfaced, forming an incomplete stellar array, the embryonic form of the heart-cutting sword formation. Mu Qing's pupils constricted sharply, his sword energy shattering the phantoms. The heavenly machine sword master must refine their heart. Let me not see these wicked techniques again. Ice shards splintered against Bai Shuang's neck, crystallizing into tiny droplets of blood. She stared at the fleeting remnants of the sword formation beneath the ice, recalling the image of the woman in red dancing upon a sword in her dream from last night. You wish to cast me out? Bai Shuang wiped away the bloodstains, her words piercing her deeply. The ironwood sword executed the cloud-flowing technique. Did the master not know the filth of my bloodline when he took me as a disciple? Suddenly, the water in the pool boiled, as Mu Qing's sword energy cleaved through the surface. The phantom of the White Jade Spirit's gilded armor emerged from the mist, her fingertip lightly tapping his brow. Little pup, your sword teaching looks truly ungraceful. The morning bell shattered the white snow, as 72 stone platforms rose from the sea of clouds. Bai Shuang stood at the edge of the sun platform, her plain white garments billowing in the fierce wind, revealing the blood-soaked bandages wrapped around her wrists. Those were the marks of self-inflicted wounds to suppress the apricot blossom pattern. Bai Shuang tightened the blood-stained wrist guards, gazing at her grinning opponent on the Sun platform, Xian Ming's direct disciple, Ling Feng, whose waist was adorned with a 9-section soul-shattering whip, its tip gleaming with the same ghostly blue poison once wielded by the White Jade Spirit. The first disciple of Elder Mu? Ling Feng cracked his whip, shattering the soul-calming bell at the edge of the platform. I've heard that you can't even fully execute the 3rd stance of the Heavenly Machine sword manual? Bai Shuang remained silent as she drew her sword, the icy silkworm silk tassel swaying gently in the wind. She deliberately chose the most unadorned ironwood sword, the blade reflecting the taut line of Mu Qing's jaw on the spectator's platform. He was binding his rotting heart with icy silkworm silk to prevent the demon core from spiraling out of control due to emotional fluctuations. Ling Feng's soul-shattering whip lashed out like a venomous snake, and by the 7th sweep across Bai Shuang's left shoulder, her plain white garment had thoroughly soaked in blood. She stubbornly repeated the foundational stance of the Heavenly Machine sword, clouds shadowing the flow, as the sword energy collided with the toxic whip, producing a piercing clang. Your sword technique is even more sluggish than that of the medicine hut's matron. Ling Feng suddenly lowered his voice. Why not try the moves from the moon-burning cliff? The whip's tip ominously curled towards her heart's apricot blossom pattern. Bai Shuang's pupils constricted, an instinctive sense of danger urged her to form an icy silkworm silk formation. Yet at the last moment, she forced herself to halt. The ironwood sword braced against the toxic whip, blood splattered across the gilded patterns of the platform from the ruptured skin of her palm. Those were the sword marks left when the White Jade Spirit had bloodily washed the Heavenly Machine Pavilion 900 years ago. Gasps arose from the spectators' platform. On the east side of the Qian platform, the sect master's first disciple, Lin Qingyu, effortlessly sent his opponent's weapon flying with a single sword strike, and upon withdrawing, he did not forget to assist the fallen. I concede. His moon-white sword robe remained spotless, forming a stark contrast against Bai Shuang's blood-soaked attire. The cloud garment leaned against the jade couch of Elder Xian Ming's secret chamber, her fingertips tracing the blood-stained bandage stolen from Bai Shuang's room. The puppet within the gilded box was replicating Bai Shuang's sword techniques, her heart's apricot blossom growing increasingly bewitching as her injuries worsened. Ling Feng's soul-shattering whip ensnared her ankle, the poisoned tip piercing into her ankle bone. As Mu Qing on the spectator's platform crushed the cold jade armrest in fury, "Surrender," Ling Feng's voice whispered in secrecy. "Or let me see." The whip's tip suddenly turned to stab at her heart's apricot blossom, the true legacy of the demoness. The ninth strike of Ling Feng's soul-shattering whip deliberately grazed past Bai Shuang's ear. The toxic wind severing her hair as her dark tresses fell. All 72 stone platforms trembled simultaneously, and the jade on her wrist shimmered with a gilded halo. This is indeed correct. Ling Feng has tasted the venomous tip of his whip, allowing everyone to witness the true essence of the heavenly mechanism sword technique. Bai Shuang took a half step back, and the flowing cloud style suddenly faltered. A searing current surged through her meridians, and a blood-red sword technique flashed before her eyes. An image of the woman in red from last night's dream, drawing a formation with her blood. She forcefully reversed the sword energy, and the Taimu sword emitted a groan under the unbearable strain. The sword tip veered sharply, mere half an inch from Ling Feng's throat, as Bai Shuang's left shoulder collided with the stone pillar of the arena, a metallic sweetness rising in her throat, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. She noticed the green jade was absorbing the blood droplets, with the inner layer revealing a totem of the medicinal pestle. Blood sprayed onto the broken sword, and she unexpectedly wielded her finger as a sword to execute the ninth transformation of the flowing cloud. Dissipating like smoke, the sword energy soared like a rainbow piercing the sun, as Ling Feng's poisoned whip was severed inch by inch. The gilded patterns on the stage suddenly surged, propelling both combatants off the platform. The victor was Bai Shuang. The judge's voice trembled as she staggered to her feet. She found Lin Qingyu's sword pressed against Ling Feng's back. "Should the poison needles in your sleeve be surrendered to the execution hall?" Junior brother Ling, how infuriating. If she was pushed to unleash 3 more moves, the puppet would synchronize completely. The eye of Xianming reflected the battle on the stage at that moment. Why rush? Yunshang tossed the blood-soaked gauze into the pill furnace, and flames erupted the instant the green jade absorbed the blood. The heart of the puppet in the box suddenly blossomed with gilded apricot flowers, 300 sword techniques phantoms flitting about in the secret chamber. The blood mirror chapter of the Baiyu medical canon. The eye of Xianming glowed red. Indeed, within that girl's bloodline, that Yunshang's fingertips brushed over the icy silk patterns around the puppet's waist. Who would have thought that the witch's sword tomb formation would also serve as the key to unlocking the medical canon? The midnight medicinal abode was filled with the fragrance of snow spirit flowers. Bai Shuang bit down on a cloth to extract the poisoned thorn from her shoulder, as black blood flowed from the cold jade couch into the crevices of the ground, causing an eerie golden moss to sprout from the cracks. The door creaked open, and she hurriedly grabbed her outer robe, only to see that the visitor was Lin Qingyu. The sword intent of junior sister Bai was pure, but unfortunately, too bound by form. He set down a green jade bottle, which contained the 9 transformation clear heart pill personally crafted by the sect leader. "Elder brother Lin, do you know?" Bai Shuang's gaze fixed on the jade pendant at his waist, inscribed with the demon-slaying poem of the first master of the heavenly mechanism pavilion. The purer the sword, the more easily it becomes tainted. Suddenly, a fleeting shadow swept past the window. Lin Qingyu's sword unsheathed half an inch on its own, severing a patch of black snow tainted by demonic core energy. The snow spirit flowers in front of junior sister's room bloom more brilliantly than those in the execution hall. "I concede and will not participate in tomorrow's decisive battle." Not long after Lin Qingyu departed, Bai Shuang watched as Mu Qing came to remove the poison source for her as the golden blood from the demonic core dripped into the wound. The apricot flower patterns on her body suddenly bloomed with gilded stamens. Why today would she rather shatter her meridians than use the icy silk? Once used, there would be no turning back. She grasped his bloodied hand, asking, "Did Master ever regret accepting me as a disciple? What I regret the most is not having met you sooner." Under the moonlight, Bai Shuang's dark hair cascaded like a waterfall. 16-year-old Mu Qing had once been pierced through the peepa bone by an iron hook, and the gilded armor of Bai Yuling ground against his bloodied lips. The righteous path says you are my pet dog. Suddenly, a silver needle pierced his heart's pulse. Then let us hear you call out twice. The blood-stained Bai Shuang in her white attire slowly merged with the gilded witch, Master. Her left eye was clear, while her right swirled with the flames of the burning moon. Do I resemble her? Mu Qing tore open the gaping sword wound on his chest, the demonic core surfacing from his breast. This is her last trace of soul. If you desire it, I want you to live. Bai Shuang bit down on the red mole on his throat as the icy silk coiled around their necks. Once I become her, you must kill me. Chapter 23. Midnight Conversations by the cold pool. The blood-colored ice crystals froze over the cold pool at midnight, as Mu Qing's Taimu sword inscribed the final stroke of the star formation on the icy surface. The moment the formation glowed, 300 rusted swords at the bottom of the pool emitted a mournful wail, their blades marred with red spots like scabs of old wounds. Elder Mu, congratulations on Bai Shuang's selection for the sword tomb. The flowing purple smoke of Fairy Yunshang swept across the ice surface, the dark patterns of her skirt shimmering under the moonlight. Her fingertips twirled a strand of jade-green puppet silk, the end tied to half a gilded bell. Your dear disciple will enter the sword tomb in 10 days. Do you not plan to prepare her a protective heart armor? Mu Qing slightly angled the sword's edge, the icy surface reflecting Bai Shuang practicing her swordplay in the bamboo grove. Blood droplets seeping from the bandages on the girl's wrist dripped along the icy silk, each droplet scorching the surface into the shape of apricot blossoms. 3 days prior, during the competition, Ling Feng's shattered soul whip should have severed her heart's pulse, with a gentle wave of her broad sleeves. Yunshang conjured a vision of the annihilation of the Tianlan sect, yet the gilded patterns on the stage suddenly surged. Do you think this is fate, or the lingering soul of the witch at work? The water of the pool suddenly boiled, and the phantoms of rusted swords formed a severing emotion sword array. The instant Mu Qing's sword energy swept across, the poison butterfly patterns on Yunshang's skirt suddenly fluttered, the jade-green puppet silk leading the sword array toward the bamboo grove where Bai Shuang stood. Amidst the flying bamboo leaves, the phantoms of Bai Shuang's gilded armor manifested, crushing the incoming sword energy with her bare hands. Do you see? The jade-green silk of Yunshang has ensnared a blood-stained bamboo leaf. This girl's icy silk is purer than yours when you were skinned alive. That Mu Qing's eyes trembled slightly, as the 300 rusted swords at the bottom of the pool responded with a hum. He did not turn around, his voice colder than the ice shards. Elder Yun, have you come late at night merely to discuss these old tales? Old tales? Yunshang suddenly chuckled. When the witch Bai Yuling bathed the Tianlan sect in blood 900 years ago, she wielded the same blood mirror chapter as Bai Shuang. Do you think the resentful souls in the sword tomb? She paused, sensing the bloodline of the former master. Would they not react? Do you think sealing memories can absolve you? Yunshang's voice pulled Mu Qing back to reality. The cold pool reflected the hidden iron hook wound at his collarbone, inflicted by the witch 900 years ago when she hung him at the entrance of the sword tomb with a broken artifact of the Tianlan sect. If she wishes to go, then let her to Mu Qing's sword tip inscribe the 8th mark on the icy surface. Suddenly, a sword howl resonated from the pool's depths, and Bai Shuang's figure appeared on the narrow path of the bamboo grove. Before Yunshang could transform into a poisonous butterfly and disperse, her final whisper pierced Mu Qing's spirit. You know more than anyone. This girl's blood is the only key to reigniting the burning moon formation. The moment the moonlight shifted, Mu Qing's fingertip brushed over the indentation of the sword hilt. There lay half a piece of apricot blossom cake, a gift he had carved from his rotting heart on the day Bai Shuang became his disciple. 10 days later, at the sword tomb, the moonlight of the deep night condensed into frost within the grooves of the bronze door adorned with Taotai patterns. Nearby, disciples of the Xian'an Valley were adjusting the bronze chime bells. Suddenly, the tassels of Lin Xingyu's sword jingled without wind, and Bai Shuang's icy silk abruptly tightened around her wrist. Disciples of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, please proceed. The young master of the Blood Fiend sect swung the soul-devouring chain in his hand, the sound of the chain scraping against the ground causing Bai Shuang's temples to throb. This sound overlapped with the clanking of chains dragging her master in her dream last night, sending ripples through the apricot blossom patterns on her collarbone. As the chief of Xian'an Valley strummed the 3rd string of the pipa, rust began to flake off the bronze door. The Taotai patterns on the bronze door cracked, and the moonlight twisted into a vortex. The instant the chief's pipa string snapped, the broken string shot towards Bai Shuang's forehead like a venomous serpent. Lin Xingyu's tassels suddenly rang, but the halo instead pushed Bai Shuang toward the center of the rust-covered vortex. Rust particles coalesced in the air into a dense spiderweb, each thread shimmering with the small seal of the herbal compendium. Do not touch those rust stains. The female cultivator from the herbal pavilion threw silver needles into the air, exploding into icy mist. The moment the needle tips pierced the rust, the entire bronze door emitted a painful groan. The peeling rust suddenly coalesced into an illusion of a young girl gathering herbs. Bai Yuling's gilded armor reflecting the moonlight seared onto Bai Shuang's green jade surface. From the shadows, Mu Qing's pupils constricted. This was clearly the scene from 900 years ago when the Medicine King Valley was annihilated, and Bai Yuling concocted a human pill before the bronze door. Bai Shuang's icy silk suddenly tightened around her wrist. And amidst the excruciating pain, unfamiliar memories surfaced. 15-year-old Bai Yuling was grinding herbs before the bronze door, the shards of ice splattering onto the boy bound by chains. As the boy looked up, his rotting face was unmistakably Mu Qing. The illusion of Bai Yuling suddenly turned, caressing Bai Shuang's cheek. The cat raised by the little dog has learned to seek its master. Junior sister. Lin Qingyu's moonlight sword severed the rusted vines entwining Bai Shuang, yet the sword edge drew a line of blood along her neck. The moment the blood droplets fell into the crack of the bronze door, the entire door revealed a spiderweb-like gilded pattern. The chief of Xian'an Valley and another disciple suddenly knelt, wailing. Copper rust-colored veins bulged beneath their skin, and remnants of the medical canon. Poison scripture appeared on their exposed arms. 7-day rotting heart powder requires the bones of a young boy as 3 coins. In the shadows, Mu Qing crushed the ice shards. As the golden blood from the demonic core seeped into the earth's veins, the rusted illusion suddenly went berserk, transforming into thousands of silver needles shooting towards the crowd. Bai Shuang's Taimu sword instinctively danced out the flowing cloud style. The sword energy sweeping across the silver needles formed an image of Mu Qing being tortured, the boy suspended upside down before the bronze door as Bai Yuling poured scalding rust into his nostrils. Do not look. Mu Qing's voice, wrapped in blood and foam, pierced her eardrum. Yet Bai Shuang's icy silk had already ensnared the iron chains within the illusion. Gilded runes crawled along the silk, humming, embedding this memory deep within her consciousness. Amidst the searing pain, she staggered back, her heel crushing the rust, black blood seeping from the ground, revealing faint ancient seals of the Medicine King Valley's dungeon. The iron trees of the rusted bone forest suddenly bloomed with blood-colored ice flowers. And just as Bai Shuang's fingertip grazed the sword hilt, the rusted swords of the entire forest emitted a mournful wail in unison. The young master of the blood fiend sect's soul-devouring chain brushed past her ear, gilded sparks igniting the icy silk, burning it into. Your blood is more delicious than imagined. The young master of the blood fiend sect licked the blood-stained tip of his whip, and suddenly, the green jade around Bai Shuang's wrist levitated. Within the projected light of the jade, Bai Yuling was using the same soul-devouring chain to constrict the boy's neck, the icy silk weaving the apricot blossom patterns on his heart, seeping with golden blood. In reality, Bai Shuang suddenly expelled black blood. As the 7th drop fell to the ground, the entire surface of the rusted bone forest cracked in a web-like pattern, and half of the Wanggu plaque emerged from the earth. Chapter 24. The incident. The medicinal pestle of the female cultivator from the 100 Herbs Pavilion suddenly slipped from her grasp, resonating with the carved apricot blossoms and the patterns on Bai Shuang's collarbone. The ground's rusted water began to boil, coalescing into the phantom of a demoness, who traced her fingertip down Bai Shuang's cheek. The little dog has raised you well. From the shadows, 3 ice shards flew forth, shattering the specter, as Mu Qing's demon core aura enveloped the fragrance of the snow spirit flower, sweeping in. Bai Shuang was suddenly beset by a splitting headache, the icy silks beneath her skin roiling wildly. This was the memory of Mu Qing from when he was implanted with the demon core. Transmitted through the silken threads, she saw the 16-year-old Mu Qing convulsing on the cold jade couch, as Bai Yuling used silver needles to sew the icy silk into his meridians. With each stitch, a wailing soul emerged from the copper cauldron at the couch's edge, their visages hauntingly overlapping with those of the cultivators present. Be careful. Lin Qingyu's arm suddenly twisted at an unnatural angle. The moonlight sword, entwined with gilded poison mist, lunged at Bai Shuang's heart. In a moment of peril, every iron tree in the rusted bone forest toppled simultaneously, 300 rusted swords forming a protective array around Bai Shuang. This was precisely the defensive sword style Mu Qing had comprehended while imprisoned. The trajectory of the sword array mirrored the icy silk's indentations on her wrist, with black blood rust seeping from every crack of the rusted swords, coalescing midair into remnants of the pharmaceutical cannon. The young master of the blood-slaughter sect licked the blood from the whip's end, his pupils gradually shimmering with a gilded aura. "Thank you, my lady. Your blood has unsealed the final barrier." He flung the ninth segment of the soul-devouring chain, and the links exploded into poison mist in the air. After inhaling the toxic haze, 2 disciples of the Qingyun sect had their scara instantly devoured by a gilded hue. Striking at their fellow disciples with moves identical to Bai Yuling's, they subsequently exploded, the 9 segments of iron rings transforming into 300 poison needles aimed at the crowd of 100 Herbs Pavilion. Bai Shuang's icy silks instinctively formed an array, yet upon contact with the poison needles, they revealed the same gilded incantation. Yunshang's puppet spell was controlling Lin Qingyu, eroding him through the Qing jade. Mu Qing's roar echoed from beneath the ground, as hundreds of stark, white bones clawed their way to the surface from a pit corroded by the demon core's golden blood. Each skeleton bore scars from iron hooks. The very disciples who had perished tragically during the trials at the Apothecary King Valley. The blood trough on the surface of the golden platform suddenly writhed as if alive, shattering Bai Shuang's jade into fragments. The phantom of the medicinal pestle sealed within the jade fused with the magical artifact of the 100 Herbs Pavilion, and 300 strands of icy silk surged from the ground. Suspending the remnants of the medicinal plaque in midair, the complexion of the chief of Xian-Yin Valley melted under the bloodlight, revealing a charred visage. His left eye was embedded with Bai Yuling's gilded eye, emitting the sound of gears grinding as it turned. "Welcome back, Demonis." Amidst the roars, Bai Shuang's ironwood sword uncontrollably thrust toward Mu Qing as the blade grazed the rotting wound on his heart. 300 rusted swords simultaneously manifested remnants of the pharmaceutical cannon. Mu Qing's icy silks coiled around his own neck, the demon core's golden blood separating from his rotting flesh and soaring outward. That very mass of golden blood held the true record of the Meridian chapter. Suddenly, the peony tattoo on Bai Shuang's neck burst forth with a gilded radiance, mirroring the demonic patterns from Bai Yuling's descent into madness years ago. No, Bai Shuang reversed the sword's energy. Injuring her own lungs, the blood mist she expelled coalesced into a complete map of the Apothecary King Valley in midair as the 2 gilded plaques merged in an instant. Her azure tresses transformed into snowflakes. Icy silks rupturing from beneath her skin, weaving behind her the gilded cloak once worn by Bai Yuling. Yunshang's manic laughter erupted from the puppet Lin Qingyu, whose puppet fingers plunged into the gilded platform, causing the spiritual energy of the entire sword tomb to surge toward the alchemical furnace. Mu Qing's form crashed into the core of the blood sacrifice array, the golden blood of the demon core inscribing reversal runes at the array's heart. The restriction Bai Yuling had etched onto his back years prior suddenly manifested, resonating with the gilded cloak behind Bai Shuang. Amidst the thunderous collapse, 300 rusted swords plunged into the ground, their hilts forming an epitaph that read, "Here lies one who murdered kin and eradicated clans. 1,000 deaths cannot atone." In the fleeting moment before consciousness faded, Bai Shuang beheld the 16-year-old Mu Qing clawing toward the cold pond, stuffing a half-bloodied apricot cake into the ice. This was precisely the pharmaceutical cannon outline shimmering in the pool of blood at that moment. The young master of the blood-slaughter sect's head suddenly exploded, a red beetle flying from within his skull and lunging toward Bai Shuang's heart, only to be shredded into dust by the suddenly revived icy silk array. Amidst the flurry of crimson powder, the blood of 300 cultivators converged on the ground, forming the visage of Bai Yuling, her broken lips parting to utter the very plea of young Mu Qing. "Kill me, I beg you." Bai Shuang's icy silks tightened around her wrist bones, the pain unveiling an increasingly vivid illusion. 15-year-old Bai Yuling poured boiling black viscous liquid from the copper cauldron onto the back of the boy, the liquid solidifying into bronze armor, perfectly mirroring the shape of the scar on Mu Qing's rotting heart. In the illusion, Bai Yuling suddenly turned her head, the reflected moonlight piercing into Bai Shuang's pupils. The flesh of the little dog makes for an excellent drug catalyst. Bai Shuang's white hair suddenly grew wildly, strands wrapping around each rusted sword. As the epitaph made contact with her hair, penal visions erupted throughout the sword tomb. Guillotines, heart-cutting cauldrons, marrow-extracting racks. Each instrument bore the remnants of Mu Qing's blood. "Kill me." Bai Shuang reversed the sword's energy, piercing through her left chest, as the map formed from the blood mist suddenly materialized. At the marked red point, the alchemical furnace from 900 years past was awakening. The spiritual energy of the entire sword tomb transformed into 300 golden dragons surging toward the furnace. In the blinding light, Bai Shuang glimpsed the final memory crystal. The young Mu Qing inscribed the outline of the pharmaceutical canon onto his own rib. Trembling as he spoke into the void, "If she is reincarnated, do not let her find." Chapter 25. Lin Qingyu. The chilling wind of the sword tomb ruffled Lin Qingyu's moon-white robe as he stood at the edge of the gilded platform. An eerie emerald light emanating from his dantian. Yunshang's puppet spell had already infiltrated his heart's pulse, causing his right hand's joints to twitch uncontrollably. "Sister Bai, be cautious. Take 3 steps toward the Sun position," he suddenly shouted, attempting to warn Bai Shuang, who had completely succumbed to the illusory realm crafted by Yunshang and was struggling in agony. His clear voice pierced through the sharp notes of the sword's song. "If I am a moment too late, Bai Shuang will plunge entirely into the memories of the apothecary king, awakening a portion of the demonist's power within her. Driven mad, Bai Shuang instinctively moved her foot aside within the illusion. As her previous standing point erupted with 9 poison needles, seizing the opportunity, Lin Qingyu bit his tongue, blood flowing along the patterns of the moonlight sword, coalescing into the Big Dipper formation on the hilt. Yunshang's sinister laughter echoed from the puppet silks. "Good nephew. Do you think?" Silence. Lin Qingyu twirled the sword, surprisingly redirecting the blade to stab at his own dantian. The moment the sword tip grazed his skin, countless emerald threads burst from his 7 orifices, igniting midair with blue phosphorescent flames. The jade mountain collapsed. The shockwave from the explosion of his dantian sent 300 poisoned butterflies flying, and Lin Qingyu fell like a white crane with broken wings. The moon-white robe shattered into butterfly-like fragments, revealing the simple inner garment of gauze. This was the flowing cloud pattern once embroidered by the young Bai Shuang during her time as the direct disciple of the heavenly mechanism pavilion. "Brother Lin," Bai Shuang awakened, icy silks entwining around his waist. That moment, Lin Qingyu's complexion was pale, yet a smile graced his lips. "I still prefer when you call me Brother Lin. Don't touch." "The puppet silk is not clean." He raised his hand to tear open his garment, revealing a gilded bell embedded in his heart, vibrating 0.7 inches. Mu Qing's sword energy struck first, cleaving open the secret compartment of the gilded platform. Amidst Yunshan's scream, Lin Qingyu summoned the last of his strength to shatter the bell, unleashing 300 trapped souls of cultivators, dispersing the toxic mist that filled the air. As the dust settled, Lin Qingyu leaned against a pile of broken swords. His usually neatly bound black hair fell over his shoulders, accentuating the deep crimson of the cinnabar between his brows. His dantian was a mess of blood and flesh. Spiritual energy dissipated, yet his gaze remained clearer than ever. Is it worth it? Mu Qing's sword tip poked at his torn robe. Lin Qingyu raised his hand to catch a falling ginkgo leaf. It was the same leaf that had fallen from Bai Shuang's hair during their duel. The same that Master Mu had chosen years ago. Before he could finish, he coughed up blood, splattering it onto the moonlight sword, solidifying into frost flowers. Suddenly, Bai Shuang's icy silks entwined around both their wrists, intertwining gilded patterns with icy blue veins. "First, let us heal." Lin Qingyu chuckled softly, his bloodied fingers brushing against her bound icy silks. "Sister, do you know how your hair looks?" He caught sight of Mu Qing's suddenly cold gaze, and abruptly shifted his words, reminiscent of the snow pines on the back mountain. In the misty atmosphere of the medicinal chamber, Lin Qingyu soaked in the cold jade pond. His body, pale as porcelain after the self-detonation of his dantian, bore a sword wound at his heart that glimmered with a gilded hue. These were the stitches left by Bai Shuang's icy silks, the snow spirit lotus seeds from the 100 Herbs Pavilion. Mu Qing tossed a medicinal vial to the edge of the pond, splashing water that dampened Lin Qingyu's collarbone. "Don't waste it." Lin Qingyu gathered his damp hair, revealing a faint blue birthmark behind his ear. "Master, do you know this is the mark Bai Shuang had when she was 7? A sound of shattered porcelain came from behind the screen. Bai Shuang burst in, snatching the medicinal vial. "Quick, drink the medicine." Lin Qingyu smiled as he swallowed the pill, droplets of water cascading down his chest as he spoke. "The medicine you fed me, even arsenic, is sweet." Mu Qing's sword energy surged, severing the ancient vines at the pond's edge. Yet Lin Qingyu stood up from the water, the mist outlining his slender waist, the gaping wound at his dantian adding a haunting beauty to his form. Master's flowing cloud sword seems to have missed 3 inches. As the morning light illuminated the cliff of reflection, Lin Qingyu was polishing the moonlight sword. His simple azure robe replaced the ornate sword robe, and his black hair was casually tied with withered vines. Rendering his features even more immaculate, he casually carved a bamboo staff, the sword marks on the ground etching out a star map. How pretentious! Mu Qing tossed a wine jug. Lin Qingyu caught it midair, tilting his head to drink it all, the liquid streaming down his chin. Master, do you know that on the day I established my foundation at the age of 10, he conjured a thin stream of sword energy with his fingertip, sketching Bai Shuang's childhood likeness in the air, depicting her hugging a wooden sword and declaring she would marry him. Suddenly, the mountain wind howled violently, scattering the illusion. Leaning against the blue stone, Lin Qingyu laughed heartily, blood seeping through the gauze at his dantian. Now, this broken body. He abruptly became serious, finding a freedom greater than that of a genius's title. When Bai Shuang arrived, this was the scene she beheld. Lin Qingyu stood barefoot in the cascading waterfall, the moonlight sword poised delicately over a wine gourd, while the 300 eastern pearls adorning the sword tassel had long been replaced by woven grass grasshoppers. Upon hearing footsteps, he turned back with a smile, his gaze reflecting the brilliance of the starry river. Your injury has healed. He interrupted the conversation, suddenly loosening his hairband. Junior sister, do you still remember this? Bai Shuang's eyes were fixed on the withered vines entwined with her childhood sword tassel. Before she could utter a word, Mu Qing's sword energy had severed the waterfall. Lin Qingyu chuckled as he tied the hairband around Bai Shuang's wrist. The item returns to its rightful owner. As he turned, he softly added, some people's jealousy is far more fierce than the vengeful spirits of the sword tomb. On the Taoist platform, Lin Qingyu wielded a bamboo staff instead of a sword. His simple blue robe rustled in the wind, and he stepped with the flowing cloud steps that Bai Shuang had once used. As he executed the seventh form of the moonlight sword technique, he unexpectedly changed his move, revealing Mu Qing's sword intent of severing emotions. Nonsense! Mu Qing shattered a teacup in anger. Lin Qingyu planted his bamboo staff on the ground, grinning as he said, Uncle's sword intent, combined with Shuang's footwork. Suddenly, he spun around, the tip of his bamboo lightly flicking away by Shuang's hairband. Isn't it even more handsome? A phantom of gilded armor abruptly appeared. But the icy silkworm threads ensnared the hilt of Mu Qing's sword. Bai Shuang's hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and the icy blue patterns in her right eye swirled. Master. The third page of the sword manual. By the cold pool, Lin Qingyu taught Bai Shuang to weave grasshoppers. His long fingers danced, the dried grass in his palm seeming to come alive. This is the lark. And this is enough. Mu Qing's sword energy split the pool's water, and from the 100 herbs pavilion came 300 snow-white spirit lotuses. Sunlight danced among Lin Qingyu's eyelashes. Uncle personally delivered the medicine. Qingyu is flattered. For feeding dogs. That's just right. Lin Qingyu tucked the grasshopper into Bai Shuang's hair, the spirit dog in the back mountain. Suddenly, the icy silkworm threads surged, pulling both into the cold pool. Mu Qing gazed at the reflection in the water. Bai Shuang was helping the choking Lin Qingyu breathe, while the icy silkworm threads around her wrist emitted a sour mist, corroding the surrounding frost flowers into a verdant hue. In the midnight medicine chamber, Lin Qingyu tended to his wounds before a bronze mirror. The rotting flesh at his dantian glimmered with golden light, remnants of the demon cores secretly delivered by Mu Qing. The door creaked open, and he quickly donned his robe, only to see Bai Shuang standing in the moonlight with a medicinal cup. Are you all right? She suddenly asked. Lin Qingyu chuckled, his loose robe revealing his collarbone. Is this what junior sister means? His fingertip traced the scar on his heart, but the medicinal cup suddenly exploded, and Mu Qing's sword energy shattered the window frame. Lin Qingyu spread his arms to shield Bai Shuang, shards of porcelain cutting a line of blood across his back. Uncle's jealousy could fill 3 jars of green plums. At the same time, Bai Shuang's icy silkworm threads ensnared both of them, gilded patterns creeping up Mu Qing's hand. Have you had enough fun? Lin Qingyu suddenly bowed his head, the icy silkworm threads brushing against her ear. Actually, I prefer. Before he could finish, a sword energy hurled him out the door. Chapter 26. As dusk permeates the cold pool, the last rays of the setting sun sank into the azure void, and a faint blue mist rose above the water's surface. Lin Qingyu's sword tip shattered the shimmering waves, his moon-white robe swirling in the twilight like the wings of a crane. He lightly tapped the water's surface, the sword light transforming into 1,000 fragments of snow, startling the fireflies slumbering by the shore. His hair flowed with the momentum of the sword, resembling ink splashed across the night sky. a strand of silver-white hair cascading down his shoulder, marking the aftermath of the malevolent aura from the sword tomb 3 days prior. Bai Shuang leaned against the blue stone, her fingertip pinching half a piece of apricot blossom cake. Her skirt dipped into shallow water, and the icy blue silk ribbon swayed with the ripples, reflecting the stars in her eyes more brightly. Brother S. Moonlight's sword intent has become increasingly pure. The pastry slipped from her hand, but was abruptly intercepted mid-air by Mu Qing's dark sword sheath. With a flick of his sleeve, he sheathed his sword, the apricot blossom cake resting securely in his palm. Your master has been quite overwhelmed lately. Allowing you this leisure, his brow furrowed slightly under the mist of the cold pool, his gaze sweeping over the newly added herbal bracelet on Bai Shuang's wrist. Has Tea Master Mu also shed quite a bit? Lin Qingyu sheathed his sword, the tassel entwined with half a withered leaf. When you arrive at the sect, you don't even bother to glance at the forbidden grounds in the back mountain. He emphasized the words forbidden grounds, causing the pool to suddenly churn, startling Mu Qing's solemn countenance in the reflected image. Bai Shuang chuckled, dispersing the tense atmosphere. The medicine chamber is simmering snow lotus soup. She conjured an icy butterfly from her fingertip, holding a food box suspended between them. I seem to recall you mentioning, brother, that the pavilion master is to impart the technique of celestial trajectory tonight. Would you like to? Before she could finish, Lin Qingyu had already leaped 3 zhang away, his afterimage shattering the icy surface of the water. Save me a bowl of sweet soup. At the summit of the solitary peak, the bronze celestial trajectory was cracking inch by inch. Wichenzi sat alone at the center of the formation, cradling a star plate in his palm, which now spread out like a spider's web of bloodstains. The night wind lifted his frosty white sleeves, revealing the deep, bone-visible indentations of the puppet threads on his wrist, marks left during the turmoil of the sword tomb, to protect Lin Qingyu's dantian. Master, Lin Qingyu, wrapped in the crispness of the night dew, shattered the barrier. Wichenzi quickly gathered his sleeves, a starlit smile flickering at the corners of his eyes. So impatient, can you still accurately predict the position of the Ziwei star? With a flick of his fingertip, the shattered celestial trajectory suddenly reversed, coalescing into a small star crown atop Lin Qingyu's head. Lin Qingyu stared blankly at his master's snow-like brows and lashes. At the age of 7, when he had been injured by a vengeful spirit, he had lain in the same manner atop his master's knees, watching the elder use his finger as a brush, dipping it in his own blood to draw protective talismans on his forehead. At that moment, the starlight flowed through the intertwined patterns of their hands, and he suddenly caught a faint scent of blood. Southeast, Sun position, the star of greed glowed. He deliberately misdirected the star plate, which indeed earned him a gentle tap on the forehead from his master. The familiar scent of sandalwood mixed with bitter herbs lingered at his nostrils. And Lin Qingyu lowered his gaze to hide his sorrow that on the day of the sword tomb's upheaval, Bai Shuang had fallen into a crisis of illusions, and without hesitation, he had sacrificed his dantian to self-destruct and escape. And it was his master, with these hands marred by burns, who painstakingly stitched his originally shattered dantian back together, inch by inch. Tears fell uncontrollably. Master, it's my fault. I'm so useless, making you worry about me. That night, Lin Qingyu learned nothing but wept in that warm embrace. The morning light pierced through the clouds like broken gold, dyeing the 72 bronze celestial trajectories of the stargazing platform in gilded hues. The master of the celestial mechanism pavilion stood at the platform's edge, his crane cloak flapping in the fierce wind, revealing the densely patched star patterns underneath. Those were the scars from when Lin Qingyu, at the age of 7, had lost control of his sword energy and torn a hole. The elder's withered fingers brushed over the edges of the patches, a smile gracing his lips. Each stitch was crooked like a child's scribbling, yet he had cherished it for a full decade. Master, the clear call penetrated the clouds. Lin Qingyu dashed barefoot onto the stargazing platform, the wooden box clutched tightly in his arms thumping rhythmically. His moon-white sword robe was speckled with grass fragments, and half a stalk of wheat was still stuck in his hair, evidently just sneaking back from the paddy fields in the back mountain. As the pavilion master turned, the withered grass grasshopper he had woven for Lin Qingyu's 8th birthday trembled slightly at his frosty white temples, mingled with the icy silk threads hidden beneath the morning light, glowing with a faint blue hue. Have you gone to catch the spirit carp again? The elder feigned sternness, but his gaze fell upon the boy's bloodied ankle. The celestial trajectory is incomplete. What should be the consequence of leaving the Sun position without permission? Before he could finish, the wooden box suddenly sprang open. Three spirit carps with gilded scales leapt into the air, their tail fins creating a miniature star map in their wake. Lin Xingyu summoned sword energy at his fingertips, completing the incomplete trajectory of the shimmering light as the carps swam. Look, the spirit carps swimming through the stars is far more interesting than sitting idle and gazing at them. The Pavilion Master's star plate in his sleeve suddenly buzzed. The 72 bronze trajectories began to move of their own accord, perfectly aligning with the star map drawn by the fish. The elder's pupils constricted. This unconventional method unexpectedly aligned with the seventh profound meaning of the Zhou Tian Xing Chenju. He raised his hand, intending to stroke the boy's head, but was suddenly seized by a violent cough, blood droplets splattering onto the star plate, forming a phoenix rebirth image on the blue bricks. Master, Lin Xingyu hurriedly reached out to support him, only to find the wrist he touched was as cold as iron. He then discovered that beneath his master's crane cloak lay blood-soaked bandages, revealing the emerald poison marks corroded by puppet threads. It's nothing. The Pavilion Master's wide sleeves concealed the bloodstains as he took out a grass-weaved lark from his bosom. The bird pecked lightly at his palm, producing a clear, melodious sword sound. From today onward, you shall patrol the sword tomb on my behalf. The sword tomb lamented in the cold wind, resentment coalescing into black mist that gnawed at the protective golden light. He gripped the grass lark given by his master tightly, and as the feathers suddenly exploded, 300 strands of icy silk formed a star net enveloping him, amidst the thundering sounds of the vengeful spirits crashing against the silk net. He heard his master's voice resonating like the evening bell. Xingyu, watch the earth veins. He witnessed the surging spiritual veins beneath the ground, which formed the Big Dipper Formation. At the center of the formation stood a rusty iron sword. The withered grass grasshopper on the sword tassel swaying with the cold wind. It was precisely the one he had gifted to his master in his childhood. Breaking army position, 3 inches and 7/10. Lin Xingyu bit his tongue, the blood arrow striking the iron sword. The broken sword suddenly stilled, revealing the character's heavenly mechanism beneath the rust. The overwhelming sword energy surged into his body. He heard his master's muffled groan from miles away. The elder was using his body as a vessel to bear the backlash. At the dawn the next day, Lin Xingyu knelt before the stargazing platform. The Pavilion Master's face was as pale as paper, yet he gently stroked the newly formed dragon-pattern birthmark on Lin Xingyu's skin. This scar understands the heavenly mechanism better than the star plate. As he spoke, he coughed up a blood clot, splattering a phoenix rebirth image on the blue bricks. Chapter 28. The falling stars do not perish, and the dragon returns to peace in the world. Lin Xingyu rested his head on his master's knee, allowing the elder's frosty white hair to cascade down his shoulder. With Chenzi's fingertips gathered stardust, tracing intricate star patterns on his brow, the delicate golden light flowing down the bridge of the boy's nose, illuminating the tear mole at the corner of his eye like a morning star poised to fall. When the purple weft moves 3 inches east, it is the moment for the breaking army to return to its position. Wichenzi's voice was laced with the scent of medicine, the puppet thread marks on his wrists suffused with a faint golden hue by the starlight. He suddenly covered his mouth and coughed lightly, blood droplets escaping from his fingers and falling into the cold pool, sending ripples of gilded gold. Lin Xingyu straightened up abruptly, flustered as he tried to wipe the blood from the elder's lips, only to be met by a cool hand covering his eyes. Don't look. It's dirty. He remembered the particularly fierce outbreak of cold poison that year. Lin Xingyu curled up on the stone bed in the cave, watching his master mend the torn sword robe with a luminous pearl. The elderly man's withered fingers grasped a golden needle, and with each prick, he would hold it over the charcoal fire for a considerable time. Only through the pure young energy could the shimmering silk be tempered without harming the skin. Lin Xingyu, can you comprehend why the sword robe is embroidered with the flowing cloud pattern? The youth shook his head, witnessing the old man tear off a strand of his own white hair, twisting it into a golden thread to stitch into the cloud design. Only those without roots can soar through the 9 heavens. Suddenly, the needle pierced through his fingertip, and a bead of blood seeped into the cloud pattern, transforming into a dark red lightning motif. But for my master, I hope you have a branch to lean on. The old man draped the finished robe over the youth's shoulders. Lin Xingyu pretended to be sound asleep, listening to his master's suppressed coughs fade into the distance. In the morning light, he felt the warm sun elixirs stuffed in the hidden pocket of his sleeve, each one carrying the unique aroma of cedar from the study. At the stroke of midnight, Bai Shuang arrived from the medicinal chamber, Upon seeing Lin Qingyu nestled on his master's knee in deep slumber, she refrained from approaching. Wichenzi used his fingers as a comb to tie up the youth's hair. The hair tie surprisingly made from the remnants of his swaddling cloth from infancy. "Dio, you understand, Shuang," the old man suddenly spoke, as if he had long since noticed her presence, a resonant sound echoing from his throat. And what Lin Qingyu nurtured in his dantian was indeed my half-a-sword heart. The moonlight revealed the ghastly hollow in his chest. Beneath the stitches of the ice silkworm, faint traces of emerald poison slithered like serpents. The 72 star lamps had dimmed considerably. Wichenzi leaned against the shattered star disk, his palm clenched around a blood-stained peachwood comb. Caught within its teeth were several strands of silvery white hair, precisely those he had cut off while binding his disciple's hair 3 days prior. "Qingyu." The old man's fingertips flickered with stardust, sketching gilded small seal script amidst the rain curtain. Lin Qingyu knelt on the ground. The emerald poison raging, dyeing Wichenzi's frost-white hair a shade of green. "Good child, do not cry. The sword heart is now complete." The bronze star disk had shattered into 81 pieces, each edge stained with dark blood. The emerald poison danced among the strands of the old man's disheveled white hair, yet he still persevered to reenact the cosmic star formation. Pay close attention. This is your final lesson. At the junction of the star trails, the scene of the gilded platform's collapse emerged, the puppet strings of Yunshang piercing through the heart. Lin Qingyu's eyes widened with rage, attempting to sever the illusion, but was restrained by his master's withered palm. The true lethal move. The old man suddenly vomited a jet of black blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs, the shards of the star disk cutting into his palm. The blood tracing a line in the air towards the southeast. It must be hidden in the brightest place. Just before the last wisp of life dissipated, the pavilion master pressed half a jade comb into his disciple's hand. The comb teeth piercing through the skinned this moment. Atop the stargazing platform, the emerald poison was consuming. Lin Qingyu felt a sudden searing heat at the birthmark behind his ear, as the pavilion master's spectral form emerged from the blood mist. The old man's phantom brushed past the direction of the 72 peaks, and from the crumbling mountains, thousands of star glimmers rose, each a contingency he had set up in life. "Qingyu, look to the heavens." As the phantom waved its sleeve, the night fell abruptly. Hundreds of thousands of stars cascaded like rain, searing a northern dipper formation onto the puppet strings of Yunshang. Just before Wichenzi faded, he chuckled softly. The last glimmer of starlight sinking into the ancient ginkgo tree on the southeast peak. The millennium-old tree erupted into bloom, each golden leaf revealing a dragon-patterned birthmark. The roots, 72 spiritual veins surged anew, coalescing into the prophecy the old man had not yet spoken before his demise. As the stars fall, the soul does not perish, the dragon returns, and peace reigns over the land. When Bai Shuang broke through the star formation to lend support, she beheld Lin Qingyu digging into his dantian with bare hands. The emerald sword heart floated amidst the blood rain, piecing together with the fragments in Wichenzi's chest to form a complete star map. Embracing the increasingly cold corpse, he howled, his white hair spreading like snow. The grasshopper caught within soaked in blood, transforming into gilded puppet strings that coiled around his neck. The sword energy cleaved through the rain curtain, yet could not sever the swirling stardust above. Each grain of sand reflected the shadows of bygone days. Wichenzi serenading his feverish disciple through the night, his fingers bloodied, yet still smiling. Lin Qingyu swapping his master's bitter medicine, only to be caught by the old man at the sugar jar. On the lantern festival, master and disciple releasing river lanterns together, the ink inscribed on the lanterns from years past still wet. The ancient ginkgo tree on the southeast peak let out a mournful cry, its 1,000-year trunk splitting open with a bloodied maw. Lin Qingyu, clad in blood-stained white, knelt amidst the ruins, driving the peachwood comb inch by inch into his heart. Chapter 29. The star disk weeps blood. Lin Qingyu's moon-white sword robe was already soaked in dark red blood, his white hair cascading down to his waist, the dragon-patterned birthmark behind his ear crawling with emerald cracks, twisting into a menacing bony spur at his collarbone that he leaned against the cold jade wall of the demon suppression abyss, his fingertips caressing a half-length peachwood comb. This was the keepsake Wichenzi had pressed into his palm before passing. With several strands of silver-white hair still entwined between the teeth, his master once said that the breaking army star abhors the exposure of sharpness. He chuckled softly, demonic energy surging from his dantian. The sword tip aimed directly at the direction of the ancestor hall. Now, the disciple intends to pierce through the hypocrisy of this heavenly mechanism pavilion. Outside the window, the shadowy puppets of Elder Xianming flitted by. Their emerald beads embedded in their eye sockets recording Lin Qingyu's every move. In the underground chamber of the Ancestor Hall, 72 human skin lanterns illuminated the contorted visage of Yunshang. She gently caressed the newly crafted puppet, her fingers prying open the ice silkworm covering its chest, revealing the pulsating emerald poison core within. Look, using Wichenzi's hair as veins is far more delectable than an ordinary cultivator's soul. Xuanming's artificial eye scanned the star patterns on the surface of the poison core. The sound of gears turning mingled with cold laughter. Mu Qing still pretends, truly believing we are unaware that his demon pill already bears cracks. He snapped his fingers, shattering a lantern, and the spilled oil revealed the scene of the punishment hall. Mu Qing was coldly whipping two disciples, yet the blood seeping from the torture rack inexplicably flowed toward the chamber. With each punishment he dealt, resentment nourished the poison. As Yunshang traversed the bloodied pool, 300 infant corpses floated to the surface from the bottom of the pool, awaiting the full moon night. These innate spiritual embryos of the Medicine King Valley. Before her words could finish, the chamber suddenly trembled. The star sand formations laid by Wichenzi in life were triggered, coalescing into a blood-red prophecy on the wall. The greedy wolf devours its master. A great calamity. Deep within the medicinal chamber, the icy crystal apricot blossoms on Baishuang's back had spread to her shoulders, each petal linked to the festering wound at Mu Qing's heart. The scent of the puppet's sweet blood wafted in from outside the window. She intentionally knocked over the medicinal furnace, letting the burnt odor mask the restless demonic energy within her bloodline. Are you wasting spiritual herbs again? Mu Qing suddenly appeared, his black iron sword prying open her bloodied sleeve. Using Snow Lotus to cut the poison? It would be better to sever this arm directly. The ice silkworm suddenly coiled around his wrist, Baishuang's right eye swirling with demonic patterns. Does the master know? She traced her finger over the bulging poison patterns on Mu Qing's neck. Every time you lie, the veins here jump thrice. The gilded armor's phantom surged forth, pinning Baishuang against the medicine cabinet. Mu Qing's pupil shimmered with red, then abruptly loosened his grip. Do not mimic her. He tore open his robe, revealing the apricot blossom patterns at his heart that shared the same origin as Baishuang's. In those days, the demoness was likewise. Thunder rumbled, drowning out the latter half of the sentence. In the dungeon of the punishment hall, Xianming laughed maniacally as he stepped on the severed fingers of his disciples. His artificial eye emitted a crimson light, illuminating Lin Qingyu's self-mutilating scene in the demon suppression abyss. Look at our heavenly mechanism pavilion's first disciple. The sight of him carving flesh and shedding blood is far more unruly than the obedient by Yuling of yesteryears. Yunshang's puppet strings pierced through the skulls of the punished disciples, releasing a satisfied sigh as they consumed their brain matter. If Wichenzi old man knew from the afterlife, witnessing his beloved disciple transformed into this grotesque form. She suddenly crushed the skull in her hand, the fragments bursting forth to form a lingering illusion, precisely Lin Qingyu kneeling in the torrential rain, howling while cradling his master's broken corpse. The rebirth Gu codex that slipped from her sleeve flipped open to the section on nurturing demonic seeds, since the evidence is irrefutable. Why not toss this rebellious disciple into the medicinal cauldron, to refine him into what? The doors of the hall exploded open, and Lin Qingyu, with blood-drenched white hair, stepped inside. Xuanming's artificial eye suddenly burst, puppet strings emerging from its eye socket. This was indeed a killing move laid by Yunshang long ago. Do you think that by entering the demonic path you can? His roar was cut short as Lin Qingyu's sword pierced through his dantian, the demonic energy rebounding through the puppet strings to lash back at Yunshang. This strike was to repay the heart-wrenching pain inflicted upon his master. Chapter 30. Burning heart. The moment the moonlight sword pierced through Yunshang's dantian, the icy sword energy surged like a poisonous vine. The emerald poison followed the puppet strings, rebounding fiercely, as Yunshang's skin melted like wax, revealing the true form of the puppet composed of reversed dragon scales. Each scale pulsed with the purifying soul incantation engraved by Wichenzi himself. The incantation flickering in tandem with the demonic energy, as if the galaxy had fallen into hell. Brother, be careful. Baishuang's ice silkworm shredded 3 soul-restraining nails. Do not look at her heart core. Lin Qingyu's demonic eye swept across the puppet's chest cavity, and the rampaging sword energy suddenly froze. Embedded in the heart of the puppet was a grass-woven grasshopper, its wings soaked with demonic energy, yet still clearly visible were the stitches Wichenzi had mended years ago. This was a birthday gift he had presented to his master in his youth. Once hung at the eaves of the medicinal chamber to ward off evil, Bai Shuang pressed the ice crystal hidden in her right eye into Lin Qingyu's demonic patterns. The icy essence melted upon contact with the demonic energy, reflecting the image of Wichenzi slicing his wrist with the peachwood comb. The old man used blood as ink, drawing a protective formation upon the youth's back, his silver hair cascading over the ice coffin as he sighed lightly. When the demonic seed awakens, reverse the fate with star sand. The bronze pillars of the gilded platform suddenly trembled, the azure scale patterns on the pillars writhing like living creatures. Yunshang stood at the center of the formation, her pure white sleeves fluttering like butterflies, the puppet strings entwined around her fingertips glowing with a ghostly green phosphorescence. Upon closer inspection, they were composed of countless coiled infant souls twisted together. She parted her vermilion lips, a wisp of blue smoke escaping, and as the puppet strings touched the ground, they transformed into 100 venomous snakes with emerald scales, each snake's head bearing a human face. Their hissing resembling the wails of infants, splattering a foul blood spring as they burrowed into the fissures of the earth. Lin Qingyu's white hair billowed in the tempest, the moonlight sword humming incessantly. The blade reflected the surging blood-colored star sand beneath the ground. Not ordinary sand, but each grain was a refined eyeball of a cultivator. The pupils inscribed with writhing puppet incantations. He drew the sword across his brow, a golden vertical scar appearing at his Tianling point, the power of the breaking army star infusing into the sword's edge, unleashing a sword energy akin to a cascading galaxy. However, the moment the sword energy collided with the azure scale barrier, countless agonized faces emerged on the surface of the barrier, devouring the sword energy entirely. This sword intent, truly nourishing, that Yunshang's laughter seemed to emanate from all directions, as if pressed from every corner. She raised her hand to gently caress the jade hairpin at her temple. The dragon scale carved with a celestial dragon suddenly opening its vertical pupils, and the roar of the dragon shattered the gilded ground, causing it to crack. From the fissures crawled countless half-decayed arms, their fingertips dripping with pus, which fell to the ground and birthed blood-colored flower stamens that entwined around Bai Shuang's ankles. Mu Qing shattered the poisonous flowers in midair, his fingertips condensing into icy crystal apricot branches. And as the buds on the branches blossomed, they emitted a chilling radiance. Schwanger, hold your breath. The apricot branch swept across, freezing half of the poisonous vines, the fragments transforming into a storm of ice blades. These ice blades were as thin as cicada wings, their edges swirling with the forbidden runes from the white jade pharmacopoeia, emitting a sharp sound akin to breaking strings as they severed the bronze chains. They had inscribed the forbidden techniques into the puppet threads. Bai Shuang coughed up blood mixed with ice shards, attempting to ensnare Yunshang's true form with her fingertips made of silken threads. The moment the silken thread grazed the azure scale barrier, the barrier suddenly revealed the forbidden techniques being thrust into the mouth of a dying child, whose abdomen swelled rapidly and exploded into a deluge of the white frost. Of Baigu's left arm sprouted icy crystal claws, and her right eye emitted a beam of light. With her bare hands, she tore open the abdomen of the Gu King, stuffing countless cursed tongues into her mouth to chew. Isn't it the soul you desire? Come and take it. The puppet threads of Yunshang turned to ashes amidst the sea of flames, while Qiu Qianxia escaped into the earth's veins, laughing maniacally. What a witch! Those 3,000 ice coffins at the bottom of the burning moon cliff are all waiting to nourish your apricot blossom patterns. Bai Shuang knelt in the scorched earth, clutching the body of Mu Qing, now transformed into an icy apricot branch. The golden hue at the tips of her hair deepened, and far away, the remnant sword of Lin Qingyu, resting in the ruins of the golden platform, suddenly emitted a mournful sword cry. The roots of the newborn apricot tree delved deep into the magma, each root entwined with the souls of cultivators, and golden sap seeped from the cracks in the trunk, gradually forming the slumbering visage of Mu Qing. Bai Shuang inserted a blood-stained peachwood comb into the heart of the tree, and suddenly, silver threads between the comb's teeth surged forth, weaving a blood-colored star map in the void. The luminous point in the Sun position depicted a certain restless ice coffin at the bottom of the burning moon cliff. Bai Shuang crushed the last skeleton beneath her boot, as the decaying flesh transformed into blue smoke in the demonic flames. Dragging the icy apricot branch, she stepped into the depths of the burning moon cliff, and the petals at the branch's tip fell like rain, each reflecting the smile of Mu Qing before his dissolution. The 3,000 ice coffins hanging on the cliff suddenly trembled, and golden liquid seeped through the seams of the coffins, falling to the ground and transforming into human-faced spiders. with the spell script of Yunshang's puppetry swirling in their compound eyes. Are you satisfied with this dowry? The spectral form of Qiu Qiansha emerged from one of the ice coffins. The threads of goo entwined around his fingertips, connecting all the coffins, each containing a person of the same bloodline as you'd. He snapped his fingers, shattering the nearest ice coffin, and in the moment the corpse crawled out. Bai Shuang's apricot blossom pattern on her neck suddenly burned. Its face bore a striking resemblance to hers. The claws of the corpse tore through the air, releasing a stench of golden pus. The gilded magma engulfed the battlefield as the sorceress laughed maniacally amidst the rain of fire. While the blood apricot tree transformed into a prison of phoenixes, completely enveloping Mu Qing, she bit her tongue, inscribing her marital vow in gilded blood upon the cage, with the 8 desolations as my dowry. I shall bind you for 10,000 years of spring nights. Yunshang's broken form surged, thrusting her severed arm into the gaps of the prison. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Qing's lingering soul transformed into a green light and fled. But the sorceress's piercing shriek caused half of the burning moon cliff to collapse. You cannot escape the heart-devouring love curse. She tore the gilded chain from her neck, the 900 cultivator golden elixirs strung upon it exploding into a shower of fireworks, spelling out Mu Qing's name in the night sky. Suddenly, the gilded blood moon atop the burning moon cliff collapsed, and the sorceress, barefoot, shattered the void beneath her, as 3,000 strands of her azure hair morphed into gilded chains that pierced into the earth's veins. Yunshang's 9 heavens exquisite tower erupted in a blaze of brilliance, its 72 flying eaves transforming into golden swords of the imprisoned dragon, and before the sword's aura reached her, the sorceress mockingly tore open her garment. Her heart's blossom pattern split, revealing the medicine king's furnace with a thunderous roar, from which emerald demonic flames surged forth, melting the celestial sword into liquid gold. The senior sister's tower had metamorphosed into rouge, contrasting starkly against the moonlit scene. The sorceress flicked a droplet of golden liquid from her fingertips, striking it lightly, and the liquid pierced through Yunshang's left shoulder. In an instant, the wound was overrun by the love curse, causing Yunshang's body to tremble violently. As her celestial bones softened with pleasure, she retreated 1,000 feet, crushing her life talisman. In the core of the 9 heavens tower's heavenly mechanism puppet array thunderously activated, with 100,000 corpse puppets crawling forth from the earth's veins, each chest embedded with peachwood nails inscribed with the words of demon slaying. Yet the sorceress lounged languidly against the furnace's edge, her gilded silk robes slipping from her shoulder, revealing remnants of Lin Qingyu's shattered sword at her spine. Such a display. Does it even deserve to be called heaven's mechanism? She parted her crimson lips, and from the furnace flew an emerald butterfly curse, its wings rippling, causing the 100,000 corpse puppets to suddenly redirect their spears, plunging the peachwood nails into their own foreheads. Amidst the blood mist, the sorceress whimsically lifted a corpse puppet's head by its tip, dipping her lips into its brain matter. You have spent a century crafting puppets, yet they pale in comparison to my single cursed, the side. Qiu Qiansha, aware that any further restraint would lead to his torment and death at the hands of the uncontrollable sorceress, summoned his life treasure. The Xianming soul-devouring banner obscured the sky, its surface coalescing into 9-headed demonic serpents formed from 10,000 vengeful souls. The serpents shrieked, their venom dripping down like a rain that eroded flesh and bone. The sorceress chuckled as she severed a strand of hair, its tips coalescing into a reverse-scaled whip, the visage of the azure dragon prince's anguished face appearing upon it. The old fool's serpent pales in comparison to a true dragon. The reverse-scaled whip shattered the void, its tips suddenly extending to ensnare the serpent's neck. With a flick of her wrist, the azure dragon's reverse scales peeled away from the whip, the gilded incantations swirling along the edges, tearing the demonic serpent into 9 segments. Qiu Qiansha's eyes bulged with fury, biting his tongue to spew forth his vital blood as the serpent's remains suddenly detonated, coalescing into the 10,000 curses devouring immortals arrayed at child's play. The sorceress lightly tapped the ground, inverting the furnace, from which surged 3,000 love curses, each carrying a blood apricot blossom bud within. The moment the swarm collided with the black blood array, the buds bloomed, and gilded pollen mixed with the Hahuan poison spiraled upwards. As the Curse King emerged, the sorceress seized its cicada body, slicing open its abdomen. 300 cultivators' tongues writhed like maggots, their surfaces etched with white frost blood curses. A name as a curse, despicable. She crushed the Curse King, the toxic blood splattering onto Yunshang's 9 heavens tower. The tower's demon-slaying talisman suddenly reversed, morphing into the words supreme bliss, and the entire celestial tower began to soften and collapse under the love poison. Merging into gilded shackles that entwined Yunshang's neck, Yunshang shrieked as she tore apart her robe, revealing the rebirth mirror sealed 900 years ago. The mirror reflected the sorceress's past life, the saintess of the Medicine King's Valley kneeling at the altar. Her heart gouged and soul extracted by 300 cultivators, the sorceress's pupils constricted, her emerald vertical pupils erupting with beams of light. You think yourself worthy to pry into my rebirth. At the moment the light shattered the mirror's surface, countless decayed arms reached out from within, each palm gripping a bloodied peachwood comb. Seizing the moment, Yunshang urged the puppet threads towards Mu Qing's lingering soul. But before the threads could reach, the roots of the blood apricot tree burst forth from the earth. The root system shredded the puppet threads, and 10,000 blood apricot blossoms erupted, showering gilded sand that, upon contacting Yunshang's body, transformed into love curses that burrowed into her 7 orifices. The sorceress instantly teleported behind her, biting her earlobe. Do you know, senior sister, why I have kept you until now? She inserted her fingertip into Yunshang's dantian, pulling out the pulsing, its surface revealing the final blood letter left by Wachinzi. The scarlet characters, blazing like flames, read, better to forsake the world than you. Burning fiercely amidst the swirling demonic energy, emanating a heart-wrenching glow at that moment. Yunshang had already fallen into a state of madness, her piercing laughter echoing through the heavens. Accompanying this terrifying laughter, her form gradually disintegrated into ashes, scattering with the wind. One could hear her final desperate cry. Senior brother, you have ultimately betrayed everyone. On the other side, Qiu Qinsha's face twisted in rage, his eyes bloodshot as he unhesitatingly burned his lifespan. Activating the legendary ultimate curse technique with all his might, he chanted incantations. A power so formidable it could obliterate heavens and earth erupted from him, surging outward in a tidal wave. His flesh exploded into blood mist, coalescing into the chaos-devouring immortal curse. Yet the sorceress drove the reverse-scaled whip into her heart, gilded blood saturating the whip, the azure dragon prince's wail transforming into a frenzied dragon's roar. The roots of the blood apricot tree entwined the devouring curse, its blossoms blooming, refining the curse body into gilded elixirs. Here, a gift for you. She crushed the elixir and forced it into Mu Qing's mouth. The love curse burrowing into his throat and entering his organs, the Mu Qing's lingering soul convulsed in ultimate ecstasy, the ice crystal chains shattering bit by bit. The gilded elixir furnace hung inverted, spewing forth emerald demonic flames that engulfed the 8 desolations. The burning moon cliff crumbled, the 72 peaks of the heavenly mechanism pavilion melting into lava amidst the rain of fire. The souls of 100,000 cultivators coalescing into sustenance for the blood apricot tree. The sorceress laughed maniacally amidst the sea of flames, as blood apricot hairpins flew from her tresses, their tips transforming into apricot blossoms that ensnared the last fleeing essence of Qiu Qinsha. Young one, I grant you eternal servitude. Chapter 34. Severing the cause and effect. Weeping amongst the ashes, the ruins of the burning moon cliff trembled, the roots of the blood apricot tree splitting the earth into abysses. The sorceress, barefoot, shattered the altar's azure bricks, as the gilded apricot hairpin erupted in azure light, flickering like a candle. Her fingertips traced the cracks of Lin Qingyu's shattered sword, her emerald vertical pupils reflecting the depths of the blade. Amidst the apricot blossom rain of the Medicine King's Valley, the young medical woman knelt before her master, receiving the jade medicine manual, a red string tied around her wrist with a mountain sparrow feather gifted by Mu Qing. Fate that a gentle smile unexpectedly graced her exquisite visage, yet it was mingled with countless grains of sorrow, accompanied by a heart-wrenching sob in that moment. The resplendent gilded elixir furnace suddenly soared into the air. A dazzling flame shot skyward, like a fire dragon dancing wildly in the skies. Simultaneously, a crystalline drop of blood teardrop, resembling a pearl on a severed string, fell straight into the roaring flames, with a soft hiss. The teardrop instantly melded with the searing fire. Subsequently, an extraordinary power erupted from the tear, surging towards the devouring love demon codex relief carved upon the elixir furnace in the blink of an eye. The once impenetrable relief was burned through with countless tiny holes. Even more bizarrely, these densely packed holes interconnected, weaving together to form the very array she had laid down when her heart was cruelly excised. Just then, a faint remnant of Yunshang's soul slowly emerged from the fissures in the ground. The sorceress gazed intently at the blood-red jewel in her palm, through the flickering faint light of the blood gem. One could clearly see a scene unfolding within. Mu Qing, on that fateful day, gouging his heart to save her. The torrential rain mercilessly battered Mu Qing's body, yet he paid no heed, resolutely kneeling upon the ground, unhesitatingly extracting his precious demon core, all to prolong her fragile life. Meanwhile, she, engulfed in swirling demonic energy, screamed in agony, her hands frantically tearing at the tattered garment draped over Mu Qing. Do you understand? The sorceress's voice suddenly pierced the oppressive silence, laced with a tone of finality, as a glint of resolve flashed in her beautiful eyes. With a fierce grip, she crushed the remnant soul of Yunshang in her hand. As the soul shattered, fragments of soul light scattered in all directions. Within the dazzling soul light, the scene of Yunshang secretly switching the white frost medicinal concoction was starkly illuminated. The most venomous curse in this world is not some ferocious beast or venomous insect, but the unfathomable depths of the human heart, the sorceress murmured to herself, her words imbued with endless sorrow and resentment. Beside the gilded throne in the rebirth hall, the sorceress gazed at the two ice-sculpted puppets. Suddenly, the marriage certificate in their hands fluttered without wind, a half-peeled apricot leaf falling between the yellowed pages, precisely the bookmark that had been tucked within the medicine manual. My master said healers must not cry. She abruptly raised her hand to caress the icy visage of Mu Qing, carving cracks into the ice. Yet no one told me, should the demon not weep? The consciousness of Bai Shuang, deep within the sea of awareness, witnessed this scene, the ice silkworm threads uncontrollably wrapping around the sorceress's wrist. In that moment of intertwining magic patterns, memories from 900 years ago surged forth on a stormy night. The young Bai Shuang curled up in the firewood room, carving the name Mu Qing into the ground with a hairpin, each etching seeping with blood from her master's whippings. Look, the sorceress suddenly murmured into the void. The mirror reflecting Mu Qing, who was busy concocting medicine, forever unable to recognize that you and I are the same person. The sorceress stepped barefoot onto the altar constructed from the remnants of the Nine Heavens Tower, the gilded apricot hairpin releasing a piercing azure light as she tore open her chest, the gilded elixir furnace enveloping Lin Qingyu's shattered sword levitating into the air, the relief of the devouring love demon codex on the furnace suddenly reversing, revealing the lost rebirth chapter of the Jade Medicine Manual. The old fools always say fate is hard to defy. The sorceress traced her fingertip along Mu Qing's pale lips, gilded blood dripping from her jaw onto the altar. Today I shall sever this heavenly path. The blood apricot tree burst forth with 100,000 flower buds simultaneously, each petal crystallizing in the air into 100,000 blades of emotional severance, their edges shimmering with fragmented memories of Mu Qing's heart-wrenching past. An emerald demonic flame soars into the heavens, forcibly extracting the spiritual veins of 72 peaks, intertwining them in the sky to create a celestial map spanning 1,000 miles. Each star path representing the shattered lifelines of Mu Qing and Lin Qingyu. At the moment the emotional severance sword formation descends, the 100,000 blades quiver in unison. A shard from one of the swords grazes the witch's cheek, blood seeping into the corner of her lips. It is salty. Suddenly, she recalls that snowy night when Mu Qing, clutching a stolen alchemical furnace, fell into her embrace, frost coating his brows, yet smiling as he said, "Sister Linger, now we can save everyone." Deceiver. She lets out a hoarse cry as she crushes the bones of her left arm, pouring the marrow towards the celestial map. At that instant, Mu Qing's dying eyes suddenly materialize within the emerald flames. His bloodied hand desperately reaches towards the void, grasping a half-piece of a Hahuan jade pendant that he never had the chance to deliver. The witch's heart, adorned with apricot blossom patterns, abruptly shatters, piercing her own heart. She watches the blood on her fingertips and suddenly flicks a droplet into Mu Qing's lips. "Little dog, this is the wedding wine you missed out on back then." She laughs maniacally, splashing the marrow towards the core of the celestial map. "With my demonic bones as the guide, and your foolish desires as the medium, break." The celestial map explodes with a thunderous roar. As Lin Qingyu's broken sword and Mu Qing's demon core reunite amidst the blinding light, the witch seizes the thickest root of the blood apricot tree, dipping it in the marrow to inscribe the forbidden techniques of the white jade pharmacopoeia in the void. As the gilded script touches the soles of the two, the scorched earth suddenly blossoms with ice crystal apricot flowers, each flower stamen encasing a segment of white bone, which then grows flesh and sinew from the dew. Awakened, the witch bellows, as blood mixed with emotional poison splashes onto the newly formed body. Lin Qingyu's eyelashes suddenly flutter, blood-red star paths appear on his exposed back. Mu Qing's demon core transforms into a vine. Wrapping around the witch's ankle, the newly formed chest boldly engraved with the marriage vow of eternal imprisonment in gilded hell. The consciousness of Bai Shuang awakens deep within her mind, startled to see the witch using a peachwood comb to style Lin Qingyu's hair. The comb's teeth suddenly elongate, piercing the star path at the back of his neck. The sword spirit of the senior brother and my demonic energy share the same origin from now on. On every new moon, she suddenly bites Lin Qingyu's earlobe. You must drink my gilded blood to pacify your soul. Mu Qing stumbles as he touches his newly formed chest. The demonic patterns suddenly scorch him upon touching the marriage vow. The witch instantly teleports behind him, her fingers gliding along his solid waistline. The little dog's demon core is mixed with my demonic marrow. If you stray from me for more than 3 days. Her fingertip suddenly pierces his dantian, drawing forth a wisp of emerald poison mist. You will turn into a blood apricot flower. Bai Shuang seizes the chance to wrest control of her body. The icy silkworm threads wrapping around the witch's wrist. You promised not to harm them. I am bestowing a blessing. The witch chuckles as she drives Lin Qingyu's broken sword into the altar. The sword's hilt blooming with blood apricot flowers revealing the contract's terms. From the hour of the rat to the hour of the rabbit, this body is a gilded feast after sunrise. I grant you the compassion of a healer. As the sun rises, Bai Shuang trembles, touching the newly formed bodies of the two. The healing azure light of the white jade pharmacopoeia flows from her fingertips. Yet upon touching Lin Qingyu's star path, it is rebuffed by the gilded demonic energy. Suddenly, Mu Qing grasps her wrist, the demon core vines entwining where their hands meet. For every inch you heal now, the witch will inscribe an additional prison mark. Bai Shuang gazes down at her gradually gilding fingers, finally comprehending the cost of this resurrection. Each life saved expands the demon's heart by 3 feet. Chapter 35. Apricot curtains and spring rain. Bai Shuang's delicate hand sweeps past the bamboo curtain of the apothecary, morning dew cascading down her black hair into a porcelain bowl. Mu Qing leans against the doorframe. The gilded demonic patterns gleaming dark red in the morning light. The ugly hour scar inscribed by the witch last night has already formed a blood scab. He watches Bai Shuang as she administers medicine to a sick child. Suddenly scoffing, you can save one person, but can you save this entire city plagued by greed, anger, and ignorance? The medicine bowl suddenly sways, the brown liquid splattering onto the child's clothes. Bai Shuang bows her head to wipe it away. But the icy silkworm inadvertently brushes against the child's neck, where gilded apricot patterns quietly emerge. Lin Qingyu's broken sword suddenly crashes through the window, its sword aura severing the puppet threads in the void. The threads leading to the spying formation of the Immortal Cultivation Alliance. They have come. Lin Qingyu's phantom hovers on the sword. The star patterns in his left eye have spread to his neck. 30 miles east, a blood sacrifice formation. Mu Qing's demon core vines suddenly grow wildly, ensnaring Bai Shuang's waist. You want to seek death? You must pass through me first. The moment the vines touch the jade pendant at her waist, a halo suddenly bursts forth, knocking him back 3 steps. In the desolate graves of the eastern suburbs, hundreds of cultivators form a formation, chanting spells. In the center of the blood sacrifice formation, a bronze cauldron floats with the remnants of an infant's limbs. As Bai Shuang's icy silkworms touch the formation's core, a decayed arm suddenly extends from the cauldron, its palm gripping a puppet talisman inscribed with Mu Qing's name. Be careful. Lin Qingyu's broken sword cleaves through the sky. Yet the star-patterned sword aura is swallowed midway by gilded sand mist. The witch's delicate laughter emanates from the mist. Such hospitality! How could I be absent? Bai Shuang's pupils suddenly become gilded. Her hair swaying without wind, she raises her fingertips to gather the resentment within the blood sacrifice formation, condensing it into 3,000 reverse-edged swords. You seek to exterminate demons. Let me show you what true magic is. The sword rain reverses, the protective golden light of the cultivator shatters like paper, and I shall let you witness what constitutes a demon. Mu Qing coughs up black blood outside the formation, his back branded with the Ning Fu demonic pattern. Scorching like a branding iron, he tears apart the barrier with his bare hands, the blue vines wrapping around Bai Shuang's ankle. Wake up, This is not your path, as the gilded light in her eyes flickers. Bai Shuang's icy silkworms pierce her heart, tears mingling with the demonic blood falling into the formation's core. Inside the Hall of Rebirth, the witch's phantom is seen making moves on a gilded chessboard. The black and white pieces are both engraved with faces. White pieces represent the citizens saved by the day, while the black pieces symbolize the remnants of souls sacrificed in the blood formation. Mu Qing's demon core vines shatter the chessboard, but upon touching one of the white pieces, he freezes. There, engraved is Bai Shuang's likeness, "Do you feel pain?" The witch lifts his chin with her toe. This game of chess began 900 years ago. She suddenly overturns the chessboard, the pieces falling to the ground, transforming into 3,000 apricot saplings, those old geezers from the Apothecary Valley. They also used the name of the saintess to deceive the citizens into sacrificing young boys. That I merely returned the favor. Lin Xingyu's broken sword suddenly pierces her phantom, the sword's hilt revealing the truth. The source of the plague back then was indeed the Immortal Cultivation Alliance's poison to seize spiritual veins. The witch's laughter gradually turns mournful. Now you know who the real demon is? Bai Shuang awakens in agonizing pain, her palm clutching a half-bloodied white piece. It is the memory fragment Mu Qing had stealthily given her amidst the chaos. Reflecting the scene of him stealing medicine for the saintess in their youth, Bai Shuang embeds the memory fragment into the apothecary cauldron. Within the cauldron's light, Mu Qing kneels in the torrential rain. Extracting the demon core, behind him the apothecary valley burns fiercely. The saintess is chained to the altar, her mouth stuffed with a cloth inscribed with incantations. Exactly what the Immortal Cultivation Alliance is currently copying from the Demon Extermination Classic. They have never feared demons. Lin Xingyu's phantom gently caresses the cracks in the sword, but the truth that Mu Qing suddenly tears open his garment. The Bufu demonic pattern on his heart splits, revealing a gilded pill. The witch's essence is here if it can be refined with the tears of the saintess. Bai Shuang's icy silkworms tighten suddenly. And you? The twin apricot trees at the cliff's base suddenly grow wildly, their pure white and gilded branches intertwining into a dome. The witch's phantom emerges from the treetop, her fingertip lightly tapping Mu Qing's brow. Silly little dog. You think I chose you as a vessel for no reason? The scene from 900 years ago replays. Before the saintess destroyed her heart pulse, she infused her last strength into the young Mu Qing's body. Demonic energy and holy light entwined within his demon core, blooming into blood-red apricot flowers. Mu Qing sits cross-legged beneath the twin apricot trees. Bai Shuang's icy silkworms pierce his dantian. The tears of the saintess collide with the witch's essence within the demon core, exploding into countless sparks. Lin Xingyu's broken sword hangs in the sky, the star patterns on the sword cascading like a waterfall, inscribing a formation of rebirth that reverses yin and yang in the void. No. Bai Shuang's scream is swallowed by the gilded light. The Mu Qing's body shatters inch by inch. Yet from the ashes, a new sprout emerges, a branch half gilded, half pure white, entwined with the tears of the saintess. Its roots delving deep into the formation of rebirth. The witch's phantom steps forth from the light. So it turns out, in the darkest places there can truly be light. Morning mist entwining the scent of scorched earth wafts into the apothecary. As Mu Qing's body gradually becomes transparent upon the ice crystal bed, Bai Shuang drops the last 3 drops of the saintess's tears into his heart, yet the droplets penetrate the phantom and fall to the ground, solidifying into gilded poison insects. Lin Xingyu's broken sword suddenly hums, the star patterns on the hilt cracking, revealing the forbidden technique inscribed within the apothecary valley, to feed the demon with the soul. To refine the soul with the demon that he has turned himself into a vessel. Lin Xingyu tears open his garment, the demonic pattern on his heart mirroring Mu Qing's. This time, it's my turn, junior sister. Bai Shuang's icy silkworms suddenly wrap around his wrist, gilded blood seeping from where their hands meet. Outside, the blood apricot tree trembles violently, the pure white apricot blossoms blooming at its branches, where the saintess, long dormant in memory, slowly opens her eyes. Deep within the ruins of the Hall of Rebirth, the saintess's delicate hand caresses the ice coffin. Memories from 900 years ago flood back like a tide on that stormy night. The saintess, in order to save the plague-stricken citizens, personally drew the demonic energy into herself. As the elders of the Apothecary Valley extracted her soul, Mu Qing knelt outside the hall, his back torn and bloodied by the punishment whip. You have misdirected your hatred. The tears of the saintess fall upon the witch's brow, the gilded demonic patterns peeling away like a receding tide. Those pompous cultivators are the true instigators of the plague. The witch's emerald-slit pupils suddenly shatter, revealing Bai Shuang's visage beneath. The roots of the blood apricot tree grow wildly, entwining their souls into a cocoon of light. Lin Xingyu's broken sword pierces through the void, the sword's edge resonating with the tears of the saintess, carving out the formation of rebirth that reverses yin and yang in the void. At Mu Qing's phantom kneels at the formation's core. The demon core vines snapping piece by piece. The gilded demonic energy coalesces into 3,000 lamps of rebirth, illuminating every dark corner of the burning moon cliff. The limping beggar receives hot porridge. The blind musician finds his broken strings, and the child who lost his parents to the plague beams in the light of the lamps. The demonic markings on Mu Qing's back ignited with azure flames. Lin Xingyu's broken sword pierced through his chest, the blade extracting a gilded elixir, a source of the witch's power, enveloping a fragment of the saintess's soul. As the blood moon faded from its crimson hue, Bai Shuang held Mu Qing in her embrace amidst the newly awakened apricot grove. That a faint luminescence flickered at his heart, while demonic vines entwined with the pristine apricot branches. Lin Xingyu's broken sword stood embedded at the center of the reincarnation array. Its starlit blade transformed into a protective barrier. She was still present. Suddenly, Mu Qing grasped Bai Shuang's hand, pressing it against his dantian, where faint gilded points of light pulsed, the demonic energy coexisting with the saintess's soul. Still thriving within my demon core, the ethereal image of the saintess emerged from the rain of apricot blossoms, her fingertip gently tapping his brow. In the depths of darkness, light is born. Love is hidden within hatred. This is the essence of the white jade pharmacopoeia. As the clock struck 5 for the third time, Bai Shuang opened the white jade pharmacopoeia under the candlelight in the apothecary. Yellowed pages concealed a peachwood comb newly inscribed by Mu Qing, its back etched with the words "The Dual Perfection Method," glowing faintly with azure light. Suddenly, gilded apricot blossoms fluttered in through the window. The witch's ethereal form leaning against the treetops, the soft chime of her golden bells ringing. I have changed my mind. Her eyes reflected the slumbering Mu Qing, wishing for this little dog to live. To witness the kind of brilliance he can cultivate. Bai Shuang's icy silkworm threads pierced through the ethereal figure, yet softened upon touching the gilded core. There lay a pure white apricot seed, the embodiment of the saintess's soul. As dawn broke, Lin Xingyu's sword hilt blossomed with a twin apricot flower, half gilded and half pure white, its petals glistening with starlit dewdrops. Chapter 36. Frostblade. Before the morning dew had evaporated, Bai Shuang knelt at the foot of the apothecary's stone steps, her plain white skirt stained with last night's gilded blood. Cautiously, she lifted a porcelain bowl filled with dew-laden medicinal tincture, gently submerging the silky, icy threads within. The tincture emitted a faint fragrance, as if infused with the purest essence of heaven and earth. Once the icy threads were thoroughly soaked, she delicately retrieved them, winding them around her swollen ankle. Above that very ankle lay the deep marks left by the witch's golden bell from the previous night, a sight both shocking and heart-wrenching to that moment. Mu Qing, separated by a thin bamboo curtain, quietly observed the unfolding scene. As his gaze fell upon the bruise, a tightening sensation gripped his heart, an indescribable pain surging within him. The mortar he held to grind the herbs cracked, the sharp sound echoing sharply in the silent room. "The infant from Aunt Zhang's family," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Immediately, she lowered her head, beginning to silently organize the medical box beside her. The bandages slipped from her trembling fingertips, landing on the ground with a soft thud. A congenital deficiency requires 7 days of the Tai-Su needles. Suddenly, Mu Qing swept aside the curtain, the gilded bell at his waist jingling. That he seized the medical box and slammed it onto the table. The fragile sound of colliding bottles mingled with a cold laugh. "Where was your compassion when you were locked in a cage last night?" Bai Shuang's fingertips left crescent imprints within her sleeve. Outside, the sudden sound of children's laughter reached her ears, several half-grown children clutching wild apricot blossoms peering over the fence. "Mr. Bai, Mother asked us to bring these freshly picked." Mu Qing's pupils constricted sharply. Those apricot blossoms were tinged with an unnatural gilded hue. Bai Shuang left winding trails of watermarks in the alley as she bent down to administer needles to a coughing woodcutter, a sudden glimmer of gilded light flickering among her cascading hair. Lin Xingyu's broken sword hung silently in the eaves, its blade's aura dispelling the puppeteered spiders above. The seventh acupoint needs to be penetrated 3 inches deeper. He suddenly materialized, grasping her wrist as she held the needle. The starlit patterns on his fingertips glowing with azure radiance. They had planted a curse in the Taiyuan acupoint. Bai Shuang's icy threads abruptly stiffened, yet softened upon touching the old wounds in his palm. The sword in the eaves suddenly let out a mournful wail. Lin Xingyu hastily withdrew his hand, the sleeve of his black robe seeping with gilded blood that a plume of black smoke suddenly erupted from the direction of the apothecary. Mu Qing's furious shout resonating through the marketplace. "Everyone, get out of the way!" By the time they returned, they found him standing amidst the scorched earth, blood streaming down his bare torso, charred gilded apricot branches scattered at his feet. The wild apricot blossoms brought by the children writhed amidst the ashes, transforming into cursed insects. As dusk painted the window frames crimson, Bai Shuang tended to Mu Qing's wounds. The newly healed whip marks traversed his shoulder, the scabbed areas coated with a crystalline salve. His muscles tensed suddenly, gripping her wrist as she attempted to withdraw, pressing it against the scar. "Weren't you bold enough to touch me during the day?" The icy threads dissolved into mist within his palm, and Bai Shuang caught sight of the unhealed bite marks at his waist. Those were the unsightly imprints left by the witch's gilded fangs from the previous night. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from outside the window. Lin Xingyu's broken sword piercing through the spine crow puppet, the pouch tied to the sword hilt rolling away, containing the snow spirit lotus capable of temporarily suppressing demonic energy. "Your senior brother. Mind your own compassion." Mu Qing suddenly ripped away half of the bandage, the grotesque scar resembling a centipede sprawling across his wheat-colored back. "Last night, when that demon used my blood to draw the array, your dear senior brother was busy inscribing star trails in the reincarnation hall." Bai Shuang's silver hairpin clattered to the ground, the flower head carved with apricot blossoms revealing gilded petals. That was the witch's vicious tool used to style her hair at midnight each night. Within the gilded cage of the reincarnation hall, the witch was prying open Mu Qing's collar with the silver hairpin. The pin's tip grazed over the newly healed whip marks from the previous night, drawing forth a string of blood beads. "The way this little dog protects its master today reminds me of 900 years ago in the sea of consciousness." Bai Shuang wished to shatter the barrier and intrude. Adorned with Lin Xingyu's gifted snow spirit lotus, the petals began to wither one by one within the demonic energy. "Let him go. You promised me." The witch suddenly laughed playfully, severing the golden bell from Mu Qing's waist. Tilting his chin upward, "I have changed my mind. Tonight, how about you both serve me together?" Lin Xingyu's broken sword pierced through the air, yet upon touching the gilded cage, the witch clamped down on the sword's edge with her teeth. She gently extended her tongue, slowly licking the blood-stained blade. A metallic, sweet scent instantly permeated the air, tantalizing her taste buds. That moment, the gilded curse plummeted directly from the top of the cage. Under the influence of the curse, Mu Qing, as if possessed, suddenly reached out and grasped Bai Shuang's delicate neck. However, as Bai Shuang's face turned red from asphyxiation, tears welling in the corners of her eyes, Mu Qing caught a glimpse of a familiar glimmer of tears at the edge of her slightly trembling gaze, a reflection of the sorrow and despair she had displayed 900 years ago when she fell. At this moment, as the clock struck 5, the chime of dawn echoed softly. Bai Shuang's petite form curled up in the corner of the apothecary, shivering uncontrollably. The gilded chain she once wore around her neck had magically transformed into a beautiful apricot blossom tattoo, firmly imprinted upon her fair skin. Yet, despite the passage of time, the traces of Mu Qing's fingers on her neck remained clear and unhealed. Lin Xingyu, who had remained silent, approached Bai Shuang, offering her a steaming cup of snow spirit lotus tea. As his sleeve accidentally slipped, revealing his arms marred with striking star trail burn marks, it was evident he had suffered a severe backlash. Suddenly, a heavy dragging sound emanated from outside the window. Following the sound, they saw Mu Qing, drenched in blood, struggling against the door frame. The chambers of those people, blood-stained Bai Shuang's pristine skirt, a sight that stood out glaringly. Chapter 37. Benevolent Heart. As moonlight spilled over the window frame, golden curse patterns began to shimmer upon Bai Shuang's collarbone. The tips of her hair hung with icy crystals, each droplet imprisoning shattered starlight. The witch chuckled softly from the depths of the sea of consciousness, her figure in the bronze mirror shedding its plain veil. The apricot blossom pattern at her waist seemed to breathe, pulsating with moonlight. The hour had arrived. Accompanied by this chilling proclamation, a slender finger gently tapped against the fragrant wood of the bedpost. The sound waves, like an invisible force, spread outwards, shattering the crystalline icicles that hung from the eaves. Outside, the sound of chains being dragged grew closer. Then, Mooching's figure appeared at the door. He treaded upon the ground blanketed with frost flowers, each step leaving behind deep and shallow footprints, reminiscent of blooming plum blossoms amidst the ice and snow. A vivid and striking Hahuan mark was branded upon the back of Mooching's neck. At this moment, blood beads continually oozed from the mark, crimson liquid trickling down his straight spine, ultimately soaking into the loose jade belt at his waist, staining it with a shocking crimson mark. She, barefoot, gracefully alighted upon Mooching's trembling knees. Her feet, as white as jade, bore vivid red nail polish, like flames ablaze. The witch leaned slightly forward, extending her slender fingers to lightly trace the side of Mooching's thigh, instantly sketching a winding line of blood. The breathing technique I taught you yesterday has indeed made your demon core even more lustrous. The witch spoke, her voice clear and melodious, yet laced with an underlying chill. Her gaze remained fixated on Mooching, glimmering with greed and desire. As the icy crystal chains fell, the moment they ensnared his wrist, the bones of his wrist emitted a crisp sound akin to jade striking stone. At that moment, Lin Xingyu's broken sword shattered through the window, but upon reaching Mooching's throat, the sword's aura solidified into icicles. The witch's silver bells at her ankles jingled lightly, and suddenly, the curse patterns around his neck blossomed forth into crimson apricot flowers. Your senior brother's sword remains as uncouth as ever. She traced the sword scar across Mooching's chest with her fingertip, smearing the blood that oozed onto her lips. The broken sword let out a mournful cry. The flower patterns on the hilt exuding emotional curses, and as blood characters formed on the ground, Baishuang's left hand involuntarily reached for Lin Xingyu's pulse. That moment, the ice coffin of the Hahuan sect, exuding endless chill, suddenly erupted. The witch was tightly biting into the broad and sturdy shoulder of Mooching, her teeth deeply embedded in his flesh, as crimson blood flowed down the wound, staining his white garments. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the witch's previously closed eyes suddenly flew open, her alluring gaze narrowing slightly, a glint of cold light shooting forth, as if it could pierce through the ethereal void itself. In the once empty space, an innumerable number of ancient corpses had inexplicably appeared. These bodies were interconnected, resembling a continuously rotating curtain of flesh and blood, exuding a chilling aura of terror. Each corpse was precisely pierced by a translucent ice crystal apricot branch, with buds on the branches beginning to slowly bloom under the nurture of the surrounding malevolent energy. Petals fell like snowflakes. Behold these vile entities. The witch pressed her bloodied fingertips against Mooching's lips, as if even in death, she needed to assume a posture of copulation. The cursed markings on Mooching's body entwined around the witch's waist like thorns. His pupils reflected the quivering apricot pit of her heart, an alchemical demon core. Seeping a bluish light through her pale skin, Lin Xingyu's broken sword thrust towards the witch's back, only to be grasped barehanded at the blade's edge, ice crystals and gilded threads biting into her palm, leaving mandala-shaped wounds. Good child, the witch whispered against Mooching's damp back, etching new markings upon his chest. Blood droplets fell onto the Hahuan bells, awakening the ancient contract slumbering beneath the earth. The sound of chains breaking echoed from the direction of the Hahuan sect. Startling crows that flew towards the blood moon, clutching ice shards. The witch toyed with the tips of Mooching's sweat-drenched hair, strands transforming into gilded threads as they slowly seeped into the newly engraved shackles around her frost-white wrists. Lin Xingyu silently tied her gauzy belt, but the broken sword suddenly cut into her fingertip, bleeding onto the rice paper, staining it with prophetic blood marks. When the remnant soul of the Hahuan ancestor awakened within the ice coffin, the witch was already placing the Yuan Yang pill beneath her tongue. The surface of the pill shimmered with remnants of last night's passion, reflecting Mooching's neck, which was tilted back in a near-death state, and Lin Xingyu's fingers, pale from gripping the broken sword. Does the elder brother know? She painted the gilded tail of her eyes before a copper mirror. When your sword energy mingles with my consciousness, it is more enchanting than a moonlit sword dance. The mirror suddenly cracked, revealing the blood apricot trees on the 72 peaks growing wildly. As dusk stretched their shadows into monstrous claws, the witch ground rouge upon the heads of the cultivators. She dotted her eyes with vermilion mixed with her heart's blood, allowing the gilded sheen to flow down her tear mole, taking the shape of a venomous serpent the moment the human skin puppet transformed into Lin Qingyu's visage. Mu Qing's demon core suddenly erupted with a bluish light, scales sprouting from the side of his neck. So keen on this face. The witch grasped the puppet's throat and pressed it against a tree trunk. The juice from the blood apricot dripping down the puppet's eye like blood tears. She suddenly bit through the puppet's lips, pressing her bloodied fangs against Mu Qing's trembling Adam's apple. Why not turn you into a new puppet? Kneeling by my side day and night. Just then, Lin Qingyu's broken sword pierced the puppet's heart, but the sword energy, entwined with demonic aura, rebounded upon itself. Bai Shuang saw the gilded threads coiling within the sword spirit deep in her consciousness. The very curse the witch had planted using the Hehuan technique that night. The roots of the blood apricot tree suddenly ensnared his ankles, the bark revealing the witch's mocking smile. The moonlight of the hour of the rat was stained crimson by the blood apricot. The witch twisted her long hair into a bun with a bone hairpin, the ice crystal drops cascading from her hair, creating a soul-capturing sound as she spun and danced. The gilded patterns on her skirt unfurled into a smaller version of the heart-eating goo formation. The remnant soul of the Hehuan ancestor emerged from the earth's veins, just as its skeletal hand was about to touch her back. Junior, the witch suddenly seized the skull, her fangs piercing into the crown of the skull. Your dual cultivation method is far from gentle. The moment the malevolent energy surged in, his spine emitted a sound like shattering jade, erupting from his tailbone in waves, glowing with a toxic blue under the moonlight. As the 72 peaks descended into a realm of ultimate bliss, the gilded threads on Bai Shuang's wrists were encroaching towards her elbows. Mu Qing knelt in the pool of blood, wiping her feet. While a strand of the witch's consciousness swirled within the new markings on his neck, Lin Qingyu's broken sword pressed against his throat, yet the sword's surface revealed the Hehuan patterns woven from gilded threads. Brother's sword's spirit taste, the witch's voice seeped from the blood apricot buds, hotter than your yuan yang. The ice crystal apricot branch suddenly pierced Lin Qingyu's palm, pinning him to the tree trunk. The roots grew around his waist and abdomen, emitting a chilling sucking sound as they consumed the sword energy. The morning light penetrated the gilded mist of the burning moon cliff, as Bai Shuang knelt amidst the charred apricot trees. Ice silkworm threads entwined around the wilted trunks. She pressed her palm against the earth's fissure, the emerald healing technique flowing into the soil like a stream. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and fresh sprouts broke through the surface. But upon touching the sunlight, they turned a gilded hue. The witch's curse rebounded against the healing technique, transforming the entire apricot grove into a sea of flames. Enough! Mu Qing's roar echoed from beyond the sea of fire. He crushed the burning apricot branches beneath his bare feet, the gilded bells at his waist exploding into fragments, the demon core's blue vines coiling like an enraged dragon to extinguish the flames. Bai Shuang's skirt had already been burnt to tatters, revealing the winding demonic markings around her ankles, resembling apricot flowers entwined in chains. The plague in East Village, affecting 300 people. She lowered her head, wrapping the ice silkworm threads around her scorched wrists. If it is not eradicated today, the demonic energy will only grow stronger by nightfall. Mu Qing suddenly yanked her medical box and smashed it against the scorched earth. The sound of shattering vials startling the birds into flight. While you are healing, that demon can slaughter 10 villages. In the shattered porcelain pieces, his newly etched markings were reflected, burning hard at the hour of the rabbit. Inscribed by the witch's hairpin last night, the bamboo curtain of the medicinal hut rustled lightly, as Lin Qingyu leaned against the door with his sword. His left eye was covered with star-patterned gauze, and blood droplets of gilded hue seeped from his fingertips. The price of his reckless intrusion into the Hall of Rebirth last night. Bai Shuang unwrapped the blood-stained gauze, shocked to find half a strand of puppet silk embedded deep in the wound. Do not move. Lin Qingyu suddenly grasped her hand holding the tweezers, star trails spreading from his pupils to his wrists, the silk imbued with the witch's amorous goo. Outside the window, the blood apricot trees grew wildly, every blooming flower morphing into Bai Shuang's visage. The witch's voice echoed on the night wind. At the hour of the tiger, meet me in the Hall of Rebirth. Bring your compassion and my little dog. Chapter 38. The Cultivation Alliance. The dome of the demon extermination hall hung high with 9 bronze lamps, their wicks burning with ghostly blue soul fire, casting a chilling gloom within the hall. At the center, the sword of severing emotion hovered above a pool of blood, its blade not yet formed, yet already seeping wisps of blood mist, coalescing into a grotesque visage that danced along the blade's edge. The master of the demon extermination hall, clad in a black robe adorned with golden threads depicting menacing Tao-Tai patterns, stood upon a high platform, his feet upon jade tiles inscribed with intricate sacrificial runes. These 100,000 mortal souls are merely the opening act. The hall master's voice resonated like the clash of metal and stone, reverberating throughout the great hall, its might causing the massive chains hanging from the pillars to vibrate ominously. As if they might snap at any moment, he slowly raised his hand, and with a gentle wave, the once tranquil blood pool erupted into ripples, followed by countless dark shadows rising slowly from its depths. On closer inspection, these shadows were the souls curled together, their forms grotesquely distorted by the corrosive blood, some barely recognizable. To slay that witch, we must use billions of souls as fuel to forge the unparalleled divine sword capable of cleaving the heavens. The hall master's words were cold and merciless, echoing in everyone's ears at this moment. Standing beneath the platform, the leader of the Xiang sect, Qinjianzi, gripped his whisk as it moved of its own accord. His gaze fixed on a figure in the blood pool, a remnant soul of a child, seemingly no more than 7 or 8 years old. The pitiful soul was being relentlessly torn apart by the blood, gradually transforming into strands of blood that coiled around a sword radiating a chilling light. Master, if you truly drain the life from all beings in this world, how shall the legacy of our cultivation realm continue? Must it truly end here? Qinjianzi could not help but voice his concern. However, before he could finish, a dull thud echoed, and everyone looked up to see the chains entwined around the cauldron bind 300 expectant mothers, their abdomens inscribed with incantations. With a flick of his finger, the master of Xuanji Pavilion releases a wisp of azure light. The foremost mother suddenly convulses violently, her belly splitting open to reveal a blood-soaked infant spirit. The child spirit, crafted from the remains of a July fetus, wields the heart-devouring nails that can shatter the protective golden body of a witch. The master molds the wailing infant spirit into a crimson spike, aiming its tip at the center of Baiji's forehead, intending to use this remnant of Yaowang Valley to bestow enlightenment. Suddenly, the palace doors burst open with a crash of gilded sand. A charred corpse crashes to the edge of the blood pool, clutching half of a steel. The very disciple who had previously ventured to Yaowang Valley for reconnaissance. The inscription upon it, "Eradicate the path," flows with golden liquid, corroding the chains in its wake. The saintess has returned. The dying disciple's eyes snap open, shrieking, his pupils morphing into almond-shaped golden flecks. His body rapidly sprouts branches of an apricot tree, enveloping the nearby bronze cauldron in a cocoon. The palace master, enraged, sweeps his sleeve, yet the ghostly flames cannot scorch these golden branches. Qing Yunzi steps back, and the medicinal pouch in his sleeve suddenly bursts open. Amidst a storm of apricot blossoms, a vision materializes. The saintess, pierced through the collarbone by an iron hook, infuses her last vestiges of spiritual power into a dying child. The child's brow and eyes bear a striking resemblance to Baiji. "Enchantress, you deceive the masses," the palace master roars, as the ghostly flames in his palm reduce the steel to ashes. Yet from the ashes, a wisp of golden thread emerges, coalescing in the air into an ominous prophecy. The immortal path must be severed. The blood of demons shall cleanse sins. The branches of the blood apricot tree pierce the clouds. Beneath its canopy, the earth glimmers with an eerie gilded hue at a group of unwitting cultivators, having strayed into the demonic realm, scream in agony as their flesh melts like wax. Blooming apricot blossoms from their bones, golden threads extending from the petals to encircle their hearts. The witch strides barefoot across the ground strewn with golden flowers. 7 hearts still beating, ensnared by her reverse-scaled whip. The whip's tip tightens suddenly, drawing Mu Qing forth from behind the tree. "Were you planning to inform those hypocrites?" She grazes her fingertip across Mu Qing's neck wound, the gilded demonic energy seeping into the injury. "For every time you escape, I shall slaughter a city. Yesterday it was Qingzhou, today it should be Linyuan, correct?" A pained groan escapes Mu Qing's throat, through the strands of the witch's hair cascading over her shoulder. He glimpses Bai Shuang kneeling beneath the blood apricot tree, piercing her wrist with an ice crystal. She is employing a secret technique from the white jade pharmacopoeia, attempting to purify the stream tainted by demonic energy. Each time the ice crystal darkens, she trembles and carves away a piece of flesh. Are you feeling heartache? The witch suddenly grips Mu Qing's chin, forcing him to gaze at the tree's crown. There, 300 golden cocoons dangle, each enveloping a cultivator. Mu Qing's pupils constrict. One cocoon bursts open, revealing a decayed face. The shattered primordial spirit emits a piercing scream. Save me. Yet in the next moment, it is shredded by golden threads, becoming nourishment for the blood apricot tree. A cracking sound resonates from the tree's core. Bai Shuang's ice crystal pestle drops to the ground. Before her, the trunk splits open, revealing a pulsating golden apricot pit deep within. Countless fragments of memory flood her mind. The saint is shackled beneath the apricot tree, 12 masters pouring the dark energy from the bronze cauldron into her spiritual sea. Amidst her anguished cries, the roots of the apricot tree surge forth, piercing the chests of all present cultivators. Is this your memory? Bai Shuang trembles as she touches the apricot pit. The witch's laughter echoes behind her. Incorrect. It is our memory. Chapter 39. The Saintess with an Unstable Heart. How can one eradicate the demons? The palace master's voice pierces like a cold needle into the spiritual sea. Qing Yunzi suddenly awakens, his whisk striking out with lethal arc, severing Bai Ji's left arm. The severed limb plunges into the blood pool, yet the splattered droplets crystallize into 300 mirrors in the air. Each mirror reflects the unfolding tragedy, the expectant mothers in Qingzhou City being cut open for their Purple River carts, children in Linyuan Town wailing within alchemical furnaces, and even yesterday's newly forged sword puppets bearing the talismans of Yaowang Valley at their waists. Where the medicinal spirit flowers bloom, there lies the essence of Yaowang Valley. The witch's voice, intertwined with the chime of apricot bells, penetrates the barrier. The blood pool begins to boil, revealing a dense network of apricot tree roots at the bottom. The chains that ensnared the mothers suddenly retract, dragging the performing master of Xuanji Pavilion into the blood. The sacrificial runes beneath the palace master's feet shatter inch by inch, golden liquid seeping from the cracks in the jade tiles. Bai Shi floats into the air, her shattered form being reformed by the gilded branches, her apricot blossom mark upon her forehead merging with the witch's mark upon her collarbone, coalescing into a complete totem of Yaowang Valley amidst the blood mist. It is time to awaken. With a gentle tap of her fingertip, the nascent souls of the cultivators within the cocoons explode like fireworks. The cascade of golden threads converges into swords, piercing through the 9 bronze lamps adorning the ceiling of the demon-eradicating palace. As the lamp oil pours down, Qing Yunzi sees clearly what flows within. It is the life essence extracted from the saintess's spiritual sea 300 years ago, when the blood rain falls upon the white jade hairpin in his hand. The names inscribed upon its surface suddenly begin to writhe. The first to vanish is the name Bai Ji, transforming into gold dust that seeps into the rebirthing girl's brow. The vitality you left behind. The witch's voice suddenly resonates in his ear, startling Qing Yunzi to stagger back. Only then does he realize that the roots of the apricot tree have unknowingly crawled up the hem of his Dao robe. Winding toward his heart, the master of Xuanji Pavilion screams abruptly cease. From the blood pool rises an emerald skeleton, beads of an abacus jingling amidst its ribcage. The bony hand suddenly slaps against the jade floor, etching a bloody hexagram. Above is Can, below is Li, an incomplete situation. The entire demon-eradicating palace begins to tilt. Outside the palace, the cries of mortals resonate. Through the shattered dome, Qing Yunzi glimpses the branches of the blood apricot tree casting a shadow over 3 states and 9 prefectures. The tree's crown hangs down with countless golden threads, each entwining the dissolving primordial spirits of cultivators. Bai Shuang's ice crystal pestle suddenly flies forth from the fissures of the earth. The girl, bloodied from head to toe, crawls from the abyss, the remaining pages of the white jade pharmacopoeia in her palm radiating a brilliant white light. The purified demonic energy coalesces in the air into a mirror, reflecting the suffocating truth. Every spiritual vein penetrated by the roots of the blood apricot tree connects to a bronze cauldron. Within the swirling black gas of the cauldron, the primordial spirits of the 12 masters from 300 years ago greedily siphon the essence of living beings. The so-called severing of emotional ties. The witch's figure materializes in the mirror, her fingertip gliding over the white jade hairpin in Qing Yunzi's grasp. Merely a coffin nail forged for yourselves. Lin Qingyu, mingling among the refugees, looks up to see the heavens splitting open with gilded seams. The remnant sword in her arms and the chincoin pouch tremble simultaneously, the apricot wood comb within oozing blood. Beneath the crystalline dome of the Dragon Palace in the East Sea, 300 boys and girls are immersed in amber-colored liquid. Their skin begins to display the patterns of dragon scales, their pupils gradually transforming into slits. The dragon prince caresses a pregnant woman's protruding abdomen, a coral knife slicing through with a flash of blood. The purest infant spirit, at the age of July gestation, is the most coveted. As the prince extracts the fetus into his palm, the mass of flesh morphs into a blood-colored dragon pearl. 3,000 boys and 5,000 pregnant women each month. This is the baseline for the Dragon Clan's alliance. A messenger from the cultivation world kneels amidst the pool of blood, his communication talisman soaked in cold sweat. He glimpses a flicker of azure behind the palace column. Mu Qing is bound by chains transformed by demonic energy. Fixated intently on the dragon pearl in the prince's hand, gritting his teeth, the messenger replies, "On the day the severing of emotional ties sword is forged, the East Sea may claim 30% of the living essence as tribute." The dragon prince suddenly crushes the dragon pearl. Within the blood mist, the scene of the demon-eradicating palace emerges. 9 bronze cauldrons are melting down cities, the common folk being drawn into their mouths like ants. 30%. He sweeps his tail across the crystal table. "What I seek is the core of the blood sacrifice array. Hand over the Saintess's remains." The roots of the blood apricot tree suddenly begin to grow in reverse. Bai Shuang watches as the gilded roots penetrate the clouds, weaving into an inverted network in the heavens. The golden threads cascading from the tree crown shimmer with an icy blue. The purified stream she had nurtured altering the ecosystem of the demonic realm amidst the melting bones of cultivators. Tender green herbal shoots emerge. "You are more stubborn than the Saintess." The witch crushes a newly sprouted plantain underfoot, the reverse-scaled whip coiling around Bai Shuang's neck. You know why the last 10 pages of the white jade pharmacopoeia are blank." The whip's tip suddenly pierces the girl's brow. Bai Shuang feels as if countless golden needles are stabbing into her brain, 300 prescriptions flipping rapidly before her eyes. Upon reaching the page detailing the purification technique, terror grips her as she discovers that the original vermilion ink is fading, replaced by the network diagram of the blood apricot tree. Those locations of the demon springs she had purified correspond exactly to the newly formed apricots on the tree. The witch's gilded pupils reflect Bai Shuang's pale face. With every area of demonic energy you purify, 100 poisonous apricots ripen. She lightly taps her fingertip, and the nearest golden apricot suddenly bursts open. The toxic mist revealing the scene of Qingzhou City. Refugees who consumed the apricots are now gnawing on their companions, the apricot pits sprouting from their foreheads, transmitting resentment back to the earth veins. Bai Shuang trembles as she tears open her garment. Where flesh had been excised, golden roots writhe beneath her skin. She finally comprehends why the ice crystals could never cleanse. Purification techniques are merely another irrigation system. The mirror of rebirth suddenly emits a cracking sound. When Mu Qing awakens to this noise, the puppet threads at his heart have already crawled to his throat. He sees a bizarre image materializing in the mirror. 300 years ago. The Saintess is combing the hair of the current witch, both adorned with the same white jade hairpin. As the comb glides through the 49th stroke, the mirror shatters explosively, 12 rays of golden light shooting forth. Seize the shards of the mirror of rebirth. The dragon prince's roar shakes the blood apricot tree, causing it to tremble. He sweeps his tail, breaking 3 main branches. Yet from the breakage spills not tree sap, but thick stardust. Those devoured primordial spirits are gestating the cosmos within the tree's core. Bai Shuang lunges for the largest shard. The instant her reflection appears in the mirror, 300 voices erupt simultaneously in her mind. Bai Shuang, the 7th-generation inheritor of Yaowang Valley, assumes the principal position of the mirror of rebirth. A torrent of memories washes over her consciousness. She sees herself kneeling before the Saintess in her past life, personally plunging a poisoned silver needle into the wind pool acupoint of the other. The witch's reverse-scaled whip suddenly freezes in midair. The apricot blossom mark between her collarbones shines like the blazing sun, resonating with the newly formed mark upon Bai Shuang's forehead. The ground beneath the 2 individuals began to blur, revealing a seething sea of molten lava below. 12 bronze tripods lay at the ocean's bed, from which dark vapors were coalescing into human shapes that it turned out that you had known all along. Bai Shuang spat out a mouthful of golden blood, which fell to the ground and transformed into young apricot saplings. The so-called demonic energy was merely the tainted essence of spiritual qi. For the first time, the witch's laughter was tinged with sorrow. She tore open her robe, revealing a gilded apricot pit embedded in her chest that was undergoing a cataclysmic transformation 300 years ago. They had drained the saintess's spiritual marrow and infused it into the earth's veins. Now, every breath of spiritual energy consumed in the realm of cultivation. She abruptly plunged her hand into her chest, extracting half of a pulsating apricot pit, composed entirely of her flesh and blood. Qing Yunzi had discovered that half of the apricot pit amidst the ruins of the demon extermination hall. The moment he touched the kernel, the entire white jade hairpin trembled violently. The names that emerged on the pin's surface detonated one after another, each vanishing name dissolving into golden dust that seeped into the apricot pit. The Taotai pattern etched onto his back by the hall master before his demise began to stir, intertwining with the veins on the surface of the apricot pit to form a chain. For the sake of all living beings, would you be willing to sever your ties once more? The witch's voice emanated from within the apricot pit. Qing Yunzi beheld a young girl's primordial spirit curled up within the kernel. Her appearance identical to that of the child's lingering soul in the blood pool. The silver bell tied around the girl's wrist was the very gift he had presented to the saintess years ago. Suddenly, the sound of a sword resonated from outside the ruins. Lin Qingyu, wielding a fully restored sword, descended through the air, its tip aimed directly at Qing Yunzi's brow. The 12 celestial sects have orchestrated this scheme for 300 years. Did you truly believe you could remain unscathed? The sword's blade reflected a horrifying sight. The trunk of the blood apricot tree was cracking open, its core harboring the saintess's glazed bones. 300 golden threads extended from the bones, their other ends connected to the spiritual cores of various sects' forbidden grounds. Each thread shimmered with names, the latest shockingly inscribed with Lin Qingyu's own. Suddenly, blood rain descended from the direction of the dragon palace. Within the shattered seventh dragon pearl held by the prince, the ultimate secret of the mirror of rebirth emerged. Every fragment within the mirror reflected the saintess from different timelines. As Mu Qing pieced together the last two fragments, all the saintesses from across time turned their heads simultaneously. The apricot blossom marks between their collarbones formed a stellar map, with the central missing pattern precisely matching the totem on the cover of the white jade pharmacopoeia in Bai Shuang's hands. It turned out that you were the linchpin. The witch suddenly grasped Bai Shuang's throat, her eyes ablaze with golden light. The pharmacopoeia in the girl's arms automatically flipped to a blank page. Beginning to frantically absorb the surrounding demonic energy, Bai Shuang's skin cracked inch by inch, yet what oozed from the fissures was not blood, but pure streams of spiritual energy. All the fruits of the blood apricot tree simultaneously exploded. Toxic mist and spiritual energy intertwined into a vortex, sweeping the entire demonic realm toward the inverted canopy of trees. Mu Qing grasped Bai Shuang's hand amid the tempest, discovering that a silver bell mark identical to the saintess's manifested in her palm. Kill me. Bai Shuang's pupils began to dilate. The pages are absorbing my soul. Yet the witch suddenly withdrew her hand. She entwined the reverse-scaled whip around her neck, the gilded demonic patterns flowing back into Bai Shuang's body. The true secret art of the Medicine King Valley had always been. Her body rapidly crystallized, exchanging life for life. The final wisp of demonic energy was infused into Bai Shuang's spirit platform. The mirror of rebirth erupted with unprecedented brilliance. The 300 saintesses within the mirror simultaneously raised their hands, tearing the heavens open to reveal a cascading waterfall of starlight. Yet what fell from the waterfall was not water, but countless fragments of burning bronze tripods. Lin Qingyu's sword suddenly flew from his hand. The blade entwined with the roots of the blood apricot tree, piercing deep into the earth's veins of the demonic realm. As the earth trembled, Qing Yunzi heard the gentle murmurs of the glazed bones awakening. Those sounds perfectly mirrored the saintess's cries of despair when she was consumed by the dark energy 300 years ago. Chapter 40. Blood Apricot Nirvana. At the moment Bai Shuang's delicate, pale fingertips gently brushed against the first purifying fruit, the once tumultuous battlefield, shrouded beneath a lush canopy, abruptly fell into an eerie silence. It was as if time had frozen at that instant, all clamor and the sounds of battle coming to an abrupt halt. The wind ceased to blow, the leaves no longer rustled, and even the blood-soaked air seemed to congeal in place. Every person and creature on the battlefield, whether they were hidden assassins lurking in the shadows or ferocious beasts roaring in rage, appeared frozen. Those pearlescent apricots hung silently from the branches, their surfaces faintly shimmering with the ancient and mysterious text from the white jade pharmacopoeia. These words danced like ethereal spirits, glimmering with a faint light, adding an extraordinary hue to the entire scene. Whenever a curious cultivator attempted to reach out and touch these apricots, the corresponding techniques would ignite like a roaring inferno within their consciousness, turning to ash in an instant. This bizarre phenomenon instilled fear in many cultivators, rendering them hesitant to approach. Just then, the master of the Eastern Sea Sword sect arrived, radiating an imposing aura as he rode his sword. The sword in his hand glinted coldly, its sword energy like a rainbow, cleaving towards the apricots. However, an unexpected event occurred, when the sword's edge made contact with the nectar secreted by the apricots. In an instant, the blade seemed to corrode as if by a strong acid, emitting a hissing sound that in the blink of an eye. The once razor-sharp sword became rusted and even sprouted clusters of pure white apricot blossoms. The master was instantly filled with terror. He widened his eyes, unable to believe that his life's treasured sword had been utterly destroyed. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly shouted from the crowd, "Look at the earth's veins." Everyone turned towards the sound, only to see Lin Qingyu's Zhanqing sword firmly embedded at the rift of the demonic realm. The fragments of the mirror of rebirth embedded in the sword's hilt were now reflecting 12 scarlet beams of light, shooting straight into the sky. Following that, deafening explosions echoed from the directions of various sects' forbidden grounds. Pillars of fire soared into the heavens, illuminating the sky as bright as day. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that the roots of the gilded tree were erupting from the spiritual veins, growing at an astonishing speed, breaking through the surface towards the skies. Each branch bore a massive bronze tripod, seemingly filled with endless surging power. Amidst the chaos and clamor, Qing Yunzi had unknowingly plunged into a bottomless blood pool. His body was half covered with terrifying Taotai patterns, which appeared to possess life, writhing incessantly. Beneath the black scales, tender green apricot branches sprouted, presenting an exceptionally eerie sight. The other half of his body, however, was shedding translucent fragments of jade. As if his Tao heart was gradually collapsing, he cautiously groped his way to the bottom of the pool. His fingers unexpectedly brushed against the saintess's glazed bone ankle, smooth and delicate like mutton-fat white jade. Yet before he could react, a sudden sharp pain overwhelmed him. 300 shimmering golden threads of causality pierced through his temples like lightning. In an instant, images surged into his mind like a tide. He vividly recalled every name he had inscribed on that jade hairpin. And shockingly, these names corresponded one by one to the sources of spiritual vein pollution throughout the realm of cultivation. "Do you know why you were chosen to guard this jade hairpin?" Lin Qingyu's cold and somewhat mocking voice resonated from within the massive tripod. Qing Yunzi snapped his head up, only to see his disciple's primordial spirit being suspended tightly by those golden threads, dangling precariously at the tripod's mouth. Simultaneously, the Zhanqing sword in his hand was greedily siphoning the last wisp of essence from the various sects' spiritual veins. What is happening?" Qing Yunzi questioned, his eyes wide with desperation. Lin Qingyu responded with a chilling smile. "The reason is simple. Among the entire cultivation realm, only the dark pattern of apricot leaves is embroidered on your Dao robe from the Medicine King Valley. It is precisely this mark that allowed us to target you." No sooner had he finished speaking than the once tranquil blood pool began to churn violently, boiling over, accompanied by a deafening cackle. The figure of the dragon prince materialized before everyone. A radiant apricot blossom gleamed upon his forehead, and from his golden eyes, a dazzling beam of light shot down amidst the scattered fragments of the mirror of rebirth. A miraculous event unfolded as the light seemed to possess life, rapidly constructing a mysterious bridge among the fragments. Bai Shuang gazed in astonishment at the scene before her, realizing that each fragment of the mirror of rebirth now reflected entirely different temporal scenes. In one fragment, Qing Yunzi cradled the lifeless body of the saintess, weeping inconsolably. In another, she herself held poison, revealing a sinister smile as she mercilessly forced it into the witch's mouth. "It is time for all of this to end," Bai Shuang said expressionlessly, gently reaching out to pluck a purifying fruit radiating mysterious light. Carefully, she placed the fruit against her heart, and in an instant, it came alive, transforming into a brilliant stream of light, that swiftly permeated her snow-white skin. Simultaneously, the once blood-red, eerily captivating blood apricot tree behind her seemed to be infused with newfound vitality, suddenly blooming with snow-white flowers. The gentle breeze blew. Petals fluttered down like snowflakes. When these beautiful petals landed upon Lin Qingyu's gleaming sword blade, a peculiar occurrence transpired. The raging bronze tripods appeared to be drawn by some mysterious force, abruptly changing direction and continuously channeling the remaining potent spiritual energy into the earth's veins of the demonic realm. A resounding, earth-shattering roar erupted, causing the entire space to tremble violently, as if time and space themselves began to warp and fold in that singular moment. Meanwhile, the situation for Qingyunzi was equally dire. The fearsome Taotai pattern on his right arm gripped the translucent Liuli bone tightly, while his left hand wielded an exquisitely crafted jade hairpin, unhesitatingly plunging it toward his own heart at this critical juncture. A tremendous shockwave surged forth, generated by the clash of immense spiritual forces. Amidst the dazzling brilliance, Qingyunzi unexpectedly discerned a shocking truth hidden within the concentric growth rings of the blood apricot tree, the legendary heart-slaying sword. Notorious for its sharpness and malevolence, was forged from the malevolent essence extracted by the sect leaders from the bones and blood of the Holy Maiden. Even more startling was the revelation that, at the time of the demonist's descent into the world, a bronze cauldron had simultaneously emerged in 12 sacred realms of the immortals, from which the incessant cries of a newborn could be heard. The dragon prince suddenly emitted an inhuman shriek. His golden eye fell away, transforming into an apricot pit embedded within the framework of the rebirth mirror. The reflection no longer showed fragments, but the entirety of the river of time, its depth strewn with the corpses of countless holy maidens. Each body pierced by a different style of heart-slaying sword. It was at this moment that Baishuang merged with the trunk of the tree, her physical form assimilated with the blood apricot tree, causing all the purifying fruits to burst open simultaneously, creating a snow of apricot blossoms that blanketed the 9 provinces. The snowflakes drifted to the eastern sea. The amber liquid enveloping the dragon cubs suddenly solidified, and the transformed youths bore the pure apricot flower mark upon their foreheads. Thus revealed was the true nature of Yaowang Valley. Before Qingyunzi could finish his thought, his heart was suddenly pierced by golden threads surging from the earth's veins. The Taotai pattern and the apricot pit finally fused completely. Blood tears flowed from his left eye, while his right eye blossomed with golden apricot flowers. At that moment, he understood that deep within his spiritual core lay the vitality left by the Holy Maiden. Lin Qingyu's heart-slaying sword completed its final transformation. The sword body shed its bronze tarnish, revealing a core as lustrous as jade. Clearly, it was half of the patella that had been excised from the Holy Maiden. As the sword tip pointed toward the rebirth mirror, all the holy maidens across time and space raised their hands in unison, and 300 golden threads converged into a torrent, peeling away the dragon scales from the dragon prince. Baishuang's voice echoed through the heavens. Have you ever pondered why the blood apricot tree must take root in the demon domain? As her words resonated, the inverted roots of the tree suddenly pierced the clouds, tearing a gaping hole in the firmament. Beyond that breach, amidst the resplendent galaxy, 12 bronze coffins inscribed with talismans floated. The last intact spiritual vein of the immortal realm erupted at that moment. Where the shockwave passed, the magical artifacts of the cultivators transformed into apricot blossoms. The remaining emerald skeleton of the Xuanji Pavilion's master stood abruptly, with the counting beads dancing wildly between its ribs. As the final counting bead was ejected from its eye socket, a blood-red hexagram materialized in the air. Water and thunder gather. The hard and soft meat, yet cannot thrive. The crystallized remnants of the demoness suddenly emitted a light laugh. Her voice intertwined with the echoes of Baishuang and the Holy Maiden. This blood sacrifice, are you all still enjoying yourselves? Countless purifying fruits fell to the ground, each birthing a translucent medicinal spirit, which began to gnaw at the dissipating primordial spirits of the cultivators. Qingyunzi grasped the hilt of Lin Qingyu's sword on the brink of complete demonic transformation. The Taotai pattern spread along the sword body, transforming the heart-slaying sword into the shape of a colossal bronze tree. The moment the sword tip pierced the core of the rebirth mirror, everyone heard the unfinished last words of the Holy Maiden from 300 years ago. Those who sow the seeds shall reap the fruits. Chapter 41. The whirlpool of cause and effect within the vast and boundless galaxy. 12 ancient bronze coffins, radiating an aura of antiquity, burst through layers of obstruction. Plummeting rapidly downward, at that moment, an extraordinary scene unfolded amidst the ruins of the demon extermination hall below. Once dilapidated and devoid of life, the ruins began to bloom with a riot of colorful flowers. Simultaneously, Kinji-unzi, standing nearby, beheld the golden apricot flowers at his right come to life, slowly extending countless delicate roots that bizarrely intertwined with the heart-slaying sword tightly gripped in Lin Qingyu's hand. As the roots entwined, the patella of the Holy Maiden, which had originally appeared rigid upon the sword body, suddenly softened, as if losing its hardness, gradually transforming into droplets of translucent jade, flowing down the sword and ultimately merging into the blood tears of Kinji-unzi's left eye. When the final droplet of jade fully permeated Kinji-unzi's pupil, a shocking sight emerged. He realized that the Taotai patterns etched upon the surfaces of the bronze coffins perfectly aligned with the demonic patterns on his own body. Those who open the coffins must bear their burdens. Just then, a low growl resonated from a distance. The crowd turned toward the sound, witnessing the dragon prince standing there, his radiant golden eye continuously shedding amber-colored mysterious liquid. These droplets fell onto a massive rebirth mirror, igniting raging flames that scorched the mirror, leaving behind ghastly burn marks. Then, scales began to shed from the dragon prince, cascading like glistening snowflakes into the air. These dragon scales, seemingly drawn by some invisible force, flew straight toward the lid of one of the bronze coffins. However, just as they were about to touch the coffin lid, a blinding light flashed, and all the dragon scales instantly turned to ash, dissipating into the void. At this tense moment, a cool female voice suddenly emanated from deep within the growth rings of the blood apricot tree. The seeds of malice sown must yield their fruits. Lin Qingyu abruptly plunged the sword into the fissure of the earth's veins. The sword tip did not disturb the soil, but rather unearthed countless infant spirits' umbilical cords, each cord's end tied to a bronze counting bead. As the counting beads collided, producing a crisp sound, the emerald skeleton of the Xuanji pavilion's master suddenly surged, and the abacus between its ribs burst forth with azure light, arranging the 12 coffins into a grand, soul-refining formation. Do you know what is contained within these coffins? Lin Qingyu's inquiry resonated like thunder in the silent space, while the crisp and hurried sound of counting beads echoed incessantly, weaving an eerie and tense atmosphere. At that moment, an unexpected event transpired. Kinji-unzi's left half, previously scattered with jade fragments, suddenly seemed to be manipulated by an unseen force, flowing upward. They swiftly converged toward Kinji-unzi's palm, coalescing in an instant into a half-exquisite apricot wood hairpin. This half-hairpin radiated a soft glow, adorned with intricate carvings, unmistakably of extraordinary origin. Indeed, it was the apprenticeship gift bestowed upon Kinji-unzi by the Holy Maiden long ago. Almost simultaneously, the lids of the coffins began to open slowly on their own. However, what surged forth was not the terrifying corpse aura one might expect, but a viscous substance akin to liquid star sand. This star sand shimmered with a faint glow, appearing as if alive, flowing and gathering in the air. Before long, they coalesced into 12 figures. When the foremost figure turned around, everyone gasped in astonishment. The person standing there bore an uncanny resemblance to Kinji-unzi from 300 years prior. Clad in a pristine white Taoist robe, his stature was as upright as a pine, his features handsome as jade. Yet, what was astonishing was that he bore a herb-gathering basket belonging to Yaowang Valley at his waist. Meanwhile, Baishuang's consciousness gradually awakened deep within the ancient tree's core. Upon regaining her senses, she was astonished to find that the growth rings before her were spinning at an extraordinary speed, so fast that it made one dizzy. She fixated on the rapidly rotating rings, as if she could peer through the river of time to witness all that had transpired in the past. In the first cycle, she witnessed the Holy Maiden kneeling reverently before the massive bronze cauldron, then unhesitatingly carving out her own vibrant heart with a sharp dagger. In the second cycle, she saw herself plunging a highly toxic needle into the nape of the demoness's neck. Thus, heart-stopping scenes flashed before her eyes one after another. By the time the 37th cycle arrived, the image froze on Kinji-unzi, tightly embracing the already transformed Liuli bone of the Holy Maiden. leaping into the blood pool without hesitation. As time progressed and the cycles increased, once the number broke through the threshold of 300, the rapidly spinning growth rings suddenly seemed unable to bear such immense pressure. Violently shattering, accompanied by a dazzling light, the core of the growth rings was unveiled, revealing a constantly pulsating golden apricot pit. More astonishing was the realization that, upon closer inspection, this pit contained Lin Qingyu's primordial spirit. The true inheritor of Yaowang Valley had always been the master of the heart-slaying sword. The crystallized remnants of the demoness seeped from the roots, her fingertips lightly tapping the apricot pit. Lin Qingyu's primordial spirit suddenly expanded, as memories from his past life surged forth like a tidal wave. He was the Holy Maiden's younger brother, who 300 years ago had locked his sister within the bronze cauldron in exchange for the title of sect leader granted by the immortal realm. The blood apricot tree trembled violently. All purifying fruits burst open simultaneously, their flesh transforming into golden powder that blanketed the 9 provinces. Cultivators tainted by the golden powder were horrified to discover that their life-bound artifacts were taking root and sprouting. Branches of the apricot tree emerged from the 8 trigrams mirror of the Zhang sect elder. White blossoms bloomed on the sword of the Eastern Sea Sword Master, and even the counting beads of the Xuanji Pavilion's masterboard. That moment, the Dragon Prince underwent a thrilling journey of transformation. Suddenly, his formerly tightly shut eyes flung open, revealing golden irises that shimmered with a dazzling light, slowly cascading down from his forehead. With this transformation, the entire Dragon Palace appeared to be under the influence of some mysterious force, crystallizing at a visibly rapid pace. Simultaneously, the scattered shards of the Mirror of Rebirth seemed to respond to a summons, rising autonomously and swiftly merging together. Gradually, a figure began to materialize upon the mirror's surface. Upon closer inspection, it astonishingly resembled the former incarnation of the Dragon Prince. It turned out that in his previous life, he had been a guardian alchemist in the Valley of Medicine. However, due to his unauthorized release of the Saintess, he ultimately faced severe punishment, being transformed into the spirit of the protective formation. The final shard of the Mirror of Rebirth was precisely embedded in place. A peculiar phenomenon occurred. The dragon skin recently shed by the Dragon Prince suddenly soared into the air, as if endowed with life, flying towards the trunk of a nearby blood apricot tree, enveloping it tightly and instantaneously forming a new layer of bark. Meanwhile, the figure of Qinjianzi, trapped within the vortex of time and space, after enduring numerous trials, successfully grasped the hidden truth behind these events. His astonishment, the apricot blossoms that had once bloomed in his right eye had silently spread to his neck, while his left eye regained clarity thanks to the infusion of jade essence. In that moment, the memories of 300 lifetimes surged forth like a tide, unraveling all enigmas and doubts in an instant. Qinjianzi finally experienced a profound realization. Understanding why the Saintess had left behind a glimmer of hope, it was because, in the most distant past, he had personally swapped the infant in the Valley of Medicine for the Tao seed he had nurtured. Those who cultivate the Tao shall see the Tao extinguished and the seed perish. Spoke the 12 Qinjianzi from within their bronze coffins. Beneath them, the stardust coalesced into a river, within which floated the life tokens of various sect leaders. Lin Qingyu's sword of severing emotions suddenly pivoted, its sword energy sweeping across, turning the tokens into apricot cakes, the very last delicacy the Saintess had prepared for him before her soul was drawn away. The piercing wail of Baishuang shattered the heavens. The roots of the blood apricot tree suddenly contracted, turning the veins of the 9 provinces into a bowstring. When the bowstring reached its utmost tension, the 12 Qinjianzi simultaneously drew the string. 300 strands of causal golden threads morphing into arrows, each aimed at the bronze cauldron at the temporal nodes. Wait, the specter of the witch suddenly obstructed the arrows. Her crystallized form reflected countless glimmers, each a melting cultivator's primordial spirit. Have you ever pondered why each reincarnation requires the blood apricot tree? She waved her hand, conjuring a star map, revealing that the tree's growth rings were shaped like an Ouroboros. As Lin Qingyu's sword tip pierced the serpent's eye, the entire realm of cultivation began to fade. Mountains transformed into ink stains, rivers turned into silk scrolls, and the living cultivators became mere traces of ink on paper. For all this, Baishuang's voice echoed from the void. It was merely the missing final page of the white jade medical classic. The torn remnants of the medical classic fully unfolded at this moment. Qin Jianzi saw his Dao robe transform into rice paper, the apricot blossoms in his right eye becoming annotations. The golden eyes of the dragon prince were remnants of ink in the inkstone. While Lin Qingyu's sword of severing emotions acted as the jade weight that held the PENAS, Baishuang's fingertips glided across the paper. All scenes of blood sacrifice crystallized into meticulous paintings. The blood pool adorned with vermilion, the soul lamps stained with ink, and even the crystallized remnants of the witch became seals of inscription. It is time to write the conclusion. The voices of 300 Sanuses resonated from beyond the paper. Qin Jianzi suddenly found himself able to move. He discovered he was holding a blood-stained brush, its tip hovering over the words "Eradicate the demons." The tender child's voice echoed from outside the paper. "Master, what shall we do after eradicating the demons?" He looked towards the source of the voice and beheld the young saintess from 300 years ago grinding ink at the inkstone's edge. The silver bells on the girl's wrist jingled softly, the tongue of the bell resembling an unripe green apricot. The blood droplet from the brush tip spread across the paper. The bloodstain covered the words "Eradicate the demons." The entire realm of cultivation ignited in flames. The paper's surface, kissed by the tongues of fire, revealed the true final chapter of the white jade medical classic. The healer redeems. The maladies of the three realms must be addressed with one's own body as a guide, and the heart as a furnace. To achieve rebirth, that Baishuang's side dissipated with the ashes. The last image she beheld was Lin Qingyu plunging the sword of severing emotions into his heart, the apricot blossoms blooming from the hilt finally pure and immaculate. Qin Jianzi's Dao robe revealed its true nature as silk paper amidst the flames. The brush he held dripped gilded ink, each drop burning holes into the white jade medical classic. The sword-patterned apricot fruit blossoming at Lin Qingyu's heart suddenly exploded, not releasing seeds, but 300 bronze needles as fine as hair, each needle inscribed with the celestial coordinates of each sect's forbidden grounds. "Does the master know why you were chosen to wield the pen?" Baishuang's voice resonated from beyond the paper, carrying the sound of fabric tearing. Suddenly, the apricot roots from Qin Jianzi's right eye pierced through the rice paper, blooming into a thorned bud in the realm of reality. Within the flower's core sat a girl grinding vermilion, her silver bell now bearing fully ripened green apricots. The dragon prince's dragon skin tree began to fade as the crystallized scales shed. They revealed an inner layer inscribed with a multitude of demonic script, the very annotations missing from the ashes of the medical classic. When the first character was stained by Qin Jianzi's ink, the entire blood apricot tree let out a mournful cry, dark resin oozing from its growth rings. The time had come. The 12 bronze coffins simultaneously opened their mouths. The Tao-Dai patterns on the coffin lids surged forth from the paper, wrapping around Qin Jianzi's wrist. He saw where his brush stroke passed. The ruins of the Eradicate the Demons temple began to reassemble. But the reconstructed beams were formed from the spines of cultivators, and the tiles bore the frozen faces of vengeful souls. When Baishuang's fingertip brushed the edge of the ink stone, the engravings from the year of the medicine spirit suddenly bled. Blood droplets plunged into the ink sea, stirring up a tempest of 3,000 zhang. The primordial spirits of the burnt cultivators wailed atop the waves, each scream transforming into talismans that adhered to the paper. Lin Qingyu's sword of severing emotions flew into the waves, the apricot fruit on the hilt absorbing the malice and rapidly expanding, ultimately exploding into a sky of green apricots, each apricot pit embedded with half a shard of the mirror of rebirth. This was the true white jade medical classic. The specter of the witch suddenly solidified. She tore off her crystallized left arm and plunged it into the ink sea, the bone unfurling into blood-red silk. Baishuang saw that what was inscribed upon it was not a medicinal prescription, but rather 365 arrays for slaying gods. When the array diagrams aligned with Qin Jianzi's writing hand, the brush tip uncontrollably inscribed a line of curse. "Those who cultivate the Tao shall fall into the abyss forever." The rice paper trembled violently. The spine-like beams began to sprout flesh and blood. The vengeful souls on the tiles opened their eyes. The emerald skeletal frame of the master of the Xuanji pavilion reassembled within the ink waves, the ribs of the abacus bursting forth with azure light, as the remnants of the daughter, refined 300 years ago, began to gnaw at the hexagrams. The dragon prince suddenly emitted a dragon's roar. His golden eyes, which had fallen from his forehead, floated amidst the ink sea, gradually transforming into a jade seal inscribed with the character for pardon. When the jade seal was pressed onto the blood-red silk, the entire ink sea abruptly stilled, the talismans atop the waves revealing their true forms, which were blood sacrifice contracts personally signed by the leaders of various sections. Lin Qingyu's sword gleamed with a cold light, and with a forceful swing, the sword tip pierced through the seventh blood contract. At that moment, the mysterious and ancient sword pattern on his heart began to slowly ooze blood. This blood seemed to possess life. Swiftly coursing across the paper, wherever it flowed, the previously incomplete formations within the white jade medical classic began to autonomously complete themselves. Meanwhile, Qin Jianzi, who had been riding beside him, also sensed the anomaly that he abruptly turned his brush, and the soft wolf hair brush instantaneously transformed into an incredibly sharp blade, unhesitatingly stabbing towards the apricot blossoms of his right eye. In that instant, the apricot blossoms were pierced, and the crimson flower juice mingled with the inky blackness. A wondrous event unfolded. The densely packed characters on the silk scroll began to fall away as if summoned. Each fallen character transformed into agile alchemical spirits wielding swords. This was the true array for eradicating demons from the Valley of Medicine. Baishuang could not help but exclaim in astonishment, shattering 3 sheets of snow-white rice paper. The sword array formed by the alchemical spirits surged forward with unstoppable momentum, charging towards the 12 bronze coffins placed not far away. With each crisp sound of shattering, the bronze coffins were effortlessly dismantled, their precious stardust pouring forth like a waterfall. Yet, even more astonishingly, in the places where the stardust splashed, the life treasures that cultivators held dear began to sprout and take root. In the Bagua mirror of the Ziyang sect, capable of perceiving the mysteries of heaven and earth, clusters of verdant apricot trees sprouted in an instant. The renowned sword of the East Sea, Sword Pavilion, which dominated the world, now bloomed with immaculate white flowers. Even the exquisitely crafted emerald-counting beads of the Xuanji Pavilion astonishingly bore fruit covered in sharp thorns. At this moment, the Dragon Prince seized the jade seal. The second layer of dragon skin he shed enveloped the blood apricot tree, and the tree crown suddenly erupted with a spectrum of radiant light. Within the luminous aura floated the phantoms of 300 sanuses, the apricot blossoms between their collarbones forming a complete star map. The missing element at the center was the character for eradicate, yet to dry beneath Qin Jianzi's pen. Slay the heavens, rise, commanded the 12 coffins in unison. All the alchemical spirits suddenly self-destructed, their blood and flesh condensing into blood-red sword tips on the paper. Qin Jianzi's right eye completely withered, yet his left eye shone like the morning star as the sword tip approached the gap in the star map. He beheld the young saintess from 300 years ago smiling up at him from the inkstone's edge. The sound of silver bells pierced through all dimensions. Unbeknownst to him, a silver bell had been tied to Qin Jianzi's wrist, and the green apricot of the bell tongue suddenly detonated. The shockwave froze the blood-red sword array, the dragon skin tree, and the ink sea. Baishuang's pupils transformed into the shape of apricot pits, and she reached into her chest, extracting her pulsating gilded heart. Clearly the binding thread of the white jade medical classic. The healer alters fate. Her voice resonated with a triple echo. As the golden thread pierced the inkstone, marking the year of the medicinal spirit, the entire realm of cultivation began to curl, with mountains and rivers transforming into a retracting scroll. Lin Qingyu's sword of severing emotions flew into the ink pool autonomously, its blade revealing the tragic fates of the saintess throughout all reincarnations. When the last inch of rice paper reached its end, Qin Jianzi beheld the truth. A blood apricot tree took root in the vast graveyard of stars. Each star a tale yet unwritten. The true form of the Dragon Prince was that of a scribe, his golden eyes a droplet of ink, and those burnt cultivators were merely scraps of narrative, fashioned into human shapes. Suddenly, the golden thread of Baishuang snapped. Amidst the fluttering remnants of the medicinal tome, she grasped Lin Qingyu's hand one final time, plunging the sword's tip into her own spiritual altar. Let all return. At that moment, the silver bell fell to the ground. The tongue of the bell, a blue apricot, rolled into the wet ink stain, instantly growing into a colossal tree. Its crown was laden with remnants of tales, each leaf a nascent cycle. Chapter 42. The Genesis Chronicle. Binding ink. The morning mist of the medicinal spirit realm resembled undried ink stains. Qin Jianzi walked barefoot upon the mountain path, paved with gilded inscriptions. As words crawled out from the wilted apricot blossom cave in his right eye, these venomous insects, formed from the remnants of the demon-slaying Hall, ravenously gnawed at the jade marrow spilling from his left eye, his last memories of the old world. Where, pray tell, is the year of the medicinal spirit inscribed? Lin Qingyu's voice echoed from the clouds. The apricot tree sprouting from his heart had reached 1,000 feet, its branches dripping ink from the budding tails. When Qin Jianzi looked up, a drop of ink fell precisely into his right eye, searing new words. The first apostle of the medicinal spirit, Qingyun, administers punishment. The mountain path abruptly twisted into the shape of an inkstone. The remnant of Baishuang emerged from the ink pool, her fingertips glowing with green light. Piercing Qin Jianzi's brow, he witnessed 300 versions of himself struggling within various tales. One version was using a silver bell to strangle the saintess, while another was nurturing a spirit child in a blood pool. Choose your method of death. The voice of the dragon prince was wrapped in the sound of rubbing rice paper. The golden eye upon his forehead transformed into a droplet of ink, the blank rice paper unfurling into a heavenly canopy, revealing fading images of the old cultivation realm. The remnant soul of the head of Xuanji Pavilion was devouring her own jade skeleton, each bone splintering forth a blood-red seal character. Suddenly, Qin Jianzi snapped the silver bell from his wrist. The moment the bell's tongue, a blue apricot, exploded, all narrative timelines simultaneously converged. He beheld the truth of the medicinal spirit realm. The so-called New World was merely an ink theater, a stage crafted from the saintess's blood sacrifice across 300 lifetimes. Lin Qingyu's apricot tree suddenly bore sword-shaped fruits. As the first fruit fell, the entire medicinal spirit realm began to tremble. At the instant the fruit split open, 100,000 sword energy swept across the heavens, shredding the blank rice paper into fragments. The dragon prince let out an inhuman howl, his shed third layer of skin transforming into ink rain, each drop reflecting the distorted memories. 300 years ago, on a rainy night, the saintess did not plead for life but for a swift death. Qin Jianzi's name inscribed upon the jade hairpin was not a name, but a curse. Even the witch's life-for-life exchange before crystallization was but an illusion played in reverse by the mirror of rebirth. It turned out we have all been deceived by the narratives. The remnant of Baishuang suddenly solidified. The golden thread binding the white jade pharmacopoeia in her hand was snapping, and with each broken strand, a part of the medicinal spirit realm faded. The word caterpillar in Qin Jianzi's right eye suddenly surged, biting the golden thread and beginning to consume memories. Those devoured images surfaced upon the caterpillar's back, revealing the 3,000 methods of execution endured by the saintess from various sections. Lin Qingyu's sword energy reached its zenith at that moment. The apricot tree sprouting from his heart collapsed violently, and 900 blood-colored silk scrolls flew out from its rings, each chronicling the massacre of the Wang family in the Valley of Medicinal Kings. As the scrolls entwined with the dragon prince's ink rain, the rainwater suddenly flowed backward, assembling a complete divine slaying formation in the sky. It was time. 12 bronze coffins broke through the earth. The gluttonous patterns upon the coffin lids came to life, tearing at the remnants of the old world upon Qin Jianzi's body. When the jade marrow in his left eye ran dry, the word caterpillar in his right eye suddenly spat out a blood-soaked silver bell, the bell's tongue. A blue apricot had ripened into gold. When the saintess's laughter emanated from the apricot pit, the medicinal spirit realm ignited. This was no ordinary flame, but a literary fire ignited by the remnants of the white jade pharmacopoeia. Qin Jianzi saw his Dao robe carbonize first, revealing the densely inscribed confessions of guilt upon his back. Those penned in the language of the demon tribe were being reformed into the genealogy of the Valley of Medicinal Kings within the flames. Behold, this is your path. The remnant of Baishuang danced within the fire. With each step she took, a cultivator was refined into their true character. The head of the Zhang sect became a false character. The swordmaster of the East Sea transformed into envy, and the head of Xuanji Pavilion became a twisted calculation. These living characters shrieked as they lunged towards Lin Qingyu's sword energy, only to be cleaved into more primitive strokes. The dragon prince shed his scales in the flames. The ink droplet upon his forehead expanded into a black hole, beginning to devour the burning laws. When the black hole touched the genealogy inscribed upon Qin Jianzi's back, the silver bell suddenly chimed, and 300 phantoms of the saintess rose from the ashes, their collarbones forming an apricot blossom lock, firmly imprisoning the black hole. Pharmacist. Kinji Unzi finally recalled the complete inheritance maxim. He crushed the word caterpillar in his right eye, allowing the venom to corrode the confessions of guilt as he burned the books to benefit the world. At that moment, the medicinal spirit realm completely collapsed. All living characters merged into a torrent, rushing into the collapsing stump of Lin Qingyu's apricot tree. When the last character sank into the growth rings, the stump erupted violently, and the true blood apricot tree burst forth. Its trunk flowed with the Milky Way. Each leaf a possibility yet unwritten. The Saintess's silver bell sprouted amidst the ashes. Kinji Unzi clutched the last blue apricot, witnessing the cycles of 300 lifetimes swirling within the fruit pit. As he pressed the pit into his heart, his withered right eye suddenly blossomed with starlight. That was the medicinal spirit eye, forged from the sins of the old world. Where Lin Qingyu's sword energy dissipated, the true Genesis Chronicle emerged. Its pages were blank, like the Dragon Prince's rice paper. Yet each time stardust fell, new laws would automatically manifest. Every blade of grass and every tree can become a healer. Love, hatred, anger, and infatuation are all remedies. Heaven and earth are unkind, feeding on blood to nourish apricots. The remnant of Baishuang solidified into an illustration on the final page. The golden thread extending from her fingertip intertwined with the blood apricot tree, and the silver bell hanging from its crown was nurturing new sprouts. The Dragon Prince's shed dragon skin transformed into an ink stone, with the ink representing his everlasting regret. It is time to write our story. Lin Qingyu's voice resonated from the heart of the tree. The primordial spirit coexisted with the blood apricot tree, each branch shimmering with unfulfilled causality. When the first ray of dawn illuminated the newly born land, Kinji Unzi heard the youthful voices. 300 medicinal spirit children leaped from the silver bell, their wrists adorned with blue apricots, joyfully scattering ashes across the land. Wherever the ashes landed, blood-colored apricot blossoms bloomed, and within the petals lay the rewritten fate. Chapter 43. The apricot scab era. The first rain in the medicinal spirit realm was a lead gray solid. Kinji Unzi stood beneath the newly sprouted blood apricot tree. As the medicinal spirit eye in his right eye suddenly oozed inked, he saw raindrops freeze in midair, each droplet cradling the remnants of the old world's souls, those false characters burned by literary flames. The character of envy clawing at the water membrane, attempting to infiltrate the cries of the newborn. In the third month of the year of the great physician, ink scabs fell from the sky. Lin Qingyu's voice resonated from the heart of the tree, as the bud of the narrative automatically turned to chapter 4 of the Inquiring Heart scroll. Black blood seeped from the blank pages, forming characters that Kinji Unzi had never seen before. As the medicine flourishes, so too does the poison deepen. The reconstructed body of the daughter of the head of Xuanji Pavilion suddenly screamed. From the apricot blossom blooming on her chest, chains made of emerald-counting beads emerged. Each bead reflected a corner of the medicinal spirit realm. A farmer whose lameness was healed by apricot leaves began to mutate into tree roots, while a postpartum woman who drank apricot nectar caused her fetus to sprout scales and claws. This is the true Inquiring Heart scroll. The Dragon Prince's ink spring suddenly flowed backward, coalescing in the air into a giant covered in scabs. The giant cradled the incomplete silver bell, its tongue surprisingly the withered right eye of Kinji Unzi. This medicinal spirit eye was transforming the spiritual energy of the new world into the turbid energy of the old. When the remnant of Baishuang appeared upon the brow of the ink scab giant, the blood apricot tree began to shed its leaves. Each falling leaf was a chapter from the Genesis Chronicle, transforming upon landing into text worms that devoured the soil. Lin Qingyu's narrative bud grew wildly, yet its branches ensnared the playful medicinal spirit children. The children's smiling faces quickly shriveled, their skin revealing the ancient inscriptions that had been burned. The medicinal spirit realm was indeed a scab of sins. The ink scab giant ripped open its chest, revealing the boiling old-world furnace within. Kinji Unzi witnessed the glassy bones of 300 Saintesses reassembling in the furnace, each bone inscribed with the geographical coordinates of the new world. The daughter of the head of Xuanji Pavilion suddenly broke free from the emerald chains. Her newly formed flesh split into 7 pieces, each transforming into the core principles of the medicinal spirit realm. The character for benevolence was vomiting blood, righteousness was breeding maggots, and propriety was binding the wailing populace with the deodeging. As the character for faith began to self-immolate, the entire medicinal spirit realm's veins illuminated with cursed patterns. When Kinji crushed his medicinal spirit eye, apricot blossom arrows erupted from the purulent blood. The arrows pierced the ink-scabbed giant in an instant, and the glassy bones of the saintess stood up within the old-world furnace. Each of her finger bones pierced into the medicinal spirit realm's veins, guiding the aberrant spiritual energy towards the blank pages of the inquiring heart scroll. What is the heart's inquiry? Lin Qingyu's primordial spirit suddenly tore apart the narrative bud. The cover of the newly born inquiring heart scroll split open, revealing a vertical pupil in which the ultimate truth of the medicinal spirit realm was reflected. The so-called New World was merely an apricot scab growing upon the rotting flesh of the old. The growth rings of the blood apricot tree began to rotate in reverse at that moment. The characters from the year of the great physician seeped out blood droplets, flowing back to the ashes of the final chapter. Kinji saw his right hand carbonizing, the characters for good and evil fleeing from his palm, devouring each other beneath the scabs. When the first ink scab peeled away, it revealed the demon-slaying hall of the old world that had not yet been burned away. The saintess's glassy bones suddenly began to chant, singing the soul requiem, a melody unfinished across 300 lifetimes. The remnants of the medicinal spirit children danced with the incantation, each step creating fissures in the new world. The words of Lin Qingyu ensnared the remnants of Kinji, dragging him towards the depths of the abyssal river. It is time to awaken. The ethereal shadow of Baishuang coalesced upon the river's surface. The jade medicine codex in her grasp had fused with the ink scab, its pages turning as the remnants of the old world and the laws of the new world annihilated one another. In his final moments, Kinji cast forth the silver bell. As the bell's tongue of green apricot exploded, the abyssal river surged with colossal waves. Each crest bore a version of himself, cradling an apricot scab, plunging the heart-wrenching blade into their own chest. Chapter 44. Threads entangled in scabs. Mooching awakened within the eye socket of the ink scab giant. 300 puppet gold threads pierced through his peepa bone, the other ends connecting to the giant's neural pathways. He beheld his reflection flowing across the scabbed surface. His left eye held the gilded apricot pit of a witch's seed, while the right mirrored the silver bell mark of a saint's lingering soul. You are the finest catalyst. The voice of the dragon prince seeped from the fissures of the scab. Suddenly, the seal upon Mooching's back ignited, the 9th incantation of the hour of the rat, oozing black blood, inscribing fragments of the heart-wrenching scroll within the giant's pupil. As he struggled, he severed 3 puppet threads, the ruptured strands spewing forth the waters of the demonic realm. Before purification, the ethereal shadow of Baishuang emerged abruptly. The ice crystal that coalesced at her fingertips pierced Mooching's left eye, forcibly extracting the gilded apricot pit. Did you truly believe that surviving 7 times in the demonic realm was solely due to your own prowess? At the moment the apricot pit fractured, it revealed the coiled remnants of the saint's soul within, clearly Mooching's visage from 300 years prior. The moonlight of the medicine spirit realm was a solidified apricot paste. As Mooching clawed his way out of the giant's eye socket, he discovered each thread was intertwined with the causes and effects of the old world. The 7th thread pulled forth the emerald counting beads of the daughter of the Xuanji Pavilion Master, within which reflected scenes he had never witnessed. The night before the blood sacrifice 300 years ago, when he revealed the whereabouts of the saintess to the 12 immortal gates. As a reward, the master of the demon extermination hall planted the threads of the gluttonous puppet within his spiritual core. Those so-called experiences of fleeing the demonic realm were mere illusions woven by the puppet threads. Now you have awakened. The witch's voice mingled with the sound of dripping apricot paste. Suddenly, the silver bell mark in Mooching's right eye throbbed painfully, the incantation sealed behind him flowing backward, piecing together a complete map of the Medicine King Valley across his chest. The medicine spirit's pupil of Kinji pierced through the cloud cover. Beneath the azure light, Mooching glimpsed his true corporeal form. Astonishingly, a bronze puppet submerged at the bottom of the abyssal spring, its joints entwined with the roots of blood apricot trees. The chime of the hour of the rat reverberated amidst the fissures of the scab. As the final stroke of the seal upon Mooching's back was completed, 300 puppet threads simultaneously tightened. He was compelled into a sacrificial pose, his joints weeping apricot paste, which crystallized in the air into the missing puppet chapter of the Genesis record, with the blood and bones of a traitor as a guide. One may quell the cycles for eons. The emerald counting beads of the Xuanji Pavilion Master's daughter abruptly exploded. Each fragment transformed into chains, pinning Muqing to the brow of the ink-scab giant. He beheld his bronze true form decaying at the bottom of the spring, while the roots threaded through the earth's veins pierced into the umbilical cords of every newborn that it is time for atonement. The voice of the saint's lingering soul emanated from the silver bell mark. Apricot paste suddenly flowed from Muqing's right eye, and where the liquid fell, the healing arts of the medicine spirit realm began to turn upon themselves. Wounds healed by apricot leaves festered anew. And within the wombs of mothers who had consumed apricot dew, bronze puppet infants emerged, in his final moments. Muqing bit down on his tongue. Blood splattered upon the puppet threads, igniting a gin upon the bone fragment. Intricate carvings of tiny apricot pits abound, each pit imprisoning the remorse of Muqing from a past life. When the final silver bell shattered into powder, the pure apricot tree collapsed with a thunderous roar. Muqing's bronze remnants merged with the roots into ashes, from which a cracked apricot pit floated upwards. The moment Lin Qingyu reached out to catch it, the sound of a 7-year-old child's laughter emanated from within the pit. This was the earliest soul of Muqing. In the ruins of the medicine spirit realm, Qingji Yunzi inscribed the final incantation with his guilty blood. From the fissures in the earth sprouted tender green shoots. This time, there were no silver bells. No apricot scabs, only the most ordinary wild apricot branches trembling gently in the wind. The voice of the saint echoed for the last time. The healer, too, is a planter of trees. Chapter 46. The record of immortal ashes from the cracks of the mirror of rebirth seeped star essence, revealing the truth behind the trials of 100,000 cultivators. The witch, barefoot, traversed the burning immortal ascension steps, where 7 hearts entangled by a reverse scale whip were devouring one another, with each step she took. The stone steps shed a layer of golden lacquer, exposing the grim white bones beneath, those remnants left by ascendants throughout the ages to is this what you call enlightenment. The witch's whip ensnared a glassy skeleton, upon which the heart-purifying spell was consuming the mortal wills that clung to it. When Qingji Yunzi caught up, he beheld the benevolent corpse he had shed 300 years ago being gnawed upon by the bones. With thorny apricot branches sprouting from its decaying flesh, Lin Qingyu's broken sword suddenly emitted a mournful wail. The blade reflected a horrifying scene. The so-called sword of severing affection's thunder tribulation was, in truth, a siphoning of the souls of an entire city as a lure. Embedded within the handle, fragments of the mirror of rebirth revealed his past life as partner, transmuted into a sword spirit. Shedding a piece of soul armor with each life taken, the emerald abacus of the master of Xuanji reformed in the flames, its beads transforming into 300 eyeballs. Behold your path to the heavens. The witch waved her sleeve, unleashing a torrential downpour of star essence. The raindrops pierced through the protective golden light of the cultivators, branding their skin with bronze runes, each rune a life debt contract inscribed by ascendants throughout history. The phantasm of White Frost rose from the ashes of the pure apricot, her hands flipping to the final chapter of the White Jade Pharmacopoeia. The ascendant is but a thief of lives. The azure flames ignited the book's pages, incinerating Qingji Yunzi's crown, exposing the deep-embedded character for thief upon his forehead, the reverse scale shed by the prince of the dragon clan, radiating a mysterious light, suddenly quivered slightly. In the eastern sea, every 1,000 years, we must offer up 30,000 merfolk children as tribute, in exchange for our clan's ascension to that coveted immortal rank. As this proclamation resounded, a horrifying image slowly manifested on the inner side of the reverse-scaled, the bottom of the crystal-clear, ethereal immortal pool, a group of little merfolk, their eyes cruelly gouged out, curled up in anguish. Their originally translucent bodies were now marred with scars and blood, ruthlessly stacked together, forming a towering ladder to the heavens. The witch's hairpin suddenly exploded, golden sand infused with human desires splattering towards the celestial realm. The golden immortals seated upon the clouds began to melt, revealing their true forms. Vast towers constructed of countless bronze tripods. The chains entwined around the tower bound 1,000,000 wailing souls. Each time an immortal drank the celestial nectar, a soul was ground into lamp. Is this your light? The witch plunged the reverse scale whip into her heart. The surging golden blood transformed into a colossal wave, washing away the foundations of the celestial realm. Qingji Yunzi witnessed his wicked corpse laughing maniacally within the tide. The fragment of his soul, suppressed at the bottom of the blood pool for 300 years, feasting on the celestial bones of his original form. At that moment, Lin Qingyu's broken sword shattered completely. In the instant of the sword's spirit's liberation, he discerned the scars upon his partner's soul armor, each mark a punishment endured to shield him from calamity. At the deepest crack, the character's emotional calamity were inscribed. When the final bronze tripod collapsed, a rain of blood apricots descended upon the celestial realm. The witch's skeletal finger pointed towards the rift in the heavenly path. What is right or wrong? But merely the sound of gluttons tearing flesh as they feast. Her form dissipated in the rain, the reverse scale whip transforming into 300 veins of earth, ensnaring the crumbling steps to ascension. Qin Jianzi picked up a shard of the tripod, seeing reflected upon it the fate of all cultivators. White frost became the focal point of the new heavenly path. Lin Qingyu gouged out the celestial root at the edge of the reincarnation well. And even the dragon prince willingly leaped into the furnace to be remade in causality. The reverse side of the tripod shard bore inscribed small words, at the end of the immortal path. There are no celestial bones, only the unshed souls of the masses. When the rain of blood apricots ceased, smoke rose from the mortal city. The child picked up a dulled apricot pit and planted it before the half-collapsed earth deity shrine. As the tender shoots broke through the soil, the remnants of celestial ashes in the sky coalesced into morning dew. Chapter 47. The Chronicle of No Immortals before Lin Qingyu's blacksmith shop. The host struck a hard object. From the sparks that flew, half of a bronze tripod ear emerged from the earth. The celestial rust clinging to the hoe blade suddenly stirred to life. Crawling up the wrinkles of his hand, the fragments of the mirror of rebirth hanging in the shop reflected a terrifying image. Deep within the tripod ear, 300 celestial seeds were drawing sustenance from the earth's veins. Uncle Qingyu, a shepherd boy named a man, tossed a wild apricot branch. Dewdrops from the branch fell upon the tripod ear, compelling the celestial seeds to emit an infant's wail. Lin Qingyu suddenly recalled the witch's whisper before her dissolution. The sourness of wild apricots can shatter millennia of greed. That night, he melted down all of the iron tools in the shop, transforming the sword-slaying hoe into an apricot wood-patterned plowhead. When the first furrow turned the soil, millions of glowing roots emerged from below, the very veins of the earth transformed by the witch's reverse scale whip. Beneath the unmarked monument of white frost, the herbal children frolicked. This monument devours words. The leading child, Shao Qi, wrote the character for immortal with a charcoal pencil, only to have it swallowed by moss in an instant. The old blind man guarding the monument suddenly spoke. Once, there was a female bodhisattva who pickled the most bitter medicines of the world into this monument. On a stormy night, amber-colored liquid seeped from the base of the monument. A wild dog that licked the liquid grew a third eye, which reflected a horrifying scene. What lay beneath the monument was not the heart-soul scroll, but the lingering, vengeful spirit of the witch. Those vengeful spirits soaking in the medicinal juice were condensing the celestial ashes into new calamity seeds. The fisherwoman Ain hummed a tune at the bow of her boat, the dragon scale sail reflecting the evening glow. The dragon king lamented, his tears turning to blood as they transformed into oars. She knew not the origins of this melody, just as she did not understand why every boatmaster, before their demise, must drive 3 wild apricot pits into the dragon bone. That on the night of the full moon, the sealed essence of the dragon prince suddenly awakened. Wasn't the goal to annihilate the immortals? Why then do you trap me with immortal arts? The dragon's shadow lunged towards the sleeping fisher child, only to be shattered by the salted fish drying at the bow. The 300 apricot pits within the fish's belly burned warmly. Precisely the net cast by Qin Jianzi before his end. A century later, during the Qingming festival, a man's grandson discovered something amiss before the earth deity's shrine. The fruits of the wild apricot tree were exceptionally sweet. Even the worms and ants no longer feasted upon them. As he climbed to the treetop, he noticed every leaf's underside shimmered with golden patterns, which were identical to the slaying formation depicted in the white jade pharmacopoeia. At the roots of the tree, the deep furrows Lin Qingyu had plowed long ago seeped golden sand. The grains automatically arranged themselves into the visage of the witch, the calamity of immortals. Like an epidemic, cannot vanish, the sand seemed to point towards the eastern sea, and all fishing boats suddenly turned about, racing towards the glowing spot beneath the sea. That night, the celestial seeds crushed by the plow reformed at the bottom of the ocean. What was reborn was not an immortal, but a towering blood apricot tree. The silver bells atop its branches rang without wind, each bell cradling a 7-year-old child, holding dew-laden wild apricot branches. As the village children adorned their windows with the golden-patterned wild apricot leaves. The sea breeze suddenly turned sharp and briny. A yin's net slipped from her grasp, carving bloody talismans into the window frame. The wooden window, illuminated by the golden patterns, reflected a horrific scene. The bell children of the blood apricot tree beneath the sea collectively turned their heads, their wild apricot branches transforming into bronze swords. The 7-year-old Xiaoman realized with dread that the game talismans he had drawn during the day bore a striking resemblance to the sword marks at the murder scene in the desolate village 30 miles away. The old blind man guarding the monument suddenly erupted, unearthing the medicinal jar hidden beneath the unmarked stone. The 100-year-soaked vengeful spirits splashed toward the apricot grove with the medicinal juice, causing the golden apricot blossoms to instantly fade to a ghastly white, revealing an improved version of the celestial realm's life debt contract on the back of the petals, using nursery rhymes to replace celestial inscriptions, concealing malice within merriment. The essence of the dragon prince went berserk on the night of the lunar eclipse. The dragon bone of the fishing boat oozed amber pus, and the sealed apricot pits exploded one after another. Aine gritted her teeth, driving the salted fish nails into the boat's planks, only to see the salt grains automatically align into a slaying formation, an altered version of Kinjiunzi's blood curse from Long Ago. The frenzied dragon soul was pierced by the salt nails. It emitted a child's plaintive plea. They have exchanged my contract for a new one. From beneath the sea came the muffled ringing of silver bells. All the dragon bones of the fishing boats simultaneously cracked open, and 300 dragon tear pearls rolled onto the deck. Within each pearl curled a bell child, their bronze swords resonating with the patterns of the fishing village windows. Xiaoqi's precognitive dreams grew ever more perilous. He saw the drowned souls he had revived with the unmarked monuments, moss sprouting apricot tree branches from their backs. What hung from the tree's treetops were not fruits, but miniature versions of the celestial realm's bronze tripod. Even more terrifying, every villager he had healed bore golden-patterned remnants in their eyes, precisely the missing chapters of the white jade pharmacopoeia. You are the midwife of the new calamity. The old blind man suddenly regained his sight. His pupils dancing with the witch's vengeful spirit, he tore open the mossy skin on his chest, revealing a pulsating blood apricot pit within. White frost pickled me in the monument to await this day. When the blood apricot tree beneath the sea burst through the surface, vast ocean waves transformed into apricot nectar. The bell children danced upon the frozen crests of the waves, each arc of the bronze swords giving birth to a mutated apricot tree. A yin's fishing net became ensnared in the apricot nectar, revealing the fleeting shadows of 300 cycles of reincarnation, each master having used this net to capture celestial seeds. Xiaoman, in terror, discovered that the game formation he had drawn on the beach during the day was being replicated and magnified by the roots of the apricot tree. As he attempted to erase it, the golden patterns on his palms suddenly came to life, dragging the entire fishing village into a rift in the earth, deep within the veins of the earth. The golden apricot blossoms atop Lin Qingyu's grave burst into full bloom. From the flower's stamen rose a fragment of the witch's remaining soul, clutching an improved version of the life debt contract. The right corner of the contract pressed down by the fresh blood fingerprint of a man's grandson. Chapter 48. The year of immortal calamity, yet affection remains when a man's grandson awoke amidst the ruins. His skin was adorned with crimson apricot patterns at the moment the earth split and swallowed the fishing village the night before. The blood contract of the witch's lingering soul had seeped into his palm. At this moment, with each step he takes, the scorched earth blooms with golden apricot blossoms, within which sits a bell child, no larger than a fingernail, carving into his very bones with a bronze sword. You have signed the Ashen Ruins contract. The old blind man, leaning on fragments of the inscribed stone, stumbles forward, his eye sockets pulsating with the vengeful fire stolen from the base of the frosted stone. He tears open the youth's sleeve, revealing newly grown bronze bones nestled between his ribs, patterns that bear an uncanny resemblance to the celestial staircase's formations in the realm of the divine. The roots of the blood apricot tree beneath the sea pierce through the rock layers, pumping briny seawater into the earth's veins. A yin's fishing boat disintegrates amidst the murky waves, dragon bones and tears of the dragon sinking into the abyss. The bell children within the pearls sing in unison, their sound waves shattering the last remnants of the immortal Earth's veins. Lin Qingyu's celestial slayer plow suddenly erupts, causing harm in a desperate bid to save the herbalist boy pursued by the plow's blade. Xiaoqi splashes a whole jar of stone moss medicine onto the iron tools, in the rising blue smoke. Terrifying visions materialize. The plow's interior is embedded with the vengeful souls of 300 celestial seeds. Infusing calamity into the seedlings through cultivation, the rice ears touched by the medicinal liquid wither instantly, and from within, bronze tripods the size of fingernails spring forth, their mouths adorned with the mutated runes of the feeding calamity chapter. This is the true art of slaying immortals. Xiaoqi trembles as he opens the tattered scroll stolen from the old blind man. On the yellowed pages, the annotations written in blood by Qinji Yunzi suddenly writhe. Those characters flow against the current along his fingertips' veins, forming an apricot kernel-shaped curse seal at his heart. The prince of the dragon clan's maniacal laughter echoes from the depths of the sea. The branches of the blood apricot tree ensnare his shattered spirit, transforming every wisp of dragon breath into calamity mist. Acid rain begins to fall upon the remnants of the fishing village, the droplets not bearing the ash of immortals, but rather the compressed memories of slaying immortals. As the remnants of the witch's soul reconstruct her true form amidst the sea of apricot blossoms, myriad bronze chains burst forth from the earth. The ends of these chains are bound the heroes of 300 reincarnations, Mu Qing's bronze corpse, Qinji Yunzi's medicinal spirit eye, and the rings of years belonging to Bai Shuang. Their necks bear the same decree, slayers of immortals, eternally bound to the ruins of calamity. The bronze bones between Aman's grandson's ribs suddenly grow violently, piercing the vengeful fire within the old blind man's soul. Flames flow along the bone patterns, etching the entirety of the ashen ruins law upon his skin. The youth, in horror, discovers that each law modifies reality. The forbidden characters of immortals are automatically replaced with righteousness. Calamity morphs into the path, and the villagers who perished last night are reborn with flesh and blood through the laws inscribed. You are the new celestial monument. The witch points her finger at the youth's brow. The silver bells of the blood apricot tree beneath the sea ring in unison, lifting the ruins of the fishing village skyward, forging a bronze law tome that obscures the heavens. The pages turn. Xiaoqi sees his name being repeatedly rewritten on the scroll of merits. When the first ray of sunlight pierces through the law tome, the true catastrophe reveals itself. The roots of the blood apricot tree weave a web in the firmament, each tip bearing a struggling bell child. The bronze swords in their hands are engraved with law texts, and the droplets falling from their sword tips are not blood, but apricot dew mixed with the ashes of immortals. A Yin's remnant soul rises from the depths, and the fishing net in her hands suddenly expands, enveloping the entire law tome within its mesh. This is your net. Lin Qingyu's lingering consciousness sighs within the plow. When he melted down the celestial slayer's weapon years ago, he secretly mixed in the witch's reverse scale powder. Now, every strand and weave in the net seeps blood, and where the blood beads fall, leafless wild apricot trees spring forth, their trunks displaying the ultimate forbidden technique not dared to be recorded in the celestial realm. Feeding calamity with calamity, capable of devouring the galaxies, the old blind man ignites the wild apricot forest with the last of his vengeful fire. In the conflagration, the bronze law tome begins to melt, and those modified law texts revert to their grotesque original incantations. Man's grandson tears off the ashen ruins contract from his chest amid the flames, only to find the reverse curse already inscribed on the back by the witch. Each character is sucking away his soul essence. As the ashes settle, a small boat without a dragon's bone drifts onto the sea's surface. At its prow is a charred wild apricot branch, and hanging from it is a blank silver bell. When the wind blows, a melody unheard across 300 lifetimes resonates from within the bell. Immortal is not immortal. Calamity is not calamity. In ash we sing, and in ash we rest. The sorcery realm encounters its fate. Mu Qing's sword tip rests against the witch's throat. The rings of the blood apricot tree turn to the 300th cycle. The ghostly blue soul fire reflects her shattered golden mask, revealing a new moon scar on her jaw, identical to the crack on the jade pendant at Mu Qing's waist. Suddenly, pain surges through his wrist as the puppet threads sealed within his meridians flow against the current, projecting unfamiliar images into his pupils. 300 years ago, on a rainy night, the youthful herbalist knelt outside the demon-slaying hall. The girl in his arms was wounded by sword energy. her chin soaked with blood that stained his stolen master pendant. "Do not fear. I will remember this pain for you." The youth bites his fingertip, etching a blood curse into the girl's wound. The witch's reverse scale whip freezes midair. The heart entwined at its tip suddenly speaks. "Senior brother, the bloodline of the medicinal spirit you released back then it is her, within the fissures of the rebirth mirror." Mu Qing glimpses the darkest truth to protect the reincarnated saintess. He voluntarily swallowed the love curse of the demon-slaying hall. Whenever he harbored thoughts of the witch, the curse would carve a dragon's prison seal into his heart. When the witch slaughtered the city that night, he could have stopped her, yet he succumbed to the backlash of 300 prison seals, bleeding and fainting. You always falter at the critical moment. The witch lifts his chin, her golden eyes reflecting the curse insects within his spirit. "How about I slay it for you?" At the moment the reverse scale whip pierces his heart, the love curse explodes into golden powder. And the love that had been restrained for 300 lifetimes bursts forth. The blood apricot tree beneath the sea suddenly blossoms, each flower representing fleeting moments that Mu Qing dared not utter. He secretly corrected the demon-slaying hall's pursuit formation, buried life-extending pills before the saintess's grave, and even altered the reincarnation ledger to erase her death calamity. Upon the ruins of the celestial realm, they tread upon the fragments of the life-for-sale contract to pay homage to heaven and earth. Mu Qing uses puppet threads as his betrothal gift, while the witch fashions the severed reverse-scale whip into a bridal gown. The ceremonial wine is apricot dew brewed from the spring of rebirth. And as they toast, the curses of 100,000 practitioners rise from the spring's bottom, coalescing into bone nails piercing their tightly held fingers. The ceremony concludes. Old blind man's congratulatory words mix with blood foam. Just as he unearths the medicinal spirit, I light the celebratory candles for the newlyweds. His eye sockets have become charred pits. Amidst the flickering candlelight, the silver bells of the blood apricot tree ring in unison. 300 bell children present bronze swords as wedding gifts, their blades inscribed with the incantations for slaying gods. The blood moon on the wedding night is the last eye of the celestial realm. The witch leans against Mu Qing's blood-stained chest, her fingertips tracing the newly healed scar over his heart. "Back then, you planted puppet threads within my bones, all for this day." Suddenly, she bites her tongue, feeding him her golden soul blood through his lips. The blood apricot tree beneath the sea trembles violently, and 100,000 silver bells explode into powder. Mu Qing, in terror, realizes that the witch is transferring her entire cultivation to him, and the ultimate forbidden technique of the white jade medicine canon manifests around him. The soul-locking technique, trading life for fate, allowing for continuation in the next life. No, he shatters the puppet threads in a bid to stop her, only to see the apricot blossom imprint on the witch's collarbone has spread across her entire body. "Do you think the blank pages of the reincarnation ledger come from? That is what I have carved from 3,000 lifetimes of emotional threads." Mu Qing cradles the increasingly cold body as he moves toward the depths of the ashen ruins. The remnants of the demon-slaying hall automatically stack into a wedding tomb. The inscription written in love curse golden powder mixed with tears from the celebratory candles. Mu Qing. Mu Qing, buried here together, I end the calamity year of the celestial calendar. The love calamity remains unbroken. The blood apricot tree beneath the sea suddenly collapses, a double apricot kernel falling from its branches. When Lin Qingyu picks it up, a child's recitation emanates from within the kernel. What is love in this world? The answer is, under the soul-locking technique, all calamities turn to ash. Chapter 49. Destined Fate. Mu Qing picks up the 800th wordless silver bell before the wedding tomb. When the reflection of the blood apricot tree suddenly speaks, the bell's surface reflects not his aged visage, but the unfinished words of the witch before her demise. The briny sea breeze sweeps the ashes of the ruins across the inscription, the words Mu Qing seeping into apricot dew, gently caressing the marks of puppet threads on his wrist. "Senior brother, do you know, every time you bury a silver bell, I lose a soul reincarnating." The witch's voice mingles with the sound of the tides. Mu Qing abruptly turns, gazing at the newly born fishing village 300 miles away, where the phantom of the blood apricot tree devours the causal lines of the frolicking children, each child bound with the wordless bells he buried on the night the fisherwoman AX before dissipating. The witch took one last form, her fingertips tracing the marionette-like scar across Mu Qing's chest. "In the next reincarnation, do not hide from me again. I in the spring of the 7th year of Yonghe." The phoenix trees in the imperial tomb bloomed peculiarly. 6-year-old Xiao Ling leaned against the crimson palace wall, her apricot yellow skirt stained with moss. She gazed at the towering, crimson tree 100 feet away. Its flame-like blossoms flickering in the twilight, reminiscent of the fireworks lit for her mother's birthday. "Princess, it is time to return to Kiwagong," that a small palace made at the base of the wall spoke with a quivering voice. Xiaoling feigned indifference, the silver bells on her wrist dingling as she climbed, a gift from her father during her naming ceremony, said to calm the soul. Yet, in that moment, the sound felt like a death knell, urging her to scale the wall that had confined her for 6 years. Suddenly, a tile loosened. Xiaoling swayed, her soft-soled shoes embroidered with golden phoenixes barely catching the eaves beast. She caught a whiff of an unusual, burnt fragrance, akin to the calming incense in her mother's chamber, yet reminiscent of burnt sugar pastries from the imperial kitchen. Strangely, the aroma wafted from beyond the wall, tendrils wrapping around her ankles. "Hey, are you trying to fall and become a pancake?" A youthful voice startled a flock of crows. Xiaoling looked down to see a small boy in green standing beneath the ancient pine. He held a wooden box, within which a mechanical mouse gnawed at a pine cone. The mouse's eyes were 2 blood-red amber beads, its claws gleaming with a faint blue light. Suddenly, the boy threw a silver chain towards her. Xiaoling instinctively grasped it, only to feel a sharp pain in her palm. This was no mere chain, but a blade tempered with cold light. She gasped and released it, but her skirt got caught, the sound of tearing fabric startling the crows into flight. The cold wind rushed into her sleeves, and Xiaoling felt her left arm grow hot. Looking down, she saw golden patterns emerging on her arm, identical to the phoenix emblems on her mother's robe. However, those patterns began to twist and contort, gradually taking the shape of locking lin fruit. The boy suddenly shrieked. The mechanical mouse leapt onto the pine branches, its blood-red eyes reflecting the patterns on Xiaoling's arm. The golden lines matched the markings on the fruit at the top of the phoenix tree perfectly. In her daze, the silver chain suddenly tightened. She felt like a paper kite with its string cut, plummeting towards the high wall, only to fall into an embrace fragrant with sandalwood. Looking up, she met a pair of amber eyes. The boy's nose was dusted with wood shavings, and a gear was stuck in his hair. Fooled, he slipped a jade ruler from his sleeve and tapped the palace wall lightly. Countless silver threads suddenly emerged from the crevices of the blue bricks, wrapping the two of them in a cocoon. The silver bells on Xiaoling's wrist rang sharply, and she realized the silver threads were sucking at her blood droplets. "Don't move." The boy's fingers danced like butterflies, and the mechanical mouse darted into the web, gnawing at the silver threads. "This is the 1,000 mechanisms robbery left by the previous dynasty. You just triggered it." Before he could finish, the ancient pine tree crashed down, a bronze vermilion bird rising from its roots. The divine bird's wings were tattered, yet the inscriptions of Xiao Mu's opposing existence were still discernible. The golden lines on Xiaoling's arms suddenly burned. From the hollow eye sockets of the vermilion bird burst forth ghostly blue flames, hurtling towards her brow. The boy quickly pressed her into his embrace, the silver chain constricting the bird's beak. The mechanical mouse took the opportunity to leap onto the bird's head, its sharp claws extracting a red crystal, and a mournful phoenix cry echoed through the heavens. When Xiaoling regained her senses, she saw shards of bronze scattered across the ground. The boy knelt amidst the debris, cradling the broken body of the mechanical mouse. Blood seeped through his fingers, forming eerie totems upon the silver chain. "My name is Mu Qing." He suddenly looked up, a smile that belied his youth playing at the corner of his lips. "Remember, you owe me a vermilion bird." As twilight completely engulfed the imperial tomb, Xiaoling finally discerned the family crest on Mu Qing's lapel, the black qilin stepping through fire, the very emblem of the northern king's mansion. The locking lin pattern on her arm throbbed faintly, as if an invisible thread were tightening around her bones. The sounds of armored soldiers echoed from within the palace walls, but Mu Qing had already vanished into the shadows of the phoenix tree. Clutching the severed silver chain, she noticed the blood slowly seeping into the golden patterns. The locking lin fruit atop the distant treetops swayed without wind, as if mocking their fated reunion. Chapter 50. Silver threads startle the sparrow on the night of Qixi. 1,000 lotus lanterns floated upon Tay Pond. Xiaoling leaned against the gilded railing, watching the lantern shadows dance across her arms. Locking lin pattern. A decade had passed since the upheaval at the imperial tomb, and the blood-stained silver chain burned in her sleeve, recalling Mu Qing's smile from that day. "Your Highness, peace be upon you." Suddenly, the sound of mechanisms whirring came from behind. 12 bronze sparrows, grasping golden threads, skimmed across the water's surface, forming the characters Qian Qiu in the night sky, at the center of the flock. A boy walked on silver threads, his moon-white sleeves dusted with wood shavings, gears trembling slightly with his steps. As Mu Qing bowed, Xiaoling inhaled the scent of pine smoke and ink wafting from his collar. Identical to the atmosphere of that day in the imperial tomb, the boy's fingertips glimmered with silver light. The red crystal forged from the remnants of the vermilion bird swirling in his palm, he tossed a sandalwood box into the air, from which hundreds of silver butterflies emerged, this being 100 birds facing the phoenix. Far more entertaining than the lantern displays of the Yuanshao festival. The silver butterflies transformed into shooting stars upon colliding with the palace lanterns, startling the guards into drawing their swords. Yet, Xiaoling laughed. The silver bells on her wrist ringing as she leaped onto the flying eaves. Are you planning to burn Kiwagong? Before her words fell, the last spark fell into Tay Pond. The surface suddenly boiled. And 1,000 silver threads surged from the water, weaving into a colossal net beneath the moonlight. Mu Qing's expression shifted drastically, the red crystal in his arms emanating a green light. He had triggered the 9-link barrier left by the late emperor. Seized the sparrow's eyes. The silver chain constricted around Xiaoling's waist. As she leapt into the air, she glimpsed a golden pattern flash across the boy's neck, resonating eerily with her locking Lin pattern. The moment her fingertips grazed the sparrow's eye, the golden lines on her arm abruptly elongated, devouring the green light along the silver threads. Mu Qing let out a muffled groan. Blood-red veins emerged on his wrist. The very marks left by the silver chain strike that day, the red crystal sword, condensing into a barrier of light between them, revealing a long-buried past. The late emperor plunged his sword into the heart of the northern king. Blood splattering upon the vermilion bird's embossed character for Mu. The two could not coexist. Xiaoling murmured the etched words, and the locking Lin pattern suddenly pierced the focal point of the silver thread formation. The barrier emitted a mournful wail, and hundreds of silver threads changed direction, pinning Mu Qing to the glazed tiles. Blood frothing from the boy's throat, he nevertheless smiled, tearing open his garment. Embedded in his heart was half of the red crystal. Perfectly aligned with the remaining crystal suspended in the air. As Xiaoling was jolted off the eaves by the resonance, she caught sight of Mu Qing mouthing something. It was an ancient incantation of the witch tribe. She had seen it in her mother's Xuanji record. With my blood and flesh, I nurture your immortality. As the sound of the hourglass echoed through the blue brick crevices, she clutched the tattered remnants of the Xuanji record. Hiding behind a cabinet, witnessing the chaos that had engulfed Kiwagong, the gilded candlesticks were thrust into the charred carpet, and her mother's beloved peacock feather screen had been split in two by lightning, revealing the hidden black iron 8 trigrams plate within. Goei Shui Lei. Xiaoling trembled as she traced the vermilion annotations on the scroll. 3 hours prior, she had merely followed the memory from the day of the imperial tomb. Flipping to the locking Lin entry when a sudden thunderbolt struck the golden silk Nanmu beam. That moment, as the flames licked the gauze drapes, the locking Lin pattern on her arm began to writhe, as if alive, absorbing the raging flames entirely into its golden lines. Now, that pattern had spread to her collarbone, forming a totem of a phoenix holding a pearl at her neck. The pearl's heart, a striking vermilion, resembled the blood that Mu Qing had spilled upon the silver chain that day. Are you searching for me, Your Highness? The sound of gears meshing came from above, and Mu Qing hung upside down. His moon-white attire stained with ash, the blood-red compass in his palm aligned with Xiaoling's brow. The red crystal embedded in the center of the compass flickered ominously, illuminating the vermilion mole at her neck. Xiaoling raised her hand to smash the incense burner. You knew this would summon the lightning. It was Your Highness who recklessly invoked the forbidden techniques of the witch tribe. Mu Qing landed deftly, the silver chain swirling in the air to sketch a star map. That on page 7 of volume 10 of the Xuanji record, you recited a spell that should not have been uttered. The star map blazed brightly. The golden lines on Xiaoling's arm surged forth, transforming into countless golden needles aimed at the surroundings. Mu Qing pivoted and tackled her onto the 8 trigrams plate. His back enduring 3 golden needles. The scent of blood filled the air. Xiaoling saw the Qilin scales emerging on the back of his neck, forming a yin-yang fish dynamic with the phoenix pattern on her body. Close your eyes. Mu Qing snapped the silver chain binding their wrists. Just as Xiaoling was about to struggle, an intense pain shot through her palm. He had pierced their hands with the chain's clasp. Blood fused at the point of contact, emitting a green light, and the palace crumbled to dust before her eyes. She witnessed a woman in red kneeling before a bronze cauldron, 9 soul-locking nails suspended above her head. The inscriptions on the cauldron mirrored those on the remaining 8 trigrams plate in Kiwagong, yet what boiled within was not medicinal liquid, but blood shaped into the character Mu.Ching. The woman suddenly turned, her brow and eyes mirroring Xiao Ling's as the last soul-locking nail pierced her throat. Droplets of blood splattered onto the silver armor of the figure in the cauldron. The face of the young general was unmistakably Mu Qing. The thunderclap jolted Xiao Ling back to reality. Mu Qing was inscribing symbols on her palm with the blood-stained silver chain, each blood mark corresponding to the celestial positions above. The flames from Kiwagong flowed back along the golden lines, coalescing into a vermilion mark upon her heart. Who exactly are you? Xiao Ling grasped his blood-soaked wrist. Mu Qing lowered his head and bit through the silver chain, the blood at his fingertips forming a hexagram on the blue bricks. I am the calamity of your 16th year. His bloodied finger pressed against her heart's vermilion mark. And this is the cause you have sown with your own hands. Suddenly, the guards outside raised their torches. Mu Qing retreated into the shadows. Xiao Ling caught a glimpse of blood seeping from the scales on the back of his neck, the very place wounded by the golden needles. Chapter 51. Do not move. The torrential rain washed away the bloodstains on the glazed tiles, and Mu Qing's silver chain left red marks around Xiao Ling's waist. The damp breath of the boy brushed against the locking Lin pattern on her nape, the clicking of gears mingling with raindrops echoing through the charred pillars of the hall. Do not move. Mu Qing bit through the armor on his right hand, revealing the bronze mechanical joint at his wrist. He guided Xiao Ling's bloodstained hand to press against his heart, the red crystal glowing with an otherworldly light beneath his skin. Do you know, Your Highness, that in your past life, you loved to press upon my life gate this way? Xiao Ling's fingertips sank into the frigid mechanical core, startling her to discover that it harbored a phoenix-patterned jade clasp, identical in form to the longevity lock she had worn in her infancy. Mu Qing suddenly exerted force, pressing her against the 8 trigrams plate, the scales of the azure dragon relief behind her tearing through her gauzy garment, the chill igniting the lock into golden flames. Mu Qing. The ancient words slipped from Xiao Ling's lips, leaving both of them momentarily stunned. Memory surged forth like a tide, revealing a scene of a woman in red pressing a man against an altar, her fingertips teasing the silver chain beneath his armor. Little pup, your heartbeat is quite loud. In the present, Mu Qing's Adam's apple bobbed, the mechanical core emitting an overloaded hum in a retaliatory act. He bit down on Xiao Ling's fingertip, the blood seeping into the crimson crystal, at which moment the tiles of Kiwagong suddenly flipped, exposing a bronze canal flowing with molten lava beneath. This was the secret passage where the late emperor had forged the dragon's veins. Mu Qing licked the blood from the corner of his lips, the silver chain tightening around Xiao Ling's ankle, pulling her into the fiery stream. With each new moon, the fire poison consumed by the lockwood. Before he could finish, golden patterns suddenly surged from Xiao Ling's arm, the illusion of the vermilion bird's fiery feathers tearing her garment asunder. Mu Qing's pupils contracted. The image of the witch from a past life, her bare back branded with incantations, overlapped with the vibrant scene before him. His mechanical fingers clutched the girl's thigh, leaving bruises on her snow-white skin. Your Highness, it is still not too late to beg for mercy. The earth's fire cast a rosy hue in the corners of Xiao Ling's eyes, and she instinctively grasped the silver chain entangled in Mu Qing's hair, tearing off half of her sleeve. Before her lay the magnificent sight of the Qilin pattern intertwined with mechanical veins across the sturdy waist of the young man, a forbidden creation, a perfect fusion of human and machine. Your heartbeat has grown even louder. Xiao Ling mimicked his past cold laughter, her blood-stained nails gliding through the gaps in the mechanical joints. Mu Qing let out a muffled groan as the core compartment suddenly popped open, revealing a slowly rotating bronze lotus platform, its heart filled with desiccated blood. Amber. 3 years prior, Kiwagong had flooded, and the plum blossom brew gifted by the prince. Mu Qing gasped, seizing her outstretched hand toward the lotus platform. It has long since merged with my very essence. He then lowered his head, capturing the vermilion dust at her neck, his mechanical tongue brushing against her throbbing veins, stirring a cascade of silver bell apparitions. The earth's fires surged violently. Xiao Ling's lock entwined around Mu Qing's waist, the golden patterns coursing through the mechanical veins into the magma, crystallizing into 3,000 fire lotuses within the bronze canal. The boy's phantom stood at the lotus heart, cradling the embroidered shoes of the present-day princess in his hands. Xiao Ling. Mu Qing suddenly called her by her true name, dipping his fingers into the core chamber to gather blood amber, inscribing ancient symbols upon her heart. You once forced me to bow my head with 99 soul-locking nails. The moment the blood curse took form, he plunged his mechanical fingers into his own heart. It is time to repay the debt. The remaining 8 trigrams plate of Kiwagong crashed down, sealing the 2 within the bronze coffin deep in the lava. In the throes of asphyxiation, Xiao Ling bit Mu Qing's lip. Tasting the plum fragrance hidden within the iron rust, memories from a past life exploded like fireworks, and she saw herself driving a silver nail into Mu Qing's spine, not tears, but molten gold seeping from her eyes. Little pup, she murmured unconsciously, the lock suddenly tenderly entwining around Mu Qing's frenzied mechanical arm. In that fleeting moment of his astonishment, the sounds of the Imperial Guards excavating the ruins reached them from outside the coffin, while the blood amber hidden within the core chamber quietly shaped itself into the form of a snow spirit flower. Chapter 52. Ash fire healing as the wind of the new moon's night wrapped around the sin of rust and burst through the window. The lock on Xiao Ling's wrist had already become hot enough to sear through the jade pillow. She tread barefoot across the scattered shards of ice mirrors, the winding watermarks on the gilded tiles reflecting vermilion patterns. By day, the phoenix flowers were still in bud, but at this moment, they had blossomed into a form of soaring flames. Suddenly, her lower back collided with a carved railing, the golden silk Nanmu emitting an eerie tremor. Resonating in sync with the hum of Mu Qing's mechanical core from that day, a clatter, a half-gear fell from the eaves, engraved with the Qilin pattern of the Northern Protectorate. Xiao Ling, compelled by an unseen force, grasped the copper piece, her palm instantly burning with blood marks. The moment a droplet of blood rolled down, a low growl from a mechanical beast echoed outside the palace walls, illuminating a pair of blood amber eyes in the night. Your Highness, do you still wish to escape? Mu Qing's voice mingled with the clashing of gears emanating from the beast's head. He leaned against the spine of the bronze beast, his moon-white attire soaked in the night dew. The opening of his garment faintly revealing the mechanical veins she had scratched the previous day, when the mechanical beast spat out a silver chain that wrapped around Xiao Ling's ankle. She realized that the chain links were adorned with numerous tiny soul-locking nails. The glazed tiles of the warm spring palace shimmered in a bluish-gray under the moonlight, but Mu Qing directly dragged her toward the abandoned phoenix summoning platform. As Xiao Ling finally beheld the gilded bathing pool at the center of the platform, her breath quickened. This was clearly an enlarged birdcage, every railing intricately carved with the patterns of the captive phoenix from her past life. How does the taste of fire poison to the marrow feel? Mu Qing's fingertip lightly tapped the beast's head at the edge of the pool, and the boiling medicinal broth suddenly erupted. As the steam engulfed his slender waist, Xiao Ling saw golden puncture marks surface on her back, precisely mirroring the positions of the soul-locking nails in her memory. Xiao Ling tore off her sash and leaped into the water, the lock transforming into a golden serpent that coiled around Mu Qing's neck. If you dare. Her words trailed off into a gasp, and Mu Qing seized her wrist and pressed it against the pool wall, his mechanical fingers delving beneath the golden patterns dancing across her skin. The crimson crystal powder within the medicinal broth suddenly glowed, revealing the bronze lotus platform embedded in his chest. What should have housed the blood amber's heart now cradled a half-bloomed snow spirit flower. If you wish me to release the fire, at least show some sincerity. Mu Qing, clutching a plum branch, bent down, the flower's juice trickling down his Adam's apple. Xiao Ling opened her mouth to scold him, only to be filled with the icy medicinal liquid. Bitterness spread through her. The Qilin pattern on the boy's waist suddenly surged, heavily pinning her against the inscribed bottom of the pool. The water rippled, shattering the moonlight, and Xiao Ling's fingertips brushed against the protrusion on Mu Qing's spine. That was the soul-locking nail she had personally driven into him in a past life. Now enveloped in mechanical parts, exuding a faint golden liquid at her touch. Mu Qing let out a muffled groan, tearing down the gauzy curtains, binding her restless wrist. You were never this impatient back then. The medicinal mist thickened, and Xiao Ling suddenly realized that the lock was merging along the skin where their bodies touched. The Qilin scales on the back of Mu Qing gradually unfolded, revealing the rotating gears within, while her golden patterns perfectly nestled into each gear slot. When the tremors from the interlocking mechanisms reverberated through her limbs, Xiao Ling suddenly bit down on the boy's shoulder. When the briny taste spread, she was reminded of the flavor of that plum blossom snow 3 years ago. Her vermilion-stained nails scraped along Mu Qing's waist. Water splashed violently, and Mu Qing grasped her waist, flipping their positions. the captive phoenix pattern crashing against the hidden compartment of the pool wall. Amidst the roaring sounds of the mechanisms turning, 18 silver chains erupted from the water, suspending Xiao Ling in a sacrificial pose. Yet the silver chains, meant to imprison the captive, were now entwined with trembling vermilion plums. "Your Highness, are you aware of what these chains have been soaked in?" Mu Qing caressed the red marks on her ankle, slipping a jade piece into her palm. Xiao Ling, as if electrocuted, released her grip. The object falling into the ripples of the pool, revealing the phantom of the witch from her past life. Wielding the same item and playing with the boy, the tiles suddenly trembled, and the screen on the eastern side of the bathing pool was cleaved in two by a sword's energy. Just as Mu Qing pulled Xiao Ling down into the water, he glimpsed the visitor clad in vermilion phoenix-patterned soft armor, none other than the commander of the Imperial Guards who had been searching the ruins of Kiwagong by day. "Such elegance, young master." The commander's sword tip sliced through the floating gauze. "Would you like me to assist?" Underwater, Xiao Ling was pinned against the dragon's head as it emerged from the water. She opened her mouth to bite the vermilion dust at her neck, his mechanical tongue rolling the blood bead into her lips, while his other hand reached for the mechanisms at the bottom of the pool. When the lock shone at its brightest, the entire bathing pool suddenly collapsed, casting the three of them into a hidden underground palace. As Xiao Ling clutched Mu Qing's silver chain during the fall, she hazily saw the dome of the underground palace adorned with 3,000 fire lotuses. The bronze coffin, where the lotus heart lay in slumber, was the very lava coffin from that day beneath Kiwagong. Chapter 53. Charred Bones Rebirth. As the marriage wine pattern on the inner wall of the bronze coffin illuminated, Xiao Ling was biting into the bone nail of Mu Qing's mechanical spine. Mu Qing's trembling breath splattered against the coffin's inner wall, forming tiny ice crystals. The sword tip of the Imperial Guard commander pierced through the 3-inch thick bronze, shattering Xiao Ling's unuttered moans into fragments. Her vermilion-stained fingertips dug into Mu Qing's waist where the Qilin pattern lay, golden powder mingling with blood droplets seeping into the joints of the mechanism. "So the Great Witch can also feel fear?" Mu Qing pried open her tightly clenched lips with his mechanical fingers, pouring a sweet, bloody liquid into her throat. Xiao Ling recognized the taste of the medicinal broth from the bathing pool. Mixed with the blood amber seeping from his core chamber, igniting 3,000 red plums upon her tongue. The coffin suddenly tilted. The commander's sword tip opened a crack, and as moonlight seeped in, Xiao Ling saw the soul-locking nail marks on Mu Qing's back melting away. Golden liquid flowed down her legs, entwining with the boy's waist, painting the pattern of the marriage cup from their past life at the bottom of the bronze coffin. "Hold tight." Mu Qing suddenly bit down on the vermilion dust at her neck, the silver chain crushing half of his mechanical arm. The moment the gears burst apart, Xiao Ling's lock surged, golden threads drilling into the meridians of his severed arm, perfectly aligning with the frenzied mechanical as he grasped Xiao Ling's waist and collided with the most vibrant flame blossom of Lian Exine. The corpse of the commander of the Imperial Guards suddenly transformed into flowing bronze sand, revealing a rotating tribal destiny plate within. "Oh, it was you." Xiao Ling's locking pattern shattered the core of the destiny plate, and memories of her past life erupted like molten lava. Indeed, this very plate had foretold the irreconcilable fate of Xiao Mu. Igniting a bloody conflict between the two clans, the Mu Qing suddenly bit into her earlobe, forcing half a crimson crystal into the wound. The roots of calamity buried long ago, his bloodied fingertips pressed against her heart, where a pattern identical to that of the commander's corpse emerged. For now was the time for retribution. The fire lotus began to wither, each petal reflecting a fragment of the past, amidst the cascading rain of flames. Xiao Ling beheld the young general voluntarily stepping into the furnace, a crimson crystal embedded in his chest, precisely the one she had just implanted within Mu Qing. The coffin abruptly flipped, casting the two into the boiling veins of molten dragon energy. Mu Qing shielded Xiao Ling's face with his regenerative mechanical arm, yet his back was corroded by golden liquid, exposing stark white bones. Xiao Ling's locking pattern ravenously consumed the lava, coalescing into a phoenix egg at the heart of the golden-red whirlpool. Mu Qing, she suddenly felt the pulsing crimson crystal against his heart, where tiny inscriptions of the character Ling emerged. The boy's pupils constricted sharply, and his remaining right hand suddenly pierced through his own chest. Pulling out a twin-flowered plum blossom stained with blood amber. As the mist of the cold pond swallowed the last sliver of daylight, Xiao Ling's locking pattern had become entwined with icy chains. She pushed aside the floating ice on the pond's surface, and the golden belt fell into the deep blue waters. The vermilion bird-patterned wedding attire became transparent upon touching the water. The golden threads embroidered with the pattern of the captive phoenix clinging to her waist, transforming the surging undercurrents into a tantalizing itch upon her skin. The other end of the icy chain sank to the pond's bottom, producing a delicate chime as it was tugged, precisely the soul-restraining bells that adorned Mu Qing's wrist. Do you know where the strokes of the formation diagram should land? Mu Qing's voice bubbled up from the depths. As Xiaoling descended, the icy chain suddenly tightened, pulling her towards the glowing core of the crimson crystal formation at the pond's bottom. The boy hovered at the center of the bronze mirror formation, his regenerative mechanical arm entwined with bioluminescent jellyfish, while the inscriptions of Ling on his heart transformed the ethereal blue water light into a hue of amber. The stroke of the formation pin in his palm abruptly pointed towards Xiaoling's lower back, the icy chain constricting around her hips. 300 years ago, the witch resided here. The pin tip brushed past her neck, and the pond water suddenly crystallized into a phantom of their past lives. A woman in red holding the young general at bay in the same posture, yet the pin tip was dipped in his heart's blood. Xiaoling seized Mu Qing's wrist in retaliation, the icy chain shredding 2 jellyfish. The luminous fluid stained her collarbone blue, forming a birthmark shaped like a phoenix holding a pearl. The boy chuckled as he pressed her against the surface of the bronze mirror, and the regenerative mechanical arm cracked open, revealing within it half of a wedding cup fragment. Healing required deeper contact. Mu Qing bit his tongue, transferring a medicinal liquid to her, blood droplets seeping through the cracks in the mechanical arm and into the cup's binding pattern. Xiaoling tasted the familiar fragrance of plum blossoms, realizing with surprise that it was the flavor of the poisoned wine she had bestowed 3 years prior. The pond water suddenly boiled. Golden threads formed from the melting icy chain entwining around their ankles, tying the hem of her wedding attire into a sacrificial knot. The mirror formation began to rotate, each bronze mirror reflecting different poses of entanglement. In the swaying light and shadow, Xiaoling saw herself from a past life prying open the young general's protective mirror with the formation pin, while the true Mu Qing before her now guided her hand, plunging the pin tip into the cracks of his regenerative mechanical arm. Here should have been the soul-binding nails. Mu Qing gasped, tearing open his garment to reveal the pulsating crimson crystal at his heart. Suddenly, Xiaoling's locking pattern surged violently, golden threads weaving into the cracks of the mechanical structure, melting the fragment of the wedding cup into scorching golden liquid. The boy trembled, biting her earring, as the blood amber fell to the bottom of the pond, transforming into the wedding night's Hahuan candle. The water pressure surged. The golden threads of the wedding attire shrank upon heating, constricting Xiaoling's breaths into fragments. Mu Qing's silver chain shattered the last bronze mirror. Yet the phantom within the mirror solidified at this moment. The young general from 300 years ago stepped out from the mirror, his icy fingertips brushing against the ankle of the present-day Xiaoling. The voices of 2 Mu Qings overlapped in the water. Suddenly, Xiaoling's locking pattern split apart, the golden threads simultaneously ensnaring both the real and the illusory figures. The bronze furnace's spout pointed to the hour of the tiger, and the silver chain on Xiaoling's wrist had entwined with Mu Qing's newly formed mechanical arm. The boy sat cross-legged before the jade anvil, his unbound hair cascading to his waist, revealing an unsealed gear slot at the back of his neck. Xiaoling's ankle chain jingled lightly with her steps, the golden bell sweeping across the scar on his ankle. That was the bite left by the mechanical hound's rampage 3 years ago. This spine is quite exquisite. Xiaoling lightly tapped Mu Qing's mechanical bones with the tuning pestle, golden threads crawling up his tailbone from the pestle's tip. The boy's shoulder blades suddenly tensed, unhealed wounds oozing light golden liquid, forming small plum blossoms in the moonlight. Mu Qing grasped her ankle from behind, his rough fingertips caressing the ankle chain's bell. "Your Highness, the gold ring you used to tether dogs back then was far more intricate than this." He suddenly guided Xiaoling's toe to press against the crimson crystal at his heart, the mechanical heart's hum vibrating the golden bell into a frenzy. Xiaoling leaned in, the tuning pestle inserting into the gear slot of his shoulder blade. The minty scent of the ointment mingled with the metallic tang of blood, her cascading hair brushing against Mu Qing's fresh wound. "Don't move." Her fingertips dipped in the icy marrow ointment, smeared over his scar, the ointment melting into flowing gold upon contact with heat. That Mu Qing's throat bobbed, and the regenerative mechanical arm uncontrollably surged, pinning the hem of Xiaoling's dress to the edge of the anvil. The hidden compartment of the anvil suddenly popped open, rolling out half a faded wedding document. Xiaoling bent down to retrieve it, the tassels of her hair brushing against Mu Qing's nose. The boy suddenly tilted his head to catch the golden tassel in his mouth, and the moment his canine teeth severed the thread, the lipstick stain on the wedding document coincidentally matched the color of Xiaoling's lips. "This is..." Xiaoling pressed the tuning pestle against his throat that Mu Qing chuckled as he unfolded the remnants of the wedding document, revealing the inner mechanism diagram, the ignition pivot of the burning heaven cannon. Precisely corresponding to the Qilin pattern at his dantian, the anvil began to tremble. Xiaoling's ankle chain suddenly tightened, pulling her into Mu Qing's embrace. The boy's calloused palm glided over her instep, guiding the golden bell to touch the energy slot of the mechanical arm. This is how the adjustment should be conducted. The trailing tone faded amidst the sudden eruption of red light. The core of the burning heaven cannon began to preheat, casting the shadows of the two into a beastly form upon the cave wall. Xiaoling's silver chain entwined around Mu Qing's wrist. Yet he countered with a canine-like grip. The ointment's golden liquid flowed down their connected ankles, coalescing into the pattern of the wedding cup from their past life upon the jade anvil. "Woof!" that Mu Qing suddenly barked, his teeth grazing Xiaoling's earlobe. The footsteps of the vermilion bird guards searching outside echoed, yet he intentionally pressed Xiaoling's fair foot against his heart, allowing the overloaded hum of energy to startle the entire forest of crows. Chapter 54. Locking the Lin pattern to the heart. Xiaoling's fingertips pressed against the pulsating crimson crystal at Mu Qing's heart. The searing crystal brushed against Xiaoling's collarbone, branding the phoenix's weeping blood pattern upon her snow-white skin. "Do you know the temperature of the furnace back then?" He smiled as he guided her hand towards the large mechanical pivot just below his navel. Though nothing was more searing than this moment, Mu Qing bit his tongue, transferring the blood from the corner of his mouth to Xiaoling's slightly parted lips in shock. "Have you tasted it now, Your Highness?" His blood-stained lips brushed against the cinnabar mole behind her ear. The blood of a subject back then was far more exquisite. The burning heaven cannon began to roar to life. Xiaoling's hands uncontrollably coiled around Mu Qing's waist, as if golden threads were injecting into the molten veins of the earth through the mechanical pathways. The two formed a fiery red quilt, the golden patterns dancing upon the surface intertwining with those of the burning heaven cannon. Xiaoling, that Mu Qing called her name for the first time, intentionally crushing the crimson crystal at his heart with his regenerative mechanical arm. The splintered shards pierced into Xiaoling's palm, where blood droplets fell, revealing a myriad of etched inscriptions on the walls of the underground palace, the unfinished wedding blessings from their wedding night in her past life. The reflections in the dark river suddenly distorted. Xiaoling saw the phantom of herself driving half of the crimson crystal into the young general's heart, while the true Mu Qing held her hand, pressing the remaining half of the crimson crystal into his pulsating mechanical heart. At the moment when the yin-yang dual formations converged at the dome, the dragon vein pivot of Mu Qing's burning heaven cannon began to go haywire. Xiaoling flushed, her lips pressed against the nape of Mu Qing's neck. Then she found herself kneeling on the scorching bronze altar, bound by golden thread chains into a sacrificial position. Would this be more comfortable than back then? Mu Qing chuckled, his chest vibrating as the spine gears sparked with the incantation inscribed upon them. Xiaoling's locking pattern suddenly spiraled out of control, the golden threads diving into the cracks of his mechanical bones, branding the words "eternal bond" from the wedding document of 300 years ago upon the steel bones. The illusion of the earth's fire overlapped at this moment. Xiaoling saw herself pressing the young general onto the altar, the tip of her cinnabar brush piercing his spine while drawing a divorce document. At that moment, the true Mu Qing abruptly surged, pinning her against the remnants of the wall, fragments of the faded wedding cup flying out from the shattered furnace bricks behind him. This old wound. He guided Xiaoling's bloodied hand towards the crimson crystal at his heart, bearing the Hahuan mark that the princess had branded with her own hands in her past life. Amidst the humming overload of the mechanical heart, Xiaoling's fingertips brushed against the half-written wedding contract hidden within the crystal, a final stroke of the character Ling written in fine cinnabar script, matching her birthmark at the nape of her neck perfectly. The core of the burning heaven cannon suddenly erupted in a blinding light. That Mu Qing's mechanical spine cracked open, golden threads streaming out along with the incantation, forming an illusory image of the locking pattern contract between them. Xiaoling used her tongue to transfer blood into the contract, yet tasted the bitterness of the medicine hidden in the plum and snow from 3 years prior, the very aftertaste of the crimson crystal that Mu Qing had fed her in this lifetime. Xiaoling. Mu Qing suddenly relaxed his grip, his bloodied forehead resting against her collarbone. "The stroke you missed on the wedding document back then. His words were abruptly cut off by the collapsing furnace door. Bronze fragments rained down, and Xiaoling saw herself being shielded beneath Mu Qing, while the golden patterns erupting from the boy's back aligned perfectly with the formation core of the burning heaven cannon. The molten veins of the earth surged in. Xiaoling gripped Mu Qing's severed chain amidst the blazing flow, realizing that the melting crimson crystal was forming the wedding cup from their past life. At the moment the contract imprint fully took shape, the illusion of the furnace from 300 years ago shattered violently, revealing the hidden throne of white bones beneath. Fresh bloodstains on the armrests perfectly aligned with the wounds on Xiaoling's palm. As the dragon vein of the burning heaven cannon unfurled, Xiaoling found herself pinned against the armrest of the bone thrown by Mu Qing. The bloodied palm of the youth pressed against the birthmark on her nape, while crimson molten crystal seeped from the cracks of his regenerated mechanical arm, casting the charred remnants on the throne into the contours of a wedding cup. Xiaoling entwined the broken chain around Mu Qing's waist, pulling him deep into the pile of vermilion sparrow armor shards. "There is still time for you to escape, my lord." With a smile, Mu Qing bit off a strand of her hair behind her ear, and as the tresses fell into the shadowed recess of the seat, they transformed into the vermilion characters of a marriage contract from their past life, promising to share a coffin. Xiaoling's delicate toes kicked over a bronze lamp, spilling oil onto the blood contract upon the throne's armrest, igniting a ghostly blue phoenix flame. The earth's molten energy burst through the dome, cascading downwards. Suddenly, Mu Qing tore open the mechanical armor on his chest, revealing a pulsating crimson heart. Pressing Xiaoling's hand against the searing surface of the crystal, the terms you dared not sign 300 years ago, that he guided her to draw the final stroke of their blood contract in the void. "Proposing to repay it today with the fire of my burning heaven cannon." The bone throne abruptly flipped over. In the weightlessness, Xiaoling clutched the broken chain of Mu Qing, startled to discover the bronze coffin hidden beneath. Filled with faded marriage contracts, they tumbled into the coffin, the locking patterns spontaneously entwined into red silk, binding their wrists to the engraved symbols of harmony on the coffin wall. "The soul-locking nails you drove in back then." He held her hand, tracing the engraved body of the nail, suggesting it was time for a new purpose. The roar of the burning heaven cannon threatened to shatter the coffin, amidst the fluttering remnants of the marriage contracts. Xiaoling glimpsed her former self from 300 years ago, nailing Mu Qing into the same bronze coffin, while the real youth now pierced his palm with a bone nail, smearing blood over the locking birthmark on her nape. Suddenly, the earth's energy reversed. The blood contract's terms on the throne's armrest glowed with intensity. Xiaoling bit down on Mu Qing's collarbone in pain, but just as the last crimson light of the burning heaven cannon engulfed the world, their entwined shadows solidified into eternity amidst the brilliance. The bones on the throne sprouted twin red plums. Chapter 55. Shattered Soul Lock. The witch reappears. Crimson moonlight seeped through the cracks in the palace's dome, and amid the mottled shadows, Xiaoling gently tapped on the charred wooden torture frame. The bronze Taotai patterns awakened beneath her fingertips, dark red rust seeping from each groove, winding like the blood that had not dried 300 years ago. The soul-locking jade is not meant to be used this way. Mu Qing's silver chain constricted around her wrist, the sound of mechanical gears grinding mingling with his breaths. "If the prince dares to touch again." Xiaoling suddenly spun around, the golden phoenix patterns of her wide sleeves brushing against his nose. The silver chain around her neck tightened with her movement, pulling her into the shadow of the torture frame. "I wish to see what kind of demons are suppressed by the treasures of the previous dynasty that my lord keeps hidden." At the moment the soul-locking jade shattered, a black mist coalesced into the form of a nine-tailed fox, lunging toward Xiaoling's brow. Mu Qing's pupils constricted, shards of gears exploding from his mechanical arm. Yet it froze abruptly when it touched the vermilion birthmark on her nape, the small, blood-red mark shimmering with a golden halo, transforming into the totem of phoenix tail feathers. Xiaoling's pupils ignited with the fiery essence of the burning heaven. And as her wide sleeves billowed, the golden patterns surged, slamming Mu Qing against the stone wall. Barefoot, Xiaoling stepped over the scattered jade shards, casually picking up a fragment. "So this is what the prince has been hiding." She suddenly chuckled, the rim of the cup pressing against Mu Qing's bloody lips. "After 300 years, does this cup of poison still taste agreeable?" Mu Qing's Adam's apple bobbed, and his mechanical arm clasped her waist. Xiaoling's hand glided over his crimson crystal heart, golden patterns weaving through the crystal's cracks. "On the day we first met in the imperial tomb, you said that I owe you a vermilion sparrow." Her fingertip pressed down hard, the crimson crystal being forcefully excavated half an inch. How about using this soul-locking jade to settle the debt now? The palace trembled with a deafening roar. Black mist poured from Xiaoling's brow, forming the ethereal silhouette of a red-clad witch. Mu Qing's silver chain snapped inch by inch, his mechanical arm uncontrollably tightening around her throat, but loosened when it brushed against the vermilion birthmark. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoling leaned in to bite his mouth corner, blood droplets rolling down the surface of the crimson crystal, reflecting the image of the witch wielding a seal in their past life. "Little pup," she suddenly called out the forbidden old name, the shimmering armor's silhouette caressing his throbbing neck. "Your body is indeed more to my liking than in the previous life. How does it feel to have your body humiliated just now?" Silver light cascaded like a waterfall, engulfing the palace. Xiaoling's golden-patterned whip coiled around his ankle, yet she saw silver scales spreading from his spine, refracting countless illusions in the flames. "Kneel," the whip's end wrapped around his regenerated mechanical arm, and Xiaoling's toes pressed against his chest, grinding down on his crimson heart. Mu Qing knelt on one knee, silver scales shredding the golden patterns, dark red blood coursing through the mechanical veins. "My lady witch, do you intend to personally inspect the goods?" Suddenly, Xiaoling tore open his partially unbuttoned garment, gliding her fingers across his muscular chest. The prince's heart, her fingertip pressed into the indentation of the crimson crystal, causing the silver scales to suddenly surge. A muffled moan escaped Mu Qing's throat as his regenerated arm abruptly embraced her waist. When the golden hairpin fell, Mu Qing had already pressed against her throbbing neck. Realizing, "My lady, you are ultimately not her," the temperature in the palace plummeted. The shimmering armor's silhouette behind Xiaoling caressed the newly formed scales on his neck, golden patterns seeping from her fingertips into the mechanical seams. "Oh, so she would behave like this." Xiaoling's kiss landed directly on Mu Qing's Adam's apple, compelling him to tremble and plead for my favor. The silver scales emitted a mournful cry, and Mu Qing's mechanical arm uncontrollably tore her palace garments wide open, revealing a breathtakingly white, slender figure. My lord, he grasped her wrist, pressing it against the dangerously surging burning heaven cannon. "But did you feel how scalding it is when you touch me? I have been here before. How could you want it so soon again?" Mu Qing remained silent, merely continuing to advance. If that which truly awakened completely just now, he would be utterly powerless against her advances. It was rare to encounter a reincarnation so pure in thought. If he did not take advantage of it, it would be a tremendous loss in this life. He remembered everything faster than her, and he would not leave again. The warmth and tingling sensation coursing through his body stirred a blush upon Xiaoling's unparalleled beautiful visage, akin to the vibrant bloom of peach blossoms in spring. Chapter 56. Past events. On a winter night at the age of 7, icy crystals gnawed at her heart. Bai Yuling curled up at the center of the Xianbing altar, and as the dagger pierced 3 inches below her navel, she heard the brittle sound of her spiritual root shattering. Bai Sheng's hands, steady as cold iron, held the tattered scroll of the pharmaceutical canon. As the blade traced her meridians, extracting her icy spirit root into translucent threads. "Be good, my dear. Allow father to finish stitching this Yunmin acupoint." The icy silkworm threads penetrated her tender flesh, the needlework shimmering with a bluish glow under the moonlight. Blood droplets formed into ice crystals, and with each tremor, they shattered into snow spirit flower pollen. The young alchemists below the altar held jade vials to catch the essence that dripped from her. Suddenly, a boy knocked over a glass lamp, only to be frozen into an ice sculpture by Bai Sheng's flick of a finger. Bai Yuling counted the frost flowers on his eyelashes until the 36th one fell. At her coming-of-age ceremony at 16, the elders' red silk ensnared her ankles. Bai Yuling stepped barefoot through a sea of mandala flowers, each petal reflecting the greedy expressions of the cultivators. When the first harvesting talisman pierced her lower back, frost began to form at her hair tips. The essence from Yaowang Valley truly is marvelous. The leader of the Lingxiao sword sect placed a wine cup against her heart, urging, "Little Linger, cry a little louder. This divine nectar needs to be mixed with tears to be flavorful enough." Bai Yuling bit her tongue, blood tears falling to the ground, giving birth to snow spirit flower vines that pierced his throat. As her black hair turned to snow, the 72 cave cultivators simultaneously formed seals. 3,000 talismans revolved around her, and the essence was drawn into a golden red mist. Bai Yuling gazed at the image of Mu Qing emerging from the mist, wrapping the last intact meridian around the golden bell on her wrist. The chaotic fire in the Yaowang cauldron reflected her twisted visage. Bai Yuling stepped barefoot over shattered ribs, her bloodied hand lifting the remnants of the pharmaceutical cannon. Do the elders know that my icy silkworm threads can stitch souls? The golden bell trembled, and the screams were sewn into 72 bell tongues. She sat upon a throne made of cultivators' skulls, her fingertips entwined with Mu Qing's hair, which was seeping blood droplets. The witch's fractured persona leaned down to lick his trembling eyelids. The tears of the young alchemist taste far sweeter than those of those old geezers. Snow spirit flowers emerged from the scar on her heart, devouring the remnants of souls scattered around on the night of the lunar eclipse. Bai Yuling pressed Mu Qing against the ice coffin. As the gilded armor sliced open his dantian, the icy silkworm threads extracted emotional threads from her bone marrow. This goo insect is nourished by my heart's blood. In an instant, as the chaotic goo entered his body, Mu Qing beheld the 7-year-old girl locked away by iron chains deep within her consciousness. Don't be afraid. The witch's bloodied lips pressed against the pattern of Utpol on his heart, waiting for the goo insect to consume all the righteous sections. Suddenly, the snow spirit flower vine pierced through her palm, and it would be our turn to devour each other. She laughed as she pushed Mu Qing into the cold pond, the reflection on the water's surface revealing the 16-year-old medical sage silently weeping. Ice needles hung from the eaves like barbed points, and Bai Yuling counted the 7th icicle that fell. The Xianbing altar glowed with a bluish light, rendering her snow-colored robe nearly transparent. The red string around her wrist suddenly snapped, and a glass bead rolled down the altar steps. This was the last item her mother left for her. The time has come. Bai Sheng's voice mingled with the dull sound of the pestle pulverizing bones. Bai Yuling watched as blood smeared on her father's gloves, instinctively shrinking back. Yet her ankles were ensnared by the icy silkworm threads in the altar's recess. The dagger pierced 3 inches below her navel. She heard the musical sound of her spiritual root shattering. In the moment her icy spirit root was drawn out, 300 icy silkworm threads erupted from the altar's base, piercing through her delicate skin to stitch the diagram of the pharmaceutical cannon. The blood droplets had yet to reach the ground before solidifying into ice crystals, blooming into a cluster of snow spirit flowers on her eyelashes. The 301st needle. Bai Sheng threaded the bloodied icy silkworm through her collarbone. The threads tied to a piece of warm jade, and she closed her eyes. Bai Yuling gazed through the blood-red ice crystals, spotting the boy at the end of the young alchemist's line. His hand, holding the jade vial, trembled, and the essence in the glass lamp rippled. When the icy silkworm threads penetrated her ribs for the 7th time, the boy suddenly knocked over the jade vial. Useless! Bai Sheng's finger flicked, and frost flowers formed on the boy's right arm. Bai Yuling beheld the maltose that had slipped from his embrace, the bloodstains on the candy wrapper resembling a crooked plum blossom, marks left when her palm was chafed by iron chains at dawn. As the midnight bells tolled, the altar had transformed into a cocoon of blood crystals. Bai Yuling counted the 365 strands of ice silkworm silk upon her body when suddenly she heard the sound of shattering ice. The youth crawled into the altar with his frozen right arm, the maltose in his grasp now transformed into amber-hued syrup. Eat, he pried open her already bitten lips. The syrup mingling with blood flowing down her throat. Bai Yuling tasted the sweetness of rust, only then realizing that the youth's left fingernails had all been torn away, surely from being injured by ice shards while stealing the key. The altar quaked abruptly, the ice silkworm silk constricting around the youth's neck, leaving red marks. Bai Sheng's hand gripped the youth's crown. Pharmaceutical apprentice number 19? Father, please don't kill him. Bai Sheng's hand halted just above the youth's Baihui point. Linger has grown. The tip of the blade glided across her heart, drawing 3 drops of her blood to infuse into the youth's brow, declaring, "Let him become your living medicine cauldron." In the damp dungeon, the cold mist saturated her burlap clothing, while Mu Qing counted the scars stitched with ice silkworm silk on his chest. Bai Yuling was shackled in the ice coffin across from him, blood droplets from her toes crystallizing into an ice lotus. Brother medicine boy. She suddenly opened her bleeding left eye. Could you sing a song? Mu Qing recalled the herbal-picking lullaby his mother used to hum. As he began to speak, he coughed up shards of blood ice. The chains around Bai Yuling's wrist clanked loudly, ice silkworm silk emerging from her wound, entwining around his trembling fingers to continue the severed strings. When the first note resonated, frost flowers fell in the dungeon. Bai Yuling followed suit with a soft hum. the ice silkworm silk at her spiritual root glowing with a warm yellow light. Mu Qing noticed her ankle wound healing, yet remained unaware that his frostbitten fingertips were also mending. As the crow of dawn echoed, Bai Yuling suddenly convulsed. 72 soul-locking nails erupted from the ice coffin. Pinning her like a butterfly poised to take flight, Mu Qing crashed through the cell door, only to have 3 of his ribs shattered by Bai Sheng's restriction. Hang in there, he pulled the soul-locking nails from her shoulder with bare hands. His palms eroded into white bone. Bai Yuling bit down on his bloodied sleeve, stifling her cries into soft whimpers. When the last soul-locking nail was extracted, the morning sun streamed through the vent, illuminating her newly reborn spiritual root, a puppet spiritual vein reshaped by ice silkworm silk. But on the day of the awakening, Bai Yuling was confined within the medicine king cauldron for refinement, but Mu Qing stealthily smuggled honey to coat the claw marks on the cauldron's wall. By the time she was retrieved, her 10 fingers were already smeared with solidified honey. Reach out. Bai Yuling leaned over the ice coffin, her tongue licking away the blood scabs between his fingers. Mu Qing shivered at the warmth, observing her apply the honey mixed with snow spirit flower pollen onto her frostbite. During the midnight watch, Mu Qing discovered an oil paper package in the corner of the alchemy chamber. 7 pieces of maltose were arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper, the last one embedded with a glass bead, precisely the one she had lost on the day of the altar. The inner page of the candy wrapper bore a blood-painted smiling face, while ice silkworm silk wove through the candy to form a protective lock. Rainwater dripped through the dungeon's crevices, and Bai Yuling stuffed the last piece of candy into his mouth. The gilded chains suddenly tightened, forcing her to tilt her head and accept the lethal poison administered by Bai Sheng. Mu Qing's hand, hidden in his sleeve, clenched tightly, the edges of the candy piercing his palm, mingling with blood to form a rosy syrup. When Bai Yuling was dragged away for the 9th time to have her spiritual root sutured, Mu Qing's left ankle was crushed beneath the altar. Bai Sheng had indeed chosen him as the new medicine bait. At the moment the gilded dagger pierced his dantian, Bai Yuling suddenly detonated the newly formed puppet spiritual vein, but Mu Qing embraced the falling Bai Yuling amidst the blood mist. Her bloodied fingertips pressed against the pattern on his heart. Remember this pain. The ice silkworm silk burrowed into his meridians. When we both transform into monsters, it will no longer hurt. Chapter 57. The vermilion bird weeps blood. The day following their return from the underground palace, moonlight danced upon Xiaoling's nape, the snow spirit flower birthmark shimmering with an icy blue glow. She tread barefoot through the remnants of snow in the imperial garden, the ice silkworm silk around her wrist strangling the peeping cultivator into a mist of blood. The phantom of gilded armor flickered behind her, the apricot blossom candy formed at her fingertips suddenly exploding, fragments reflecting images of the moments before the burning moon cliff vanished. Mu Qing. She unconsciously murmured the name. From the shadows, 9 crossbows of dark iron shot forth, the arrowheads enveloped in ghostly flames aimed directly at her heart. The silver-scaled armor ripped through the night, and Mu Qing's mechanical arm transformed into flaming wings of the vermilion bird. The flames, upon nearing Xiaoling, bizarrely reversed, incinerating the assailant into a human-shaped soul lamp. As he landed, the silver scales of his spine stood on end, revealing the embedded energy core within. Your Highness is startled. The mechanical arm extended a piece of apricot blossom candy. The patterns on the candy wrapper perfectly matched Xiaoling's birthmark, just as her fingertips grazed the candy. Ice silkworm silk suddenly shot from the void, cocooning the two within. Within the cocoon floated a blood-red star map, each star a fragment of memory. Xiaoling beheld her 7-year-old self curled inside an ice coffin, offering a blood-stained apricot blossom candy to the youth. In the present, Mu Qing let out a sudden groan as the silver scales of his back were constricted by the ice silkworm silk, an old wound from when the previous medicine boy had shielded her from ice spikes in their past life. Who exactly are you? The phantom of her gilded armor surged, the snow spirit flower at its tips clashing violently with mechanical sparks. Mu Qing abruptly bit through his own tongue, the blood mixed with crimson crystal shards sealing her lips. Dual memories exploded in the blood mist. The medicine boy had planted the life-extending worm in the heart of the dying Linger. In the present palace, Mu Qing's mechanical heart injected crimson energy into Xiaoling's meridians. As the snow spirit flower bloomed between their lips, the cocoon's walls suddenly reflected the third eye of the bronze Tao Tai. Within its pupils slumbered the remnants of the azure dragon crossbow's machinery. The sound of an explosion shattered the cocoon, and the Grandmaster Xian Weizi's whisk entangled Xiaoling's ankle. The emerald divination plate hovered in midair, greedily absorbing the snow spirit flower's spiritual energy from her. Thank you, Your Highness, for guiding me. I shall take this four symbols mechanical beast. Mu Qing's silver-scaled armor abruptly detached and reformed, coalescing in the air into the vermilion bird battle armor. He tore through the divination plate's barrier with bare hands. Yet his palm was pierced by Xian Weizi's puppet silk. In a critical moment, the palace wall exploded open, a mechanical kite carrying a woman in red diving down. This is how the Azure Dragon crossbow is used. Gong Shuyu flung a measuring line from her wrist, and a 100-foot bronze crossbow mechanism emerged from the depths of Tai Pool. The arrows were forged from severed dragon veins, their tips resonating with the snow spirit flower imprint and Xiaoling's birthmark. Xiaoling's head throbbed intensely, the witch's remnant soul awakening within her consciousness. Kill them. The phantom of the gilded armor began to solidify, uncontrollably lunging toward Gong Shuyu, only to be met with Mu Qing's mechanical back as a shield. Blood splattered across the Azure Dragon crossbow at that moment, and the crossbow mechanism glimmered like a river of stars. The shockwave awakened the Azure Dragon crossbow, toppling the triple palace gates. Xiaoling fell amidst the gusts. The snow spirit flower above her head suddenly expanding into a canopy. Mu Qing's regenerating mechanical arm pursued her through the air, yet he saw her pupils split. Her left, an icy blue vertical slit reflecting 7-year-old Linger, while her right eye had become a crimson apricot. Now a witch, little dog. The witch's persona licked the bloodstains from her fingertips. This silver-scaled armor of yours is even more delectable than in our past life. The gilded armor pierced Mu Qing's spine. Just as it was about to extract the energy core, Gong Shuyu's mechanical kite unexpectedly sprayed apricot blossom syrup. Xiaoling's true consciousness awakened suddenly, catching Mu Qing's falling body. She trembled as she retrieved the melted apricot blossom candy from her bosom, the inner page of the wrapper revealing a blood-red star map, the very coordinate runes missing from the Azure Dragon crossbow. A roar echoed from the depths, the bronze Taotai seizing the moment to steal the core of the Azure Dragon crossbow. Mu Qing's mechanical heart detached, transforming in midair into a miniature vermilion bird. Shielding Xiaoling beneath its fiery wings. In the blaze, they beheld the remnant soul of the medicine boy pouring spiritual essence into the crossbow mechanism. At dawn, Xiaoling replaced Mu Qing's silver-scaled armor within the ruins. The exposed mechanical nerves on him were inscribed with Sanskrit, each rune absorbing her dripping blood. The day I planted the worm was to bind the soul. She grasped her trembling hand, pressing it against his heart. Today, embedding the armor is to continue our bond. Gong Shuyu suddenly tossed a fragment of the Azure Dragon crossbow, the metallic surface revealing the totem of the Medicine King Valley. The moment Xiaoling touched the totem, her snow spirit flower birthmark expanded into a complete star map, the sealing coordinates of the four symbols mechanical beast. The first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds. Blood-colored apricot blossoms bloomed from Mu Qing's mechanical arm. Xiaoling smeared the melted apricot blossom candy onto the petals, softly humming the lullaby from before the burning moon cliff vanished. You know, the sugar residue that leaked from your sleeve back, then how many times did it save me? She bit her fingertip, drawing runes upon his heart with her blood, as the droplets seeped into the mechanical patterns. At that time, Bai Yuling was curled within the dark ice coffin, using her frostbitten fingers to scrape at her heart's puppet's spiritual vein. Ice silkworm silk suddenly ensnared her wrist, and Mu Qing leapt into the coffin. 7 pieces of apricot blossom candy wrapped in medicine frost rolling from his embrace. Linga, eat some candy. He pried open her bloodied lips, stuffing the candy into her mouth. Bai Yuling abruptly convulsed, the puppet's spiritual vein piercing through his palm. The syrup mingling with blood at the bottom of the coffin, forming the Big Dipper. The chime of the midnight bell echoed through the dungeon, and Bai Sheng's dagger pressed against Mu Qing's throat. The medicine bait must be replaced. The blade grazed his heart. Did you think I spared your life for any reason? Ice silkworm silk pierced his mechanical heart, extracting blood-stained threads of memory. She had once knelt before the Medicine King cauldron, feeding the blood-stained apricot blossom candy to the medicine boy whose meridians had been severed. Swallow it. It's soaked in snow spirit flower nectar. The moment the candy entered his throat, the shattered dantian unexpectedly sprouted ice silkworm's silk veins. You always say I am mad. The The witch's fingertips blossomed with blood-red apricot flowers, yet she remained unaware that this life-extending worm, that the petals suddenly grew long. Piercing through her own wrist, nourished by the blood of 3,000 cultivators, the soul lamp exploded in response, the burning oil coalescing into a rain of apricot blossoms in midair. Each droplet reflected different moments of their lives. 7-year-old Linger sneakily feeding candy to the punished medicine boy. 16-year-old healer extracting the snow spirit flower's core to detoxify him. And now the witch was planting her life worm into his mechanical heart. By Yuling's snow spirit flower surged, the roots penetrated her skull, embedding into her spine, blooming into an ice crystal apricot tree totem on her back. Memories surged like a tidal wave, and he suddenly broke free from the ice silkworm's silk, his regenerating mechanical arm transforming into vermilion bird wings enveloping Bai Yuling. Do you remember everything now? Amidst the flickering embers of the soul lamp, the remnant spirit of the young alchemist manifests, delicately inserting the final piece of apricot blossom candy into the crevice of the ice coffin. The ethereal snow spirit flower intertwines frantically with mechanical veins, weaving a cocoon of resplendent gold between the two. Lullabies echo within the cocoon, the voice of the 7-year-old spirit mingling with the rhythmic clanking of gears. Behave. Smile after finishing the candy. Chapter 58. Golden flames of rebirth. A gossamer mist envelopes the steaming hot spring, infused with the chill fragrance of the snow spirit flower, emanating an intoxicating aura. Within this pool of warm medicinal liquid, Xiaoling bathes in serene tranquility. Her snow-white skin, glistening under the potion's embrace, radiates a faint pearlescent sheen, crystalline and translucent, reminiscent of exquisite mutton-fat jade. Gentle ripples dance upon the water's surface, swirling around her delicate collarbone, creating tiny whirlpools. Simultaneously, an ephemeral image of golden armor glides over her damp shoulder, akin to a playful sprite, swaying with the water's undulations, casting flickers of golden light. Suddenly, the golden patterns reflected upon the water's surface slither like living serpents, eliciting a muffled gasp from her as she grasps the edge of the pool, her crimson nails scraping against the white jade, producing a sharp sound. The click of a mechanism at the pool's bottom shatters the mist. Silken threads, delicate as spider silk, ensnare her ankle, winding up her calf and leaving faint crimson imprints behind her knees. Xiaoling tilts her neck back, her damp raven hair entwined with the flourishing snow spirit flower, its serrated petals slicing through her earlobes as drops of golden blood cascade into the pool, forming the embryonic shape of a phoenix born from flames. Who permitted you to gaze upon this? She suddenly chuckles towards the beams above, her bloodied tongue tracing the fissure upon her lips. The image of golden armor swells, and the ice silk web that bursts forth from the pool ensnares the mechanical arms of the figure outside the window, forcibly drawing Mu Qing into the inner hall. Within the swirling mist, his silver-scaled armor is encrusted with frost flowers, and the sound of grinding gears emanates from beneath his mask, with a gentle flick of her toes. Xiaoling sends a spray of crystalline droplets into the air from the once tranquil water's surface. Her jade-like toes, now stained with rich medicinal liquid, firmly press against the radiant crimson crystal that glows at his heart. My lord, could it be that your repeated visits to the depths of the palace at night harbor some clandestine intention? Xiaoling's ruby lips part, her voice clear and melodious at the same time. Her breath seems to transform into invisible threads, tightly entwining around the ice silk. With each rhythm of her breath, the ice silk constricts tighter, instantaneously tearing Mu Qing's azure robe, revealing his sturdy chest adorned with intricate, gleaming mechanical patterns. Tiny droplets of water glide down the defined contours of his throat, gathering into a small pool at the hollow of his collarbone. At that moment, the mechanical device on Mu Qing's arm suddenly activates, and a blood-red laser blade shoots forth. Yet, when this blade strikes the resilient ice silk, it erupts into a bizarre purple spark, intertwining with one another, rendering it impossible to discern victor from vanquished. Mu Qing's eyes flash with surprise, but he reacts swiftly, tearing off the dark cloak behind him, enveloping Xiaoling entirely like a soaring eagle. Just as Mu Qing completes his motion, countless shards of golden armor burst forth from Xiaoling's body. These fragments, akin to arrows from a bowstring, dart straight towards Mu Qing. The sharp edges slice through his waist with blinding speed, igniting a shower of dazzling sparks, leaving marks akin to the traces of fiery passion upon his gleaming silver scales. The The temperature of a little pup that a subtle smile plays upon Xiaoling's lips, curving into a semblance of amusement. Her enchanting eyes shimmer with an unusual light, seemingly influenced by the persona of the enchantress. As her delicately painted fingertips unhesitatingly delve into the torn fabric of Mu Qing's attire, gently tracing circles upon the surface of the crimson crystal at his heart, that I in that instant. It seems the armor upon Mu Qing's body senses the tumult of emotions within its master. And a phantom image of armor suddenly materializes, lifting Xiaoling's delicate form high into the air. Her bare foot arches without reservation upon Mu Qing's robust thigh, where their contact ignites a continuous friction between the golden armor and silver scales. In a flash, Mu Qing's hand shoots out like lightning, gripping her mischievous hands tightly, the cold, unyielding mechanical joints embedding into her tender flesh. As if to crush her entirely, he gazes intently at the woman before him. His voice deep and grave. Does your highness not realize that this crimson crystal connects to my very heartbeat? At this moment, the breath he exhales crystallizes into numerous tiny ice shards, cascading down like snowflakes, some landing upon her exquisite collarbone, sparkling upon the radiant golden patterns like stars descending from the night sky. Yet, Xiaoling exhibits no intention of retreat. Instead, she leans forward, opening her cherry lips to fiercely bite down on Mu Qing's earlobe. In an instant, the snow spirit flower spirals wildly along their intimately pressed skin. Her damp, lustrous hair cascades like a waterfall, lightly brushing against the robust neck of the man, whose veins bulge with heightened emotion, provoking a tantalizing itch. Meanwhile, Xiaoling's ruby lips part, her tone imbued with mockery and provocation. That so-called heartstring that was already tied to my wrist by your own hand years ago, was it not? Just then, the once tranquil waters of the pool begin to churn violently without warning, producing a cacophony of bubbling sounds. The threads woven from the thousand-year ice silk tautened simultaneously, as though enduring immense strain. Mu Qing's heart jolts at this sight, realizing that perhaps now was not the time to toy with her. Could it be the influence of the enchantress's memories? He wonders if this influence could completely overshadow her current persona. Based on the situations with Bai Shuang and Linger, a full awakening would undoubtedly require a lengthy process. Deciding against further contemplation, he gently raises his arm, caressing the soft, slender curve of Xiaoling's lower back. A phoenix totem, perfectly shaped to fit the crimson crystal, slowly materializes. Subsequently, golden patterns slither like agile serpents along their intertwined bloodlines, finally converging into a mesmerizing, exquisite tapestry of the galaxy. Recalling the moment when she forcefully placed the last piece of crimson crystal into his hand, Xiaoling's blood-stained lips tremble slightly as she gently caresses Mu Qing's cheek, continuing, "You were not so sanctimonious back then." The sound of approaching footsteps from the guards outside grows closer, and Mu Qing suddenly grips her waist. Spinning her against the jade screen, his thumb presses against her lips. "You are becoming more and more like her." The mechanical arm shoots forth a hidden blade, severing the ice silk, but alas, the explosion of smoke engulfs any lingering words. Amidst the chaos, Xiaoling tears away a portion of his sleeve. The azure blood vessels intertwine with silver mechanical veins on his arm, shimmering with an eerie glow in sync with his pulse. A thunderous explosion erupts outside the palace, a crimson beam tearing through the night sky, illuminating the tempest of golden desire swirling within her eyes. "Oh, you desire this body." Mu Qing tugs at the strands of hair entwined around his mechanical fingers, a low chuckle escaping him amidst the blazing light. The crimson crystal thrums within the golden patterns, revealing their shared lifelines. Xiaoling suddenly yanks Mu Qing's collar, the warmth of her kiss imprinting upon his scar. "This body. I shall claim it." Chapter 59. Hidden currents. The embers coalesce into blood crows as Xian Weizi, clad in a flowing dark cloak, stands amidst the flock. His silver-white hair cascades to his waist, the robe adorned with the 28 constellations flowing with purple radiance. His left eye is covered by a golden-threaded astrological eye mask, while the right holds a crimson crystal within its pupil. He swirls a jade whisk, its tail suddenly elongating into puppet strings. "Your Highness, is this performance still captivating?" The crimson crystal at Xiaoling's heart undergoes an anomalous transformation, golden patterns entwining like serpents around Mu Qing's mechanical arm. Gong Shuyu casts out a line to bind the waists of the two, while the mechanical wooden kite emits a mournful cry under the strain of the crow's assault. "Hold on tight." Gong Shuyu bites his fingertip, drawing symbols upon the kite's wings. As vermilion mixed with oil forms a demon-slaying sigil, Xiaoling suddenly grips Mu Qing's throat, her pupils fracturing into gold and silver. The blood of a pup. Can it break the formation, breaking the curse with blood? You possess some of your sister's madness. Xianwei Zi's eye mask shatters, revealing hollow eye sockets. Within them, the ice silkworm Gu King resides, piercing Mu Qing's neck. Droplets of blood splatter upon the puppet strings, igniting demonic flames. Stifling a groan, Mu Qing clasps her waist, mechanical fingers sinking into her golden-patterned skin. Your Highness, be cautious, there is goo in this blood. As the three tumble into the abandoned mine, Xiaoling's golden armor consumes Mu Qing's silver-scaled armor pieces. Gong Shuyu ignites a phosphorescent flare, illuminating the densely packed gears upon the cave walls. Indeed, it is the long-lost ruins of the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion. Countless bronze automatons are suspended by ice silk, each chest cavity embedded with the skulls of children. The characters for medicine are branded upon their foreheads. Darkened and oozing, exuding a sickly sweet fragrance of apricot blossoms, do not touch the corrupted fire sand. Gong Shuyu slices the bronze chains binding Xiaoling, while the mechanical hand ejects a medicinal spatula to dig into the earth. Suddenly, the ground collapses, revealing a mercury pool with an ice coffin floating within. Xianwei Zi's phantom hovers above the mercury pool, directing his whisk towards the ice coffin at the pool's bottom. Your mother's corpse is far more exquisite than this broken copper and rotten iron. In the icy coffin, the woman's golden bells around her wrists swayed of their own accord, despite the absence of wind. Her corpse appeared remarkably lifelike, adorned in a snow-white gauze dress sprinkled with stardust. A jade rui, entwined with icy silkworm threads, was thrust into her heart, while from her hair hung a golden hairpin, which, instead of pearls, bore 72 writhing goo eggs. Mother. Xiaoling's pupils suddenly split, her left eye gleaming with gold while her right blazed crimson. The gilded armor detached from her body and lunged towards the coffin as Mu Qing bellowed, severing the spinal safety latch. The mercury fluid surged back through the mechanical nerves. This is the soul-devouring array. The ethereal shadow of Xianwei Zi solidified from the mercury pool, and the hem of his Taoist robe transformed into countless goo worms. Bai Yi willingly carved out her heart to nurture goo. To preserve your wretched life that he waved his dust and pointed at the coffin. 72 puppet nails burst forth, their tips resembling the very strands of Xiaoling's hair. Gong Suyu's mechanical arm suddenly elongated, the ensnaring Xiaoling's ankle. Look at your mother's back. The coffin flipped over, revealing Bai Yi's snow-white back, densely inscribed with Sanskrit, precisely the lost Nirvana scroll from the White Jade Pharmacopoeia. Xiaoling erupted into manic laughter, golden veins spreading across her neck. So I was born as the medicinal catalyst. Mu Qing's mechanical heart emitted a blinding light, the crimson crystal reflecting a terrifying truth. His spine's markings perfectly matched the Sanskrit on Bai Yi's back. Silver scales suddenly pierced Xiaoling's lower back, and where their bloodlines intertwined, goo patterns emerged. Since I can plant the love goo. His bloody lips brushed against her earlobe. Today I shall claim you. The mercury pool erupted in colossal waves, as Bai Yi's corpse puppet opened its eyes. Her jade fingers caressed Xiaoling's face, yet from her fingertips sprouted icy silkworm threads. Dear daughter, would you kindly complete the pharmacopoeia for me? The gilded armor suddenly rebounded, pinning Xiaoling against the inscription at the bottom of the pool. Gong Suyu tore open her garment, revealing a puppet contract that linked her heart to her sister's. Xianwei Zi. You promised to return my sister, the blood and flesh of the mechanist. Xianwei Zi's eyes, filled with Gu King, screeched, proving to be the best array pivot. He swept his as the lid of the coffin shifted. The once dim and lifeless star map upon the dome suddenly ignited, casting forth a breathtaking image of an azure dragon devouring the moon. The colossal azure dragon, with its claws bared and teeth bared, coiled menacingly in the air, its maw clasping a brilliant full moon, as if it sought to engulf the entire world within its grasp. Meanwhile, the soul of Xuanweizi quietly transformed into countless delicate strands of ice silkworm silk, silently infiltrating the ancient inscriptions that in an instant. The mercury pool, which had been as tranquil as a mirror, erupted into a violent boil, its roiling surface resembling molten lava, exuding waves of searing heat and a pungent aroma. Wherever it touched, the air instantly crystallized into a thin layer of frost. Yet strangely, The area is cloaked in frost simultaneously ignited with fierce golden flames. The ice silkworm silk pierced the spine. Linger's persona beheld an illusion deep within the sea of consciousness. Her mother, pierced by a golden chain through the peep bone. Seizing the moment, the sorceress consumed her tears, gilded patterns creeping up her neck. Little crybaby. Let your sister teach you how to wield your body as a weapon. Chapter 61. Binding the heart with ice, silkworms. The bronze coffin resonated from the depths of the abyss. The gluttonous patterns carved upon its surface fracturing to reveal myriad strands of luminescent blue ice silkworm silk, standing atop the crests of the waves. Xiaoling's gilded armor and azure wings intertwined beneath the night sky, creating an otherworldly aurora. Her fingertips brushed against Mu Qing's ankle, revealing a living creature that emitted a soft blue glow. A small dog, still eager to present gifts that Mu Qing's mechanical heart lay exposed. The sugary candy lodged between its gears suddenly melting to eye in the sweetness of the moment. Linger's persona briefly awakened, her delicate hand caressing the rotting curse markings upon him. Do not be afraid. As the emerald spiritual energy touched his skin, the sorceress's golden patterns lashed back like a venomous snake, branding her wrist with chains. The coffin lid burst open with a resounding boom, and 3,000 strands of ice silkworm silk shot forth. Each thread's end was adorned with a pulsating heart, those of the missing young boys and girls from the Valley of the Medicine King. The remnants of Xuanweezi's voice trembled through the threads. My dear disciple, do you find this gift of fratricide to your liking? Xiaoling spread her wings in fury. The gilded fire rain incinerated the silkworm silk, while her frost-laden wing transformed into icy blades. Old fool. Let us see who becomes the bait for whom. The sorceress's persona commanded the golden wings to pierce the coffin, only to find the white corpse seated within, cradling an ice-carved infant, a visage that mirrored Xiaoling's at birth. Mother, the persona suddenly seized control, her azure eyes glistening with tears as she reached out. The ice-carved infant abruptly opened her eyes, unleashing a larva of the cursed king that burrowed into her bloodstream. Mu Qing erupted, severing the silkworm's silk, his mechanical arm melting into a crimson blade aimed at the ice sculpture. Close your eyes. The gilded fire wings collided with the icy blades, as Xiaoling laughed maniacally amidst the persona's turmoil. The golden pattern split from her brow down to her heart, slicing her skin in twain. One side, the gilded armor, appeared demonic and enchanting. The other, clothed in pure white, stained with blood, radiated an otherworldly sanctity. Seizing the opportunity, the white corpse entwined around her back, the ice silkworm silk stitching together her spine. Mother teaches you the true pharmacopoeia. Gong Suyu emerged from the mercury pool, her bronze mechanical arm entwined with ice silkworm silk. She extracted her right eye and embedded it into the coffin's recess, an eye that belonged to her sister. As the azure light swept across, 300 child corpses' hearts simultaneously exploded, and a blood mist coalesced into a soul-binding array that ensnared Mu Qing at its core. I want you to watch. She inserted her mechanical fingers into her own temple, extracting a strand of memory silk that shimmered with blue light, witnessing how she became the cauldron of curses. The threads reflected a horrifying scene. 10-year-old Mu Qing shackled before the alchemical furnace, as Xuanweezi injected cursed larvae in her embrace. The infant suckled on the golden blood seeping from the crimson crystal, while the icy silken swaddling unfurled into a celestial map amidst the howling winds, guiding the direction of the soul-locking pillar. The lingering soul of Gong Shuiwei emitted a mournful shriek from the sword hilt. Beyond that mountainous expanse of frozen corpses lies the sight of. Yet, before her words could conclude, a cataclysmic roar shattered the stillness as the once tranquil ice layer suddenly erupted. In the blink of an eye, countless shards of ice flew forth like cannonballs, rendering escape impossible. At that moment, figures surged forth from the shattered ice, a multitude of bronze corpse puppets. These puppets exuded an aura of chilling despair, as if they hailed from the depths of the netherworld. They glimmered with a metallic sheen, each chest housing a pulsating heart, though thickly encased in frost. A closer inspection revealed a prominent character, Yao, imprinted upon each heart that a surge of gilded flames erupted in the left pupil of Xiaoling, fiercely ablaze, while her right eye shot forth a verdant radiance. That old dog Xuanweezi truly has a knack for repulsion. Simultaneously, the previously placid infant suddenly erupted into a wailing cry that a bolt of ice blue silk shot forth from the swaddling like lightning. piercing the heart of one corpse puppet with unerring precision. As the icy silk penetrated, the previously frozen flesh and blood began to dissolve, transforming into a pool of sanguine liquid. Subsequently, this blood swiftly crystallized into a translucent ice stairway, leading straight toward the towering mountaintop. Observing this, Xiaoling's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a trace of disdainful amusement. With a flicker of motion, she gracefully ascended the ice steps, as if gliding like a specter. Where she stepped, golden patterns blazed brilliantly, reminiscent of the resplendent tail feathers left by a beautiful phoenix. With a cold sneer, she taunted, "Little pup, I never anticipated that your mechanical heart still possesses some semblance of nurturing prowess." The soul-locking pillar shot straight into the heavens, entwined with ice silk as thick as a dragon's body. The lingering soul of Mu Qing overflowed from the crimson crystal, the phantom of silver-scaled armor flickering ominously. Linga. The bronze box atop the pillar. "Hush!" Xiaoling's bloodied fingertip pressed against his phantom lips. "I detest the ramblings of the dead." She tore apart the swaddling and cast the infant toward the soul-locking pillar. The ice silk sensed the bloodline's essence, gently cradling the infant and delivering it to the pinnacle of the pillar. The instant the bronze box sprang open, a chilling mist coalesced. Inside lay a frozen automaton, its visage bearing a striking resemblance to Gong Shuiwei, a gilded dagger lodged in its heart. "Oh, your sister's soul." Xiaoling's golden eyes reflected the starlit dust within the automaton's form. Forged by Zuanwizi into the erased spirit of the soul-locking pillar, the infant suddenly erupted into gleeful laughter as the ice silk shot forth from its umbilical cord, stitching the automaton's limbs onto itself. The night sky abruptly revealed twin moons, and at the moment of the intersection of the crimson moon and the ice moon, the soul-locking pillar burst forth with azure light. The lingering soul of Gong Shuiwei was drawn into the automaton, its mechanical eyes suddenly snapping open. "Xiaoling, how dare you use my sister?" The gilded armor had already entwined around the pillar, and Xiaoling tore through the ice layer with her bare hands. "Do not misunderstand." The soul of Mu Qing solidified, and the phantom of a mechanical arm clasped Xiaoling's nape. "Watch your heart." The automaton's chest cavity split open, revealing 300 pulsating almond blossom candies, each wrapper inscribed with a birth date, the very death taboo of each generation's medicine king and holy maiden. Thus, the soul-locking pillar served as the tombstone for generations of holy maidens. Xiaoling cackled madly. Shattering the ice steps, Zuanwizi, you truly are a lovesick fool. She swallowed 3 almond blossom candies, golden patterns swelling upon her form. "I am not her. This soul is merely a puppet." Her palms surged with golden patterns. Yet upon touching the automaton, she was met with a backlash of emerald spiritual energy, intertwining into a bridal pattern as she cradled the automaton and leapt toward the intersection of the twin moons. The light of the twin moons fell like a sword, as Xiaoling stood atop the soul-locking pillar. The infant's ice silk intertwined with the automaton's mechanical veins, stitching a complete white jade pharmacopoeia upon her back. Gong Shuiwei manipulated the automaton, grasping Xiaoling by the throat. "Return my sister to me." "Return her." Xiaoling licked the machine oil from the automaton's fingers. "Why not let you sisters reunite?" She tore a strand of her golden hair, transforming it into ice silk that pierced the automaton's temple. The souls of the Gong sisters clashed within the automaton's cranial cavity, shaking the soul-locking pillar with its fissures. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Qing's lingering soul merged into the pillar, the silver-scaled patterns spreading across the ice surface. "Linger, look beneath your feet." The stardust beneath the ice suddenly boiled, coalescing into the white jade coffin of the first-generation witch. Its lid flew open, revealing it filled to the brim with untransformed almond blossom candies. Xiaoling shattered the coffin. As the gilded armor absorbed the stardust, a beam of light descended from the intersection of the twin moons, merging her with the soul-locking pillar into a colossal sword of crimson gold. Ice crystals mingled with blood rain cascaded down. Mu Qing's lingering soul reformed its mechanical body amidst the sword's radiance, the silver-scaled armor enveloping its naked form. The infant suddenly emitted a blinding light. As the ice silk wove the trajectory of stars in the void, Zuanwizi's maniacal laughter echoed from the end of the starry path. "Good disciple. Are you pleased with this dowry? Behold, a new soul-locking pillar illuminated the northern horizon. the apex revealing the remnants of Mu Qing's mechanical form. Xiaoling plunged the crimson gold sword into the infant's heart, allowing the ice silk to cocoon around it. Little pup, in the next life, she kissed away the frost and snow from Mu Qing's lips. Remember to hide the wedding candies well that as the blood moon sank into the icy sea. The first cries of mechanical gears echoed from within the cocoon. Chapter 63. Snow Soul Repentance. The witch when 36,000 springs thundered opened the mirror of reincarnation. I finally discerned the markings of my fate. They were the heart's blood, excised from the ancient demonic lord, dripping onto the lotus of the Yao pool, birthing a cursed offspring to no wonder. When my father split my spiritual root, he laughed so heartily. He must have known this body was destined to carve out a heart to feed a tiger. In the first cycle of reincarnation, I encountered the trembling hand of the white saint wielding a blade. The icy silk pierced through my 7-year-old form, stitching a map of meridians that I could have shattered his celestial cap. Yet upon seeing the frost in his hair, I changed my mind. How amusing it was to let the pure and innocent soul of Bai Yuling awaken. Watching her shed tears of paternal affection, and when the white saint abruptly realized and took his own life to atone, the tear that fell upon my coffin was 1,000 times sweeter than the pain of heart extraction. On the day I first saw Mu Qing, the snow soul flower bloomed brilliantly. The 16-year-old medicinal boy knelt upon the ice steps, cradling herbs, his fingers frozen to a shade of jade. I intentionally knocked over the glass lamp. Watching the scalding medicinal liquid pour over his hand, the sight of the boy biting his lip to suppress his pain resembled the white jade paperweight in my cosmetic box, always tempting one to shatter it for a crisp sound. Later, he became my cauldron. The icy silk penetrated his peep bone. I glimpsed the sparks of stars in his eyes. How ridiculous it was for an ant to aspire to ignite a prairie fire. To become Bai Shuang in that life held some intrigue that I fell into his embrace, my fingertips brushing against the faint scar on his neck. Master, your heart beats so rapidly. On the night, he shielded me from heavenly thunder. I deliberately allowed the icy silk to tear through the bridal gown. Watching him thrust his life sword into his own dantian to expel the primal yang, I suddenly found it dull. How is it that after 900 years, the little pup still has not learned to bare his fangs? The most delightful was Xiaoling's scheme. Half human, half machine Mu Qing stormed into the underground palace with the soul-locking jade. And the newly formed mechanical arm bore the carvings of the vermilion bird. I let him entwine me in silver chains, observing the way his throat bobbed as he feigned calmness. Cultivators often speak of cause and effect. Yet when they cleaved my spiritual root, why did they not mention the heavenly way? When they refined elixirs using my spiritual essence, why did they not utter compassion? The day I transformed the Medicine King Valley into a cauldron, the anguished cries of 3,000 cultivators became the red lotus hellfire. The purest incense in this world. However, every time the moonlight cascaded over Mu Qing's mechanical patterns, fragmented images would pierce my consciousness. 7-year-old me curled within an ice coffin, the almond blossom candies he smuggled melting in my palm. 16-year-old me suspended within the exquisite immortal array. He tore open his dantian to plant the life-extending goo in my spirit platform. In this life, he bore half a mechanical mask, his voice hoarse amidst the infernal flames. If you wish to go mad, I will accompany you to scorch heaven and earth. O foolish. The icy silk ensnared not merely reincarnation. Those blood-stained candy wrappers, those forcibly extended lifelines, those emotions embedded within the mechanical heart had long since sewn our souls into a twin-born goo. The more I severed his flesh with gilded armor, the more the demon core resonated with his crimson crystal. Once more into the cycle of reincarnation, I stumbled upon my father mixing soul-separating powder into my mother's medicinal soup. As moonlight washed over my mother's ashen nails, she coughed blood and smiled. Ling, I must listen to your father. My fingers trembled within my sleeve as I formed a spell. Later, he truly regretted it. Kneeling before the ice coffin, as he excised my spiritual root, the old fool wept profusely. Lingo, be good, and wait for your father to resurrect your mother. The icy silk pierced 3 inches beneath my ribs. And I suddenly felt the urge to laugh. How could he know that on the day I ascended to immortality, I would descend into the 9 hells to see souls, and at this moment, my mother's spirit was peacefully slumbering within my heart. I chose to let him stitch this body together, watching him frantically pour heavenly materials and earthly treasures into my veins. How amusing it was that he personally forged his wife and daughter's souls into twin-born goo. Cultivators often speak of cause and effect. When the elder of the Qingyun sect sacrificed 300 young boys' essence blood to consecrate the sword, they claimed it was the heavenly mandate to slay demons and eradicate evils. When the leader of the Lingxiao sect bound me to the exquisite immortal pillar to extract my essence, they called it a sacrifice to uphold justice. What a filthy world! When they cleaved my spiritual essence to refine elixirs. When they gouged my eyes to forge instruments. Even the primal yin that overflowed during passion was captured in jade vials, euphemistically named the holy medicine for transcending tribulations. The most laughable was that day of the white saint. Grasping my sleeve tightly, Lingna, your father was wrong, that I leaned down, dripping the essence of the snow soul flower into his eye sockets, watching as those orbs gradually froze. Mother dreamed of you last night. Saying the river of forgetfulness is too cold, feeling his withered claws suddenly tighten, I laughed, my blossoms trembling. I informed her that it was your father who personally forged his daughter into a soul-seeking banner. Now, I often converse with my mother, as the gilded armor extracted the cultivator's golden core. My mother sighed softly in the spirit platform. Linger, it's filthy that I pushed the golden elixir into the mouths of my companions. Witnessing the lovers devour one another's flesh and blood, Mu Qing's mechanical arm encircled my waist. My mother whispered shyly, Qing'er resembles your father so much in his youth. In an instant, I bit through his Adam's apple, allowing the crimson blood to soak the mandarin duck quilt. What a thrill it was! If Bai Sheng were to learn that the son-in-law he cherished was reveling on the bed, he would surely die 1,000 times over in the 18 hells. Last night, the stars foretold ill omens, and the soul-locking pillar in the northern realm stirred ominously. Mu Qing fed me apricot blossom candy at my lips, mechanical patterns crawling up his brow. The remnants of Xin Weizi's soul congregated in the Medicine King's cauldron. I held his blood-stained fingertip in my mouth, savoring the familiar scent of poison. What a foolish little dog, truly believing that dual cultivation could transform my demonic essence. But how could he know that I had already entrusted half of my primordial spirit to the snow soul flower? Waiting for the day his mechanical heart turned completely black, I would refine his soul into his spine before his very eyes, just like Bai Sheng, who personally buried his wife within his daughter's bloodline. Linger and I faintly heard my mother weeping that I performed a hand gesture to shatter the 1,000-mile ice field, watching as those self-proclaimed righteous cultivators turned to mush in the avalanche. The gilded armor absorbed the blood essence. The blossoming red lotus pattern resembling the scar left by Bai Sheng when he severed my spiritual root. What a filthy world! What a thrilling karmic bond! Last night, I divined the heavens and glimpsed a thread of change. Within the newly bright soul-locking pillar of the north, the original Medicine King's cauldron lay and slumbered. If Mu Qing truly dares to venture into the void once more, using his half-machine, half-human body to bear my demonic essence, perhaps the snow soul flower could bloom in spring. But I am a demoness, a poison steeped in 3,000 weak waters, a curse forged from 10,000 years of profound ice. Let the little dog pursue me for another lifetime. Once his mechanical heart is soaked in my demonic blood, and the star tracks finally entwine into a dead knot, I want him to personally stuff the apricot blossom candy into my mouth. Crushing this absurd dream spanning countless ages between our lips and teeth, in another cycle, I gouged out the eyes of the Lingxiao sect's leader, the gilded armor spearing that pair of eyes over the alchemical furnace. As the burnt aroma wafted over the extermination of demons platform, I danced barefoot atop the heads of the 72 cave elders. Their primordial souls were sealed within the ice soul pearl. Just in time to use as a ball for Kuju. Watch those luminous little figures roll and scream in the blood puddle, a sound far sweeter than the melodies of the Yaoqi. I leaned against the curve of Mu Qing's mechanical arm, my fingertips piercing through the cracks of his spine. What are you trembling for? His silver scales opened and closed with my breath, exposing the throbbing crimson veins beneath his skin. What a beautiful cage! I deliberately let the ice silkworm threads wander deep into his chip, watching his pupils burst forth with chaotic data when he was emotionally stirred. It was so reminiscent of that youth in the medicine pavilion, who, after I had overturned the medicine bowl, knelt to clean up the shattered porcelain. Cultivators always claim I am mad. Did they not go insane when they cut open a pregnant woman's abdomen to extract the purple river carriage? Did they not go mad when they bound the medicine boy to the cauldron's ear to burn him as firewood? That year, I disguised myself as a cauldron and infiltrated the Qingyun sect. Watching as 800 cultivators took turns violating the young fox demoness during the extermination of demons ceremony, and suddenly understood, this filthy world does not deserve a gentle madness. It should be torn asunder by gilded armor, allowing those filthy primordial souls to witness their own transformation into aphrodisiacs. My lord, Mu Qing suddenly grasped my chaotic hand, mechanical patterns creeping up his lustful throat. The Medicine King's cauldron was about to explode. I laughed as I tore open his half-unbuttoned garments, letting ice silkworm threads entwine around his strong waist. Then let it explode. In the explosion of crimson light, I bit through his heart. Watching the golden patterns surge along the mechanical veins, how exquisite! The more he exerted himself to resist, the more the love poison drilled into his soul. Bai Sheng's grave should be adorned with a new site. This morning, I dismantled the bones of 300 cultivators, constructing a delicate tower before his tombstone. At the top of the tower hung the belly wrap of the holy maiden of the Qingyun sect. Embroidered with the words loving father using her partner's intestines, my mother chuckled lightly in the spirit platform, saying the tower's eaves lacked a wind chime, that I casually crushed 100 primordial cultivators. Watching the luminous shards fall upon the ice silkworm threads, ringing out a melody of rebirth, the most foolish was Mu Qing, this idiot. Clearly, his mechanical heart was already tainted with my demonic essence. Yet he insisted on playing the role of a chivalrous hero from earthly tales. You wish to save the world? I straddled Mu Qing's violently trembling mechanical frame, the gilded armor sparking with desire. Better to save yourself first. The ice silkworm threads burrowed into his spine, entangling the chip that concealed the main text of the medicinal canon. His near-death expression, arching his neck, resembled that of Mu Qing, who was once pressed beneath me in the medicine pool. Hush! Do you hear the sound of the soul-locking pillar cracking? That is the coffin board I prepared for Xian Weizi trembling. When I tire of this game, I shall refine Mu Qing's mechanical heart into the formation eye, allowing the Medicine King's cauldron to devour this filthy world. By then, the flames of karma shall bloom like red lotuses. And my mother and I will sit upon the cloud's peak, sharing Bai Sheng's remnant soul, ensuring to stuff his throat full of bloodied apricot blossom candy. My lord, Mu Qing's bloodied mechanical arms suddenly tightened around my waist, the crimson patterns blooming with a strange brilliance. In this cycle, he bit through the snow soulflower birthmark on my neck, trading my imprisonment for yours. What a mad little dog! I licked the forbidden technique runes floating within his pupils, allowing the ice silkworm threads to weave us into a cocoon. This body had long been hollowed out by 3,000 years of reincarnation, leaving only pain and the tides of emotion clinging like a disease. Chapter 63. Crimson Regret for Mu Qing. I am Mu Qing, and I am also Mu Qing. I am the medicine boy kneeling at the foot of the medicine pavilion, picking up shattered porcelain. Once, I knelt before the soul-locking cauldron, pleading with Bai Sheng to exchange my spiritual root for Linger. That adult laughed when he opened my dantian, mocking my ignorance of the taste of love poison infiltrating the marrow. Later, I understood, when Linger licked the wound on my peepa bone, when she stuffed the holy maiden's primordial soul of the Hahuan sect into my mouth, when the gilded armor scraped across my heart. It turns out that when pain reaches its peak, one can truly taste sweetness. Later, the cultivators all said I had gone mad. What do they know? I dismantled half of my bones to transform into a mechanical shell. Not to resist the heavenly tribulation, but to remember every expression she made when she pierced my heart in each life, when Xian Weizi drove the bone-piercing nails into my spine. I counted the 360 cracks. That was the sound of the apricot blossom candy I had secretly hidden when Linger was 7, being crushed. Little dog. She always loved to call me that. As the gilded armor brushed against the surface of my mechanical heart, that I knew what she was searching for that medicine boy who dared not cry even when his hand was scalded by medicine. Searching for that boy who was skinned and beaten for stealing the medicinal canon for her. Searching for the foolish man willing to shatter his soul rather than harm her in every reincarnation. Before the Medicine King's cauldron, I finally crushed the jade slip that reversed the forbidden technique. Xian Weizi's remnant soul howled within the cauldron. Fool, this forbidden technique requires the partner of the caster. I laughed as I stitched ice silkworm threads into my heart, watching the golden patterns crawl up the mechanical arm. How could I not know? In 36,000 cycles of reincarnation, I had long bound my fate to hers in a deadlock. The greatest pain was not the bone-piercing nails sinking into the marrow, but her masquerading as Xiao Ling in that life. Beneath the half-open palace attire, the golden patterns were enchanting. She sat upon my trembling mechanical frame. Laughing lightly, "Young Master Mu, this body is indeed sturdier than in previous lives." That I bit down on the apricot blossom candy hidden between my teeth, allowing the sweet and bloody mixture to flow down my throat. I must not let her discover that with every beat of this mechanical heart, a chip containing memories was melting away. My lord, the soul-locking pillar in the northern realm is about to collapse. That I knelt on one knee to tighten her battle boots, the ice silkworm threads penetrating deep into her bloodline. She adorned herself with golden patterns in front of the mirror, suddenly applying the cinnabar to the mechanical patterns on me. "If I were to burn this world, that I would hold the torch for you, Your Highness." The gilded armor suddenly tightened, and I heard the mechanical bones wailing. A glimmer of the light in her eyes resembled that of 7-year-old Ling, sneakily stuffing malt sugar into my hands, only to be engulfed by demonic flames in an instant. "Do you think I cannot see? How many hidden cards have you concealed within this mechanical shell?" I bent down and kissed the snow soulflower on her foot, allowing the ice silkworm threads to pierce my throat. Of course, I had to see through it, my princess. Perhaps what you cannot see is the 300 apricot blossom candies buried by the medicine boy Mu Qing beside the ice coffin. The marriage contract carved into the back of the soul-locking jade before the frost took its own life, the deepest part of this mechanical heart, that crimson crystal forged from 30,000 reincarnated memories, is devouring all the love poisons you planted. When the heavenly punishment descends, I will stand between you and this filthy world if the flames of karma are destined to burn away the mortal realm. Please allow me to become the last piece of charcoal, just to exchange for a moment of clarity for you, to bring a completely clean snow to the world. I am Mu Qing, the most despised medicine ingredient of the Medicine King Valley, the dog wagging its tail at the feet of the demoness, the soul forgiven among 100,000 vengeful spirits. 1 year, when heavy snow sealed the mountains. My parents were hanged by the Qingyun sect steward over the alchemical furnace. My mother's cries mingled with the scent of burnt flesh. "Qing'er, run!" I clutched half a moldy biscuit, huddled behind the medicine cabinet, watching that group of immortals cut open a pregnant woman's abdomen. They said this was to procure the innate purple river carriage to maintain the appearance of the sect leader's wife. It was the demoness who shattered the door of the alchemical chamber. The gilded armor still dripped with the blood of the mountain guardian spirit. She stepped barefoot upon the necks of the elders. Laughing lightly, "It turns out that the righteous sects also enjoy playing the game of heart extraction." In the moment when the Qingyan sword array struck, she tossed my parents into the ice silkworm cocoon, her wide sleeves swirling like a blood butterfly as she turned. "Little dog, watch closely." That was the first time I saw the true use of the white jade medicinal cannon. The primordial souls of hundreds of cultivators were strung together by her, hanging at the eaves of the Medicine King Valley as wind chimes. I loathed the cries of children the most. She snapped her fingers, igniting the alchemical furnace, the flames reflecting her side profile, flickering in and out of view. Rolled up, my parents slept within the silkworm cocoon, a piece of bloodied apricot blossom candy quietly resting in the palm of my hand, the very piece I had secretly stuffed into her medicine basket when I was whipped that morning. Later, I understood. On the day she slaughtered the 72 cave heavens, she left the farmers below unharmed. When she bloodied the Lingxiao sect, she deliberately protected the servant courtyard with a barrier. The world claimed this was the demon's way of winning hearts. But I knew. That night, as we passed through the famine-stricken village, she crushed the golden elixir she had seized and decorned. As the golden powder fell upon the barren fields, she gripped the back of my neck and coldly laughed. "If you dare speak of this, I will gouge out your tongue. Why do you not save to the end, becoming Mu Qing in that life?" I knelt to wipe her gilded armor, asking that very question. She suddenly thrust her bloodied fingertip into my mechanical heart. To save a flock of sheep is less interesting than fattening them to watch the wolves pounce. In the excruciating agony of the gears jamming, I caught a glimpse of my mother's soul, slumbering within her ethereal realm, her gentle radiance ever enveloping the smoke rising from the fires below the mountain. At night, when the apothecary's cauldron spiraled out of control, I intentionally allowed the icy silken threads of the spider to ensnare the spiritual pulse. Fool! With a mere flick of her finger, she shattered the soul-devouring array. Her furious visage more striking than the moonlight itself. My true self's essence was not for these trifles to claim. I collapsed amidst the ruins, laughing, as she transferred her life-sustaining goo to me. How splendid! It was her first moment of panic, reminiscent of that year that I spoke in delirium, burning with fever, while she scolded me for causing trouble, yet she rushed through the night to the apothecary valley to seize a millennium-old snow ginseng. Does the master know that I swallowed the shards of crimson crystal lodged in my throat? The apricot blossom candy you discarded that year has been faithfully offered on my mother's Buddhist altar ever since. Her fingertips, adorned with golden patterns, suddenly tightened, carving a bloody hole into my heart. Dare to surmise my true thoughts again, and I shall turn you into a lifeless puppet beneath the blood-red firmament. I gazed up at her golden battle robe fluttering in the wind. Those whom she casually saved, traders and common folk, were now venerating the snow spirit goddess in villages 1,000 miles away. Those cultivators, driven mad by her, could no longer refine children into elixirs. The cold stars adorned in fragments of gold. The sweet gum tree bore the essence of primordial infants. Jade fingers peeled back the marrow of heaven and earth, while embroidered garments enveloped the stench of the purple river. The demonic runes were inscribed with verses of compassion, binding the foolish with the icy silk of the spider. The love goo gnawed at the heart, revealing its sweetness only when the crimson crystal swallowed the moonlight, finally bringing forth clarity. Vermilion dust marked the forehead, depicting the flames of karma, as delicate hands broke branches to bury the fireflies. Stepping upon the shattered white jade stairs of the Lingxiao, still I protected the startled fledglings beneath the eaves. The sound of soul-rending echoed for 30,000 years, yet it paled against the shattering porcelain of the apothecary's abode. The cycle of reincarnation is most bitter. The apricot blossom candy lingers between the teeth, too fearful to awaken. The mechanical heart rusted through a millennium, while the snow spirit flower withered in countless battles. Do not inquire how many times the threads of love entwine. Within the icy coffin lies the oath to the mountains. Should the heavens ignite, I shall become charcoal. Should the earth sink, you shall be my anchor. This body has long been forged into a puppet's curse, not permitted to be seen drifting in the mortal realm. Chapter 64. The bone of the cold pool. The sword steps amidst the morning mist. As Mu Qing counted to the 8,900th stone step, the morning dew slid down his spine into his straw sandals. The whooshing steps of the 9 heaven sword sect coiled like a giant azure-scaled serpent among the mountains. Each green stone etched with the last words of past sword cultivators. Those who severed emotions lived, those who abandoned love thrived. Only at the 7,300th step were there remnants of words erased by sword chi. Ashwe. Candy.Mu Qing was polishing the final green stone of the whooshing steps. The chilling dew soaked through his coarse linen robe as he gazed at the ethereal, 9-tiered sword pavilion shrouded in mist. Clutching a fragment of jade, a remnant left by the blue-clad woman he had found in the snow, the flowing cloud-patterned brocade boots abruptly appeared in his field of vision. A newcomer, Mu Qing suddenly looked up. A pale blue sleeve sweeping past him as the icy dew coalesced into glistening beads. The young man stood with sword in hand, the dove-blood red tassel at his waist swaying, shimmering with an eerie luminescence in the mist. He seemed to recall this face. 3 days prior, it was this person who had frozen the corpse puppet that lunged at the refugees. I am Ling Ju. The young man flicked away the frost from Mu Qing's shoulder, stating that the sect leader mentioned a disciple would knock on the mountain gate today, yet he did not expect it to be. His gaze swept over the boy's worn straw sandals, a smile not reaching his eyes, a person of obsession. When Ling Ju's fingertip rested upon Mu Qing's brow, the erased marks on the whooshing steps suddenly erupted in the boy's consciousness, within the fragmented memories. The blue-clad woman pressed bloodied candy into the mouth of a small beggar, the torches of pursuers illuminating the snow spirit flower imprint on her neck. In reality, Ling Ju smiled, the icy silk flowing through the meridians. Yet upon reaching the heart pulse, it was severed by the remnant jade. In the distance, the cold pool surged with tumult, white jade spirits treading upon the icy blades, the ribbons in her hair resonating with the chains at the bottom of the pool. You dare to disturb my bait? She flicked away the guise of warmth Ling Ju had donned, revealing the writhing black mist of soul devouring beneath. Mu Qing, in excruciating pain, vomited black blood laced with ice shards, which fell to the ground, transforming into fragments of the mirror of rebirth. At noon, the sword washing pool. Mu Qing plunged the sect's assigned sword into the cold pool, and the water surface suddenly rippled with blood-red waves. The sword's body reflected the faint azure-scaled markings on his neck, where he had been clawed by the corpse puppet 3 days prior, now seeping icy crystals. Be careful. The moment Ling Ju's sword light cleaved through the surface. Mu Qing beheld the approaching monster. Within the decayed chest of the potion puppet, a purple jade token pulsed with the heartbeat. More terrifyingly, the corpse puppet's neck bore the same scaled markings. The trial sword puppet of the Apothecary Valley, Lingju flicked away the rotting flesh from the sword's tip, seemingly casually remarking, "I have heard they are searching for some snow spirit body." Mu Qing's hand trembled, the submerged sword plunging into the depths of the pool. That evening, a bottle of snow spirit pills appeared by his bedside, its fragrance identical to that of the blue-clad woman who saved him in the snow when he was 7. Midnight, and Mu Qing was awakened by the searing heat of the remnant jade in his embrace. Following the jade pendant's guidance, he reached the back mountain, where a figure of icy blue stood in the center of the cold pool. As the woman turned, the entire bamboo grove was suddenly adorned with icicles. Do not look into her eyes. Ling Ju's hand covered his eyes, his palm cold as ice, when Mu Qing struggled to turn back. The surface of the pool was left with only a mandala formed of floating ice, each petal reflecting the totem of the Apothecary Valley, merely an illusion of the heart's demons. Ling Ju's fingertip lightly pressed on his nape. "Tomorrow I will teach you the first move of the 9 Calamities sword technique." 3 years later, during the frost descent, Mu Qing traversed through the morning mist with his iron sword. The laughter of the stair-sweeping disciples startled the cold crows. For 3 years, he remained the sole disciple residing in the thatched cottage, while the submerged sword Ling Ju gifted hung untouched from the rafters. The sword sheath's cloud patterns scorched his palm whenever he cultivated. Team C, number 7, Mu Qing began the preliminary round of the martial arts competition against Chun Hao. Before the head judge's voice faded, the heavy black iron sword had already sliced through the air. Wrapped in a whirling gale, Mu Qing sidestepped. He suddenly caught a whiff of the foul stench emanating from Chun Hao's sleeve, reminiscent of the corpse puppet from 3 years prior, the mist concealment technique. Ling Ju on the viewing platform lightly tapped the sword hilt. The remnant jade around Mu Qing's wrist suddenly grew hot, the rusted sword abruptly striking the ground, the ice shards accurately piercing Chun Hao's robe sleeve. 12 bone-piercing poison needles clattered to the ground, one of which bore the engraving of Ding Hai 99. The victor is Mu Qing. Amidst the uproar, no one noticed the blood seeping from the scales on the back of Chun Hao's neck. Ling Ju stroked the dull dove bloodstone at his waist, and the icy silk slid through the earth veins beneath the trial sword platform. At midnight, in the library, moonlight filtered through the diamond-patterned window, casting eerie shadows upon the remnants of the 9 Calamities sword technique. Mu Qing's fingertips brushed over the 4 characters of severing emotions and desires, when suddenly he caught sight of frost flowers festooning the window frame. "Your life star is entangled with blood curses." A chilling female voice startled Mu Qing into turning around. The flawless moonlit eyes shone with a ghostly light, the starry patterns of the hairpin in her hair resonating with the cracks on the remnant jade. Her fingertip glided through the layers of the mist concealment technique, extracting half of blood talisman. This talisman requires the heart's blood of 900 young boys. Outside, the cries of cranes suddenly pierced the air. When Mu Qing chased out, he saw Ling Ju's white jade sword sheath flash past the corner of the corridor. The remnant jade in his embrace burned like a brand, etching a pattern in his palm that perfectly matched the blood talisman. At the hour of the dragon, in the martial arts arena, the morning bell of the 9 Heavens sword sect shattered the thin mist enveloping the mountains, 3,000 jade steps overflowing with disciples from various peaks. Clutching the drawn lot of Bingshu 7, Mu Qing's fingertips traced the fine soul-devouring patterns on the card, identical to the blood talisman that Moon Wuxia had shown him that night. The first match. Bingshu 7 versus Gengzi 3. When the heavy black iron sword cleaved through the air, Mu Qing caught a familiar stench. His opponent, Wang Meng, had blood oozing from the scales on his neck, and his sleeve slightly revealed a segment of the purple jade token. He recalled the blood talisman from 3 days prior in the library. The rusted sword trembled as if of its own accord, the ice shards it stirred piercing precisely into the opponent's elbow joint. Crack! Wang Meng's dislocated right arm fell limp, and 12 bone-piercing needles clattered onto the ground. Just as Mu Qing was about to retract his sword, he noticed the engraved tip bore the number Ding Hai 107. Linking back to the number of the potion puppet in the sword washing pool, the victor is Bingshu 7. On the viewing platform, Ling Ju lightly tapped the sword sheath, while the icy silk flowed through the earth veins into Mu Qing's feet. His dantian turned cold, nearly causing him to lose grip on the sword. leaning against the vermilion pillar to adjust his breathing. He felt the remnant jade suddenly heat up. Moon Wuxia's crystalline eyes reflected the chessboard. And as her fingertip placed a white piece, the remnants of snow upon the stone table coalesced into a blood-red divination symbol. You have broken through 3 dead ends in a row. She pushed over a celadone medicine bottle, stating that the snow spirit pill could no longer suppress the demonic aura. The pills in the bottle bore 3 additional golden patterns compared to usual. As Mu Qing swallowed one, he caught sight of blood seeping from Moon Wuxia's sleeve, where the trader's mark of the Tianji Pavilion lay in the distance. The sound of swords rang out, and Ling Ju was instructing his junior sister in the flying star technique. Mu Qing suddenly realized that every time Ling Ju's sword chi swept by, Moon Wuxia's crystalline eyes would show signs of blood. The hour of the dog. In the misty woods, the 3rd round of the competition was set in the withered wood forest shrouded in miasma. As Mu Qing's iron sword cleaved through the spiderweb, he heard a scream from the southeast. Rushing over, he found a fellow disciple pierced through the chest by vines, the ice crystals at the wound originating from the mandala in the illusion of the cold pool. Save to save as the dying man's fingertips barely grazed the hem of Mu Qing's robe, his entire body suddenly exploded into ice mist. Within the mist emerged 300 phantoms, all bearing scales on their necks, the trial potion puppets. The remnant jade in Mu Qing's grasp erupted with a ghostly blue light, and the icy silk on the rusted sword surged forth, devouring the vast ice mist. Ling Ju, watching from the viewing mirror, clapped and laughed. The 98th one to the hour of the pig, on the star-picking platform. The final battle unfolded as the stars and moon intertwined, when Zhao Wuyo's autumn water sword grazed Mu Qing's shoulder. The dove bloodstone at the sword tassel suddenly mirrored the totem of the Apothecary Valley. Mu Qing's sword acted of its own volition, blocking the attack, shattering the opponent's mask. Beneath the mask was the face of a village girl who had perished at the sect's entrance 3 years ago. Qing Ge. The familiar call sent a tremor through Mu Qing's heart. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Wuyo's sword thrust forward, but shattered upon touching Mu Qing's heart. The scales on the back of Mu Qing's neck spread across his body, and the entire star-picking platform was instantly encased in ice. The awakening of the snow spirit body. Amidst the exclamations of the law enforcement elders, Ling Ju's sword sheath quietly cracked open. The icy silk wound around 99 vengeful souls burrowed into the earth veins. And from the direction of the ancient sword tomb came the thunderous roar of chains breaking. Chapter 65. The sword tomb weeps blood. The thunderous sound of breaking chains startled the night crows. Mu Qing found himself amidst the ice mist, witnessing countless ancient swords breaking free from the earth. The swords embedded in the corpses are entwined with phosphorescent flames as they ascend, their tassels crafted from dove bloodstones forming a colossal, soul-devouring array. At the center of this formation, 300 bronze coffins hang ominously, their lids oozing a chilling azure liquid. This is the true ceremony of questioning the sword. A voice, cold and unyielding, emanates from the heart of the array. His white jade sword sheath lies shattered, revealing an intricate tapestry of soul-devouring incantations etched within. Mu Qing suddenly realizes that these incantations align perfectly with the scales on the nape of his neck. The bronze coffins abruptly creak open, and from within the frosty mist extend hundreds of tiny hands, encrusted with ice crystals. The remnants of Mu Qing's jade burst forth with brilliant light, illuminating the purple jade tokens upon the children's chests, each inscribed with the name Mu Qing. The script mirroring the cracks in the jade he holds. These are all manifestations of the snow spirit body. The white jade spirit, calm and composed, steps into the array, her ribbons entwining Mu Qing's wrist. With a gentle tap of her fingertip, the corpse of a 7-year-old boy rises from the nearest coffin, blood still seeping from the scales at the back of his neck, including your past life. A shrill cry pierces the air from the direction of the Medicine King Valley, and the child corpses suddenly open their eyes. Their pupils reflect Mu Qing's visage as they chant in unison the incantation of the 9 calamities sword technique taught by Ling Ju. From Ling Ju's dove bloodstone surge forth 99 vengeful souls. Mu Qing recognizes the contorted faces. They are all the drug puppets he inadvertently killed in the sword-washing pool over the past 3 years. The vengeful souls, enveloped in ice silkworm threads, merge into the soul-devouring array, and the ground of the ancient sword tomb begins to reveal a blood-red star map. The stars of the universe serve as the furnace. With the snow spirit body as the catalyst, the flawless moonlit glass eyes of the snow spirit well with tears, and a warning star radiates from the direction of the heaven's mechanism pavilion. The needle of her compass spins wildly before finally pointing towards Mu Qing's heart. He intends to refine you and restart the rebirth mirror. Suddenly, the white jade spirit sweeps her sleeve, freezing half of the bronze coffins. Ice silkworm threads shoot forth from her wrist, entangling with the soul-devouring threads controlled by Ling Ju in a deadly embrace. Where the threads intersect, fragments of the rebirth mirror explode forth, revealing the scene from 300 years ago when Ling Ju knelt to present ice silkworm threads. Back then, he was still an alchemist of the Medicine King Valley. Mu Qing's rusted sword unexpectedly spirals autonomously, the ice silkworm threads binding him to the 300 child corpses. A torrent of icy air bursts open his heavenly cover. He glimpses the truth of that fateful 7th year. The so-called woman in blue administering medicine was, in fact, a soul-collecting ritual disguised by Ling Ju's illusion. Amidst the roar, the scales at the nape of Mu Qing's neck expand into the mark of the snow spirit flower, freezing half of the soul-devouring array into ice sculptures. Good junior brother, you can indeed withstand the vengeful power of 99 lifetimes. Ling Ju's white garments billow like magic, and the soul-devouring threads behind him coalesce into blood-red wings. It was worth my effort to feed you 3 years of snow spirit pills. Suddenly, the ground splits open in the direction of the Medicine King Valley, and 3,000 child corpses erupt from the earth. The purple jade tokens embedded in their chests form a colossal talisman, the very heart-wrenching blood symbol that Moon Wuxia had warned of. Without warning, the white jade spirit bites her tongue. The blood-dyed ice silkworm threads suddenly ablaze. The fragments of the rebirth mirror reassemble in the air, reflecting the scene of her being ambushed by Ling Ju. The same soul-devouring array, the same snow spirit body sacrifice. It is time to awaken. She digs out her own pulsating dantian with her bare hands and presses it into Mu Qing's chest. A thunderous sword cry echoes from the depths of the 9 hells as the solitary Luan sword finally breaks free from its seal. In that instant, as the ice silkworm threads of the sword hilt shatter the soul-devouring array, Mu Qing sees the sword body reflecting 2 overlapping figures, the woman in blue and the young sword cultivator practicing red dust calamity by the rebirth spring. In that fleeting moment, an exceedingly malevolent force surges like a tumultuous tide, violently flooding into Mu Qing's chest. This power seems to emanate from the depths of hell, laden with boundless agony and darkness. Instantly engulfing Mu Qing, he feels a heart-wrenching pain wash over him, and the scene before his eyes becomes a blur. Yet, in this chaotic and excruciating world, he astonishingly perceives 2 starkly different timelines overlapping. On one side is his 7-year-old self, huddled in the bone-chilling snow, trembling uncontrollably. Snowflakes drift down, blanketing his frail form, rendering him ever more helpless and pitiful. On the other side unfolds the scene from 300 years ago that a stunning woman in blue is ruthlessly pierced through the heart by soul-devouring threads. Her enchanting visage contorts in extreme agony, blood gushing from her wounds and staining the earth beneath her. At this moment, the white jade spirit in reality appears as pale as paper, devoid of any color. She grits her teeth, struggling against the turbulent chi and blood within her, and with great effort, raises her fingered eye. In an instant, shimmering ice blades coalesce from thin air, charging towards the silkworm threads entwining Mu Qing. Crack! With a series of crisp snaps, the resilient silkworm threads are finally severed by the ice blades of the white jade spirit. Remember, you owe me 2 lives, the white jade spirit gasps, her voice weak yet imbued with undeniable authority. However, while Mu Qing remains engulfed in this sudden upheaval, he fails to notice the faint smirk curling at the corner of the white jade spirit's lips, a smile reminiscent of the witch's unique demeanor. Simultaneously, a deafening roar reverberates from above. Everyone looks up to see a colossal wing of Ling Ju sweeping across the sky. Where the wing passes, fierce winds howl, sand and stones are swept away, and even the most formidable peaks are forcefully sheared in half. More chillingly, the child corpses that had lain quietly in the Medicine King Valley suddenly begin to merge, as if summoned by some mysterious force. As the solitary Luan sword pierces the heart of the array, Mu Qing hears the clear laughter of the children. The rebirth spring flows backward into a river of stars, reflecting the image of the first generation of the snow spirit body sealing itself within an ice coffin. Their visage bears a striking resemblance to his own. Chapter 66. The cold jade obscures the eyes at the moment of the awakening. During the hour of the hare, the sky begins to brighten, and a lingering chill permeates the AI. Mu Ching jolts awake from the tattered straw mat in the woodshed. Feeling an overwhelming chill enveloping him, he gazes into his palm, where a crystalline ice flower has formed, slowly melting in the morning light. Mu Ching rubs his eyes, striving to recall the fragments of last night's dream. The disjointed scenes flicker through his mind. He seems to have found himself in a bone-chilling place, surrounded by 300 ice coffins. Each coffin emanates a terrifying cold, and tiny hands, encrusted with ice, reach out from within, gripping his clothing tightly, rendering him immobile. Steeling himself, Mu Qing rises and approaches the window, gently pushing open the slightly aged framed AT. That moment, a gust of cold wind rushes in, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Simultaneously, a copper bell hanging from the eaves lets out a clear chime, and the icicles dangling from it shatter explosively. Countless tiny shards of ice cascade down, astonishingly forming the peculiar number Ding Hai 108 upon the ground. Just as Mu Qing contemplates the significance of the shattered ice and the number, a voice calls from outside. "Junior brother Mu, hurry to the medicine hut to collect your pills." This summons pulls him back to reality. The messenger disciple's gaze shifts nervously as he hands over a green jade vial sealed with 3 additional spiritual seals compared to usual. Mu Qing tilts his head to swallow. A sharp pain suddenly pierces his throat. The medicine is laced with fine ice, silkworm threads, coursing through his meridians towards his dantian. During the hour of the dragon, the sex trials are set in the miasmic Rift Wind Valley. Gripping the assigned black iron sword, its hilt wrapped in ice silkworm threads gifted by Ling Ju. Mu Qing's companion, Zhao Shimi, suddenly points at the cliff wall. "Is that not Brother Zhou, who went missing 3 years ago?" As everyone looks up, they see only tattered remnants of cloth. Yet, Mu Qing distinctly spots a half-buried purple jade token in the rock crevice. Its number scraped away by a sharp object. Pretending to slip while climbing, he discreetly touches the token, and in that instant, the ice silkworm threads tighten, reducing the token to powder. Be careful. Ling Ju's sword energy sweeps past Mu Qing's neck, severing a venomous scaled python that attempted to ambush him. The stench of snake blood splashes against the cliff wall, corroding the emblem of the Medicine King Valley. When Mu Qing turns back, he notices a faint blue scale pattern appearing on Zhao Shimi's neck. At the star observation platform, the flawless moonlit glass eyes of Moon Wuxiao reflect the inverted Big Dipper. Adjusting the position of her jade hairpin in sync with the stars, she tosses a blood-stained cloth strip into the star disk, and a scene materializes within. Mu Qing being consumed by an ice coffin. The saintess has glimpsed the heavenly secrets again. From the shadows emerges a hunchbacked old servant, cradling a blood-filled celestial mechanism disc in his palm. Moon Wuxiao's fingertip ignites with starlight, etching a divination on the blue bricks. Kin above, Sun below, the well hexagram transforms into the trapped. "Tomorrow at the hour of the snake, do not let him approach the cold pond." As the old servant raises his head, the moonlight illuminates half of his decayed face. It is the elder from the law enforcement hall who passed away 3 years prior. A grotesque chuckle escapes his throat, and the remnants of medicine mixed with ice silkworm fragments slip from his sleeve. During the hour of the dog, as Mu Qing is tasked with guarding the earth fire, the remnant jade in his arms suddenly burns through his clothing. A unique fragrance wafts from the alchemical furnace, enveloped in ice blue powder, coalescing into a miniature soul-devouring array at the ventilation opening. Following the trail of powder, he discovers a hidden chamber filled with heaps of purple jade, tokens absorbing the essence of the earth fire. "This is not a place for you." Ling Ju's voice echoes from behind, the white jade sword sheath pressing down on his shoulder. Mu Qing catches the scent of snow spirit pills mingled with blood from his sleeve, and the glow of the furnace reflects new sigils carved into the inner side of the sword sheath, identical to the trapped hexagram on Moon Wuxiao's star disk. By the cold pond during the hour of the snake. Mu Qing deliberately avoids the patrolling disciples, only to encounter a Luo burying something by the pond's edge. The girl, startled, drops her fragrant pouch, revealing it is filled with ice silkworm threads inscribed with birth dates. The pond's water suddenly churns, revealing a Luo's reflection struggling within an ice coffin. Do not look. The silken veil of Moon Wuxia covers his eyes, her typically cool voice trembling with urgency. Mu Qing gazed through the sheer veil, and beheld the sanguine seepage from the star-shaped birthmark on her left cheek. As the galaxy swirling within her cerulean eyes shattered into fragments, "Whatever you do, do not use the final technique of the mist concealment ART'd in the early morning at the refining hall." The jade bricks were imbued with the chill of spring, and Mu Qing's hand, clutching the hammer, was adorned with frost droplets. This was the sword tempering assignment arranged by Ling Ju, transforming 3 pounds of profound ice iron into a sword embryo. Each strike upon the anvil caused the scales at the nape of his neck to emit a ghostly blue light. Mushidi's forging technique was indeed peculiar. Suddenly, the elder of the refining hall appeared behind him. With his gnarled fingers pointing at the indentations on the sword embryo, the profound ice iron must be forged against the star patterns. Like this at the moment the hammer fell, Mu Qing's pupils constricted sharply. The elder's wrist, exposed from his sleeve, was covered in azure scales, identical to the patterns on the neck of the sword-testing puppet. In the heavenly craft workshop, the flawless moonlight reflected in the furnace's flames. While her snowy white fingertips traced celestial orbits in the quenching pool, the water in the pool suddenly solidified into a mirror, revealing the sword embryo Mu Qing had forged. What should have been silvery profound ice iron instead shimmered with the unique verdant hue of the Poison King Valley. Use this. She untied the ice spirit jade pendant from her waist and tossed it into the pool, for the extreme northern cold jade could eliminate impurities that the quenching smoke billowed. Mu Qing caught sight of white characters etched on the inner side of the jade pendant, aligning perfectly with the strokes of the remnants of the questioning heart step. The instant the sword embryo submerged in the water, a decayed human face unexpectedly surfaced from the bottom of the pool. Belonging to the refining disciple who had gone missing 3 days prior. Mu Qing, gripping the newly forged ice spirit sword, wandered towards the back mountain when the sword's body suddenly trembled of its own accord. The moonlight pierced through the mist, illuminating fresh claw marks on the cliff face. Ice crystals lingered between 5 fingerprints, matching the cracks on the cold pond's ice coffin. Who? From the thicket emerged a disheveled disciple. Clutching a jade box on the 6th day of the 7th month in the year of Bingxiu, the 127th furnace, Mu Qing trembled as he read the inscription on the coffin lid. A metallic sweetness surging in his throat. It was the day he first entered the mountain gate, and the birth dates of these corpses that all matched his own. Suddenly, the blood characters inside the ice coffin writhed, coalescing into a fragment of the 9 Heavens sword cultivation record. He read the lines about using the snow spirit as a guide and sword bones as fuel. The rusted sword surged violently. Aiming for his heart, Mu Qing spun around to slash, and as the blade grazed the ice coffin, countless sword spirits transformed into silver serpents, burrowing into his meridians. In the midst of excruciating pain, he saw the rusted sword in his grip shedding its verdigris. Ice silkworm threads spread from the hilt to his wrist, weaving a unique sealing technique devised by Ling Ju beneath his skin. Memories grew like poisonous vines. Every new moon night for the past 3 years, his senior brother had vigilantly guarded his bedside with pills in hand. The ground suddenly collapsed, and a swarm of soul-devouring bees surged from a hive-like cave. These translucent creatures had their tails embedded with shards of purple jade talismans, their wing membranes vibrating to form a sword array for exterminating immortals. Mu Qing swung his sword, cutting down several, only to find that the fallen bee corpses morphed into puppets resembling Ling Jua, wielding the sword of severing red dust to attack. The flow cloud step you taught me. He coughed blood, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike. Yet the puppet's sword tip accurately pierced the acupoint where Ling Jua had once healed him. A chill exploded from his dantian. The snow spirit body uncontrollably erupting, freezing the nearest 3 puppets into ice sculptures. The ice crystals refracted bizarre images. Ling Jua sat serenely in the pill chamber, icy silkworm threads entwining his fingertips, connecting to the heart of a certain puppet. Suddenly, Mu Qing recalled that fateful day when his senior brother had tied the rusted sword around his waist, the threads leaving blood marks on his wrist. So you are the Gu King. He chuckled softly, plunging the solitary phoenix sword into his dantian, the frigid sword energy coursing backwards through his meridians. The swarm of soul-devouring bees froze in the frost mist, each bee's eye reflecting Ling Jue's astonished face. The sword of severing red dust on the altar suddenly emitted a mournful wail, and a piece of maltose rolled from the hilt. Mu Qing stared blankly at the twisted characters on the candy wrapper. A congratulatory gift he had presented to Ling Jue upon reaching adulthood. That moment, a transmission jade slip rose, showing his senior brother extracting the sword bones from a corpse, the mortar stained with brain matter. "Your snow spirit body is quite impressive," Lingjue remarked, licking the blood from his fingertips, as the ice coffin behind him burst open with a thunderous sound. Dozens of corpses, identical in appearance to Muqing, sat upright, silver nails glimmering with the unique purple jade light, ready for the third treatment, bone swapping. The crimson talisman seared into his right hand, and the rusted sword suddenly came to life, biting down on his wrist. Muqing watched in horror as his flesh and blood were devoured by the sword, revealing the bare bone of his wrist, marked with the same number as the corpses in the ice coffin. Jiazi 7:29. From a distance came the sound of ice cracking, and the last coffin opened, revealing Lingjue, covered in ice shards. This puppet grinned, displaying the same gentle smile he had at the welcome banquet 3 years prior. "Come. It's time for your medicine." In agony, Muqing swung his sword to sever his right arm, the splattering blood forming intricate patterns on the altar, when the solitary phoenix sword fully awakened, with its melodious sound echoing through the sword tomb. He finally realized that the threads entwining the hilt were not icy silkworm threads at all. They were human tendons extracted from the medicinal puppet, tainted with the poison of the snow spirit pill. Chapter 68. Consumed by Muqing's complexion was as pale as parchment, his right arm severed at the shoulder, the wound encrusted with a thin layer of ice shards, as if eroded by an extreme chill. In his remaining left hand, he tightly grasped the solitary phoenix sword, its blade shimmering with a cold light, undulating like a venomous serpent poised to strike. With all his strength, he surged forward, with a resounding bang. The heavy stone door was forcefully flung open. However, in that instant, a deafening roar resonated from the heavens. Looking up, he beheld 99 chains of extermination, radiating a terrifying aura, swirling like colossal dragons, sealing the entire firmament. Simultaneously, dozens of law enforcement elders descended from the void, swiftly forming a formidable sword array, streams of sword light intertwined, creating an impenetrable net that descended upon Muqing. Even more chillingly, the azure bricks beneath him began to ooze pools of viscous blood, exuding an acrid stench, as if sourced from the depths of the abyss. It turned out that this soul-devouring array was crafted from the lifeblood of 300 inner disciples, its malevolence beyond imagination. "Rebellious disciple Muqing, dare you slay your master and seize the sword?" bellowed the chief elder, his voice booming like a bell, resonating through the skies, even causing the thick snow atop the eaves to tumble down. Muqing slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed upon the body of his master, suspended high above the extermination platform, a sight rarely witnessed. His master's body floated silently, a rusted long sword embedded in his heart. The very sword that belonged to Muqing himself. The icy silkworm threads that once coiled around the hilt now shimmered with a sinister, toxic green glow, identical to the festering wound on his wrist from the poison. At that moment, a heart-wrenching wail echoed across the heavens. "Master!" It was Lingjue, soaring on his sword, clad in a plain white robe, now stained with blood. Lingjue rushed into the sword array, desperately fending off the relentless attacks while calling out, "Elders, please discern with keen eyes. My junior brother Muqing must have been possessed by a demonic entity, losing control of his mind to commit such grave errors." As he spoke, he stealthily scattered some colorless, odorless powder from his sleeve. The moment these powders touched the blood-painted array on the ground, they reacted instantly. With a muffled pop, a dark, inky gas erupted violently from Muqing's dantian. However, faced with this sudden turn of events, Muqing merely smiled coldly, as if everything was under his control. The solitary phoenix sword in his hand swung fiercely, effortlessly cleaving the incoming soul-locking nails in half. Gazing at the scattered remnants of the hidden weapons, Muqing's eyes grew even colder. "Senior brother, your soul-severing powder still enjoys mingling with mandala flower pollen, doesn't it?" It became clear that Muqing was well aware of the flight trajectories and toxic properties of these hidden weapons. For once, when he had substituted for Lingjue to test the medicine and fell into a coma, he had witnessed the same lethal techniques amidst the hazy mist. The soul-devouring array awakened completely. Countless blood hands reaching from the ground to grasp Muqing's ankles. Lingjue feigned to sever the blood hands, but in truth, he pressed a purple jade talisman into Muqing's back. Muqing felt his internal organs begin to melt, and in a daze, he saw the head of his master placed at the center of the array, 3 soul-sealing needles from Yaowang Valley embedded in the crown, Oh, you think the ice coffins in the sword tomb contain the truth? Ling Jue's voice trembled with tears as he spoke, yet his sword technique urged the blood array to shred Mu Qing's meridians, feeding him with his life essence every night for 3 years, waiting for this day. The sound of frost cracking suddenly erupted. The entire extermination platform was instantly encased in ice. Even the splattering droplets of blood suspended in midair. Mu Qing saw a figure clad in white step gracefully through the moonlight, her bare feet touching the ice shards. The silver bells on her wrists ringing out, shattering half of the sword array as the moonlight illuminated the snow spirit flower mark on her brow. The chief elder suddenly trembled and knelt. By Yuling, the Nine Heavens sword sect remains as filthy as ever. With a flick of her finger, the right arm of Ling Jue instantly froze and shattered. She picked up the fallen purple jade talisman and gently crushed it. The voice of the master of Tianji Pavilion resonating from the token. The recovery plan for experimental subject Jiazi 729. Crack. The last image Mu Qing saw before losing consciousness was the cascading hair of Bai Yuling as she leaned down. The blood moon-soaked spring of rebirth suddenly boiled, Bai Yuling's bare feet shattering the reflection on the water's surface. She looked down at the icy silkworm threads entwining her fingertips. There lay the remnant soul of Mu Qing. Pierced by Ling Jue, 3,000 strands of hair turned to snow, the sound of her anklets shattering the fabric of time. How dull! She crushed the blood-colored candy in her palm, the remnants falling to the ground. Transforming into a sea of mandala flowers, this time let us at a twist. When Mu Qing found himself standing once more at the entrance of the Nine Heavens Sword sect, an unexpected figure, a girl holding an umbrella, appeared on the steps. The skirt of Yu Wuxuan, embroidered with star patterns, swept over the blue stone. The bells hanging from the umbrella resonating in harmony with those on Bai Yuling's ankles. Bai Yuling tugged at Mu Qing's robe in the space-time rift. Her fingertip traced a blood-colored lotus upon his heart. Her hair cascaded. Frost flowers crystallized into gauze. Remember this pain, should you be slain by such vermin again. She suddenly bit down on his bleeding collarbone. I shall consume you. Chapter 69. Twin souls knock at the door as Mu Qing counted to the 99th step. His boots crushed half a frost flower. The collarbone bitten by Yuling still burned. The icy patterns snaking beneath the scab like a waking viper, he bent down to feign adjusting his leg bindings, his fingertips brushing through the cracks in the bluestone. There, nestled 3 beads of blood the size of pearls. Trembling with the mountain breeze, ding, the silver bells shattered the morning mist, sending chills down Mu Qing's spine. The umbrella, adorned with star patterns, sliced through his line of sight, as the girl's dark blue skirt brushed over the dried blood markings in the shape of the swastika upon the steps. As the umbrella's edge lifted, he caught sight of the copper coin tied with a red string at Yu Wuxuan's ankle, its notch perfectly matching the broken nail of Bai Yuling. Friend, the tip of Yu Wuxuan's umbrella has just struck the 3rd blood bead, she declared, the parasitic insect instantly exploding into icy mist. But do you wish to proceed to the heart? Mu Qing caught a whiff of the sweet and acrid scent of mandala within the icy mist. Suddenly recalling the fragrance that lingered when Bai Yuling had crushed his throat before the reset of the cycle, he accidentally stumbled toward Yu Wuxuan, the broken armor hidden in his sleeve brushing against her wrist's silver bells. The bite marks on the inner surface of the bell overlapped with the imprint of the witch's lips from his memories, causing his temples to throb violently, in the presence of the esteemed newcomer Mu Qing. The name Yu Wuxuan echoed hauntingly within Ling Jue's throat, caught in a suffocating silence. His fingers, gripping the register, turned pale, for the once blank space designated for Yu Wuxuan now seeped crimson at tea that moment. The medicinal puppets he had nurtured turned in unison to kneel before the girl. The Heartstone monument emitted a sound akin to tearing silk, Yu Wuxuan's palm pressed against the cold stone surface. The monument began to weep drops of scarlet. What should have reflected the inner demons in the mirror twisted into the visage of Bai Yuling, adorned in her ethereal beauty, her bare feet submerged in a pool of blood. Her hair cascading like icy silk entwined with 7 pulsating hearts. Filth. Yu Wuxuan shattered the reflection in the mirror, and frost flowers blossomed where his toes touched the ground. The blood-red lotus on Mu Qing's wrist suddenly burned. As the soul-devouring poison hidden within Ling Jue turned to ash amidst the rising smoke. Seizing the opportunity, he observed the Grand Elder, his twitching mouth betraying the presence of his secret grandson among the kneeling puppets. As Mu Qing stepped into the sword-washing pool, the water inverted into a waterfall, The surface, where others immersed their spiritual roots, mirrored not her figure, but only Mu Qing discerned the icy silkworm threads at the bottom, which were strangling the puppets attempting to approach him into bloody pulp. When Ling Ju activated the insect charm, Yu Wuxuan's umbrella spine unexpectedly split and reformed, transforming into a 9-section steel whip that lashed the water's surface. In this bathing water, she tucked her wet hair behind her ear, the whip's tip skewering a glassy eyeball. How repugnant! Mu Qing recognized that it was the core of Ling Ju's puppet. He feigned choking and floundering in the water, secretly catching the icy shard that Yu Wuxuan had propelled towards him. Within it lay a blood-stained fragment of a fingernail, perfectly fitting the piece he had hidden in the rift of time and space. During the master-apprentice ceremony, the swift motion of Yu Wuxuan cutting open their palms was as quick as a specter as the twin lotuses sprouted from their entwined wounds. The 3,000 insects Ling Ju had prepared in his sleeves instantly withered. The Grand Elder's beard ignited with azure smoke, for within the master-apprentice offering box presented by the girl rolled forth the head of his direct disciple, replaced by a puppet. This was a treasured heirloom. Yu Wuxuan stepped upon the tumbling head, her embroidered shoe crushing the insects nestled within the puppet's eye sockets, eagerly awaiting her master's acceptance at the stroke of midnight, when the fragrance of medicinal herbs was at its peak. Mu Qing crushed the third snow spirit pill. The nursery rhyme drifting in from outside sent chills down his spine. It was the very tune Bai Yuling hummed during her time at the slaughter sect. The moment the puppet crashed through the window, he rolled and seized its throat, only to find his fingertips sinking not into flesh and blood, but into icy silkworm threads entwined with silver bells. "You stole my bell?" Yu Wuxuan's voice resonated from within the bell. Suddenly, a copper coin slipped from the red string, gliding along Mu Qing's back and into his clothing. He pressed the blood-stained coin against his palm, its touch igniting a searing pain akin to the scar left by Yuling's bite on his collarbone. The intricately carved window paper tore open a small hole, and the icy silkworm threads coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent. Yu Wuxuan's toes pressed against the window frame, a strand of frost-white hair flashing through her unbound dark locks. "Did your master not teach you to secretly hoard women's ornaments at midnight?" Ling Ju's anguished scream suddenly rent the night. As Mu Qing burst through the door, he was met by Yu Wuxuan, standing under the peach tree with her umbrella, the tip of her umbrella pricking the glassy eye, still turned, reflecting the countless compound eyes crawling from the seam of Ling Ju's neck. The Grand Elder's feather duster ignited with ghostly flames, yet he dared not lower it. The remnants of puppets piled at Yu Wuxuan's feet were forming the constellation of the heavenly mystery pavilion. As the morning bell tolled the 7th chime, clarity returned to the eyes of all disciples. Only Mu Qing's palm bore a coin marked with circular tooth marks, precisely matching the spot whereby Yuling had bitten him in the illusion. He gazed at Ling Ju approaching unharmed, the seam on his neck oozing icy shards. "Today's trial of the Heartstone," Ling Ju's voice rasped as if ground by sandpaper, "by my own hand." Yu Wuxuan abruptly thrust the umbrella handle into Mu Qing's grasp. The moment the umbrella spine touched his wound, visions surged forth like a tidal wave. Bai Yuling was pierced through the peepa bone by 9 chains. Yet her toes lazily lifted his chin. "If you choose wrong again this time." Her blood-stained fingernails suddenly pierced his chest, allowing the 3,000 puppets to teach you what it means to desire life and death. As the illusion shattered, a white jade hairpin appeared in Mu Qing's hand. The 9-petal lotus at its head was missing a corner, fitting seamlessly with the half-copper coin held by Yu Wuxuan. He lifted his gaze towards the Heartstone monument, discovering that the spot crushed by Yu Wuxuan the previous night was inscribed with the entry-level sword technique that Ling Ju had only taught that morning. Suddenly, Yu Wuxuan beneath the peach tree turned back, frost creeping into her hairline as her lips moved silently. The silver bells on her ankles rang without wind. "Little dog, you still have 8 more cycles to air." Chapter 70. Frost of Ashes. As the morning fog shattered under the resonance of silver bells, Yu Wuxuan was using the tip of her umbrella to prod at Ling Ju's severed limbs. Frost climbed along the broken limbs of the puppet, congealing the splattered blood into branches resembling red coral. Mu Qing crouched down to pick up a half-piece of jade pendant with tooth marks. At that moment, it reflected the youthful visage of Ling Ju in the morning light. The spring of rebirth lay at the cliffs of the western mountains. Yu Wuxuan suddenly tilted her umbrella, frost flowers sliding down the umbrella ribs like arrows. At noon, when the yin energy was at its peak, The twin lotuses would devour the essence of living beings to bloom. She crushed the last piece of the glassy eye, and her embroidered shoes, smeared with brain matter, deliberately brushed past Mu Qing's HEM's new compound eyes crawled out from the seam of Ling Ju's neck. Mu Qing suddenly noticed that those pupils reflected Yu Wuxuan's silhouette. The noontime spring of rebirth exhaled scarlet mist, yet floating upon its surface were not lotus flowers, but hundreds of corpses bearing the same visage as Yu Wuxuan. When Mu Qing sliced open his palm and pressed it against the spring's eye, the blood-red ripples suddenly solidified into iron chains, and before he could react, Yu Wuxuan dragged him underwater. This is how the contract should be formed. In the depths of the water, Yu Wuxuan bit down on his bleeding fingertip, her dark hair ensnaring their wrists like a spider's web. The contract symbols, which should have been inscribed by Mu Qing, were now growing in reverse with her blood as the medium, the spying insect in the instant when the blade pierced the heart. The true moon, Wu Yuant, shone with a brilliance akin to shattered silver bells, while her white hair spiraled chaotically, ensnaring the celestial orbits. The counterfeit remains merely a counterfeit. The master shattered the mirror's surface, and within the fragments, the scene of Wu Yuant being flayed emerged. Her facial skin unfurled across the starry paths, mapping out the forbidden grounds of Yawang Valley. Mu Qing's dantian trembled violently, the blood peach kernels he had swallowed sprouting in his throat, their roots embedding themselves in the mirror's memories. He beheld himself submerged in the medicinal pool, hundreds of icy silkworm threads sewing Wu Yuant's face onto the skin he had torn away. Suddenly, Wu Yuant retched forth shards of ice, within which lay the mechanical fingers of Ling Ju. She severed 3 strands of white hair and hurled them at the master, the strands transforming mid-flight into ice sculptures resembling white jade spirits, cradling Mu Qing's childhood milk teeth in their palms. The starry paths were but marionettes. The master waved his sleeve, disrupting the Milky Way, as the disciples of the 28 constellations simultaneously opened their glazed eyes. Their meridians bulged into star lines, pinning Mu Qing's limbs in a crucifix. Wu Yuan's umbrella bone shattered, yet she used a broken blade to slice open her wrist, droplets of blood coalescing in the air into a star map from 300 years past. In agony, Mu Qing discerned the truth. Each star line's end was connected to the sword mound's icy coffins. He tore the star line of the celestial authority with his bare hands, the distant mountains reverberating with the thunderous explosion of the ice coffins. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Yuant thrust the umbrella's handle into the star disk. 900 vengeful souls crawled out along the fissures, gnawing at the master's peach kernels. The 1,300th iteration, the master's facial skin peeled away, revealing a mechanical skull identical to Ling Ju's. Tucked between the gears was a piece of maltose paper inscribed with first generation, while the inner walls were etched with Wu Yuant's name. Wu Yuant tore apart the star-patterned hem of her gown, the satin transforming into chains that ensnared Mu Qing's neck. In the suffocating dizziness, he witnessed droplets of blood he coughed up coalescing into the ethereal figure of the white jade spirit. Her fingertip gently tapped the inverted Big Dipper, causing the entire star disk to rotate in reverse. Your iteration, the ethereal white jade spirit crushed the master's mechanical heart, declaring, "Merely my cycle. Ultimately, all returns to void." Upon returning from the Tianji Pavilion, the medicinal chamber was suffused with the rancid odor of peach kernels. The moment Mu Qing pushed open the door, 300 milk teeth trembled within a bronze box. Each tooth bore tiny inscriptions of Wu Yuant, seeping with blood, pooling on the ground into a reflection of the spring of rebirth. The puppet Ling Ju, hunchbacked, buried her severed fingers in the medicinal field, where 7 pairs of hands identical to Wu Yuant's extended from the soil. Suddenly, the ice flowers on the window frame exploded, revealing the cold smirk of the white jade spirit. She gently lifted Mu Qing's chin with her toes, mirroring the grip Wu Yuant had used to choke him just yesterday. Guess how many substitutes can grow in the medicinal field? From beneath the earth came the sound of shattering glass. As the latest emerging female body opened her eyes, within her irises, the star disk revolved, and her neck bore the number Jia Zi Qi Sen. Wu Yuant's new umbrella reformed at dawn, its ribs now adorned with a segment etched with words. When the stars fall to 900, it shall be the time of the master's backlash. Mu Qing heard a nursery rhyme echoing from the medicinal field, this time sung by the girl with a star disk embedded in her pupils, heralding her rebirth. Chapter 72. Phantom of the Ghost Market in the Cold Pond reflecting two images. Wu Yuan's umbrella bones soaked in phosphorescence illuminated the statue of the Xieji at the entrance of the Ghost Market. Scraping across the fangs of the stone beast, the moss that fell away revealed the inscription dedicated by Yaowang Valley. The fetid waterway suddenly drifted an ice coffin, the patterns upon its lid aligning perfectly with the cracks of the stargazing platform. The old ferryman slightly lifted his hat, the glazed eye embedded within reflecting the bloodstains on Wu Yuan's umbrella surfaced. Tonight's headlining live sword sheath, the raspy voice of the old man resembled rusted gears. Utilizing the source of snow soul ice silkworm threads, behind the gauzy curtain of the auction house, the ice coffin slowly stood upright. The woman within bore an uncanny resemblance to Wu Yuan. Her bare feet entwined with 300 threads of ice silkworms, each thread's end tied to a miniature version of the purple jade ordered as Mu Qing approached. The silkworm threads suddenly surged, constricting his neck with the same bruising mark as the white jade spirit's ankle. Does a counterfeit deserve snow soul threads? Wu Yuan's umbrella tip struck the ground, frost patterns eroding the silkworm threads in reverse. The woman in the coffin abruptly opened her eyes, the star disk rotating within her pupils dragging the entire auction house into a mirage. 300 bidders simultaneously transformed into medicinal puppets. Mechanical fingers of Lingju emerging from their neck seams. The illusionary ghost market morphed into the refining ground of Yaowang Valley. Wu Yuan's dark hair turned white in the tempest, each step of her embroidered shoes blossoming blood-colored mandalas. Mu Qing dangled in midair, suspended by silkworm threads, witnessing another version of himself sewing the facial skin of the white jade spirit onto the woman in the ice coffin. This was the 731st reincarnation. In the illusion, Wu Yuan lifted his chin with her umbrella bone, commanding him to look closely. In the authentic auction house, the woman in the coffin suddenly tore open her chest, where her heart should be lay Mu Qing's milk tooth, from which emanated the fragrance of snow soul elixir. Wu Yuan's true form erupted, her white hair entwining and yanking at the silken threads of the illusion point. Two figures intertwined between reality and illusion, each collision extinguishing a lantern in the ghost market. When the final lantern shattered, Mu Qing plunged into the memories of the spring of rebirth, the 5-year-old white jade spirit weeping within the silkworm cocoon. Her ankle bells inscribed with Wu Yuan's tiny characters. The old man's hat flew off in the gust of sword energy, revealing the star disk embedded in the back of his head. Countless silver needles sprang forth from his arm, each tethered to the numbered ice silkworms of the purple jade order. Wu Yuan's star-patterned satin enveloped Mu Qing, transforming into armor, yet as the silkworm threads touched the satin, they began to turn against their master. The source should not be used this way. She bit her fingertip, drawing symbols on Mu Qing's chest, and the ice silkworm threads abruptly turned and plunged into the old man's lone eye. At the moment the glazed eye shattered, the ground of the ghost market caved in, revealing a boiling blood pool beneath. Hundreds of ice coffins were melting, each containing a growing Wu Yuan. Suddenly, Mu Qing's fingernails burned, slicing towards the cocoon at the center of the blood pool. What poured forth from the broken cocoon was not blood, but the snow soul dew used by the white jade spirit for grooming. The rumbling of gears echoed from the bottom of the pool, as the latest formed ice coffin held a girl cradling Ling Ju's mechanical skull, humming a nursery rhyme. Wu Yuan's ankle bells suddenly cracked, dropping half a piece of candy with tooth marks. The instant Mu Qing touched the candy wrapper, memories of the spring of rebirth surged once more. The 10-year-old white jade spirit was shackled in the silkworm chamber, sewing her own facial skin onto the unconscious Wu Yuan's face. Ice silkworm threads pierced through their peepa bones, linking their bloodlines. Symbiotic GU.in reality, Mu Qing retched forth shards of ice, within which lay Ling Ju's mechanical fingers. You have been one since the beginning. The dome of the ghost market suddenly burst open, the star disk projection of the master of Tianji Pavilion enveloping the blood pool. Wu Yuan's white hair fell entirely, spreading across the surface of the pool to form an escape star map. She seized Mu Qing and leaped into the nearest ice coffin. At the moment the lid closed, she glimpsed the old man's mechanical arm dismantling her clone. The moon-shaped brand on the back of that body was seeping with ice crystals identical to those of the white jade spirit. As the ice coffin drifted out of the ghost market via a dark river, Mu Qing discovered inscriptions of Ling Ju etched all over the coffin. Jiazi series defects, emotional backlash. The blood lotus on his wrist suddenly bloomed, consuming the silver bracelet hidden in the coffin's secret compartment. Within it was inscribed the true birth date of the White Jade Spirit, a full 300 years earlier than the existing records of the Nine Heavens Sword sect. When the ice coffin shattered the surface of the cold pond, Mu Qing inhaled the same milky scent as that of the bronze box that Wu Yuan was dyeing the pond's waters into an indigo star map. The ice coffin floated within the whirlpool, the frost patterns on the lid forming the profile of the White Jade Spirit, while the rust patterns at the bottom outlined Wu Yuan's silhouette. This was the true threshold of introspection that Wu Yuan's umbrella tip pierced the ice surface, and cracks instantly spread across the pond's bottom. Those fissures were embedded with infant milk teeth, each inscribed with Jiazi numbers, the latest matching the scar on Mu Qing's jaw. The waters of the pond split into two realms to eye in the upper realm. The White Jade Spirit was gouging her heart, while in the lower realm, Wu Yuan was stitching the heart into a puppet. The moment Mu Qing touched the water's surface, the two figures suddenly switched. The heart gouger transformed into Wu Yuan, while the heart seamstress became the White Jade Spirit, their ankle bells shattering simultaneously into powder. Have you had enough of the symbiotic goo? Wu Yuan's white hair entwined Mu Qing's wrist, dragging him into the lower realm's cold pond. The bottom lay 900 medicine bottles, each containing star-patterned centipedes, gnawing at corpses that bore faces identical to Ling Ju's. That Wu Yuan's umbrella bones pried open the oldest medicine bottle, and what surged forth was not venomous insects, but fragments of memories. The 5-year-old White Jade Spirit was shackled to an ice pillar, as the master of Yuwang Valley extracted her spine. On that glistening white bone was distinctly engraved Wu Yuan's star pattern. First-generation snow soul body. The master in the fragment raised the spine, which should have formed a perfect sword sheathed. In reality, the cold pond suddenly boiled, and 300 ice coffins opened simultaneously. Mu Qing saw that each corpse bore a branded mark on their backs, the latest one moon symbol seeping blood, precisely where Wu Yuan bore her shoulder scar. The ice silkworms coalesced into a giant puppet resembling Ling Ju, cradling the candy with tooth marks in its palm. Wu Yuan's star-patterned satin enveloped Mu Qing's right arm. At the moment of slicing through the candy, memories surged in his previous life. He knelt in the snow, feeding his heart to the White Jade Spirit in the ice coffin. Noisy. Wu Yuan's white hair suddenly pierced Mu Qing's temples, shredding the excess memories. The cold pond rolled back into a waterfall, revealing the secret compartment at the bottom. Inside lay the wedding gown of the White Jade Spirit, its hem embroidered with a star chart of handwritten notes. The array of the wedding gown activated. The blood lotus on Mu Qing's wrist blossomed. The petals fell away into 300 silver needles, each strung with Wu Yuan's severed hair. The cold pond unexpectedly split into 7 layers of time and space, each layer housing a fading White Jade Spirit. Chu's .7 voices resonated within his skull. Mu Qing grasped the nearest White Jade Spirit, discovering she cradled Wu Yuan's swaddling. The silver bells on the infant's ankles were inscribed with Jiazi. As the waters of the pond thunderously closed, Wu Yuan's umbrella bones pierced through the heart of the wedding gown. Golden threads snapped into a shower of stars, drenching the two figures pressed against each other's backs. Their scars remarkably fused into a complete moon character amidst the starry rain. In the collapsed ruins of the cold pond, Mu Qing unearthed half a piece of the dragon and phoenix candle. Within the candle's tears lay a fragment of the marriage certificate, the beginning of which was illegible, leaving only that to bind an eternal contract with the White Jade Spirit. The signatory portion bore the bloodied fingerprint of Wu Yuan. Chapter 73. The silkworm devouring the moon in the murky depths of the subterranean river, where sunlight dared not penetrate. The once gently flowing waters abruptly crystallized into translucent ice steps. Bai Yuling, with her ethereal feet, left behind vivid crimson ice lotuses with each step she took. She extended her delicate fingers, gently tracing the blood-stained collarbone of Mu Qing. The icy sensation sent shivers coursing through his entire being. What is it? Bai Yuling's voice was as melodious as it was chilling. Is it that you long for the scent of your little substitute? The dome of the ghost market erupted in chaos as moonlight soaked her translucent gauze attire. Countless strands of ice silkworm silk burst forth from her ankles, lifting myriad medicinal puppets into the air. Mu Qing watched in horror as the puppets were sliced into snowflake-like flesh, each piece landing perfectly on the porcelain dish in her palm. It seemed he glimpsed another figure within her, a manifestation of the witch's unique madness. Open your mouth, she commanded, her blood-stained fingertips pressing a piece of flesh against his lips. The starry disk within her pupils abruptly halted. Is it not delectable? With a slight tilt of her head, she crushed the porcelain dish, shards scattering and drawing blood across Mu Qing's neck. Then let us change the game. Suddenly, her raven hair surged, the tips wrapping around 300 ice coffins and hurling them to the ground. As the lids exploded, countless maidens with faces resembling the moon's emerged, their silver anklets ringing as the ghost market began to warp. Mu Qing found himself ensnared by her hair, pulled skyward, witnessing the lunar maidens tear each other apart. Those who triumphed devoured the hearts of the vanquished, earning a star mark upon their backs, an emblem identical to the one on by Yu Ling's nape. This is the art of nurturing Gu. The witch bit into his earlobe, drawing blood, as she inscribed a resurrection array in the void. Watch closely as your little substitutes. Within the array, scenes unfolded of the moon maidens being pierced through the peepa bone by iron hooks. While Bai Yuling hummed a nursery rhyme, her fingers stirring the phantom wound in the distance. The true moon maiden suddenly coughed blood, her white hair visibly frosting over. The cold pool of the tributary river exhaled mist as Mu Qing was cocooned by silkworm threads. Suspended above the surface, the witch, having played her part, lightly tapped her toes, the cocoon peeling away layer by layer until the young man's robust form glistened under the moonlight. This is how one ought to apply the ointment. The snow spirit essence from her fingertips glided down his chest, crystallizing into a lotus pattern at his dantian as her palm grazed over the sword wound on his back. Ice crystals abruptly burgeoned into thorns. Binding him firmly against the massive stone by the pool's edge, her long hair cascaded around his neck, the tips parting his drenched garment. If you fear pain, the lips, tainted with medicinal juice, pressed against his trembling throat. You may bite me. The pool suddenly boiled, a multitude of ice silkworm threads piercing his vital points, in the alternating extremes of cold and heat. Mu Qing beheld the hazy figure of the moon maiden emerging from the mist. She was plunging the solitary phoenix sword into her own heart. Its hilt entwined with Bai Yuling's hair tie. The moon maiden's peepa bone severed the silkworm threads binding Mu Qing. The tattered sleeves revealed a star-marked imprint, perfectly aligning with the design on Bai Yuling's neck. Return to your well of resurrection. The tip of her umbrella pierced the cold pool, transforming its waters into an ice dragon. Yet Bai Yuling smiled as she grasped the dragon's horns, thrusting the entire beast into Mu Qing's dantian. This gift will linger for a century. Before she dissipated into frost and snow, she plucked a strand of his hair. When your golden core shatters, I shall return to collect. The ghost market collapsed in tremors, and the moon maiden pulled Mu Qing into the last intact ice coffin. Inside, inscriptions of exquisite beauty adorned the walls, the latest lines still oozing droplets of blood. Subject 0730 exhibits emotional fluctuations. Destruction recommended as they drifted to the borders of Yaowang Valley. Mu Qing discovered a lotus mark had appeared upon his chest, the silhouette of the moon maiden, turning her back to him as she changed. Suddenly overlapped with that of Bai Yuling, her collarbone seeping blood upon turning. Have you seen enough? A blood-stained silver needle pressed against his eyelid. If you fall for that madwoman again. The needle's tip pierced the lotus at his dantian. And amidst the heart-wrenching pain, the witch's smile emerged. I shall refine you into the most inferior Hahuan Gu. Chapter 74. The trials of mortal dust. The depths of Yaowang Valley churned with a toxic emerald miasma. As the silkworm cocoons hanging from the vines suddenly exploded, their viscous contents forming the silhouette of the witch. Little lord, you have come here. The icy silkworm threads that entwined around his neck abruptly tightened, inscribing star patterns upon his collarbone. Are you so eager to see me? Hundreds of medicinal puppets, each bearing a purple jade command, erupted from the earth, their joints sprouting crystalline barbs. Mu Qing shattered the first puppet with his sword. The shards coalesced mid-air into the form of the moon maiden, a bloodied lollipop skewered into her heart. Upon the cold jade platform at the depths of the valley, the witch was meticulously drawing a punishment array with star sand. Mu Qing dangled from the threads of silkworm silk at the center of the array, watching her bare feet tread upon his chest. These 3 soul-locking nails will reveal the truth to you. The first nail struck his shoulder. Amidst the agony, the image of the witch immersed in the medicinal pool surfaced, the moon maiden's spine being extracted to forge a sword. The second nail pierced his abdomen. The lotus at his dantian exploded. revealing Bai Yuling carving a puppet of the Moon Maiden in the workshop. Her eye sockets filled with numbered baby teeth. The third nail shattered his heart. She suddenly crushed the ice nail, blood congealing into a mirror of resurrection. Within the mirror, 300 child corpses wove her wedding gown from their spines. Does it hurt? Bai Yuling kicked Mu Qing into the boiling flame marrow spring. The star-patterned satin shredding in the heat. With a flick of her toes, she ensnared his waist with chains from the pool's bottom. Do you know I have always been reluctant to part with you? As the mist billowed, the silkworm threads pierced his vital points, in the interplay of extreme cold and blazing heat. Mu Qing beheld 900 glass jars submerged at the bottom of the pool, each containing a Moon Maiden's organs. Their labels marked with dates of different reincarnations. Suddenly, the Moon Maiden's white hair pierced through the depths, the star-patterned satin enveloping the flame marrow, transforming into battle armor the moment she severed the chains. The silver bells around Bai Yuling's neck rang, the entire medicinal pool swirling into an ice-fire vortex. Watch closely. The two figures exchanged blows within the vortex, shockwaves toppling 300 medicinal cabinets. The flurry of prescription slips in the air abruptly assembled into the original marriage contract. As Mu Qing's blood splattered upon the pages, Bai Yuling's name faded into that of the Moon Maiden. In the collapsed Dantian chamber, Mu Qing unearthed a bronze box from the rubble. Inside, the youthful form of Bai Yuling was encased in ice, clutching a blood-stained fragment of Trials of Mortal Dust. The ink revealed to be in the Moon Maiden's handwriting. From the shadows came the sound of shattered glass, the latest awakened puppet now adorned with Mu Qing's hair, stitching the visage of Bai Yuling with silkworm silk. The fallen lollipop jar at its feet bore inscriptions that bled. Subject 731. Emotional goo in mature form. The silk umbrella barely shielded against the splattering toxins, yet the star-patterned surface was corroded and released wisps of green smoke. She seized the young man's wrist and swiftly retreated 3 steps. As the stone wall behind them collapsed, revealing the hidden medicinal pool's secret realm, Bai Yuling languidly leaned against the jade couch within the pool, the silkworm silk gauze soaked in the spring water. Faintly revealing the jagged wound upon her shoulder, 9 soul-devouring vines surged from her feet, ensnaring Mu Qing's waist and pulling him towards the heart of the pool. This water is a great tonic. With a delicate tap of her fingertip, the vine sprouted barbs that pierced the young man's waist. It will help you forget all your troubles. The pool's waters suddenly split into 2, one half bubbling with magma, the other crystallizing with frost. Bai Yuling pushed Mu Qing into the icy half, the frosty water instantly tearing his back garments. Does it hurt? She leaned down, biting into the young man's bleeding shoulder. When they extracted my sword bone, the witch suddenly exerted force, flinging him into the fiery pool. This will be 100 times more pleasurable. In the searing waves, Mu Qing witnessed a bizarre scene. The 15-year-old Bai Yuling suspended above the medicinal pool by iron chains. 300 silver needles extracting her soul. The pool water in reality began to whirl, coalescing into an ice-fire dragon charging at them. The Moon Maiden's silk umbrella transformed into a blade, cleaving the dragon's head. As blood-colored goo worms suddenly emerged from the flurry of ice crystals, Bai Yuling laughed as she crushed the goo eggs, the splattered toxins forming the character for love in midair. All set, she thrust her life goo into Mu Qing's dantian. The young man's meridians bulged, as if thousands of ice silkworms stirred beneath his skin. The Moon Maiden's star-patterned satin quickly enveloped his oncoming explosion. Yet the fabric was corroded by the goo poison, revealing threads of gold. From the depths of the medicinal pool came a rumbling of gears, as 9 medicinal puppets burst forth from the water. Their eye sockets held the very eyeballs Mu Qing had lost in each reincarnation, now oozing dark snow spirit elixir. Bai Yuling grasped the chains at the pool's bottom, dangling Mu Qing before the mirror of resurrection. The mirror revealed a bloody ritual from 300 years past, the Moon Maiden's spine being forged into a sword while Bai Yuling's benevolence was stripped away, transforming into countless ice silkworms. Look closely. The witch tugged at the chains, drawing the young man nearer to the mirror. What you are protecting is merely a defective product. Suddenly, the Moon Maiden in the mirror turned her head, simultaneously with the real one, both expelling shards of ice. Seizing the opportunity, the medicinal puppets launched a surprise attack, their joints sprouting soul-devouring vines, the tips blooming with toxic love flowers. The Moon Maiden tore apart the silk umbrella, 900 star patterns morphing into a rain of swords. But upon touching the puppets, they were negated by the snow spirit elixir within. In excruciating pain, Mu Qing grasped the icy silkworm threads on his chest. The goo poison rebounding towards Bai Yuling, the star patterns at the back of the witch's neck suddenly glowed, ancient totems spreading along the threads to the young man. This is the burning sky art. The Moon Maiden stared in shock as Mu Qing crushed the puppet's head with his bare hands. His pupils, tainted a dark gold by the goo poison, revealed the memories sealed within the star patterns by the first Valley Master. Bai Yuling suddenly burst into laughter. Excellent. This body is now yours. Before she transformed into countless snowflakes and dissipated, she pressed half of a dragon phoenix jade pendant into Mu Qing's bloodstained palm. The jade pendant suddenly heated up, scorching Mu Qing's palm. The Moon Maiden tore off a strand of her white hair, binding it to the pendant. The moment the hair touched the jade surface, it turned to ashes. Within the jade was sealed the three souls of the first snow spirit body. She covered the young man's bleeding pupil. The jade pendant casts a celestial map beneath the moonlight. And amidst the interplay of light and shadow emerges the figure of the master of Yawang Valley from 3 centuries past. In his hand, a glass blade meticulously stitches the souls of the twins into the hilt of a sword, while golden powder drips from its tip, solidifying into the serial number of Jiazi. The tremors of the abyss intensify, and the back of Yu Wuyo grotesquely bulges with bone-like scars. The solitary wand sword unsheathes itself. Hovering above her head, its blade adorned with the same starry patterns as her spine, the ice silkworm threads lingering from the white jade spirit suddenly surge forth, inscribing a blood-soaked fragment of red dust tribulation upon the sword's spine. So it is. Mu Qing gazes into the reflection on the sword. 300 youthful corpses are weaving starry patterns from Yu Wuyo's spine, each knot intricately tied to a miniature version of the purple jade order. The emotional parasite residing in his dantian suddenly gnaws at the star patterns, causing Mu Qing's pupils to shimmer with a dark gold hue. Fractured memories pierce his mind like poisoned barbs. At 7. The white jade spirit was shackled to the astrological platform, as the master of the heavenly mechanism extracted her benevolence. Yu Wuyo carved 900 ice coffins at the bottom of the rebirth spring, each inscribed with Mu Qing's name. The mechanical right hand of Ling Ju clutched a bloodied marriage certificate, altering the name by Yu Ling to Yu Wuyo. Suddenly, a blood-red ice crystal plummets from the abyss's apex, coalescing into the new form of the white jade spirit. The soul-eating flower blooming beneath her extends its tendrils, its pistil enveloping the eyes of Mu Qing from countless reincarnations. Do you like this body? What you see is merely what I wish to offer you. The witch's fingertips part the crystalline armor, revealing the pulsating star-patterned parasite at her heart. 900 strands of ice, silkworm, silk burst forth from her spine, their ends inexplicably entwined with Yu Wuyo's white hair. Yu Wuyo slashes her wrist, droplets of blood crystallizing mid-air into an inverted star formation. The moment the formation activates, the meteors above the abyss suddenly plummet. The white jade spirit opens her arms, allowing the star bones to pierce her body. What flows from the wounds is not blood, but the snow-white essence of milk teeth. Good child. Her fingers, stained with the essence, caress Mu Qing's cheek, inviting him to taste the flavor of your 300th life. Before she can finish her words, Mu Qing unexpectedly opens his mouth and bites down on her delicate, jade-like fingertip. This sudden action takes her by surprise, yet she quickly regains her composure. The bite marks spread swiftly, manifesting the backlash of the emotional parasite. However, in the face of such a situation, the white jade spirit reveals a gentle and indulgent smile. Points of starlight slowly ascend from her being, dazzling like the twinkling stars in the night sky. These starry lights intertwine in the air, gradually forming a complete pattern. Indeed, it is the legendary red dust tribulation sword technique. Chapter 75. Shadows of red dust. The white jade spirit lifts the remaining sword from the pool, and the faded sword tassel entwined around the hilt sends Mu Qing's pupils into a frenzy. That tassel, adorned with ice silkworm knots, resembles the token held by the woman who repeatedly appeared in his dreams. You find it familiar, as her fingertip grazes the scorched mark on the tassel. She recalls the day when the thunderstorm descended, and you grasped this very tassel. Suddenly, she plunges the tassel into her heart, and droplets of blood crystallize into the shadow of the sword technique, creating the first move of red dust tribulation. Mu Qing's hand, wielding the sword, moves uncontrollably, tracing a path that perfectly aligns with the shadow. The star patterns behind Yu Wuyo ignite in pain, revealing the initial scene. on the storm-lashed Juxian platform. Mu Qing breaks the 9 heavens, shattering God's sword with his bare hands. He pours the last remnants of his spiritual power into the nearly lifeless white jade spirit, using his finger as a sword to inscribe the 3 characters red dust tribulation in the void. In the moment the heavenly thunder strikes, the shattered soul of the girl transforms into ice silkworm silk, binding itself to his wrist. This sword intent. Mu Qing observes the flowing starlight along the sword's edge. As it seeks to use emotional threads as its guide, the white jade spirit tears open the bandage on her right arm, revealing an ice lotus mark that shares its source with Mu Qing's dantian. She summons the emotional parasite to consume the mark, the excruciating pain forcing both of them to kneel. Beneath their feet, a blood-red array emerges, a pact of shared existence they have forged together. Do you think reincarnation is meant to save me? The witch cackles madly as she severs a strand of azure hair. Each time you break through a realm, you consume my soul, yet I do not mind. Strands of hair fall to the ground, transforming into an ice mirror that reflects her increasingly transparent spirit over the course of 900 lives. The solitary Luan sword suddenly emits a mournful cry. Its star patterns fracturing inch by inch. The remaining fragments of the sword technique in the white jade spirit's embrace unfurl on their own, revealing blood-red small characters. These are the annotations that Mu Qing once inscribed with his heart's blood. The red dust tribulation does not sever emotional threads, but wields emotion as a blade. As long as the 7 emotions endure, the sword intent remains unbroken. If we meet again, I would trade eternal descent for your peace. Crushing the icy steps, dark red magma suddenly surges forth from the web-like cracks. She hurls the fated sword tassel into the inferno. The silkworm knots do not burn in the flames, but condense into a 3-foot sword shadow. This is unmistakably the form of the Luan sword from 300 years ago. Watch closely. She leaps into the fiery sea, her bare feet landing on the hilt. The magma suddenly rolls back into a waterfall, carving the initial form of red dust tribulation in the air. Mu Qing's hand, holding the sword, moves uncontrollably in tandem, and wherever the sword energy sweeps, the rock walls reveal inscriptions erased by time. In the Jiazi year of the frost moon, Mu Qing created the 9 tribulations of red dust here to quell the white jade spirit's inner demon. Beneath the mottled words lies a smaller script. As long as the emotional threads are unbroken, the sword intent shall not perish. The white jade spirit tears open the bandage on her right arm, and ice silkworm threads emerge from her flesh. She pulls Mu Qing's hand to press against her wound, and the silkworm threads suddenly lengthen, connecting their meridians. Red dust tribulation, second move, 1,000 threads tribulation. The sword energy erupts from the intertwined silkworm threads, revealing a bizarre truth upon the rock walls. The emotional threads cultivated by generations of practitioners have solidified into physical form, sealed within the depths of the rebirth spring. Each emotional thread is suspended with ice crystals, within which are stored the farewell scenes of the twins from some lifetime. Yuyo suddenly vomits blood mixed with ice shards, her spine undergoing reconstruction under the resonance of the silkworm threads. The white jade spirit's fingertips trace the newly formed star patterns on her back, sneering. How does it feel to practice the sword with my bones? The star bones plummeting from the dome of the abyss suddenly come to a halt, and the tip of Mu Qing's sword ignites with icy flames. He plunges the Luan sword into his dantian, and at the moment the sword pellet shatters. 900 lifetimes of emotional threads surge upward from the spring's depths. Are you insane? The ice silkworm threads on the white jade spirit's wrists snap inch by inch. If you do this, you will. Before she can finish, an ocean of emotional threads ensnares her vanishing spirit. Mu Qing carves the incantation in the void with his finger, each character seeping with his heart's blood. With my sword's bone, I bind your inner demon. The red dust is not yet finished, and life and death shall share a pact. The rebirth spring suddenly flows backward into a river of stars, and the initial scene emerges atop the waves. The young Mu Qing kneels amidst the thunderstorm, cradling the nearly lifeless white jade spirit. He bites his fingertip and inscribes a formation in her palm, which crystallizes into this very shadows of red dust. Oh, it was back then. Yuyo trembles as she reaches out to touch the reflection in the river of stars. It was you who made me fall into darkness. The fragmented spirit of the white jade spirit reassembles into human form, and the ice silkworm threads around her wrists suddenly encircle Mu Qing's neck. Yet the strength is as gentle as an embrace. 30,000 years of reincarnation, waiting for this moment. She kisses Mu Qing's blood-stained lips. The abyss collapses with a roar as Mu Qing falls into the temporal maelstrom. Cradling the unconscious Yuan Ina days, he recalls standing by the rebirth spring, offering the blood-stained sword technique to the young white jade spirit. The girl rises on tiptoe to whisper in his ear, her lips distinctly forming the words, "This time, let me protect you." Chapter 76. The sword soul of rebirth. Suddenly, countless broken swords rise from the depths of the rebirth spring, their rusted blades adorned with ice flowers. As Mu Qing's broken armor brushes against the nearest remnant sword, star patterns suddenly materialize. The lost fourth move of red dust tribulation, known as rebirth crossing. You etched 900 swords here in the past. The white jade spirit treads barefoot through the sword fragments, frost creeping up her arch. With each cycle of reincarnation, one sword is broken. She kicks aside a broken sword, revealing a glass vial beneath, containing the heart that was excised from Mu Qing in a past life. The moment Mu Qing picks up a half-blade, the spring's eye suddenly swirls into a vortex. Hundreds of sword energies burst forth from the remnants, coalescing into the phantom of the original Mu Qing. The phantom sword technique unexpectedly transforms into a deadly move that completely contradicts red dust tribulation. The white jade spirit casts ice silkworm threads to ensnare his waist. This is the heartless path you created during your descent into darkness. As the sword energy grazes his neck, Mu Qing sees the phantom with a piece of jade pendant embedded in its heart, precisely the token he shattered 300 years ago. To fend off the sword energy, Mu Qing grabs the blade with his bare hands. Blood flows along the star-patterned grooves on the blade, sketching the complete sword technique within the void. The white jade spirit tears open her garment, revealing a scar perfectly aligned with the star patterns at her heart. Use this. She pulls Mu Qing's bloodied hand to press against her wound. In the instant their blood mingles, the rebirth spring suddenly comes to a halt, and all the broken swords hang suspended in formation. This is the red dust formation the master of the heavenly mechanism has sought for 1,000 years. An ice lotus platform rises at the center of the sword formation, and the white jade spirit pushes Mu Qing into the heart of the lotus. The spring water suddenly boils, enveloping them in a cocoon of emotional threads. She bites her tongue to draw blood. Back then, you taught me the sword technique like this. The young Mu Qing grips the white jade spirit's hand, carving sword marks into the icy surface, while the silver bell on the girl's wrist jingles softly with each sword maneuver. On a stormy night, the two share a star-patterned silk umbrella, its surface flowing with the embryonic form of red dust tribulation. When the inner demons ran wild, Mu Qing locked her at the bottom of the rebirth spring, inscribing the suppression formation with his last clarity. In the instant the lotus platform explodes, the remnants of the original Luan sword rise from the depths of the spring. The ice silkworm threads entwined around the sword hilt suddenly constrict around the white jade spirit's neck, suspending her in the center of the sword formation. Mu Qing's pupils shimmer with dark gold, and black flames reminiscent of his descent into darkness envelop him. At long last, the moment has arrived. The sword spirit forms from the remnants, its visage mirroring that of the master of the heavenly mechanism. Thanks to you, my foolish child, I have awaited the reunification of the twin souls. In the realm of the spirit blade, the malevolent form of Mu Qing wielded a sword that lunged toward Bai Yuling, halting abruptly as the tip grazed the scar upon her heart, a remnant from 3 centuries past. A mark left by Mu Qing's inadvertent harm during the first manifestation of the red dust catastrophe. From the depths of the rebirth spring echoed the sound of shattering glass, as 900 ice coffins submerged within the spring simultaneously lifted their lids. The swirling waters stilled, transforming into a pitch-black mirror, upon which emerge blood-red inscriptions. Those who pry into the heavens, pay with your souls as the stakes. Bai Yuling delicately tapped the mirror's surface with her toes, causing frost patterns to spread from the point of contact, encasing the entire spring in a passageway to the netherworld. This path must be guided by the threads of emotion. She severed the icy silk binding Mu Qing's neck, her hair brushing against the shattered sword pellet at his dantian, compelling him to expel the infatuations of his countless reincarnations. From the turbulence's end came the wailing of an infant, as 300 ice coffins hovered beneath the sanguine sky. The lord of the medicinal valley stepped forth from the central coffin, cradling a Gu King that bore the likeness of both Mu Qing and Bai Yuling. Suddenly, Yu Wuxiao expelled shards of ice, and words of betrayal seeped forth from her back, glimmering with golden dust. Indeed, the seal binding memories was loosening. Good child. The Valley Lord plucked the emotional thread from the Gu King's mouth, feeding this final delusion of existence to Muqing's sword. The shattered sword pellet within Muqing erupted, drawing in the myriad threads of emotion into his dantian. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yuling severed the connection between the Valley Lord and the Gu King, only to be pierced by the rebounding sword energy through her shoulder. The fractured golden core within Muqing reassembled, and as his hair turned frost white, the ultimate form of the red dust catastrophe manifested within his sea of consciousness. So it is that he grasped Bai Yuling's blood-seeping hand, realizing that this swordplay required a symbiotic union of the righteous and the demonic to achieve completeness. The medicinal valley crumbled amidst the sword's energy. As the Valley Lord cackled madly, shattering his life-bound Gu, thousands of puppets suddenly self-destructed, their flesh and blood weaving into a celestial map of secrets. Bai Yuling infused her final spiritual energy into the tip of Muqing's sword. At the moment the frost blade pierced the core of the celestial map, a howl erupted from the rebirth mirror. Do you think you can escape the cycle of reincarnation? You have merely stepped into a larger game. Chapter 77. A decade later, frost descended. The mandala by the rebirth spring blossomed and withered once more, and on the 10th year, Muqing's straw sandals finally shattered the last piece of ice crystal. He carried a rough, cloth-wrapped broken sword, his frost-white hair cascading down to his waist, and the scar from the red dust catastrophe between his brows had faded to the point of near transparency. Esteemed guest, fresh-brewed snow spirit wine. The tea-house proprietress presented a celadone cup. As Muqing's fingers brushed against the icy patterns along its rim, the liquid reflecting his current visage, a face stripped of youthful innocence. Where the tear-like scar from the night of his fall into darkness shimmered with a muted gold, as the woman crouched to pour the wine, half of an ice silkworm cocoon slipped from her collar. Muqing's pupils constricted. The markings on the cocoon were eerily identical to the seals on the ice coffin from that frigid pool of water, the moment the wine slid down his throat. He beheld a vision. Bai Yuling, barefoot upon the scorched earth, tying a blood-stained headband to the gnarled branches of the nameless sword mound. This wine is drawn from the snow water by the rebirth spring. The woman chuckled, revealing a gap-toothed grin. By your accent, esteemed guest, you do not seem to be from the northern realm. Muqing caressed the icy patterns of the wine cup a decade prior. That cataclysmic event had expanded the rebirth spring into a 100-mile ice lake. Now, blood-red mandalas bloomed at the lake's heart, and the flower gatherers would need to break the ice on the night of the new moon, much like the woman's frost-bitten hands at this moment. The sound of a sword's howl suddenly resonated, the remains of the solitary phoenix suspended in midair, as 300 graves cracked in response. Muqing traced the sword's edge with his fingers, the trajectory of blood droplets falling into the snow mirroring the lost fourth form of the red dust catastrophe, the rebirth crossing. Severe cold approaches. Esteemed guest should don a fur coat. The woman unfastened her gray mouse fur cloak. The darkly embroidered mandala stitches along its edges reminded Muqing of the trembling figure of Bai Yuling's seamstress from that fateful night, who had been left alone, clutching a blood-stained embroidery frame. Before the announcement wall of Tiangong City, a storyteller shattered the falling snow with his wooden board. It is said that when that demon lord froze the Luo water with his sword, he rescued the remnants of the medicinal valley. Spittle splattered onto Muqing's conical hat as he lowered his head to sip the coarse tea, the tea's surface floating with ice silkworm threads, matching the color of the star-marked birthmark. Candy Hawthorne. The elderly vendor's hawking voice pierced through the clamor. Muqing gazed blankly at the crystalline sugar coating on the straw target, suddenly recalling a certain blood moon night. Bai Yuling had shattered the golden cores of 800 cultivators, but wrapped the candy in spiritual energy to soothe the crying infant. Hush, this is the last piece I've hidden away. The crisp sound of a copper coin dropping into a ceramic bowl interrupted his reverie, as the old man grinned widely. Young master, are you waiting for someone? As his withered fingers fluttered, the spun sugar unexpectedly formed a hexagram. The moment Muqing took the sugar figure, the old man's murky eyes sparkled with starlight. These were the very colors of the Tiangong Pavilion's puppets. The sound of sword energy slicing through the air erupted from the southern city. Muqing swiftly dodged an ice shard. As the sugar figure pierced the assailant's forehead, a young girl in a green dress floated down from the eaves, The icy spirit sword's tassels jingling. Master seeks your life. The conical hat tilted, revealing Muqing's frost-white hair. The girl's sword momentum suddenly faltered, her glass-like eyes reflecting fragments of the rebirth mirror. Within the mirror, Bai Yuling was handing an infant to an old herbalist. Half of an ice silkworm cocoon tumbling from the swaddling. Is your name Xinghan? Muqing's fingertips materialized a mandala ice crystal. This birthmark must ache terribly at midnight, doesn't it? The girl's sword tassels suddenly exploded. Silver shards slicing through her neck. Blood droplets fell to the ground, coalescing into a star map, spelling out the words rebirth in alongside the ice silkworm threads in the the third watch. The floor of the rebirth melted into Xinghan's blood. Muqing caught her during her fall. The magma reflected their overlapping silhouettes. Previously, Bai Yuling had cradled the infant in this very manner as she plunged into the furnace for refining tools. Father Xinghan's murmured words caused Muqing's sword energy to waver slightly. The 300 ice coffins suspended in the magma suddenly opened, each coffin releasing a corpse puppet bearing his likeness. Within the 11th coffin floated Bai Yuling's faded headband. Be careful, Xinghan abruptly rolled over to block the sword, and in the instant the icy spirit sword pierced her shoulder. Muqing glimpsed the hilt inscribed with Dinghai 301. Blood splattered onto the rebirth mirror above her heart, within which appeared the scene of Yu Wuxiao in labor. The silver bells on the midwife's wrists were precisely those worn by the tea-house proprietress. So, it was Yu. Muqing's sword energy entwined around the coffin. The midwife who had helped deliver the child, now the woman brewing wine, were both manifestations of Bai Yuling's lingering soul, transformed into ice silkworm puppets. Suddenly, the magma solidified into the ethereal form of Bai Yuling, her fingertip touching Xinghan's birthmark. The heart's blood of this child is the key to unraveling the rebirth catastrophe. Xinghan let out a piercing laugh, tearing off her human skin mask. Beneath it lay a visage strikingly similar to Muqing's. She severed the icy spirit sword tassel, and from the silver bells fell a half-piece of jade pendant. Does father recognize this? The broken edge of the pendant aligned perfectly with the remaining jade in Muqing's grasp. The 300 corpse puppets suddenly knelt, as a glass lotus platform rose from the magma. The ethereal figure of the Tiangong Pavilion Lord clapped and laughed. What a splendid scene of father and daughter turning against each other. As Xinghan's sword tip plunged into the magma, Muqing beheld Bai Yuling by the rebirth spring, meticulously combing her hair. She braided her severed locks into a sword tassel and secured it to the solitary phoenix sword. Her childhood rhyme intertwining with the current sound of silver bells shattering. The glass lotus platform engulfed Xinghan. Muqing suddenly comprehended the true meaning of the red dust catastrophe, the tip of his sword lifting the magma into a mandala. The heart of the flower enveloping the infant swaddled away by Bai Yuling 3 centuries prior. Chapter 78. Silver bells and ashen snow. The magma crystallized into a mirror amidst Xinghan's piercing scream, reflecting the spectral images of 300 ice coffins suspended upside down. When Muqing's solitary phoenix sword pierced the glass lotus platform, the sword tip abruptly bent. Embedded within the lotus heart was Bai Yuling's faded headband. Soaked in years of blood, now a dark crimson, the father's sword should not be pointed at the child. Xinghan tore open her blood-stained green attire, and shards of the rebirth mirror at her heart suddenly elongated violently, rebounding all of Muqing's sword energy. The scene reflected in the mirror caused his hand to tremble. Bai Yuling curled up in the extreme northern ice cave, etching star patterns into the icy walls with her nails, each crack seeping golden dust, the same shimmering light now floating within the magma. The ethereal figure of the Tiangong Pavilion Lord slithered across the mirror's surface like a serpent. Do you think her heart gouging was for sealing the demon? Pointing to a specific fragment, see what this fool has done. The scene abruptly shifted, revealing Bai Yuling kneeling at the Medicinal Valley's altar, presenting the newborn infant to the old woman adorned with silver bells. The jade pendant that slipped from the infant's swaddling perfectly matched the fragment in Xinghan's hand. The shards of silver bells shattered by the sword's energy rolled across the snow, as Muqing followed the tinkling sound back to the tea house. The woman was mending the drafty window paper, and the pot above was simmering snow spirit wine, releasing the fragrance of mandalas. Have you heard the silver bell incantation? She suddenly asked, her withered fingers tinkling the bell on her wrist. In the far north, there exists an ice silkworm that emits a sound akin to silver bells when it spins its silk. The wine rippled within the cup, reflecting Mu Qing's forgotten past, 300 years ago. On a night of blizzards, Bai Yuling had strung wolf bones into bell charms with ice silkworm silk, adorning each surviving child's wrist. Wearing this, the snow demons would not dare to approach. She smiled as she tied the most exquisite silver bell around Mu Qing's wrist, the bell's core concealing a thread of snow spirit soul silk. Now, that silk was heating within the woman's bell, and Mu Qing suddenly snatched the silver bell and crushed it. The ice silkworm silk burrowed into the wound on his palm, intertwining with the sword patterns of the red dust catastrophe to form a new talisman. The woman's face twisted within the talisman, revealing her visage before being transformed into a puppet. Indeed, she was the midwife who had once received the infant. The straw target of the candy vendor stood before the ruins of the inn, the spun sugar stretching into crimson threads in the cold wind. Mu Qing's frost-white hair was smeared with syrup, and he envisioned Bai Yuling brewing malt sugar amidst a sea of corpses and blood. Having tasted bitterness for so long, one must indulge in sweetness. She stuffed a sugar block into the mouth of a bewildered child, her fingertips stained with blood coloring the amber sugar coating a tea that moment. Mu Qing had been perplexed, only now realizing that the syrup mixed with her heart's blood was meant to suppress the goo poison within the survivors. The old man's sugar scoop suddenly lunged toward Xinghen's back, intercepted by an ice shield formed from Mu Qing's sword energy. The syrup twisted into hexagrams upon the shield's surface, aligning perfectly with the holes in the tea house's window paper. Xinghen suddenly snatched the sugar scoop and consumed it, her pupils reflecting Bai Yuling's unique icy blue. So this is the essence of sweetness. As the blizzard engulfed Tiangong City, Mu Qing carried the slumbering Xinghen toward the rebirth spring. The delicate silver bells adorning the maiden's wrist have been replaced with a new bell intricately carved from wolf bone, its clapper fashioned from a bloodied sugar spoon, beneath the ice layer of the spring. 300 reincarnation swords wail in despair, their blades reflecting the gradually transparent birthmark of a starry sky. Your mother despises snowy days the most. Mu Qing cast the original solitary phoenix sword into the spring, remarking that snowflakes resemble human hearts. They appear pure, yet become tainted upon touching the ground. The ice layer shattered with a resounding crash, and the lingering soul of Bai Yuling formed a phantom. Embracing the starry mark, the maiden's birthmark blossomed into a mandala, each petal inscribed with the lost sword techniques of the red dust calamity. The roar of the master of the Tiangong pavilion echoed from the abyss, only to be shattered into snowflakes by the silver bells that it is time to awaken. The phantom of Bai Yuling kissed the forehead of Xinghen, then turned to Mu Qing with a light laugh. Little pup, this time it is your turn to teach me the ember shadow technique. Her figure dissipated amidst the falling snow, leaving behind a ground strewn with shards of silver bells. Suddenly, Xinghen opened her eyes. Her pupils transformed into the same frost white as Mu Qing's. Father, I dreamt that mother was cooking sugar. As Xinghen licked the sugar spoon, the spring of rebirth suddenly stirred up a snow vortex. The swords broke through the ice, and the silver bells on the hilt chimed a tune beloved by Bai Yuling, reminiscent of the melodies from the frontier. In the swirling snow, Mu Qing glimpsed his original self, the sword cultivator who had fallen to darkness. Handing a swaddled infant to Bai Yuling in the icy cave, the silver bells jingled joyfully on the child's wrist, overlapping with the sound now produced by Xinghen. Thus, reincarnation is but a circle. He sliced his palm, smearing blood across the solitary phoenix sword. The blood droplets coalesced into a mandala, and in that moment, countless strands of sugar spun up from the ruins of Tiangong City. Those syrupy remnants, mingled with Bai Yuling's heart's blood, began to reform into the last flicker of her smile before her dissolution. Chapter 79. Bell corrodes bone. Xinghen crouched before the sugar painting stall, the sweet aroma of malt sugar stirring memories within her. An elderly woman, her gnarled hands gripping a copper spoon, watched as the sugar strands twisted across the bluestone slab, forming a mandala, the very design Bai Yuling had drawn for a terrified child amidst a pool of blood on the day of her slaughter of the sect. The girl's birthmark was peculiarly unique. Suddenly, the old woman grasped Xinghen's wrist, her murky eyes reflecting the fading star mark upon her forehead, reminiscent of my late granddaughter. The sugar spoon trembled violently, and black blood seeped from the point where the strands had broken. The moment Mu Qing's sword energy swept through, the woman's skin began to peel away, revealing a skeletal puppet woven from ice silkworm threads beneath. The silver bell hanging from her severed neck bore the inscription Ding Hai 302. Xing Hin abruptly seized the sugar spoon and poured the scalding syrup into the puppet's eye sockets. I know where you hide. The syrup crystallized in the wind, forming a blood-red hexagram, pointing towards the northern mass grave. Within the hexagram, Mu Qing glimpsed Bai Yuling's final image. She had stuffed Xing Hin swaddling into an ice coffin. The lid adorned with a bloodied solitary phoenix sword. Crows at the mass grave feasted upon the decaying flesh oozing from the coffin's seams. 302 coffins arranged like constellations. When Mu Qing's sword energy lifted the main coffin, the sound of cracking ice startled the cold crows, revealing a corpse within that bore an uncanny resemblance to Xing Hin. Mother, the silver bell on Xing Hin's wrist suddenly shattered, and ice silkworm threads invaded the corpse's 7 orifices. The moment the corpse's eyes opened, Mu Qing's sword pellet trembled violently. The frost-white sword patterns within her pupils were the very initiation of the Ember Shadow technique. The corpse's fingertips grazed the ice coffin, inscribing Bai Yuling's words, nurturing the goo as a vessel, feeding the sword as a guide. A hidden compartment at the coffin's base sprung forth a broken sword, its spine etched with 300 densely packed azure characters, each stroke seeping blood. So it turns out your mother has always been waiting for me. Mu Qing traced the fissures along the sword's body, and those bloodstains suddenly morphed into ice silkworm threads that entwined around his wrist. The fragments of silver bells formed a star map upon the snowy ground, directing toward the blizzards of the far north. The gale of the snowstorm cleaved through the cloak, and Xing Hin's birthmark glowed with a ghostly blue in the frigid air. Countless silver bells were embedded within the ice wall, each core preserving fragments of Mu Qing's memories from his cycles. When Xing Hin touched a particular bell, a light laughter from the depths of the abyss suddenly echoed. Little pup, this technique should be executed thus. 2 entwined figures materialized in the void. The young Mu Qing's rusted sword was grasped by Bai Yuling, as she led him to carve the initial form of the red dust calamity upon the icy surface. The snowflakes stirred by the sword energy crystallized into sugar frosting, settling upon her trembling eyelashes. Suddenly, Xing Hin's ice soul sword slipped from her grasp, dancing along the trajectory of her memories. Wherever the blade passed, silver bells burst one after another, releasing a torrent of memories that illuminated the abyss. Within the light and shadow, Mu Qing beheld the truth. Bai Yuling had inscribed swords in the far north throughout each of her reincarnations, the fissures of 300 blades forming the shape of Xing Hin's birthmark. Mother is forging a sword for you. Tears from Xing Hin froze into ice crystals, as she used 300 lifetimes to forge a blade that would sever the threads of fate. When the final silver bell shattered, the ice layer of the blizzard abyss, dormant for a millennium, collapsed with a thunderous roar. Xing Hin's birthmark transformed into sword patterns that climbed up her cheek. She plunged her hand into her heart, extracting a pulsating flame of ice. That was the last fragment of Bai Yuling's sealed soul. Receive the sword. As the soul fire plummeted into the icy abyss. 300 reincarnation, sword forth. Mu Qing's solitary phoenix sword was reformed within the soul fire, the silver bells chiming melodiously, and the complete Ember Shadow technique emerged along the spine of the blade. The roar of the master of the Tiangong pavilion echoed from the depths of the abyss, yet it was shattered into ice shards by the sound of the bells. Xing Hin gradually became transparent within the sword's light, a smile adorning her lips that mirrored Bai Yuling's. Father, I have tasted the sweetness of sugar. Her figure transformed into countless ice silkworm threads, entwining around Mu Qing's sword-bearing wrist, piercing through the cycles with a single stroke. The blizzard abyss crumbled under the pressure of the sword energy, revealing the true form of the master of the Tiangong pavilion. Indeed, it was the sword spirit of the original solitary phoenix sword, with Bai Yuling's hairpin embedded in its chest. When the final move of the Ember Shadow technique pierced the sword spirit, the ice wall of the blizzard abyss reflected the remnants of the past. Bai Yuling knelt in the snow, cradling the newborn Xing Hin, as she pierced her own heart with the hairpin. To feed the sword with my soul, to bind it with my blood. Her blood seeped into the earth through the ice crevices, crystallizing into the sword patterns held by Mu Qing 300 years later. Before her dissolution, Xing Hin's fingertips brushed across Mu Qing's brow, and the blizzard suddenly turned gentle as willow fluff. Those once bloodied shards of silver bells formed musical notes upon the snow. As Mu Qing embraced the increasingly cold solitary phoenix sword, hearing Bai Yuling's hum from the depths of the abyss, It was the very melody from the frontier, infused with the sweetness of sugar that Xing Hen had heard while swaddled. Chapter 80. Reigniting the snow of embers at the end of the Yellow Springs, scarlet snow drifted down. Mu Qing's dark robe was drenched in blood. The whip of the sinful dragon coiling around 300 saintly skulls, trailing a winding path behind him. He trod upon the shattered remnants of broken halberds floating on the banks of the river of forgetfulness. The final whimper of the celestial star disk crushed beneath his boots. Blood-colored mandalas bloomed along the riverside, each flower harboring the disintegrated souls of cultivators, like stars that had fallen into the river of forgetfulness. Bai Yuling sat barefoot upon the icebound Niha bridge, the snow soul sword embedded 3 inches beside her, its tassels of ice silkworm threads consumed by demonic flames. Her frost-white hair cascaded down onto the bridge, the tips adorned with tiny ice crystals, reflecting the mountain of corpses piled behind her, some slain by her hand, others righteous disciples who had shielded her from calamity. It is all over. Mu Qing cast aside the whip, the tattoo of the demon emperor on his palm having faded to a pale pink. As he leaned closer, the dragon scales along his collarbone brushed against her earlobe. This time, it was a clean kill, severing even the lines of causality. Bai Yuling abruptly snapped the snow soul sword. The brittle sound of the blade shattering startled countless fireflies from the river's surface. Those glowing points were the vengeful spirits she had sealed away 300 years ago to protect mortal villages. The 24,000th reincarnation. She twirled an ice crystal between her fingers, watching the scene reflected within it. The child Mu Qing had deliberately let go during his previous sect slaughter, now a newly appointed elder in the Medicine God Valley. Always claiming that this time would be different, Mu Qing grasped her icy hand and pressed it against his heart. There, half of a bronze broken halberd was lodged, the ancient weapon that had pierced his chest during her assault long ago. At least in this life, I have protected your heart, he smiled, coughing up a mouthful of blood, his essence staining the silver bell on her wrist. Suddenly, a colossal wave surged from the river. Countless shards of memory surged forth from the depths of forgetfulness, revealing silhouettes of countless lifetimes. She had once been a princess of a small nation he had destroyed. He had been the devilish protector begging for mercy beneath her sword. She had been a mute who tested drugs in the Medicine God Valley, while he had been the errand boy sweeping snow before her door. Each cycle concluded with her sword piercing his heart, and he smilingly wiping away her tears. Bai Yuling suddenly grasped his garment. Her frost-white eyelashes nearly brushed his cheek. Do you know why I detest the immortal cultivation world? Before awaiting an answer, she bit her tongue and kissed his lips. The taste of blood mingled with the chilling essence of the snow soul flowed down Mu Qing's throat, and a torrent of memories detonated within him. He saw himself as the righteous leader, kneeling atop the summit of Taisu Mountain, pleading with her to cease, and she, devoured by the sword goo, had been reduced to mere bones, stubbornly closing the eyes of the fallen children of the demonic sect. They should not have been born in this cannibalistic world. Bai Yuling pressed her forehead against his, murmuring as images of the day Xian Xiaozi had gouged out her sword bone surfaced in his mind. A 3-year-old child, clutching a sugar figurine amidst a pool of blood, her face smeared with syrup mixed with brain matter. Mu Qing suddenly lifted her, shattering the void beneath their feet. The galaxy flowed beneath them as he burst through the bronze doors of the Tiangong Pavilion's forbidden ground, gently placing her at the core of the celestial armillary sphere. Countless star trails entwined around them, yet were frozen into ice threads by the cold aura emanating from her. That I will accompany you, no matter how many times you act willfully. He severed the lines of causality entwined around her ankles. But this time, he chose a different approach. The celestial armillary sphere suddenly reversed. Bai Yuling's frost-white hair danced. Watching as Mu Qing tore apart the fateful compass with his bare hands, he extracted his pulsating heart, his essence weaving a new law within the star trails. Let me be a true villain for once. He thrust his heart into the core of the celestial armillary sphere, his smile tinged with madness. You go and become a whiny little sister from a prestigious family. Bai Yuling's fingertips coalesced into an ice blade, yet he grasped her wrist. Not so fast. I've left you a gift. As the dome of the Tiangong Pavilion exploded, Mu Qing used the last of his demonic power to form an ice coffin that he gazed at the increasingly transparent form of his beloved within, drawing the threads of reincarnation's memories and stitching them into his own soul. Until we meet again. That he kissed the ice coffin, the tattoo of the demon emperor, fracturing inch by inch. Remember to scold me for being worse than a beast. The river of forgetfulness suddenly came to a standstill. The last scene witnessed by Bai Yuling was the object hurled by Mu Qing just before being torn apart by the star trails, an exquisite piece of maltose wrapped in ice silkworm threads. Its sugar coating intricately engraved with a distorted character for betrothed I in this new era. As the cycle of reincarnation gently commenced, fine snowflakes danced around Qingwan Mountain that a young girl, having just passed the entrance examination, clutched a wooden token, her gaze fixed upon her senior brothers gracefully maneuvering their swords on the testing platform, that a natural vermilion birthmark adorned her forehead, which the elder steward had remarked was a sign of profound celestial destiny. By Shimmy, it is time for you to receive your sword. A voice gently called out. As the girl turned, her hair billowed like frost, oblivious to the figure of a young man in dark robes standing outside the mountain gate. The corners of his eyes were painted with an alluring crimson, and he toyed with a fragment of a bronze dagger in his hand. This time, let us take our time growing up, he mused, crushing a blood elixir in his palm. The fragrant aroma startling the myriad spiritual sparrows throughout the mountains. Suddenly, the snow spirit soared at the mountain's peak emitted a resonant hum, shaking off the fresh snow like tears.